In a society marred by struggle, Yang Yi fortuitously acquires the third eye of the deity Ma Wang Yi, granting him the ability to discern truth from falsehood and to penetrate the depths of human hearts. Chapter 1. A Sudden Calamity. Due to the vigorous development of fruit cultivation in his hometown, the past 3 to 4 years have witnessed remarkable progress, with many families escaping poverty and thriving. Almost every household boasts a multi-story building, and a considerable number have even purchased automobiles, including his uncle. He recalls the time he was admitted to university, becoming one of the few college students in the village of the Yang surname, particularly notable as he attended a prestigious institution which stirred quite a commotion. Many villagers gathered to celebrate, reveling in the moment. However, in the aftermath, it became apparent that Yang Yi's major was archaeology, a field perceived as lacking in prospects. The few villagers who initially brought red envelopes to toast him expressed their grievances, lamenting their investment. Archaeology was not Yang Yi's chosen discipline. His scores merely met the threshold for a key program, leaving him hesitant to apply for more popular fields. To his dismay, he was assigned to a less sought-after major instead. After more than a year of study, a conflict with his advisor led to his unjust expulsion from the university. At that moment, the cold stares from those around him pierced his heart, and the veiled mockery from certain villagers lingered in his memory. A wound he would carry for life. Although his parents remained silent, he could perceive their embarrassment and disappointment. Currently, he is employed at a modest auction house in Jiangzhou, where his lack of social skills and insufficient expertise relegated him to a mere errand boy. Let it be, Yang Yi muttered to himself. Upon calculating his savings, he found he had over 7,000 left. While his efforts over the past 4 or 5 years had yielded more, a regrettable purchase of an antique 6 months prior had drained his funds, only to discover it was a counterfeit, leaving him despondent. Perhaps a washing machine? He suddenly thought, recalling that his hometown had yet to acquire one. Perhaps due to a long-standing tradition of hand washing, it seemed unnecessary, especially since many farmers often returned home caked in mud, making it questionable whether a machine could clean effectively. With this in mind, he promptly browsed online for a suitable option, aiming for something of high quality, yet reasonably priced. After identifying a promising model, he refrained from immediate purchase, opting instead to inquire whether delivery to his remote address was feasible. The merchant assured him that delivery was indeed possible to any location within the country. Rest assured, we have a warehouse in a neighboring city to your address and can dispatch immediately. Our technicians will assist with installation, they affirmed. Given the price tag approaching 5,000, their service was understandably attentive. Excellent. I will place the order now. Please ensure delivery within 3 days. Certainly, sir. Having arranged this matter, Yang Yi glanced at the time and realized he needed to head to work. He adeptly gathered his belongings and strode towards the bus station. The Temple Fair is a widely celebrated traditional folk event in China. Folklore represents a living culture created, enjoyed, and handed down by the masses of a nation or ethnicity, and the Temple Fair constitutes an integral part of this cultural tapestry, closely intertwined with the everyday lives of the people. Oh no, this road is blocked, Yang Yi exclaimed, hastening his pace to avoid tardiness. He had to navigate around 3 or 4 blocks, covering over 1,000 meters to reach an alternate bus stop. As the crowd surged, he inadvertently collided with those carrying a large wooden statue of the deity, causing the towering figure to tilt precariously. Steady, watch out over there, someone shouted urgently. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Yi looked up in alarm, only to witness the statue crashing down toward him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead as darkness enveloped him. Unnoticed by the throng, a mystical eye in the statue's forehead emitted a beam of light, piercing Yang Yi's brow. Quickly, take him to the hospital. Everyone disperse. An elderly voice called out. As the Temple Fair grew increasingly grand, media outlets flocked to cover the spectacle, eager to report on the unfolding chaos. Oblivious to the external turmoil, Yang Yi remained unconscious, yet he could feel an excruciating pain tearing through his forehead, a torment unlike any he had ever known. When he finally regained consciousness, he was greeted by a blinding white light and the acrid scent of medicinal solutions. Realizing he was in a hospital, he turned to see a middle-aged man nearby, smiling as he inquired about his condition. Upon introduction, Yang Yi learned the man was one of the organizers of the Temple Fair, who expressed sincere apologies for the incident, assuring him that they would cover all medical expenses and help him recover in peace. Shortly thereafter, a doctor entered, explaining his situation is not severe, but the scar on his forehead will take time to heal, resulting in a minor disfigurement. After a brief examination, the doctor departed hastily to by the way, your workplace called. I answered on your behalf. Don't worry, They are understanding and will not deduct your salary or bonuses. Furthermore, due to our oversight that caused your injury, we have arranged for compensation that will be sent to you shortly. The middle-aged man continued amicably. This reassurance eased Yang Yi's worries, as he had feared the worst from his employer. "Thank you, sir," he expressed gratefully. The man waved his hand dismissively. "This is our responsibility. Now rest well. Here is my number. Feel free to call if you need anything. I must return to assist with the ongoing fair." As the middle-aged man departed, Yang Yi reflected. Truly, this was an unexpected calamity. Chapter 2. The Invisible Eye. A few hours later, a middle-aged man reappeared, presenting Yang Yi with an envelope containing his compensation for the recent incident. In this regard, one could consider the gesture commendable. At the very least, Yang Yi held no grievances in his heart. However, his gaze fell upon a string of beads in the man's hand, and he suddenly froze. He felt a warmth emanating from his forehead and seemed to perceive a layer of radiant light enveloping the beads. Yang Yi quickly shook his head, focusing intently, yet the beads returned to their ordinary state, devoid of anything extraordinary. The middle-aged man found it peculiar. The young man had been staring at his wrist with such intensity. Could he have discerned something? Might he also be in the know? How strange. Yang Yi had distinctly sensed that, aside from his two eyes, he possessed another eye. A remarkable phenomenon. What is so strange? The man inquired. "Your beads," Yang Yi replied, refocusing on the string of beads. Feeling the warmth in his forehead once more, and suddenly witnessing wondrous things, as the radiant light reappeared on the bead's surface. "What is the matter? Did you see something, my young friend?" The man chuckled, sensing that the young man possessed some understanding, leading him to regard Yang Yi with a more amicable demeanor. "Quite extraordinary. It must be an antique, correct?" Yang Yi asked, his mind swirling with excitement, as if he had inadvertently opened a door to a magnificent realm. However, after merely a minute, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, prompting him to avert his gaze from the beads. Reflecting on the wooden statue of Ma Wang-Yi, he began to form a hypothesis, and his worldview started to shift. The fact that he could perceive a layer of radiance on the beads indicated their value. Drawing upon his experiences at the auction house over the past couple of years, he easily associated them with antiques. "Haha, you have a discerning eye, my friend. This is a string of sandalwood beads from the Qing dynasty, indeed an antique. Moreover, it could also be regarded as a talisman," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. He then appeared to have found a kindred spirit, eagerly sharing an abundance of knowledge about antiques with Yang Yi. "By the way, I can tell you have a good eye. You must dabble in antiques regularly, right? I paid my tuition." Yang Yi responded with a wry smile. In the world of antiques, purchasing a counterfeit is often jokingly referred to as paying tuition. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "No worries. If you've paid your tuition, that's what matters. You're still young. I pay my dues many times over at your age." With this newfound rapport, their conversation deepened. "Come visit my home sometime. I'd love to show you my treasures," Wang Jun suggested as he noticed the hour growing late and prepared to take his leave. "Certainly, I will make it a point to visit and admire your collection." "Brother Wang," Yang Yi nodded slightly. After spending a day in the hospital, Yang Yi began to grasp the nature of that invisible eye. It required only 2 hours to recuperate before he could utilize it again, albeit he could only maintain his sight for a minute at a time. Exceeding that duration would result in pain. With this understanding, Yang Yi was unwilling to linger in the hospital for another moment. "Discharge is not impossible, but I still recommend you remain for observation for a couple of days to prevent any potential complications," the doctor advised Yang Yi. "Thank you for your concern, but I believe I shall decline for now. I feel quite well at the moment, though I do have some pressing matters to attend to. Should I truly feel unwell, I can always return later," as Yang Yi stated. The doctor nodded slightly in response. "That is acceptable." Upon exiting the hospital, inhaling the crisp air outside, Yang Yi felt a significant sense of relief. Perhaps it indeed reflected the old adage, "Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit." With the sum of 10,000 yuan in hand, he wandered into an ancient street where shops steeped in history lined one side, most of which engaged in the trade of various antiques. On the opposite side flowed a river, adorned with willows that are relatively uncommon in the southern regions. Beneath the willow trees, a number of small vendors had set up shop, offering haircuts, fortune-telling, and beauty marks, with many displaying an array of diverse antiques. This street was renowned in Jiangzhou, boasting a history that spanned centuries, its cobblestone pathway bearing deep historical imprints. In the past, Yang Yi had frequented this place, often accompanying others to run errands or carry goods. Nearly a third of the auction items originated from here. "Young man, why not sit for a moment? I shall offer you a free fortune-telling," called out a fortune teller. Yang Yi turned to see a man at a stall with a sign proclaiming, Zhou Yi Fortune Telling, beside an assortment of tools that appeared quite authentic. Not one to be easily deceived, Yang Yi was well aware of the pitfalls of such offers. The notion of a complimentary divination often led to entrapment. The fortune teller might spout ominous predictions, unsettling one's judgment, compelling them to pay for relief to regain peace of mind. Shaking his head, Yang Yi chose to walk away, uninterested in engaging with such charlatans. May I examine these? He inquired, approaching a stall brimming with trinkets. Leaning down, he refrained from touching anything immediately. He understood some rules of the antique trade. Certain items were to be observed but not handled, as doing so could easily lead to complications. Feel free. Let me know if anything catches your fancy. All of these are genuine treasures, I assure you. Ask anyone along Chongqing Street. I, Old Qin, have always dealt in quality merchandise. The vendor, a middle-aged man, began to ramble enthusiastically, revealing his prowess in sales. Having been around long enough, Yang Yi recognized the tricks of seasoned sellers and was determined not to be swayed by their words. He had only a minute of time every 2 hours, totaling just over 10 minutes a day, to utilize wisely. Thus he needed to proceed with caution. Please continue with your tasks. I wish to observe in peace for a while. Yang Yi interjected, halting the vendor's incessant chatter. The vendor paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly, seemingly unperturbed. He thought to himself, what insight could this young man possibly possess? He was likely just a novice, easily fooled. Very well, take your time. Chapter 3. Clay and Pottery. Yang Yi concentrated, directing his gaze toward the small figurines on the stall, activating the invisible third eye on his forehead. That peculiar sensation enveloped him once again. At this moment, not a second could be squandered. His eyes flitted over each item, pausing only for a fleeting instant. On a modest stall, an array of items exceeded 50, capable of consuming Yang Yi's cool-down time for his vertical eye in a single moment. If there were no valuables among the wares, 2 hours would be squandered in vain. Observing Yang Yi's cursory gaze, the vendor inadvertently smiled, feeling entirely at ease. This fellow was undoubtedly a novice. He excelled at dealing with such individuals. On this street, which vendor was not a master of persuasion, even the most mundane piece of trash could be touted as a treasure by them. Time swiftly passed, and after 30 seconds, Yang Yi began to feel a twinge of anxiety. To his dismay, he had yet to discover anything of value. It seemed he might indeed waste 2 hours here. Each passing second felt like a torment to him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Overwhelmed by concentration, he also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, compelling him to muster his focus once more. He rubbed his forehead, attempting to ease the tension. The effect of the vertical eye had worn off, leaving it dull and lackluster. Yang Yi picked up a piece of earthenware and began to examine it closely. It was a vibrant representation of a camel, alive with color. Incredible! This treasure is indeed my most valuable piece. You have quite an eye. The vendor's sudden exclamation startled Yang Yi, who rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, no matter what I pick up, you would likely say the same, wouldn't you? Do you think this is my first visit here? Ignoring the vendor's unsubstantiated claims, he scrutinized the earthenware in his hands. To speak with precision, this was pottery, one of the most ancient crystallizations of Chinese civilization, having been passed down through the ages since millennia ago. The invention of pottery marked humanity's earliest use of chemical changes to alter natural properties, symbolizing the transition from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic era. This type of material is opaque, possesses microporosity, and exhibits absorbency, producing a dull sound when struck. Pottery can be categorized as fine or coarse, in white or color varieties, glazed or unglazed. Based on Yang Yi's knowledge over the past couple of years, this particular piece of earthenware was indeed fine pottery with a delicate surface. Given its coloration, it could also be referred to as painted pottery. This is the renowned Tang Sankai. With your discerning eye, it should not be difficult for you to recognize. The vendor was already ready with his spiel, many words spilling forth as though he were a stand-up comedian. Yang Yi couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, if it were truly Tang Sankai, would you display it here? Please, do not underestimate our intelligence. The camel-colored pottery was likely a modern craft. The earthenware itself bore no luster. Yang Yi's attention shifted to a string of ornaments adorning the camel's neck, featuring a small bell inscribed with symbols. He mused, it must be inferior to Wang Jun's bracelet, as the aura surrounding it is not as pronounced. How much is it? He inquired. The vendor, upon hearing Yang Yi ask for the price, beamed with delight. He was not afraid of bargaining. He feared customers who left without inquiring. By asking for the price, It was evident that Yang Yi had an intention to purchase. Since we seem to have a rapport, I'll let you have it for a bargain, just 1,800. I usually sell it for over 2,000. Before he could finish, Yang Yi stood up, preparing to leave. Dealing with such vendors, he has developed quite an expertise. Sometimes, there's no need to verbally negotiate. Direct action often leaves them flustered. Oh, please don't leave, young man. The price is quite negotiable. Name your figure, and I assure you, I won't argue. The vendor promptly stood up, reaching out to grasp Yang Yi's arm. Such a gullible customer must not be let go. 50? I only find its shape appealing for display in my room. It's too expensive. I might as well buy a potted plant. Reluctantly, Yang Yi reminded. Oh dear. Young man, you must understand, this is an antique. How can it be compared to a mere potted plant? 50 yuan is simply out of the question. How about this? I'll reduce it by 300 for you, making it 1,500. Just imagine having an antique in your room. How prestigious that would be. Since it is an antique, perhaps it's best to forget it. I shall look elsewhere. I cannot afford an antique. Wait, it's rare to meet a kindred spirit like you, so fond of my item. I'll give it to you for 800. Please, let us not haggle in tens. It diminishes the value. Yang Yi feigned hesitation before finally stating, 80. The vendor's lips twitched, somewhat speechless. Can't we negotiate without resorting to tens? 600. This figure carries a certain auspiciousness. After a round of bargaining, the vendor, gritting his teeth, finally spat out a rock-bottom price of 200. Dropping from nearly 2,000 to 200 is indeed a rarity. Can't you consider it as merely purchasing a somewhat upscale craft item? This is an antique. The vendor remained adamant that his clay pottery was indeed an antique, and a 200 yuan antique was quite a bargain. After sufficient haggling, Yang Yi decisively produced 200 yuan, leaving a little something for others. Nearby, another vendor looked on with a hint of envy. He had yet to make a sale that day and was waiting for novices like Yang Yi to arrive. In this line of work, they mostly wait for the unsuspecting. Having lost interest in further browsing, Yang Yi sought out a nearby eatery to satisfy his hunger. The old street offered a selection of traditional delicacies from Jiangzhou, renowned for their authenticity. A manager from the auction house had once taken him there, and the flavors were delightful. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback to see a familiar face. Oh, you're out of the hospital so soon? The speaker was Wang Jun, whom Yang Yi had recently met. Sitting across from him was an elderly gentleman dressed in a gray robe, sporting a long beard and exuding vitality. I was feeling rather restless in the hospital, with no discomfort to keep me there, so I decided to take a stroll. To my surprise, I crossed paths with you, Brother Wang. Come, have a seat. Wang Jun invited. Yang Yi hesitated, glancing at the elderly gentleman, unsure if it would be appropriate to join them. The elder, perceiving Yang Yi's apprehension, smiled and said, Young man, have you stumbled upon a treasure? Gulme, sit and let this old man take a look. Yang Yi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, You honor me, sir. Wang Jun's gaze fell upon the clay pottery in Yang Yi's hand. He paused, for it was evident to him that it was merely a modern craft. Doubt clouded his thoughts. Had he overestimated this young man? Chapter 4, Elder Qi. Wang Jun summoned the waiter to order more dishes, inviting Yang Yi to sit beside him and casually introduced him to the elder across the table. Yang Yi soon realized that the elderly gentleman seated across from him was no ordinary person, but a highly esteemed antique appraiser in Jiangzhou, particularly renowned for his expertise in ancient books and paintings, as well as being a celebrated master of mounting artworks. Such titles are mere flattery. My young friend need not concern himself with them. Allow me to examine your pottery, the elder said cheerfully. Yang Yi promptly handed it over, saying, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Noticing that the young man exhibited no signs of sycophancy, Mr. Qi felt a sense of admiration. In the past, many young individuals, upon learning of his esteemed identity, would go out of their way to curry favor, albeit some in a less than conspicuous manner. After observing for a brief moment, Mr. Qi was slightly taken aback. It took him 2 minutes before he returned the pottery to Yang Yi. Your discernment is quite keen. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's expression shifted, and he scrutinized the pottery once more, pondering, could it be that I overlooked something? Upon careful inspection, he concluded that the pottery was merely a modern craft, likely produced within the past year. How could such keen insight be attributed to it? Could it be that Mr. Qi is merely offering words of consolation? That doesn't seem to be his style. Little June, you're not being thorough enough. While the pottery may indeed be contemporary, this bell is a treasure, likely a sacred object from the Buddhist tradition, consecrated and not particularly ancient, perhaps dating back to the late Qing dynasty, Mr. Qi elucidated. Consecration typically refers to a Taoist ritual, commonly known today as such, though it is a somewhat muddled and trend-driven term. It specifically denotes the sanctification of Taoist deities, imbuing them with religious significance that garners veneration from the faithful, thereby bestowing upon the ritual objects a unique spiritual potency. To abstract this notion, it involves infusing the formless, boundless spiritual essence of a universe into the idol, endowing it with immense spiritual power. Thus, consecration is an indispensable rite following the veneration of the idol. Originally, Buddhism did not have consecration, but a similar ritual of blessing images has evolved and is now universally referred to as consecration. Moreover, the items that undergo consecration are diverse, not limited to idols alone, and are often referred to as ritual implements. My dear brother, how much did you acquire it for? Wang Jun could not help but inquire. If I am not mistaken, he must have stumbled upon a great bargain in the realm of antiques. Stumbling upon is a colloquial expression meaning to have made an extraordinary find. 200 yuan from a small stall on the street. Yang, he replied. Mister. She was taken aback. If it was indeed for 200 yuan, it was truly a remarkable discovery. He appraised the bell at over 50,000 yuan and mused that if a practitioner of feng shui were to seek a ritual object, the price could potentially double. My dear brother, your fortune is indeed extraordinary, Wang Jun remarked with a hint of envy. Mr. Qi shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, this cannot merely be described as good fortune. Without discernment and a certain foundational understanding, how could one possibly uncover such a treasure? Even seasoned experts might overlook it due to a lack of meticulousness. His admiration for the young man deepened. It was clear that he possessed a solid foundation and, more importantly, an attentive eye. Many may boast a wealth of theoretical knowledge and unique experiences, yet due to a lack of carefulness, they often pay the price of inattention. Despite Yang Yi's reserved demeanor, the presence of Wang Jun ensured that the atmosphere remained vibrant, while Qi Lao, with his vast reservoir of knowledge, was able to elaborate on numerous subjects, greatly enriching Yang Yi's understanding. Yang Yi's tendency to listen more than speak prompted Qi Lao to nod in approval, recognizing him as a commendable young man. After the meal, Qi Lao did not linger, addressing Yang Yi and Wang Jun. Well, I shall take my leave now for a brief matter. In 2 weeks, we will have a private discussion. If you're interested, young friend, you are welcome to join us. You may find it quite enlightening. He concluded by extending an invitation to Yang Yi, as such promising youth were rare, and Qi Lao was keen to mentor him. The outcome, however, would depend on Yang Yi's own endeavors. Thank you, Qi Lao. I will certainly pay a visit at that time, Yang Yi responded, eager to explore further. As they strolled, he inquired of Wang Jun whether there were any reliable buyers for the bell he wished to sell promptly. Ideally, he would prefer to auction it, but due to his urgent need for funds, he could not wait. He could also consider a pawnshop or an antique store, though he was aware that he would face significant price cuts. You want to sell it? Wang Jun asked, taken aback. Yang Yi nodded. I'm not particularly passionate about collecting. He lacked such inclinations and simply wished for liquidity. While money may seem mundane, it held great importance for him. Then just transfer it to me. How about 50,000? This price is not exorbitant, and if Yang Yi were patient enough to find a suitable buyer, he might secure an additional 10 to 20,000. Agreed. Let us proceed to browse, Wang Jun remarked, finding Yang Yi increasingly to his liking. With his special eye not yet fully restored, Yang Yi remained silent for nearly half an hour alongside Wang Jun, simply observing without inquiring about prices. Wang Jun's gear was significantly more comprehensive than Yang Yi's, equipped with magnifying glasses and the like, enabling him to scrutinize a small stall for over 20 minutes. Even so, this was already a swift pace. An elder might take over 10 minutes to assess a single item. Consequently, stall owners often dreaded dealing with such seasoned veterans, as they possessed keen insight and were merciless in negotiations, often lingering for extended periods. Yang Yi felt a surge of joy as his extraordinary eye regained its function. He spent several thousand of Wang Jun's money, activating the eye to scan 2 items, only to find them devoid of any luster. He refrained from speaking, having discerned through previous interactions that Wang Jun valued his pride. Remaining silent would prevent any awkwardness. Young brother, have you spotted anything of interest? Wang Yun inquired suddenly. The nearby shifty vendor eagerly chimed in. Take a look at this piece. Its condition is remarkably well preserved, discovered in an old residence. Truly a treasure. Such fabrications elicited a roll of the eyes, even from Wang Jun. After all, who could verify their claims? These second-hand dealers were adept storytellers, capable of transforming mere refuse into family heirlooms through their words. To believe them was to invite deception. Yang Yi cast a sidelong glance, his gaze fixating on a calligraphy book, and suddenly found himself lost in thought. Chapter 5. The Contemporary Sage of Cursive Script. Perhaps due to its well-preserved condition, the calligraphy book appeared remarkably new, not at all reminiscent of an antique. It was no wonder that Wang Jun lost interest after merely glancing at it. Too new. I'll pass, Wang Jun remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The vendor evidently regarded both of them as ignorant of such matters. How could he present such an obvious item? It was quite embarrassing for Wang Jun. Nevertheless, he chose to spare the vendor's dignity by refraining from directly labeling the item as a counterfeit. In the realm of antiques, even when one is aware that a piece is a forgery, it is often prudent to avoid bluntness, as it can easily offend, especially among these itinerant middlemen. One encounters all manner of individuals. Are you interested in cursive script? I can certainly recommend a few options, Wang Jun suggested to Yang Yi. The vendor quickly chimed in. You can take it for 20 yuan. He dared not ask for a higher price, as parting with a worthless item was no easy feat in bookstores. Similar calligraphy books also cost around 10 to 20 yuan, so a comparable price was reasonable, as there was no intention to deceive. Wang Jun felt no need to dissuade Yang Yi. After all, the price was merely a couple of yuan, akin to the cost of a couple cups of tea. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the characters in the book seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Taking advantage of Yang Yi's moment of rummaging for money, Wang Jun examined the book closely, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Was this not the handwriting of Yu Yuren? The familiarity stemmed not solely from Yu Yuren being one of the 4 great calligraphers of the Republic era, renowned for his artistry, but also from the distinctive characteristics of his script. His semi-cursive script often intermingled with cursive elements, resulting in a composition that was both stable and richly varied. This was a technique Yu Yuren frequently employed throughout his life. In this particular piece, the characters for smile, wine, remain, heavy, none, bright, wind, and night were all rendered in cursive style. This arrangement was not a forced affectation, but rather a natural expression of his temperament. In this work, the mingling of cursive and semi-cursive was evident, with the characters for smile, wind, and night appearing in a hasty manner. Although he was not entirely certain, his gaze toward Yang Yi took on a peculiar quality. This fellow certainly possessed a discerning eye, even if it were later determined not to be an authentic piece. Yang Yi would not be at a loss. Yang Yi sighed internally. A mere minute of examination was far too brief. After scanning the stall, he had already spent a considerable amount of time. Once they had moved away, Wang Jun gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. What's that about? Yang Yi inquired, perplexed. Still playing coy? Don't tell me you didn't recognize this as a work of Yu Yuren. I nearly missed it myself, Wang Jun admitted, a hint of regret creeping into his voice. It's hard to say. If it were indeed an authentic piece without a signature, its value would significantly diminish. Cool me. Let us head over there. I have a friend who is an expert in this field. Wang Jun led Yang Yi to the front of an antique shop, reputedly owned by one of Wang Jun's close friends, a prominent figure among the new generation in the antique world, particularly skilled in ancient books and paintings, and a disciple of the esteemed Qi Lao. Old one, come take a look at our 3 treasures, he called out as he entered. Upon seeing them, the shop staff exchanged knowing smiles, as if this scenario was a familiar occurrence. Their boss had a particular aversion to this individual arriving with a plethora of items in tow. To put it kindly, they appreciated the opportunity to admire treasures together. To put it less charitably, he was merely seeking a free appraiser. Within this circle, Wang Jun's prowess is rather modest. Despite having dabbled in antiques for nearly a decade, he has mostly incurred expenses akin to paying tuition. Fortunately, his family possesses considerable wealth, allowing him to indulge in such extravagance. Chun Haowen, the gentleman I mentioned to you, is quite impressive now, Wang Jun introduced. The man appeared notably younger than Wang Jun, embodying the essence of a male deity, handsome and thriving on his talents, making him a common rival among men. Noticing Chun Haowen's gaze, Wang Jun swiftly redirected the conversation. What more? My brother has procured an intriguing item that I believe will pique your interest. It also provides you a glimpse of my recent acquisitions. His eloquence shifted the focus onto Yang Yi, leaving Chun Haowen feeling somewhat helpless. What should I call you? Chun Haowen extended his hand, not dismissing Yang Yi due to his simple attire. Given that Wang Jun referred to him as a brother, it was only fitting to extend a modicum of respect. This is my brother Yang Yi, quite talented, I must add. Your teacher just praised him. Since he is a brother of yours, you may call me Brother Wen. I'm likely older than you, so you want to lose out, Chun Haowen replied with a smile. All right, Brother Wen, we apologize for the intrusion. Yang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Haowen wasted no time and began appraising the two items Wang Jun had brought, unreservedly declaring them worthless, seemingly accustomed to such outcomes. With no trace of surprise on his face. The Shoshan stone is genuine, yet it has been artificially aged. Moreover, the variety is not particularly commendable, Chun Haowen elucidated. Shoshan stone boasts a multitude of varieties and vibrant colors, each type possessing its own unique characteristics in terms of shape, hue, and texture. Although the distinction between high-quality and inferior specimens is stark, discernible by the naked eye, presenting over 100 varieties of Shoshan stone together would likely bewilder even seasoned experts, compelling them to tread cautiously in their assessments. While only 20 or 30 types of Shoshan stone are commonly found in the market today, many exhibit similar hues, qualities, and textures. Coupled with the infiltration of counterfeit techniques, the appraisal of Shoshan stone has become increasingly intricate. Having worked at an auction house for an extended period, Yang Yi was well aware that the stone carving was authentic. However, sellers intentionally aged the surface to enhance its perceived value, rendering it more antiquated. Some replicas of ancient and modern masters' inscriptions and sculptures are openly acknowledged as forgeries by sellers, while others feign ignorance, leaving the judgment to the buyer. Some even assert authenticity, brandishing certificates of awards, presenting a significant deception that collectors must be vigilant against. Chun Haowen pointed out several flaws, leaving Wang Jun utterly disheartened. When Chun Haowen picked up the calligraphy book from Yang, an initial glance caused him to furrow his brow slightly. However, as he patiently turned the pages and observed the characters within, a realization began to dawn on him. After more than 10 minutes of scrutiny, he could confidently ascertain that the work before him was likely a spontaneous creation by Yu Yurin, which explained the absence of a signature. "You have a keen eye. My friend, you've stumbled upon a remarkable find," he concluded with a smile. "Thanks to Brother Wang, I wouldn't have noticed otherwise, nor could I have acquired it for merely $20. I must admit, it does have some connection to Wang Jun. Had he not inquired whether Yang Yi had taken a liking to anything, the vendor wouldn't have presented it." Seeing Yang Yi's courtesy, Wang Jun felt elated and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing." He took the opportunity to remind Yang Yi that if he had no intention of collecting, he could pass it on to Chun Haowen, who would not suffer loss. "Are you considering passing it on?" Chun Haowen asked in surprise. Upon Yang Yi's nod, he continued, "All right, leave it for me at 120,000. Although there was no signature, Yu Yurin was known as the contemporary sage of calligraphy, and his works were indeed quite sought after. Acquiring one required a stroke of luck. Yang Yi had no objections, believing that the sum of 120,000 was a considerate gesture. Chapter 6, Homecoming. A gift worth nearly 5,000 yuan was quite a substantial offering in the countryside, enhancing the wedding's grandeur significantly. "Uncle, I'll try to be there as soon as possible. I still have some matters to attend to," Yang Yi stated. However, the following day was spent in vain, yielding no fruitful discoveries. It became evident that finding a hidden gem was not an easy feat despite the plethora of antiques on the street. Genuine artifacts were exceedingly rare. Those hoping to strike it rich through serendipitous finds had a probability akin to winning the lottery. He had reserved a ticket early on for a private vehicle to his hometown, a small minibus accommodating about a dozen passengers. Seated behind him were 2 or 3 women engaged in lively discussions about the recent plum harvest and sales, sharing stories of who had made substantial profits. Yang Yi realized that life at home was far more favorable than being away. Reflecting on his father, who had ventured out for work over a decade ago, he recalled that during those days, life at home was merely subsistence with little income. Out in the world, at least he managed to scrape together 30 to 20,000 a year. He remembered how his grandmother had once jested about his father's academic prowess as a child, yet lamented his lack of foresight. Back then, excelling in studies merely led to becoming a teacher, earning a meager salary of 100 or so yuan a month. His father believed that surely there was more to life than that. Consequently, he dropped out of school to seek opportunities elsewhere. This mirrored Yang Yi's own experience, leading his grandmother to often remark that the two shared the same stubborn temperament, both headstrong and resistant to advice. Arriving at Xiangshui, the driver announced, "Gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." "Auntie, you're looking more youthful by the day," Yang Yi complimented. "Isn't he the first university student in the Yang family? He appears quite refined, yet who would have thought he would fare so poorly?" remarked a gossiping young woman, newly wed to the village less than 3 years prior. "You have no idea how proud he was back then. He hired many people, only to face disgrace later. Indeed, he was forcibly expelled from school. Frankly, he's been quite disappointing." Before reaching his home, they spotted the threshing ground at the entrance, where a fire was lit, tables were set, and a festive atmosphere prevailed, with early guests engaged in lively conversation and mutual congratulations. Yang Yi's parents, uncles, and various relatives were present. "Did you feel nauseous on the ride? We just warmed up some buns. Come and have a bite," Yang Yi's mother said as she took his backpack, aware that her son occasionally experienced motion sickness. Noticing his weary countenance, she expressed her concern. "Dear, I didn't feel nauseous this time. But I'm not in a mood to eat right after getting off the bus," Yang Yi replied. He began greeting his uncles and aunts, exchanging pleasantries with those present whom he recognized. Although some looked down upon this young man in their hearts, they chose to maintain face, refraining from bringing up past grievances. Particularly when they learned that Yang Yi had gifted a washing machine worth nearly 5,000 yuan. A few even complimented him on his generosity. "What about my grandmother? Is she still in bed?" Yang Yi inquired of his mother. "She's inside. How could she still be sleeping? We all got up early this morning. Your third uncle and the others have only had 3 to 5 hours of sleep." He went to seek a conversation with his grandmother. In this regard, he excelled among all the cousins. Last night, his mother mentioned that over the past 3 or 4 years, Xiao Yi had sent her a considerable amount of money and often called her, unlike the other girls who seemed to forget their grandmother after venturing out into the world. "Young heir, when will you drink a toast from your son? As the eldest brother, he ought to be married by now." Upon seeing Yang Yi depart, the gathering began to target his father. Yang Yi's father, being the second in line, was commonly referred to as young heir. "At the end of the year, we'll raise a glass to him. It would be splendid if your second son were to marry in the same year. Your family would celebrate 3 joyous occasions this year." Others jested, "But hasn't happened yet. If anyone knows a suitable young lady, please help introduce one." Yang Yi's mother was quite the socialite. As a mother, it was impossible for her not to be eager to become a grandmother. "No problem. I just wonder if your Xiao Yi will take a liking to anyone. After all, he is a university student," remarked a woman. Yang Yi's parents exchanged a subtle frown. It was evident that the meddlesome woman was seeking a quarrel. Although they didn't frequently stay in their hometown, they were aware that this woman often disparaged Xiao Yi throughout the village. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Yang Yi's aunts and uncles shot discontented glances at the woman, silently thinking, "Today isn't even about your son's wedding. Why do you need to draw attention to yourself?" Since yesterday, this woman had incessantly boasted about how splendid her son's wedding would be, which was quite bothersome, as if the grandeur of others' weddings was somehow inferior to hers. Now, she was dredging up old tales about Xiao Yi, which was truly detestable. However, one undeniable fact remained. Her son was indeed accomplished, having opened an appliance store in the city, reportedly amassing assets exceeding 1 million. Among his peers, he wasn't the most educated, but had certainly fared the best. Chapter 7. Grandfather Surprise. "You've lost weight. Life must be tough outside, right?" Grandmother held Yang Yi's hand, scrutinizing him closely. "I've been out in the sun for the past 2 or 3 days. How can I not get tanned? Fortunately, the wound on my forehead has completely healed, leaving only a faint scar that isn't very noticeable." Yang Yi speculated that it was likely due to the influence of that peculiar eye. "I see. Go wash an apple for Xiao Yi," grandmother commanded. Hearing this, his fourth aunt felt somewhat helpless, thinking it was only you who could order his sister to wash an apple for her nephew. Yang Yi found the situation amusing and, noticing his fourth aunt's disapproving look, quickly interjected, "Grandma, there's no need to fuss. I just got off the bus and don't feel like eating much. A glass of water will suffice." That makes sense." "Ah, see. Then please bring a cup of tea." The fourth aunt resigned herself, realizing her mother was indeed a handful. Upon encountering the industrious Aunt San, Yang Yi promptly extended his congratulations, expressing that soon she would have a grandchild to hold. Yang Yi's elder sister, cousin, and younger brother joined in to partake in the festive atmosphere. The greater the number of siblings present, the more it elevated the status of the bride's family, showcasing the depth of the groom's lineage. There was no explicit expectation for anyone to assume the role of the eldest brother, as gifts had already been presented. Moreover, since they were not yet wed, it would suffice to present a red envelope when the bride arrived, as suggested by the grandmother after a moment of contemplation. Antea, standing nearby, reminded everyone that Yang Yi's elder sister would indeed prepare a red envelope, which was customary in their rural community, as the bride and groom entered. The elders would bestow red envelopes upon them, with the abundance of envelopes signifying greater prestige. Yang Yi nodded slightly, contemplating the monetary contribution he would make. With only a few brothers, it was imperative not to be stingy at this moment. As the eldest brother, he must ensure his younger brother's honor, for this day marked a significant milestone in his life. and it was vital that the guests held him in high esteem. Ingest. It was once said that simply grinding tofu at the entrance could summon the in-laws to join in the meal, a situation not uncommon in rural settings. His grandfather, a former soldier, retained his old soldier stubbornness and was known to be a formidable presence in the village, with some nearly dubbing him a rogue. In a rare moment of earnestness, he addressed Yang Yi, saying, "Dear Yi, there are no outsiders here, so I shall not shy from speaking frankly. You are not a child anymore. Look at your younger brother, married already, while both of you remain bachelors. You must strive." He continued, "Your parents have purchased land, and you two brothers ought to save money to construct a house. It would make finding brides much easier, wouldn't it?" Yang Yi nodded, aware that his father had withdrawn all savings to acquire land in the urban-rural fringe, amounting to over 300,000. He was contemplating borrowing money this year to build a house, facilitating both sons' marriages. With steel prices significantly lowered, constructing a building could save around 20,000. "I estimate you can erect 2 stories for now, without immediate renovations, and later, as funds allow, you can enhance it," his grandfather advised. "Your father thinks likewise," Yang Yi's mother added. Initially, the plan was for a 4-story building, yet the funds were insufficient. Yang Yi's father calculated that constructing 4 stories, including renovations, would require at least 6 to 700,000. However, if they only built 2 stories and focused on the shell, it could be accomplished for around 200,000. "Yang Yi, what is your current salary?" his grandfather inquired directly. Yang Yi hesitated, pondering how to respond, as his circumstances had changed. He no longer relied on the roughly 3,000 salary from the auction house. Noticing Yang Yi's reluctance, his grandfather softened his tone. "If you could save about half of your salary, it would significantly ease the family's burden." Upon hearing this, both Yang Yi's grandfather and mother were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, rendered speechless for a time. However, a profound joy welled within Yang Yi's grandfather. His grandson was impressive, bringing him pride. Over the past 3 to 4 years, he had faced disparagement from gossips in the village, engaging in several disputes, nearly coming to blows. Yet, he had managed to accumulate some savings and acquire knowledge during these years. Yang Yi did not fully elaborate on the matter of taking advantage of opportunities, and there was no need for excessive discourse. "Very well, that is splendid. I remark that you, my boy, have always been clever since childhood. How could you possibly fare worse than others?" Grandfather was evidently elated, his aged face flushed with excitement. Yang Yi's mother, realizing this, felt a swell of pride. It is often said that a son is a mother's pride, and this holds true without a doubt. As long as her son achieves even the slightest success, she would amplify it boundlessly in her heart and words. She thought to herself that once their house was completed, it would be time to seek out 2 suitable daughters-in-law. "You, my boy, you remain unchanged since childhood, always bottling things up inside," Grandfather exclaimed. "This is for the best. Let certain individuals open their eyes and take notice. In the past, my grandson excelled in his studies compared to their little ones, and now they must look up to him." "Grandfather, save this money for your groceries," Yang Yi insisted, slipping 2,000 yuan into his hands. "Such a sum? Very well. I shall not be modest," Grandfather replied, slightly taken aback, yet he accepted it with a cheerful demeanor, knowing his grandson had earned it. He typically did not refuse the filial offerings from his descendants, promptly locking the money away at home, only to become uneasy and retrieve it once more to carry with him. Chapter 8. Commanding the scene. Upon returning, several dishes were already laid out on the table. Grandmother noticed Yang Yi approaching with his grandfather and hurriedly beckoned. "In-laws, sit at this table. We are only missing 2 people. You and Xiao Yi come over, and you go to another table." Among those present, she was the eldest, and her words bore the weight of authority. Yang Yi's mother could only nod, aware that this mother adored Xiao Yi. As the eldest grandson, he was typically favored by the elders. As they passed another table, someone suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Yi, today your 3rd uncle is marrying. Shouldn't you offer him a toast?" "Indeed, that would be inappropriate not to do so." Others chimed in, some even beginning to pour wine for Yang Yi. His expression shifted. He did not drink white spirits, and while he could manage a few beers, it was not out of pretentiousness. His uncle, perhaps having indulged a bit too much, seemed to have forgotten Yang Yi's aversion to alcohol and raised his glass. "Very well, let us drink to that. Here's to my 3rd uncle becoming a grandfather soon," Yang Yi declared, taking a glass and forcing down the discomfort of the white liquor in one gulp. "Good drinking capacity. I.e., you have certainly honed your skills over the years. Gulme, let's share a drink." One of his peers, roughly his age, personally poured a full glass. "Since Bosley has said so, Xiao Yi, down it goes." "Indeed, It was rare for Boss Lee to be so considerate of friendship. Before Yang Yi could respond, his grandfather erupted with anger. You little rascal, so you wish to drink? If you dare to drink a few bottles with me, the first to flee has no guts. Grandfather's booming voice silenced the crowd instantly. When it came to drinking, few could match this old fellow's tenacity. Grandfather, please sit down. Today is my third brother's joyous occasion. Let's not cause a ruckus. Yang Yi soothed his grandfather. Then, raising a cup of tea, he smiled at his elementary school classmate. I, Yang Yi, have seldom touched alcohol throughout my life, but today, since my uncle is toasting me, I cannot refuse. It is not my intention to dampen the spirits of my old classmates. Let us replace wine with tea. As a fellow alumnus, you are aware of my temperament. Regarding my position, I am quite content with my current employment. Thank you. The elders present, upon witnessing Yang Yi's graceful resolution of the situation, nodded slightly, secretly acknowledging that one who has read extensively is indeed different. No one is blind to the facts. It is clear that those individuals were the first to provoke, which is rather inappropriate. My grandson is now worth millions. Can you afford him? Yang Yi's grandfather, albeit reluctantly, took a seat, muttering under his breath, though his words were audible to those nearby. Everyone was taken aback. Was it not said that Xiao Yi was not faring well? How did he suddenly acquire a fortune? Are you jesting? Are you just boasting? Yang Yi's grandmother, aware of her in-law's penchant for exaggeration, felt that the jest had gone too far and could embarrass her grandson, so she hastily interjected. Come now, let us eat once everyone is seated. Do indulge. There is no need for formality. Another person who was less than pleased was Yang Yi's mother. If her son were truly a hopeless case, that would be one thing. But Xiao Yi is no less than any of you. To speak so disparagingly is simply unacceptable. After a moment of surprise, the old classmate managed a strained smile. Well, old friend, it seems I have been deluded. It appears this high achiever is not so easily accessible. Teacher, it has been a long time. You still look remarkably robust. Yang Yi turned to see his elementary school teacher and immediately abandoned all others, approaching the teacher with the utmost respect to extend his greetings. The teacher, now in his 70s with a head of white hair, had retired some years prior. He still held a vivid impression of Yang Yi and expressed satisfaction with his earlier conduct. Among the students, the fellow namely not only failed to offer greetings, but made a few jokes at Yang Yi's expense. In comparison, the disparity was stark. Your cohort was the most illustrious of our elementary school, with over 10 students admitted to the key class of the local secondary school. You rascals ought to be reprimanded. After graduation, none of you have kept in touch, not even informing the teacher of such a monumental event as the college entrance examination. In conclusion, the teacher admonished them in a tone reminiscent of a mentor. He had always kept a close eye on this batch of students, particularly the diligent ones like Yang Yi. During their college entrance examination year, he had followed their progress closely and learned that 7 of them had been accepted into prestigious universities, prompting him to indulge in a couple of drinks in celebration. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a profound sense of shame. The class leader had mentioned this to him, stating that the teacher, now aged, had been eagerly awaiting their good news on the day results were announced. An inexplicable pang of sadness filled everyone's hearts. Yes, indeed. Teacher, we did not perform well enough. We felt unworthy to report to you. Yang Yi quickly admitted his fault. Nonsense. That year, only a little over 100 students from the entire city were admitted to key universities, and my class contributed 7 of them. This seemed to be the teacher's proudest achievement, and he spoke of it with great satisfaction. Then, an unpleasant voice interrupted, belonging to that earlier gossip. The mother of the aforementioned Lee, muttering to herself, "What use is it to study hard?" The teacher's expression darkened slightly. His mood soured considerably. As he lamented, "Who knows what has become of them now? Perhaps they have all forgotten this old man." Yang Yi furuit Rebirth. Her impression of the village woman decidedly unfavorable. As she revealed the circumstances of her former classmates who had excelled, the attendees were taken aback. Developing games? It sounded quite prestigious. In this age of ubiquitous smartphones, who doesn't have a couple of mobile games on their devices? Particularly those idlers who could spend entire days engrossed in games like Landlord. The fact that one had ventured to the capital left everyone utterly astounded. For them, the capital was a place of sanctity, accessible only to those of exceptional merit. Moreover, the title of scientist was somewhat intimidating. Indeed, a scientist is esteemed. Today, this venerable teacher was particularly elated. He had never anticipated that in his lifetime, he would mentor a scientist. Ruin contributes to the nation's aerospace endeavors. You mustn't disturb him, the teacher continued. Why should you feel disheartened by other success? It's not as if it directly concerns you. One must admit that the village woman was somewhat deserving of reproach, incessantly attempting to embarrass Yang Yi. Were it not for a trace of familial ties, even a third uncle would have considered expelling her. The teacher shot her a glare, yet appeared somewhat curious as he discreetly inquired of Yang Yi, "And what about you? What are you pursuing outside? If your position is not commendable, ensure those young men assist you. Just tell them it is a request from the teacher." His words reflected genuine concern for Yang Yi. Chapter 9. A Gathering. Yang Yi's mother whispered a few words into her husband's ear, her gaze resting proudly on her son. Naturally, she also felt a twinge of concern, speculating that her son must have endured considerable hardships over the past 3 or 4 years. "Really?" Yang Yi's father exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Can my son deceive me?" Yang Yi's mother, He Xiaoying, expressed her dissatisfaction with her husband's reaction. "Well, that's good then. This boy truly never discusses anything with the family." When the teacher inquired, Yang Yi could only briefly summarize his situation. "My work lacks the prestige of theirs. You see, I majored in archaeology at university. After dropping out, I found a job in auction house where I learned some skills in antique appraisal. And now I engage in this line of work." Antiques? Several individuals were taken aback, particularly Li, who had witnessed partners dabbling in antiques and knew that a single item could fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or more. He began to believe his grandfather's earlier words. The fellow felt a pang of regret for his previous behavior, lamenting not having maintained contact with these academically accomplished peers. In truth, it was his own insecurities that plagued him. During their primary school years, Yang Yi and others had overshadowed him academically, consistently drawing attention to themselves, which led him to dismiss them upon succeeding, convinced that many university graduates merely worked for others. Thus, he grew increasingly disdainful of his former classmates. "Is it quite lucrative?" someone inquired. "Not necessarily. It depends on your discernment. A lack of insight could lead to substantial losses." Yang Yi chose not to elaborate further. Many bore complex expressions, contemplating the necessity for their descendants to maintain connections with Yang Yi. In their subconscious, antiques symbolized wealth, and thus Yang Yi naturally assumed the role of a fortune bringer in their eyes. Some individuals secretly rejoiced, fortunate that they had refrained from gossiping or speaking ill of others. The elderly teacher, disregarding the advice of others, insisted on having a couple of drinks. As an educator, witnessing the success of one's students is the most gratifying and joyous experience. Yang Yi's grandmother, along with close relatives, was equally delighted, proud to have a remarkable individual emerge from their family. Their faces beamed with pride, for they now had a formidable figure to lean on for support in the future. "Let's eat. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. I hope I am not neglecting anyone," Yang Yi's grandmother exclaimed. Meanwhile, the village woman who had been looking for trouble sensed the unfavorable shift in circumstances and, feeling embarrassed to remain, seized the opportunity to claim a pressing matter at home, discreetly slipping away without even partaking in the meal. After dining, an influx of relatives eager to cultivate relationships and draw closer began to emerge. Each one sought to engage Yang Yi's grandmother and parents. "Second brother, my neighbor has a daughter, a university graduate who is currently teaching and quite lovely. I believe she would be a wonderful match for your Yang Yi. Should we encourage them to explore a potential relationship? Even if it does not materialize, they could at least forge a friendship," one woman suggested to Yang Yi's father. "This matter depends on that lad. You know, he has never heeded my guidance since childhood, always pursuing his own ideas." Yang Yi's father replied with a sense of resignation. He was not oblivious, given his son's current desirability. Finding a daughter-in-law would not be a daunting task. Meanwhile, Yang Yi approached his grandmother, requesting 2 empty red envelopes. He retrieved 20,000 yuan from his backpack, astonishing the aunts and uncles present. "Let us seal it at 9,999. Long-lasting fortune, a good omen," Yang Yi declared. His second aunt chuckled bitterly. "As the eldest brother, you truly leave us speechless." At over 40, she had never encountered such a substantial red envelope. It must be noted that these 2 envelopes, when presented, would undoubtedly be the most prestigious in the village. Anyone who dared to challenge this could only increase their own envelopes. But it was feared that no one would be willing to part with such sums. After all, they toiled throughout the year managing fruit, earning a mere 100 to 80,000 yuan. Compared to the past, their fortunes had improved tremendously. Yet the act of producing a hefty 20,000 yuan to fill red envelopes would surely elicit astonishment. "Your sister and second younger sister married young. Truly a loss of potential. Is those who remain unmarried who are fortunate," chuckled the fourth aunt. "Especially for Yang Yi's younger siblings. It was evident that this fellow would undoubtedly present a remarkable gift. Yang Yi withdrew a considerable amount of cash and generously distributed 1,000 yuan each to his aunts, leaving 5,000 yuan for his grandmother. The third uncle, having regained some sobriety, prepared alongside the eldest uncle in the hall. Newlyweds, you stay right there. Do not approach just yet. Where are the firecrackers? The auspicious time is nearly upon us, and when the moment arrives, we shall ignite them immediately. You all form 2 lines. When the newlyweds pass, let the fireworks burst forth, an experienced elder directed with calm precision. Yang Yi's older sister, cousins, and others were delighted to see him. It had been rare for the siblings to gather together. Elder brother, we thought you would accompany us to fetch the bride. When we went to get her, it was quite absurd. Over a dozen girls were at the door, and we could not push through. His cousins chattered excitedly around Yang Yi. The bond with Yang Yi is deeply rooted in the affection he bestows upon them. Whenever funds run low, a simple mention to him results in a swift transfer of money. They readily share their troubles with him. All right, you have worked hard. Take a moment to enjoy some tea while I attend to other matters, Yang Yi instructed, ushering them away. Time for the auspicious moment, the elder proclaimed with great enthusiasm. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of firecrackers erupted. The bride and groom, hand in hand, made their way down the red carpet, while guests on either side, armed with celebratory cannons, pressed buttons that sent a dazzling array of colorful fireworks soaring into the sky. Yang Yi cast a glance at his younger brother, who looked dashing in his suit, exuding vitality. What a fine young man. He has even surpassed my height, Yang Yi mused. As they reached the entrance, the newlyweds paused, and the elders began bestowing red envelopes upon them. This is our elder brother. The groom introduced Yang Yi to the bride. Greetings, elder brother. The bride responded sweetly, standing at a similar height to her husband, creating a harmonious match. May you both be blessed with children soon, Yang Yi declared, placing generously filled envelopes around their necks, eliciting speculation from onlookers regarding the amount enclosed. After all, no one dared to underestimate Yang Yi anymore. Thank you, elder brother. Upon stepping back, Yang Yi resumed chatting with the young ladies. Most of them worked in factories, having not completed high school, and he often pondered their thoughts. Elder brother, you've struck it rich, haven't you? The youngest girl inquired enthusiastically. They were all rather frivolous, lacking seriousness about education, opting instead for labor. Yang Yi playfully tapped the girl on the head. Chapter 10. The Motorcycle Gang. You used to get along quite well with Xiao Yi, didn't you? You should keep in touch. Do you have his phone number? A parent urged their child. The boy, of a similar age to Yang Yi, appeared awkward. In their youth, they had shared a camaraderie, but as academic performance waned in middle school, their paths diverged, leading to a loss of contact. Moreover, since the incident at university, he had even sided with Li Daba, given that he was now thriving in the family appliance business. During shared meals, Li Daba would mock their academically gifted former classmates, and he could only nod in agreement. Never mind. Such behavior only invites disdain, he thought, recognizing the boy still possessed a semblance of integrity. This sentiment left his father somewhat exasperated, lamenting his initial lack of discernment in believing that Li Daba held more promise than Yang Yi, and thus encouraging his son to curry favor with that scoundrel. Truth be told, had it not been for Li Daba's recent financial success and newfound fortune, his popularity in the village would be considerably diminished. In their youth, that boy was notorious for stirring trouble, whether through fighting, bullying, or petty theft. He was hardly a likable character. The bride's family, upon learning of these matters, felt a surge of joy, recognizing that she had indeed married well. With such a brother in her life, their future would likely be devoid of hardship. Yang Yi seemed to act as a catalyst, enriching the atmosphere of the entire wedding celebration. That evening, Yang Yi's father, perhaps overwhelmed with joy and relieved of burdens, indulged in drink, becoming quite inebriated and babbling incoherently. The following day, Yang Yi personally prepared a bowl of hangover soup for his father. Noticing that his father's voice had grown a bit hoarse from drinking, he remarked, "Alcohol is best enjoyed in moderation. Overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health." He then inquired, "Are we leaving today?" Yang Yi nodded. "I made the reservation last night. The noon bus will pick us up from the village, making things much more convenient. Once I arrive, I will promptly transfer 100,000 to your account. Father, please select an auspicious date to commence the work. You need not worry about the other funds." The father and son conversed for a while, their discussion gradually shifting away from work only when Grandma called for Yang Yi. This is often the case with children who have ventured out. Conversations with their fathers invariably revolve around work, while chats with their mothers are filled with the nuances of daily life. To Yang Yi's surprise, Just before his departure, he received a considerable number of red envelopes from relatives. It seemed customary for nearly everyone with a hint of kinship to offer a token to his mother, wishing Yang Yi success in his endeavors, reflecting the village's traditions. Should we really accept these? Yang Yi's mother queried upon noticing her son's slightly unusual expression. Yang Yi reassured her with a comforting glance. It's perfectly fine. If they offer, it would be impolite to decline. Given our familial ties, we shouldn't let things become too strained, lest they feel we've turned our backs on them now that we've found success. As he was about to board the vehicle, an individual approached, none other than the elderly teacher from the previous day. So, soon you're heading out? The teacher expressed, his joy evident at witnessing the progress of his former students. He slipped a red envelope into Yang Yi's pocket as he spoke. The previous day, Yang Yi had taken the initiative to contact Ray Ron, asking him to convey a few words to the teacher, ultimately sharing contact details that brought great delight to the elderly man. It was perhaps the happiest day he had experienced since his retirement. In truth, Rui Run had merely secured a position in the aerospace sector, a far cry from the title of scientist, yet in the eyes of the teacher, his students were destined to become the future pioneers of science. Observing the elderly figure who had devoted decades to teaching in rural classrooms, Yang Yi felt a wave of emotion. This man, now aging, could depart unexpectedly one day, leaving Yang Yi with countless unspoken words. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the car window, Yang Yi felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. Overnight, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. Reflecting on the past 3 or 4 years felt like revisiting yesterday. Upon returning to Jiangzhou City, the evening had grown late and the streets were sparsely populated. Save for a few night vendors and some motorcyclists lingering by the roadside, his rented accommodation was not far from here. Situated in an old neighborhood that remained quite chaotic at night, littered with refuse and in some areas, even plagued by flowing wastewater. I ought to seek a more suitable environment, Yang Yi mused to himself. At that moment, a motorcycle approached him. Yang Yi paid little mind, as those who haunt the nights often approach pedestrians with bags, inquiring about their destinations. However, before he could react, the bag slung over his shoulder was suddenly yanked away. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the hand of the motorcyclist, but he missed, inadvertently pulling off something else in the process. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the keychain belonging to that individual, adorned with several keys and a peach talisman for safety. Those in the distance witnessed this scene, yet none offered assistance, leaving Yang Yi somewhat disheartened. However, there was little of value in the backpack. Aside from a change of clothes, it contained over 20 red envelopes, the contents of which remained uncertain. He decided to regard it as a lesson learned. The motorcycle, lacking even a license plate, rendered any pursuit futile. Filing a police report seemed pointless. In some cities, motorcycle gangs are rampant, and the efficacy of law enforcement is often diminished unless the government takes a firm stance against them. Just as he contemplated discarding the keys, his gaze fell upon the peach talisman. Based on his years of experience with antiques, this talisman appeared to hold significant value. He promptly activated his scanning function and, to his surprise, detected an enchanting aura surrounding it. The talisman was intricately carved with a phoenix, presenting an asymmetrical appearance, as if it were only half of a whole. Judging by the craftsmanship, it was not far from the work of a master artisan. After spending more than half an hour, he still found no relevant information regarding the talisman. He resolved to consult Brother Wang the following day and decided to rest for the night. Furthermore, he needed to report to the auction house in the morning. Rumor had it that there was a new leader. He wondered if they would be easy to work with, and thoughts of resignation began to surface. Chapter 11. The May Vase. Upon awakening, Yang Yi instinctively tidied his appearance before heading to the auction house. The thought of resigning had crossed his mind the previous night, but upon reflection, he felt the job still had its merits, contributing to his personal growth. He had arranged to meet Wang Jun at noon to unravel the mystery of the talisman. Upon arriving at the auction house, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Previously, during idle moments, the staff would lounge leisurely, exchanging banter and even teasing the front desk staff. Yet now, everyone seemed to carry an air of trepidation. Brother Xiong, everyone seems quite diligent today. Yang Yi remarked. The security guard glanced cautiously inside before whispering to Yang Yi, "You'll soon understand the reason. A new leader has arrived, a stunning beauty." Yang Yi was taken aback. "Isn't that a good thing? Aren't you all pleased?" The guard chuckled wryly. "She is indeed beautiful, but difficult to work with. In just 2 days, nearly everyone in the auction house has been reprimanded." Suddenly recalling something, He cast a sympathetic glance at Yang Yi. What's that about? Yang Yi found himself puzzled by the look. I heard you've been assigned to assist her. Enjoy it while it lasts. Before he could finish, Brother Xiong abruptly resumed his serious demeanor, neglecting Yang Yi as if they were strangers, focusing intently on his post. Before Yang Yi could grasp the situation, a woman's voice called from behind. Are you Yang Yi? Come with me. You'll be driving. Yang Yi turned to see a woman with an oval face. Her voluptuous figure accentuated by professional attire, the allure of her stockings sparking the imagination. Yet, the icy demeanor on her face brought Yang Yi back to reality. I am Yang Yi. Nice to meet you, Manager Miao. Yang Yi is a person of action, devoid of superfluous words, immediately immersing himself in work. Miao Fei, on the other hand, feels a profound sense of helplessness. The auction house is on the brink of collapse, plagued by poor business, and there have been multiple suggestions from headquarters to shut it down. Her father has sent her here for training, but many doubt her abilities. Initially, she felt a twinge of defiance, but after truly understanding the situation here, her spirits have plummeted. Consequently, her demeanor has been less than pleasant these past few days. The utmost priority now is to turn the tide and elevate the business, thereby proving her worth. The reason for assigning Yang Yi to her side was his pragmatic nature. Having diligently toiled at the grassroots level for so long, he possesses considerable knowledge about the auction house and is more manageable given his youth. Her first impression of Yang Yi is quite favorable. He exudes energy and avoids unnecessary chatter. Where are we headed, Miao Zong? Yang Yi inquires from the driver's seat. Do you know of the century-old mansion in Jiotong Village, East City? Miao Fei asks. I have heard of it, but have never visited, Yang Yi replies. Having only heard tales of a prominent collector there, surnamed Zhu, with a vast collection worthy of a museum. If his instincts are correct, the auction house must have an arrangement with this collector willing to offer 1 or 2 items for auction. Locating the mansion proves to be quite simple. They park nearby and walk over. The mansion retains a garden style, adorned with numerous rockeries and an array of exotic flora that captivates the eye. A servant guides Yang Yi and Miao Fei inside, where they await in a sitting room. They are not kept waiting for long, as a middle-aged, portly man emerges, his round face and jovial demeanor suggesting a harmless disposition. Apologies for the intrusion, Boss Zhu. Miao Fei immediately rises to address him. This man is indeed Zhu Deshang. Although he prefers not to be called Boss Zhu, a fact Miao Fei has verified. As expected, hearing this title brings a smile to his face, and he responds, No need for formality, Miao Zong. I am friends with your uncle, so it is only natural to support your business. After casual exchange, the conversation shifts to the collection. Yang Yi, standing by, goes unnoticed, merely an assistant not warranting attention. The Mei vase, a traditional Han porcelain, is characterized by its small mouth, short neck, broad shoulders, slender base, and ring foot, aptly named as it can only accommodate plum branches. Its elongated form once earned it the name Jing vase during the Song dynasty. Used as a vessel for wine, its shape elegant and charming. Later referred to as the Mei vase in the Ming dynasty. Though a collector, Zhu's knowledge of antiques is rather superficial. For instance, he knows that the Mei vase first appeared during the Tang dynasty, gained popularity in the Song and Liao periods, and various new types emerged. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, many porcelain kilns produced them, with the blue and white Mei vases from Jingdezhen in the Yuan dynasty being particularly exquisite. Thus, he has 1 or 2 imperial appraisers who assist him in authenticating various antiques. Yang Yi observes the vase closely, while others remain oblivious. He deduces that, based on its shape, this should be a Mei vase from the Ming or Qing dynasties. His understanding reveals that the shoulder of the vase is round and drooping, a quintessential Ming style, imparting a sense of gravitas yet tinged with opulence. The treasures belonging to the esteemed boss are undoubtedly exquisite. Miao Fei offered a compliment. Having heard that this particular item was recently acquired by Zhu Deshang from overseas, a rare antiquity of considerable value. She thought to herself that he must have a qualified appraiser, which effectively eliminates the possibility of it being a counterfeit. Consequently, she had not brought an appraiser from the auction house along with her. At that moment, 2 elderly gentlemen entered, one of whom was surprisingly recognized by Yang, none other than the recently acquainted Elder Qi. Zhu Deshang promptly rose to greet them, adopting a humble demeanor. Elder Qi, Elder Zhang, what a pleasure to have you here, he exclaimed, genuinely honored by their presence. Elder Zhang, his esteemed appraiser, often assisted with his evaluations, having authenticated numerous significant artifacts. Elder Qi expressed interest in a particular treasure in your possession, which is why I brought him along, Elder Zhang remarked with a grin. Oh, I wonder which object could capture Elder Qi's discerning eye? Zhu Deshang inquired, slightly taken aback. In the antique circles of Jiangzhou, Elder Qi was a figure of monumental stature, deserving of utmost respect. Elder Qi smiled warmly. I have heard that you, the prominent collector, possess a work by Zhang Daqian. Might I be granted the honor of viewing it? If possible, I would even hope for a chance to acquire it. Zhang Daqian, a renowned modern artist, traveled the world, earning immense international acclaim and being celebrated in the Western art scene as the embodiment of Eastern artistry. His works, due to their extraordinary value, have been placed on a restricted export protection list, underscoring the difficulty of acquiring one. Having said this, he turned to Yang Yi and continued, Young friend, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Yi in astonishment, particularly Miao Fei and Zhu Deshang, who never expected such an unassuming individual could leave a lasting impression on Elder Qi. It is an honor to be in your presence, esteemed elder, Yang Yi replied respectfully. Chapter 12, Subtle Flaws. Elder Qi had also heard from that rascal Wang Jun about this young man, who was self-taught. Given his age, coupled with a solid foundation of knowledge, it was his meticulous nature and keen insight that earned Elder Qi's admiration. Elder Qi, this is General Manager Miao of our city's auction house. Are you familiar with her staff? Zhu Deshang noted, his tone conveying a hint of humility as he acknowledged his oversight. Regardless, the fact that this young man had garnered Elder Qi's esteem was enough to elevate Zhu Deshang's regard for him. Greetings, Elder Qi. Miao Fei, unfamiliar with this circle, recognized Zhu Deshang's respectful demeanor, realizing that the elder was indeed someone of significance. Her family's business primarily dealt with jewelry, thus she possessed some understanding of the field. Elder Qi exchanged pleasantries with Miao Fei, praising her youthful accomplishments, before unexpectedly addressing Yang Yi. So, you work at the auction house. That explains much. This statement was one that only Yang Yi could fully grasp. It implied that despite being self-taught, his exposure to antiques through his work had allowed him to accumulate knowledge and skills. Miao Fei cast a knowing glance at Yang Yi, feeling a sense of delight as she thought to herself. It seems my judgment is indeed astute. Having just arrived here, I have already uncovered a talent that the auction house nearly overlooked. At this moment, Miao Fei received a phone call, seemingly of urgent nature. Zhu Deshang, being astute, immediately expressed his understanding. Miao, if you have matters to attend to, please do not mind us. We need not stand on ceremony. Miao Fei nodded gratefully, preparing to have Yang Yi carry the exquisite Maping vase as she got ready to leave. There had been an issue at the auction house concerning the auction scheduled in a few days, which was her first significant endeavor here, and she was keen to avoid any mishaps. Miao, wait a moment. I believe there might be a problem with this vase, Yang Yi remarked, casting an apologetic glance at Zhu Deshang. Everyone was taken aback by Yang Yi's unexpected declaration, particularly Zhu Deshang, whose expression soured. Miao Fei, being a junior under Zhu Deshang's care and business, had inadvertently created an awkward situation. This item had not yet been authenticated, and Zhu Deshang had placed his trust in another appraiser, confident that no grave errors would arise. After a brief moment of surprise, Miao Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, she did not reproach Yang Yi for his candidness. If there were indeed an issue, the ramifications would extend beyond mere financial loss. It could tarnish the auction house's reputation. If there is a mistake, we shall sincerely apologize later, she whispered to Yang Yi. He nodded, confident that there was indeed an issue, as he had examined it with his vertical eye and found no trace of the precious aura, indicating a fault. Having acclimated over the past few days, he had come to fully trust the capabilities of that remarkable perception. Seeing Yang Yi's conviction, Elder Qi grew intrigued and joined Elder Zhang in inspecting the Maping vase. The vase's body, adorned with plum blossom motifs, also bore a poem, initially exuding an air of exquisite beauty. However, upon closer examination of the porcelain surface, it did not appear to be a recent creation. Elder Qi's gaze lingered, and the admiration in his eyes for Yang Yi deepened. Recognizing this look from Elder Qi, both Zhu Deshang and Miao Fei understood that the vase indeed harbored a flaw. Miao Fei felt a flicker of hope, while Zhu Deshang, aside from feeling embarrassed, experienced a slight relief. Had this vase been overlooked and sent to the auction house, only to be later identified as a counterfeit, the embarrassment would have been monumental. For affluent individuals such as themselves, reputation held immense value. Discovering the issue now allowed for a private embarrassment, with room for rectification. No wonder Xiao Chun couldn't detect the problem. This is an exceptionally high-quality imitation. crafted so convincingly that even the surface has been treated. Without a thorough internal inspection, the flaws remain concealed, Elder Zhang remarked, somewhat salvaging Zhu Desheng's dignity. Nowadays, one could not underestimate this young man. He had merely glanced at the vase, spending less time than Elder Qi, yet had discerned the issue. He always sought to cultivate relationships with capable individuals. Meow, I sincerely apologize for this oversight. To make amends, I will present another treasure for auction at your house. Thank you, Boss Chung. Zhu Desheng waved his hand and continued, I'm genuinely curious about how you managed to identify the flaw when you hardly examined it closely. This statement left Elder Qi and the others momentarily stunned. How could one identify a problem without careful scrutiny? After all, this counterfeit must have employed advanced technology to simulate age. Miao Fei also realized the peculiarity. Indeed, this fellow had not even lifted it for a detailed study. How had he discerned the issue? Quite the enigma. Young friend, speak boldly. There is no need to concern yourselves with the feelings of us two old fellows. With this statement from Elder Qi, Yang Yi's worries dissipated. In truth, the imitation was not crafted with sufficient expertise. It was evident that it likely originated from foreign hands. Observe this poem, particularly the third line, the penultimate character. Following Yang Yi's guidance, the two elders redirected their gazes, and upon seeing that character, a moment of understanding passed between them, leading to a wry smile. How careless we have been, Elder Zhang remarked repeatedly. There's truly no need to analyze the porcelain itself. The font of that line alone reveals the issue. Yet, both of them, trapped in their habitual thinking, initially examined the porcelain itself. Was this poem not originally a script? Miao Fei vaguely recalled that it seemed correct. Even Zhu Desheng had yet to discern the flaw and appeared somewhat bewildered. Yang, he had to clarify. Look at this character. It is evidently modern, simplified script. Such a form could not have existed in antiquity. This, Zhu Desheng was a loss for words, realizing that a whole group had overlooked such a fundamental issue. This oversight is rather elementary, which is why many have overlooked it. Ultimately, it reflects a lack of diligence. Elder Qi chuckled. It was no wonder. Yang Yi had indicated that the counterfeit was crafted with an alarming lack of professionalism. Yet, many Chinese appraisers had fallen into a mental rut, failing to perceive such an obvious flaw. Meow, why not let him accompany you for a while? Yang Yi, would you be interested in assisting me? The remuneration will certainly surpass what you receive at the auction house. Zhu Desheng was unperturbed about poaching in front of Miao Fei. Given the straightforwardness of his approach, Miao Fei bore no resentment and quickly replied, Boss Chung, you are surrounded by experts. Do not jest. Yang Yi is my secret weapon at the auction house. Thank you for your generous words, Boss Chung. Yang Yi held a relatively favorable impression of the rotund man, who had just been embarrassed yet seemed unconcerned. Had it been anyone else, they might have harbored resentment. Zhu Desheng could only smile regretfully and then retrieved another piece of porcelain from his collection, one even more valuable than the previous vase. Chapter 13. Elevating the Remuneration. Suddenly, Yang Yi recalled the peach talisman in his possession and promptly produced it. Elder Qi, could you assist me in examining this talisman? Seizing the opportunity, while Zhu Desheng was occupied, Elder Qi was more than willing to lend his expertise. Upon receiving it, he immediately felt the exceptional quality of the material, a sensation honed over decades of antique appraisal. A fine piece, he could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, not only Elder Zhang, but even Miao Fei cast a curious glance, eager for further elaboration. After contemplating for a few moments, Elder Qi lifted his gaze. At that moment, Zhu Desheng had retrieved the painting by Zhang Deqian and, noticing Elder Qi was busy, chose not to interrupt, patiently waiting. From the material alone, this is indeed a treasure. If I am not mistaken, it should be a ritual object, albeit only half of it. The other half would likely be a dragon-shaped talisman crafted by a Taoist priest. As for its origin, it reminds me of a tale, Elder Qi continued. He then recounted a story. During the Mid-Ming dynasty, a Taoist priest from the Jiangnan region descended the mountain and, having broken his vows, engaged in an illicit relationship with a woman from the village. Months later, the woman gave birth to a boy and a girl, yet tragically met her demise in a cruel fate. The Taoist priest, a master of fortune-telling, predicted an unfortunate destiny for the twins. Consequently, he retrieved cherished peach wood from the temple, dedicating considerable time to carve 2 peach talismans, transforming them into potent protective artifacts for the children. The talisman we now behold is known as the Rui talisman, while the other is called the Jixiang talisman, both embodying the essence of guardianship. Initially, I dismissed the rumors surrounding this, but upon witnessing the talisman, I began to perceive a semblance of truth, remarked Qi Lao with a smile. Upon learning of the protective artifact, Zhu Desheng was immediately intrigued. With his wife expecting a child, the prospect of presenting this talisman to their future offspring seemed an exceptional choice. Are you willing to part with it? He inquired. You desire it? Yang Yi responded in surprise. Miao Fei had intended for Yang Yi to auction the talisman at her establishment, but seeing Zhu Desheng's interest, she refrained from speaking, thus returning a favor to him. My wife is about to give birth, and I greatly admire this talisman. Very well, please propose a price. Yang Yi, in need of funds and with no intention of hoarding it, thought it reasonable. Surely, if this man wished to acquire it for his future child, he would not be shortchanged. Zhu Desheng cast a hopeful glance toward Zhang Lao, uncertain of the talisman's true worth. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Lao suggested, considering its value as an antique, approximately 300,000 would be fair. However, since Qi Lao mentioned it as a protective artifact, I cannot provide an accurate estimate. Qi Lao, anticipating a matter to discuss with Zhu Desheng, chose to remain silent, observing with a smile. Yang, how does this sound? I shall double the offer to 600,000. What say you? Indeed, Yang Yi was not shortchanged. This price exceeded his expectations, and he readily agreed, saying, Thank you. Yang Yi, having spent nearly 2 years at the auction house, do you have any thoughts? Miao Fei suddenly inquired while seated in the car. Thoughts? Since acquiring the third eye, his only inclination was to resign. Had it not been for the learning opportunities at the auction house, he might have vacated without hesitation. Miao Fei realized that truly capable individuals could not remain inconspicuous. Yang Yi's patience in the auction house had already been commendable. At this juncture, Miao Fei felt compelled to address the issue of remuneration and future employment arrangements to retain such talent. Let's set aside thoughts of resignation for now. You may continue alongside your role at the auction house. This year, I shall offer you an annual salary of 500,000, with potential for an increase next year, along with year-end benefits. You will accompany me in activities, providing ample free time. How's that sound? Since departing from Zhu Desheng, Miao Fei had been contemplating an appropriate compensation for him. Yang Yi was taken aback. This offer was a far cry from his previous circumstances. Most importantly, the flexible arrangement indicated that she did not intend to bind him forcibly to the auction house, fostering a sense of goodwill. The auction house is currently facing challenges. Please stay and assist me. In light of the current circumstances, Miao Fei has set aside her authoritative demeanor and the shyness typical of young women. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi nodded in agreement. Understanding that Yang Yi is not particularly loquacious, Miao Fei felt a sigh of relief upon receiving his affirmation. In the next few days, we may need to be quite busy and engage in more networking. She explained the issues plaguing the auction house. The primary concern stemmed from 3 auction items that encountered complications, prompting an investigation by the Cultural Relics Department, thus temporarily halting any transactions. Such matters are not easily overseen by their auction house. Bronze ding? Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Bronze artifacts are ubiquitous across the globe, symbolizing a universal civilization. In China, however, the bronze ding holds a unique significance. Bronze represents a monumental human invention, marking the inception of alloy metallurgy in the world's history. The combination of copper with tin and lead resulted in a new alloy that, after millennia of chemical reactions, developed a layer of bluish-gray patina, hence the modern designation of bronze, while the ancients referred to this alloy as gold. The ding is the quintessential representation of supreme authority among all bronze artifacts. The earliest conception of a unified power in China is directly linked to the emergence of the ding. Are we acquiring recently excavated items? Yang Yi questioned, incredulous that the auction house would commit such a fundamental blunder. Surely, discerning whether a bronze artifact is newly unearthed should not be overly challenging. How could such a predicament arise? In China, the management of bronze dings is exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding those passed down from antiquity, which are subject to rigorous scrutiny. Experts from the Cultural Relics Department have preliminarily determined that the 3 bronze dings in question are indeed recently excavated, though they have been processed to conceal any obvious signs of their origins, leading to an oversight by our appraisers. With the auction items currently detained, our immediate priority is to source suitable replacements while addressing the matters concerning the excavated artifacts. The most troublesome aspect is that all 3 items were outright purchased by our auction house, and we have lost contact with the client. Miao Fei felt rather unfortunate. Chapter 14. Forgeries. Upon returning to the auction house, the staff were taken aback by Miao's demeanor towards Yang Yi, unable to fathom the situation. For the past 2 years, Yang Yi had been struggling at the lowest rungs. It made little sense. Could it be that Miao has taken a liking to that fellow? Some whispered discreetly. Sponsorship? That seems unlikely. He's hardly handsome. Who knows? Perhaps Miao has an unusual taste. Enough chatter. If this gets out, we'll all be in trouble. Wow. A salary of 500,000. That lad has truly struck gold. It appeared that Miao held Yang Yi in high regard. He is still single, right? Xiao Yu. Aren't you considering making a move? One woman teased. Among the finance team, Xiao Yu was the only one yet to marry. Thus, the other women could only envy her, as she was quite attractive and had maintained her single status due to her own merits. Could he really be the man Miao has her eye on? Xiao Yu pondered, somewhat hesitantly. To be frank, at her age, it was impossible not to desire marriage. For now, her looks and figure afforded her choices, but in 2 or 3 years, that luxury might dissipate. Seeing a promising stock, it would be disingenuous not to feel a thrill. Moreover, Yang Yi is merely a year older than her. Though not exceptionally handsome, he is by no means unattractive. Coupled with his current employment benefits, Xiao Yu is genuinely intrigued. Feeling captivated? We are all in support of your sentiments. However, if he is indeed the man that Miao Zong has taken a liking to, then it might be best to reconsider. The women jested. Miao Fei took Yang Yi to the auction house's vault, marking his inaugural entry into such a treasure trove. We still possess auction items, albeit of a lesser caliber, which cannot substitute for those 3 bronze tripods, Miao Fei remarked. Originally, the 3 bronze tripods were to be the piece de resistance of the auction. With their absence, it is no wonder the auction house is in disarray. Accompanying them is the house's appraiser, a middle-aged man named Lu Lu, whose expertise in antiquities is commendable. When the auction house was established, he was lured away with an annual salary of 800,000. Lu Lu found himself in a somewhat awkward position, pondering the implications of the bronze tripod's oversight, which bore significant weight on his shoulders. To his astonishment, he noted that Miao Zong had decided to retain the services of the young Yang Yi, and he suspected that Miao Zong intended to assign him appraisal duties. Was this a prudent decision? If all else fails, we could use this porcelain piece as the centerpiece, Lu Lu suggested. To be precise, it should be referred to as a flattened belly ribbon gore vase. With an oval base and shallow foot, it is entirely glazed, adorned with blue and white floral motifs on its upper rounded belly and ears, while the lower section features a blue and white wheel flower, also known as Buddhist flower. The lower abdomen bears a horizontal seam, indicative of the Yongle and Xuande periods. The intensity of the blue glaze and the vase's elegant form lended a certain charm, though it may still fall short as the centerpiece. We shall see. Miao Fei shook her head. She then turned to Yang Yi, instructing him to familiarize himself with their inventory to facilitate his future work. In light of the circumstances, she had no choice but to be proactive and seek assistance. Yang Yi had remained largely silent up until now, responding with a mere understood when Miao Zong addressed him. Upon entering this realm, Yang Yi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the antiques, fixated and unable to divert his attention. Concurrently, his discerning eye was activated, capturing precious moments. He beheld a painting, rich with ink and moisture, its brushwork infused with an intricate interplay of water and ink, vividly rendering the serene depth of the forest. The artwork depicted a secluded pavilion amidst dense bamboo by the water's edge, an enchanting scene indeed. The original artist, Shi Tao, is a remarkable figure, heralded as a master of his time. Judging by his surviving works, Shi Tao is not only recognized as an innovator in the art world, but is also a prolific creator with a wide range of themes. His techniques are imbued with variability, yet harmoniously coalesce into a distinctive style. As a monk who transitioned from the Zen path to the realm of painting, his artistic expression embodies an ethereal essence, achieving high artistic merit across landscapes, figures, florals, and fauna. He was notably referred to as one of the 4 monks of his era. Yang Yi found it peculiar that the original piece resided in the Taipei Museum, a fact he was well aware of. However, the vibrant hues he had just perceived were astonishingly more vivid than those of the flattened belly ribbon gourd vase, which left him in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming desire to possess the artwork, recognizing it as a treasure. While he was lost in his thoughts, Miao Fei also noticed his unusual behavior. She was well aware of his discerning eye and thus turned her attention to the painting. Could it be an authentic piece? She inquired with a hint of anticipation. Impossible, lieu le chocolat at Miao es notion. The piece in the Taipei Museum cannot possibly be a forgery, given that it has been authenticated by numerous masters of appraisal. If that one is genuine, then this one must undoubtedly be a counterfeit. Yang Yi hesitated, contemplating how to acquire it, realizing that it might be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to ask, "Would you be willing to part with it?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Wasn't he essentially revealing his intentions? Miao Fei's enigmatic smile made it abundantly clear to Yang Yi that he was now distanced from the painting. Although the three characters remained indistinct, he managed to deduce their meaning by correlating them with some information he had, concluding with a high degree of certainty. Chapter 15. A Master's Touch. With his hopes for the treasure dashed, Yang Yi felt a sudden lightness. It was not his to claim, and he would not force the issue. After all, with the watchful eye present, he had no fear of missing out on opportunities, and there was no need to leave a negative impression on others. Observing Yang Yi's serious demeanor, Lu became earnest as well. When one approaches a task with sincerity, one is more likely to uncover truths. He took a position that almost had him leaning over the painting, scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass. Lula had mentioned that the authentic piece resided in the Taipei Museum. Thus it was clear that the one before them could not possibly be a genuine work by Sherdao. Yang Yi spoke up. "So, it is merely a forgery?" Miao Fei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yang Yi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, strictly speaking, it is a forgery. However, it is an exquisite counterfeit, arguably of the highest caliber. In terms of value, it should not be significantly inferior to the original." At the outset of his statement, Miao Fei was ready to abandon hope, but the latter part invigorated her spirit. How so? A counterfeit that holds such worth? Could it be a master's imitation? Miao Fei, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped the implication. Conversing with a discerning mind proved advantageous. At that moment, Lu chimed in. "The imitation is remarkably lifelike." Yang is correct. The paper is indeed from the early Qing dynasty. But whose technique is this? Have you discerned it? Miao Fei turned to Yang Yi, speculating that he might have identified the artist. "Not with complete certainty yet," he replied. "And your speculation?" Miao Fei pressed on. "Do you recall our encounter with the esteemed Qi at Zhu Desheng's residence?" Yang Yi inquired. Miao Fei paused. "Him? Qi? Surely not." Even Lu was taken aback. While Qi was indeed a master of ancient calligraphy and painting, his imitation skills were not believed to reach such heights. It cannot be his work. Wasn't he seeking a painting from Zhu Desheng's collection? This recollection sparked Yang Yi's conjecture, allowing him to draw parallels that led him closer to certainty. Zhang Daqian? Miao Fei suddenly recalled. If it is indeed a work by Zhang Daqian, then it is truly a precious find. Lu too was struck by the thought, his gaze shifting back to the artwork, increasingly convinced that this hypothesis held merit. He has been immersed in the antique circle for quite some time and is well acquainted with these renowned figures. Zhang Daqian was particularly skilled in imitation, often striving to replicate the works of others to the extent that distinguishing between the authentic and the counterfeit became nearly impossible. If it were he who had created such a piece, it would not come as a surprise. Do you share this perspective? Miao Fei glanced at Lu. After a moment of contemplative silence, nodded gently. "I cannot be certain, but I concur with Xiao Yang's viewpoint." At that moment, he genuinely could not underestimate Yang Yi. This individual possesses considerable talent, and it is no wonder that Ms. Miao promptly granted him a raise and a job change. Such actions are entirely justifiable. He informed Miao Fei that Zhang Daqian devoted a significant amount of time and effort to the meticulous replication of ancient masterpieces, particularly his imitations of the works of Shi Tao and Badashan Run, which were strikingly lifelike, nearly indistinguishable from the originals. This endeavor marked the inception of his artistic journey. He began with Shi Tao from the Qing dynasty, then progressed to Badashan Run, Chun Hongshou, Sui, and further explored the prominent figures of the Ming and Qing dynasties, tracing back to the Song and Yuan periods, ultimately reaching back to the Sui and Tang dynasties. He meticulously selected representative painters from various eras, from the recent to the distant past, and dedicated himself to in-depth study. To test whether his antiquated forgeries could achieve the level of authenticity, he sought the appraisal of esteemed connoisseurs such as Huang Binhong, Zhang Songyu, Luo Jinyu, Chen Banding, and Yi Gongchua, as well as experts from renowned museums around the world, resulting in a plethora of amusing anecdotes. The artistic value of many of Zhang Daqian's forgeries, as well as their significance in the history of Chinese art, has arguably surpassed that of genuine pieces by ancient masters. Presently, numerous museums worldwide house his forgeries. Auction houses across the harbor have previously fetched astronomical prices for his antiquarian imitations. Thus, when Xiao Yang suggested that it might be one of his works. My conviction grew stronger. Lulu elaborated extensively. Shall we consult with Elder Qi and other venerable figures for authentication? Yang Yi proposed. Certainly, you are well acquainted with him. Miao Fei readily agreed. If the authentication proves to be genuine, not only would the complications surrounding this auction be flawlessly resolved, but she also had a premonition that it would culminate in an exceedingly successful event, attracting numerous bidders, especially considering the rarity of finding a Zhang Daqian painting in the current market. Upon hearing this, Lulu cast a surprised glance at Yang Yi, increasingly reluctant to underestimate this young man, who seemed to have a close relationship with Elder Qi. His future prospects are boundless. As it happens, I have no pressing matters. Let us go together. There was a hint of entreaty in his voice. Naturally, Lulu was eager to pay a visit to such a prominent figure as Elder Qi. However, opportunities were scarce, and he lacked a valid reason to approach him, which could lead to unwelcome sentiments from others. All right, I'll make a phone call to inquire. Yang Yi called Wang Jun, expressing his apologies for having entrusted the peach talisman to Elder Qi for clarification and subsequently selling it to Zhu Dusheng. Finally, he asked if Wang Jun was free to accompany him in visiting Elder Qi, as he had a treasure he wished to have appraised. Wang Jun, being a leisurely individual, had no pressing commitments. Upon hearing about the treasure, he readily agreed. Without his guidance, Yang Yi would have been at a loss regarding the route. He was not particularly familiar with Elder Qi, having only met him a couple of times. Nevertheless, the esteemed elder held him in high regard. Let's first go and pick up someone. When Lulu saw Wang Jun, he was taken aback. He's your friend. Indeed. Do you know him? Yang Yi Goentret. Lulu forced a smile. How could he not recognize him? Even if he didn't know him personally, he must have heard of him. In the antique circle of Jiangzhou City, that fellow was quite a peculiar figure, with considerable renown. They were acquainted, albeit not closely. He was still an important client of our auction house. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Miao Fei's thoughts began to stir. An important client? It would indeed be worthwhile to get to know him better. Brother Wang, this is Miao, the general manager of our auction house, she began. But before she could finish, Wang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Lulu, I know you're a appraiser. No need for introductions. Hello, Manager Miao. Engaging with the auction house was not a new endeavor for him. It was impossible he hadn't encountered Lulu before. Besides, Luli's appraisal skills were only slightly superior to his own. He must have heard of him at least. Hello, I look forward to your guidance. Miao Fei replied with a smile. Subsequently, Wang Jun began to inquire about the Tao Fu. Upon learning the whole story, the occupants of the car were left utterly astonished. The Tao Fu was acquired from a motorcycle gang? Why indeed he attempted to rob me as well? Wang Jun lamented deeply. Was this a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Lulu felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 16. The Encouragement from Elder Qi. By the way, what about the other treasure you mentioned? I'm eager to see it. Wang Jun stated impatiently. Before Yang Yi could speak, Miao Fei carefully produced the scroll. Her movements cautious. After all, if Yang Yi and the others were not mistaken, it was indeed a work by Zhang Daqian, a renowned masterpiece, and of immense value. Just moments ago, she had specifically researched the auction history of Zhang Daqian's famed works, which had filled her with delight. The auction record for one of Zhang Daqian's masterpieces was over 200 million, nearly a national treasure in its own right. If this piece could reach the million level, it would be crucial for transforming the current state of their auction house. Wang Jun gingerly unfurled it, casting a glance that instantly rendered his expression peculiar. The landscape with clear sound? You must be joking. I can assure you, it is a counterfeit, Wang Jun declared, thumping his chest. Yang Yi shot him a glance of annoyance, muttering, I know it's not a genuine work of Shi Tao. Then why are you still consulting Elder Qi? You're going to get scolded. Are you trying to trick me? No way, let me out of the car. Wang Jun's desire to meet Elder Qi dissipated in an instant. Please, pay closer attention. The paper quality, the painting style, almost flawless before Yang Yi could finish. Wang Jun interrupted, then it's still a fake. Cough, cough. Let me finish. I suspect it is a replica by Zhang Daqian. Please take a closer look. Yang Yi hastily clarified. Zhang Daqian? There might indeed be a possibility. Wang Jun pondered for a moment before speaking again. Yet he continued, but I can't guarantee it. The way you speak, it sounds as though you're already certain. Yang Yi, caught between amusement and frustration, explained. It's precisely because I'm not certain that I'm consulting Elder Qi. Moreover, look at this seal. There are 3 characters in the center. Upon hearing this, Lulu leaned in as well. He had not previously noticed any markings. However, when both examined it under magnification, They indeed discovered three faint characters, and aligning them with Yang E's assertions, they found themselves in agreement. You, my friend, have remarkably keen eyes. Even that detail was caught by you, Wang Jun remarked. Guessing Aglada et Yang Yi. Why was this discovery not mentioned earlier? It left them guessing for far too long. Indeed, this painting has been stored in the auction house's vault for over a year, and I've been blind to its value. What a shame. Lulu felt a degree of admiration as well. Setting aside matters of knowledge and the depth of antiquities, this exquisite discernment alone merits respect. Lulu often embarks on treasure hunts himself, but to be honest, genuine opportunities to unearth hidden gems are few and far between. More often than not, one inadvertently pays a price for their missteps. Consequently, he greatly values his current stable position. Old Chi does not reside in the city, but rather in the suburbs. The area boasts a splendid environment, free from industrial encroachment, surrounded only by quaint villages and this villa district, which is nestled against the mountains. There are numerous agritourism establishments here. We can simply make a reservation later, Wang Jun suggested. Having frequented this area, he is well acquainted with which agritourism spots are authentic. And with a quick phone call, he secured a table. Brother Wang, you handle the arrangements, Yang Yi said nonchalantly. We can head in directly. Old Chi has just acquired a painting by Zhang Daqian. What a delightful coincidence. Wang Yun remarks. Miao Fei and Yang Yi also found the timing fortuitous. Having met with Old Chi just a few hours prior, a detail Wang Jun was oblivious to. Please, have a seat. The old man is still in his study. An elderly woman welcomed Yang Yi and the others. Wang Jun introduced her as Old Chi's wife, and everyone exchanged pleasantries. They did not have to wait long before Old Chi emerged, brimming with vitality, clearly in high spirits from his recent acquisition of a Zhang Daqian artwork. You rascal. What brings you here seeking my expertise instead of looking for Howin? Old Chi laughed. In the past, this fellow would often visit him, but that frequency had diminished. Likely due to the reprimands he received each time he brought a counterfeit. Perhaps he found it tiresome. This remark left Wang Jun slightly embarrassed, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Old Chun may not be able to authenticate this. We can only turn to you for assistance. Oh, that piqued Old Chi's interest immediately. We are in your debt, esteemed elder, Miao Fei said as she produced the painting. Old Chi, with a mix of skepticism and experience, unfurled it, initially furrowing his brow, but his years of expertise compelled him to continue examining the piece. Remarkable indeed, he exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. How did you acquire this painting? This was Lu Li's opportunity to shine in front of Old Chi, and he seized it. This story dates back to last year. I did not give it much thought until this morning when Xiao Yang recognized its true nature. Yang Yi discovered it? Old Chi was momentarily taken aback, but then shared a knowing smile. What a coincidence. Yang Yi felt a bit sheepish, aware that he had relied on an external aid to make the identification. There is no such thing as mere coincidence. Without discernment, one wouldn't recognize treasure even if it were right before them. Your earnest attitude must be maintained. It will greatly aid your future growth. Old Chi advised Yang Yi in a tone befitting a mentor. Yang Yi held deep respect for this elder, who had always appreciated his potential. I will, sir. I once misjudged a piece and nearly lost everything. I dare not be careless again. This admission surprised Miao Fei and the others. Instead, Elder Chi smiled and nodded. Those who have endured hardships often possess a deeper understanding, which fosters personal growth. Thus, it appears that this young man, apart from luck and perception, has also gathered experiences. Elder Chi, is this a painting by Zhang Daqian? Wang Jun's primary concern remained this question. Indeed, today is fortunate. I am able to witness two of Zhang Daqian's masterpieces. This particular piece is even more precious, as Zhang Daqian used paper and ink from the era of Shirtao, Elder Chi remarked, expressing admiration for Zhang Daqian as one of the most outstanding artists of modern times. Particularly his ability to replicate renowned works is truly unparalleled. When is the auction? Elder Chi suddenly inquired. Miao Fei, quick to respond, immediately provided the date and warmly invited Elder Chi to attend. Are you also going? Wang Jun asked with hesitation. Can I not go? Elder Chi retorted. Wang Jun thought to himself, if you attend, will we still have share in it? Chapter 17, Brothers from the Upper Bunk. With Miao Fei amplifying her promotional efforts, numerous antique enthusiasts from across the country began their journey to Jiangzhou City. Especially those who admire Zhang Daqian's works, like Elder Chi, were unwilling to miss this opportunity. Although Zhang Daqian's masterpieces are numerous, with even some in folk possession, most of his works in recent years have either been acquired by museums or collected by wealthy individuals and officials, resulting in fewer exquisite pieces circulating. Undoubtedly, our auction is poised for success, Miao Fei remarked with a smile. On that day, she had Elder Qi appraise the pieces, estimating that around 50 million should be achievable at auction. However, given the plethora of enthusiasts for Zhang Daqian's finest works, the competition could yield unpredictable results. This painting belongs to the auction house. The price fetched will be their profit. Consequently, the crisis facing the auction house has been largely alleviated. And with this influx of tens of millions, Miao Fei could finally unleash her ambitions. This is also thanks to Yang Yi. There will certainly be a bonus, she continued. Upon hearing Yang Yi's comment, Miao Fei shared a knowing smile. President Lin is her uncle who had turned the auction house into such a disarray, leaving her with a mess to clean up. Nevertheless, as Yang Yi said, through a twist of fate, a good deed emerged. Ultimately, her uncle lacked vision. Had he recognized Yang Yi's talent sooner, would have come to this? In the following 2 or 3 days, Yang Yi remained relatively composed, dedicating much of his time to reading. Due to the influence of his vertical eye, his memory had significantly improved. While claiming to have photographic recall may be an exaggeration, he found his retention remarkably effective. However, the knowledge of antiques is vast and profound, spanning thousands of years of Chinese civilization and encompassing various aspects. This left Yang Yi feeling adrift in an ocean, struggling to stay afloat. Seizing the opportunity of some free time, Yang Yi informed Miao about his whereabouts and sought a conducive environment to settle in. Just as he was tending to some trivial matters, he received a call from a classmate, a former roommate from university. Their time together in college was brief, yet the strongest bond was with the individual who slept in the upper bunk. After being advised to withdraw from school, they had maintained contact. He learned that his friend had graduated and was now working at a furniture company, earning a decent wage. "Are you free? Let's go out for a meal," Yan Jinghui suggested. "It has been nearly 2 months since we last met." The two agreed upon a location, a pedestrian street near the school. Yan Jinghui lived not far away and mentioned he would arrive early to secure a table. While he claimed it was to reserve a spot, it was also an excuse to order food. In their recent gatherings, it had mostly been him footing the bill. As Yang Yi returned to the familiar street, a wave of emotions washed over him. Upon reaching the restaurant where old classmates gathered, he was surprised to find that Yan Jinghui had already arrived. And beside him sat a young woman. Has he finally found love again? Yang Yi pondered it. During their first year of university, Yan Jinghui had managed to win the heart of a beautiful girl from the neighboring class. At that time, he was a class officer and rather handsome, making it easy for him to charm women. However, as graduation approached, their job locations diverged, and with the distance between cities, communication dwindled, leading to their eventual breakup. After more than a year of silence, Yang Yi had thought that the experience had left him disheartened. That was quick. Yang Yi's comment carried a double meaning, which Yan Jinghui understood, leading to an awkward smile. "Come, sit. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Wei, and this is my buddy from the dorm, Yang Yi. Let us get acquainted." Thanks to Yan Jinghui, the atmosphere remained lively. After a few exchanges, Yang Yi discovered that Xiao Wei was quite an introverted girl, and she was actually a junior. She was currently interning, working in finance. Yan Jinghui added, "Xiao Wei is just 1 year below me. Interns don't exactly wield much power, being naturally shy. She often finds herself bullied and has called me in tears several times." "When's the wedding?" Yang Yi inquired curiously. "You better be ready with the red envelope." Yan Jinghui joked. In reality, it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. His career was not yet stable, and Xiao Wei had just entered the workforce. Establishing a family would be a challenge. Furthermore, Xiao Wei's family was not entirely satisfied with Yan Jinghui, given his modest salary, to expedite his son's path to marriage. Yan Jinghui's father had even exhausted his savings and borrowed a bit to secure a house in a suburban area near Jiangzhou, having already paid the down payment. "Don't worry, it will be fine." "Huh, that is good to hear. Enough about me, what about you? Why are you still single after all these years?" Xiao Wei suggested that they gather with a few of her classmates for a meal to rekindle connections. Yan Jinghui shifted the topic. "I've grown accustomed to being alone," Yang Yi replied with a self-deprecating smile. As they ate and chatted before they could finish their meal, Yan Jinghui's phone rang. "So annoying. Even on weekends. They don't let you rest," he complained, initially thinking it was a call from a client. However, upon checking, he realized it was his father calling. His expression darkened swiftly. There seemed to be an issue with the house. Hadn't everything been settled upon agreeing on the down payment? Now, they were trying to squeeze out more money. Is there an emergency? Yang Yi could tell from his friend's demeanor that their meal was coming to an abrupt end. Yan Jinghui nodded lightly. "A few days ago, my father bought a house nearby, and now there's a problem." "Then let us go take a look." Chapter 18. A Perfect Resolution. This was not Yang Yi's first encounter with Yan Jinghui's father. He was a rather traditional, middle-aged man. Yan Jinghui had mentioned that both his parents were teachers. When they arrived, Yan Jinghui's father was engaged in a heated discussion with the sales staff. "Hello, uncle." Xiao Wei and Yang Yi greeted him. Upon seeing his future daughter-in-law, Yan Shu's expression softened, and he managed a faint smile. "Dad, this is my university classmate. Do you remember her? She was my bunkmate." Yan Jinghui spoke up. During the initial days of school, Yan Jinghui's father had personally delivered his son to the dormitory, assisting with cleaning and later treating everyone to a meal. Yan Shu, somewhat surprised, glanced at Yang Yi. Though his memory was vague, he still smiled at her, saying, "I recall, among the four of you in the dorm, you were the only one who reported to school alone, right?" "Uncle, you have a good memory," Yang Yi complimented. Through their conversation, Yang Yi learned that when the down payment was made and the contract signed, the property was marked as fully furnished. However, due to rising renovation costs, the real estate company was now demanding an additional 20,000 yuan. This matter would hold up in court. "We are in the right," Yan Shu asserted loudly. "The contract is signed. Your company should bear this responsibility," Yang Yi echoed. Today's real estate agents are akin to vampires, intent on draining every last drop of blood from the common people. Yang Yi found this situation quite peculiar, as he sensed that the additional 20,000 yuan was a deliberate ploy to force Yan Jinghui as father into a contract termination. "Bring your manager to speak with us. If you insist on this, I can only say we will meet in court," Yang Yi suddenly declared. At that moment, he noticed a flicker of panic in the eyes of the two staff members. He thought to himself, could they be hiding something? Yan Shu and his son supported Yang Yi's request for a discussion with their manager. One staff member quickly interjected, "Our manager has already instructed us regarding this matter. We have the authority to handle it." Another added, "If you are unsatisfied, you are free to terminate the contract. We will give you a day to consider. Please, let us all remain calm and decide for yourselves." With that, the two turned their backs, ignoring the responses of Yang Yi and the others as they exited. Those scoundrels! Yan Jinghui felt an impulse to strike them. Their family savings had already been exhausted, and 20,000 yuan was an unattainable sum. The four of them left together, and as they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered someone who greeted Yang Yi with a notably humble demeanor. "Who are you?" Yang Yi could not recall knowing this individual. "Oh, I apologize for the abruptness. Yesterday, I accompanied General Manager Chen to your auction house and was fortunate to meet Mr. Yang. At the time, General Manager Chen noted your esteemed position there, which left a deep impression." "Hello." Yang extended his hand for a shake. "Are you here to purchase a property? I could provide you with some insights. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm the manager here and quite familiar with the developments in this community," he promptly stated. Yang Yi exchanged surprised glances with Yan Jinghui and the others. Particularly astonished were Yan Jinghui and his companions. Wasn't Yang Yi struggling? He certainly didn't seem to be in dire straits now, especially considering the manager spoke to him in such a conciliatory tone. "It's not for me. My brother purchased a unit here. However, there has been a bit of an issue, and I was hoping to gain some information from you. Is your community planning to impose an additional renovation fee?" The manager grew increasingly perplexed. When had the community decided to levy such a charge? Why was he unaware of this? Surely, this must be a misunderstanding. "When did you purchase the property, and which unit is it?" Upon hearing the location of the unit from Yan Jinghui and his companions, Manager Wang became even more bewildered. Where exactly had the miscommunication occurred? He inquired again about who was responsible for this fee. "Our company prides itself on integrity. Having signed a contract, we would never engage in such actions. Please wait a moment while I investigate this matter to provide you with clarity." Manager Wang began to suspect that someone within the company was attempting to profit illicitly. "That would indeed be a concern for you, Manager Wang." "Not a bother at all. Please hold on." He promptly made a phone call to seek clarification, and after a prolonged pause, he erupted in fury. "Keep a close watch on those two. How dare they tarnish the company's reputation for personal gain?" Yan Jinghui and his companions felt a sense of relief as it appeared this issue had been resolved. After hanging up, Manager Wang, with a look of regret, apologized to Yan Jinghui and his son. "I sincerely apologize. It seems our company has encountered two rogue individuals who, after selling properties, sought to resell them for profit. To express our regret, we will offer you a luxurious sofa. I'm truly sorry for this inconvenience. Those two will be reported to the authorities, so please rest assured." This situation is understandable. Once a property is sold, the company has already finalized the transaction. If they secretly switch to another buyer at a higher price, The excess profit would not be shared with the company. That is a relief. Yin Jinghui's father finally exhaled in relief. Yin Jinghui felt a flicker of joy. Unexpectedly, they would receive a luxurious sofa. His company dealt in furniture, and he was well aware of the market value of sofas. A high-end sofa would not be obtainable for less than 10,000. With the matter resolved, Manager Wang extended an invitation for Yang Yi to come inside and take a seat. Perhaps another time. Our auction house eagerly anticipates your General Chen's visit. Yang Yi replied with a smile. Certainly, General Chen is quite interested in this upcoming auction. Manager Wang personally escorted Yang Yi and his companions to the entrance of the community, drawing the attention of the staff. Hey, you're quite the schemer. You told me you weren't doing well, yet just now, Manager Wang was nearly ready to kiss your shoes. Yin Jinghui immediately chastised Yang Yi. His father was pleased to see the close bond his son had with this roommate, understanding well the importance of networking in society. From the earlier interactions, it was clear that Yang Yi possessed some influence. Little Hui also felt a sense of joy, knowing that the person she admired had such formidable connections, which would surely benefit him in the future. I'm not deceiving you. It was truly difficult in the past. However, over the last couple of years, I've learned a few things. Currently, I am an appraiser at the auction house and may have connections with these individuals, Yang Yi admitted candidly. Finally, making headway. I'll be counting on you in the future, buddy. The likes of old Zhao still look down on you. They truly are blind to your potential. At the next gathering, I'll make sure they see just how far you've come. Even if you dropped out of school, you're still better than them. Yin Jinghui felt a surge of indignation. Their dormitory was hardly harmonious, especially with those two individuals who looked down on others. After Yang Yi dropped out, he had spoken ill of him, which had greatly irritated Yin Jinghui. Chapter 19. The Luohan Coin. The auction proceeded as scheduled, attracting a multitude of individuals from all corners of the world, causing the auction house to bustle with activity. Upon Yang Yi's arrival, every staff member he encountered greeted him warmly. Such is the reality of society. When one is destitute, no one pays heed, but once fortune smiles upon you, friends abound from every direction. Brother Wang, you're quite early. Yang Yi soon located Wang Jun, who was holding a string of copper coins, his expression tinged with dejection. Observing this scene, Yang Yi instantly realized that another misjudgment had occurred. Wang Jun possessed a modicum of discernment, yet in this line of work, the most perilous trait is a superficial understanding, an ambiguous sense of certainty that is utterly undesirable. Consequently, he had gained notoriety in Jiangzhou as a notorious soft touch, with many antique dealers favoring him. Even Yang Yi's auction house regarded him as a patron saint of wealth. Alas, early indeed, but I've lost all face. Wang Jun, a man who valued his reputation, would rather forfeit money than suffer humiliation. However, today he faced both monetary loss and disgrace. Just yesterday, he had discovered a string of copper coins at a mobile stall, which, given his discerning eye, he had deemed quite promising. After over half an hour of selection, he purchased more than 10 coins for over 10,000. Early this morning, he rushed to the auction house, knowing that many of his peers would gather there, eager to showcase his find. Little did he expect to encounter someone with superior expertise, who, after a mere glance, had scoffed at his acquisition. That vendor was likely a street merchant. Wang Jun frequented the antique street, but had never seen that particular individual before. Indeed, one must maintain a heightened vigilance toward such individuals. Wang Jun continued. Initially cautious, he had put considerable effort into his selection. Regrettably, the current techniques for counterfeiting had surpassed his appraisal abilities. Let me see the imitation. Yang Yi extended his hand. Suit yourself. Wang Jun, having lost hope, casually tossed the coins to Yang Yi. Rather than immediately employing his discerning abilities, Yang Yi meticulously examined them. Admittedly, his expertise was inferior to Wang Jun's, and he too failed to discern any discrepancies, perceiving them as genuine. However, upon activating his heightened perception, an extraordinary wave of energy emanated from his ability, enveloping the entire string of copper coins. Yang Yi was taken aback to discover that one coin concealed within radiated a resplendent glow. Upon retrieving that particular coin, he noted its distinctiveness. It was convex in the center and flat around the edges, reminiscent of a unique ancient currency. A Luohan coin? I initially thought the same. Wang Yun the Molks. Among the myriad copper coins, the sight of this Luohan coin ignited a desire to possess it, leading him to fall into a trap, resulting in a rather unfortunate outcome. The Luohan coin, often associated with the money dart in popular imagination, was regarded by warriors in ancient times as a concealed weapon. Its ease of manufacture and portability led to its widespread use during the Qing dynasty, marking it as one of the most common weapons of its kind. The Luohan coin was designed to inflict harm upon the face and wrists of its targets when thrown. Mastery of this weapon proved challenging, typically requiring a practitioner to achieve a distance of 30 paces for successful embedding into a tree. It was held between two fingers, and it was said that its techniques varied between yin and yang, sharing similarities with general concealed weaponry practices. Due to its resemblance to the belly of a luohan, this coin is aptly named Luohan Qian. However, this particular Luohan Qian exhibits subtle distinctions from the more common variants, which can be discerned upon careful examination. Coincidentally, Wang Yun, with limited expertise in numismatics, casually acquired this piece. Recently, that individual scrutinized this Luohan Qian closely and pointed out several discrepancies. Consequently, everyone concluded that it was a counterfeit, not even qualifying as a standard Luohan Qian, let alone the rare First Furnace edition. Those familiar with ancient coins are aware that Luohan Qian is categorized into two types, the First Furnace edition and the ordinary version. The First Furnace coins are scarce and thus hold considerable value, typically larger than their commonplace counterparts. Due to the superior quality of the copper and exquisite craftsmanship of Luohan Qian, along with a plethora of mysterious legends surrounding them, they have long been regarded in folk culture as symbols of auspiciousness and happiness. They are often used as gifts during the new year for weddings, and as tokens of love, making them highly coveted. Yang Yi examined the coin in his hand, noting its superior craftsmanship and the presence of intricate details. Doesn't it seem exquisitely made? Wang Jun suddenly remarked. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this size should classify it as a First Furnace edition. However, it appears to bear signs of artificial alteration. I actually have a favorable impression of this coin. If you don't want it, could you pass it on to me? Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Wang Jun immediately grew cautious and re-evaluated the Luohan Qian. He admired Yang Yi's keen insight. Didn't you just mention artificial markings? He inquired, deliberately avoiding the subject of transferring ownership. Is it possible that this could be a Zuqian? Yang Yi suggested, referring to a type of coin that serves as the prototype for all circulating money, a singular artifact meticulously crafted by artisans. Many may confuse Zuqian with Muqian. However, they are distinct. While Muqian is also precious due to its rarity, it is merely the daughter of Zuqian, which may have multiple iterations. Once Zuqian is sculpted, craftsmen proceed to mint several Muqian, distributing them to various mints as templates for producing standard currency. Zuqian? Wang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. The origins of Luohan Qian remain shrouded in mystery, with no definitive historical records to clarify. Aside from the First Furnace edition, the ordinary version is known. Yet the existence of Muqian is scarcely acknowledged, let alone Zuqian. Should we consult Elder Qi? Yang Yi suggested, albeit with uncertainty. Wang Yun hesitated slightly, fearing the embarrassment of discovering it was a forgery, as that would be a significant loss of face. What is there to be afraid of? Should I inquire? Yang Yi expressed his genuine desire to befriend this older brother. Despite Wang Jun's numerous flaws, he was sincere in his dealings with others. Never mind, I'll ask myself. Wang Jun shook his head, deciding that his own embarrassment was sufficient and did not wish to involve Yang Yi. This also stemmed from his confidence in Yang Yi's discerning eye. Chapter 20. Zuqian. Nevertheless, Wang Jun did not rush to consult Elder Qi. Instead, he approached Chun Haowen. Ultimately, he was still apprehensive about losing face, leaving Yang Yi quite speechless. Zuqian? Chun Haowen looked at Wang Jun and Yang Yi with astonishment. This term is undoubtedly familiar to him. The ancestral coin refers to the earliest form of currency, typically crafted by skilled artisans from high-quality metals. These artisans would meticulously carve a prototype that would then be used to create a batch of sample coins, which were distributed across various regions. The standard circulation currency was subsequently minted based on these prototypes, which are sometimes referred to as the master coins. The craftsmanship involved in their creation is exceptionally refined, and the master coins we currently observe are predominantly composed of a rich, golden-hued copper, indicative of superior quality. The inscriptions on these copper master coins are exquisitely detailed, with deep and pronounced lettering. The particular copper coin I examined is indeed quite rare, boasting a high copper content. Chun Haowen, being an expert, was able to grasp its significance after a brief inspection. From this perspective, it is not beyond possibility that it could indeed be an ancestral coin. As for assessing the copper content, it poses no challenge. Historically, individuals have tested coins by tossing them onto the ground and listening to the sound they produce. A coin of high quality emits a resonant tone upon impact. In addition to brass, there are also white copper coins, attributed to a higher ratio of tin in the copper-tin alloy, as well as a type of white copper coin that incorporates nickel. I believe it prudent to consult a teacher for further insight. My certainty is merely tentative. Shen Haowen was somewhat taken aback by Yang Yi's discerning eye, recognizing that this young man is likely to achieve considerable success in the future. With this affirmation, Wang Jun felt a sense of assurance. Now, he approached Elder Qi with newfound confidence, harboring a hope that it truly is an ancestral coin, allowing him to reclaim his earlier lost dignity, even to confront that individual who had mocked him. At that moment, Elder Qi was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding some intricate issues within their field. When Wang Jun arrived, Qi expressed a hint of exasperation, having already heard about the mishap that Wang had encountered. After all, he considered himself somewhat of a mentor to Wang Jun and felt a tinge of embarrassment at his pupil's misfortune. Teacher, I too believe this Luohan coin is rather extraordinary. Shen Haowen interjected on behalf of Wang Jun. The others present were taken aback, and Elder Qi, picking up the copper coin, adopted a serious demeanor, his expression gradually shifting from solemnity to a more relaxed state. What do you think, old Qi? Could it truly be the ancestral coin of the Luohan? The other elders inquired, astonished. Not only is an ancestral coin rare, but even a master coin of the Luohan is highly coveted, with many individuals eager to collect such treasures. You should all take a look. I believe we are very close to the truth. Undoubtedly, this copper coin is an artifact, as evidenced by the quality of the material. Thus, it qualifies as an antique, particularly due to the barely perceptible traces of human craftsmanship, indicating it was not produced on an assembly line. Consequently, the likelihood of it being an ancestral coin is significantly heightened. Those present were all esteemed veterans of the antique world, possessing profound knowledge in the field. You stumbled upon this by chance, did you not? Elder Qi chuckled, suspecting that Wang Jun, feeling somewhat indignant, sought Shen Haowen's expertise, which led to this revelation. Had it not been for Yang Yi's keen insight, I might have discarded it. Wang Jun candidly admitted to Elder Qi, feeling no shame in front of him. So, it was young Yang who first recognized its value? Elder Qi expressed his astonishment, taken aback by this revelation. Pure coincidencia, Yang Yi humbly remarked, echoing a phrase that Elder Qi had just used in admonishing Wang Jun. Elder Qi shook his head, a wry smile forming on his lips. In this line of work, there is rarely such a thing as mere coincidence. The word struck Wang Jun deeply. Just moments ago, the elder had remarked that he had inadvertently stumbled upon something, yet Yang Yi seemed to have discovered it with intent. Such contradictions were indeed targeted. In the future, should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to consult Haowen, or feel free to approach me. The elder Qi shifted his tone. Yang Yi's heart surged with joy as he grasped the implication behind those words, promptly responding with a respectful affirmation. Perhaps we shall become brothers in the future. Jin Haowen whispered to Yang Yi. It was evident that his mentor held this young man in high regard and was inclined to offer guidance. Although he did not explicitly mention taking on a disciple, it could certainly be considered a form of mentorship, could it not? Xiao Jun, simply pass that on to me. Whatever you spent, I shall repay you threefold. An acquaintance of Wang Jun's, resembling a crafty old fox, chuckled. Forget it. Even if you offered me 5 times the amount, it wouldn't reach 100,000. I intend to keep it for my own enjoyment. Wang Jun discerned from their demeanor that this was likely an ancestral treasure. Was he truly in need of money? After all, it was not easy to acquire a genuine artifact, especially one that was unique in the world. Who wouldn't he wish to cherish such a possession? Therefore, not even a 3-fold or 5-fold offer would entice him, let alone a 10-fold. Among the Kanshi Tongbao coins, the Wansui Qian is notably rare, and the ancestral coins are virtually unheard of. An elder spoke, clarifying that the Wansui Qian he referred to was indeed the Luohan Qian. The origins of the Luohan Qian have long been shrouded in mystery, accompanied by a legend. According to this legend, the Luohan Qian was minted specifically for the 60th birthday of Emperor Kanshi, a ruler diligent in governance. During the spring of the 52nd year of his reign, as he celebrated this significant milestone, the court not only held grand festivities but also commissioned the Baoquan Bureau to mint a batch of small copper coins, referred to as Wansui Qian, commonly known as Luohan Qian, in commemoration. Thus, the Luohan Qian is also a commemorative coin, whose collectible value typically far exceeds that of circulating currency. On the market, ordinary Kanshi Tongbao might only fetch a few coins, whereas a standard Luohan Qian can reach hundreds. The first furnace coins are valued even more highly. And the mother coins belong to a limited edition, seldom sold. As for ancestral coins, unless absolutely necessary, those who part with them are often deemed foolish. I would like to introduce to you several seasoned gentlemen, a promising young talent, Yang Yi. The Zhang Daqian painting that you have all set your sights on was first discovered by him. Furthermore, Elder Qi briefly recounted Yang Yi's remarkable finds. Yang Yi felt deeply touched, recognizing that Elder Qi was broadening his network. The acquaintance with these elders would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. Upon hearing this, the elders expressed their admiration. The young waves of the Yangtze River pushed the older ones aside. At just over 20, he has achieved such remarkable feats. His future potential seems boundless. Perhaps, in just a few years, he might surpass these old fellows. Please, esteemed elders, I humbly seek your guidance in the future. Yang Yi bowed respectfully. The elders waved their hands dismissively. To say guidance is somewhat exaggerated. Let us engage in exchange instead. In our field, young individuals like you are becoming increasingly rare. You must all strive diligently, lest the culture of antiques withers away. Chapter 21. The Auction. That fellow truly deserves a beating. Chun Haowen lamented, while the Luohan Qian in his possession attracted considerable attention, with several interested parties inquiring about its price. However, Wang Jun was not particularly short of funds, and those individuals could only leave in disappointment. What? Have you finished boasting? Chun Haowen shot a glare, feeling utterly embarrassed to be standing next to this person. Ahem. How could that be called boasting? It's merely an exchange of ideas. Zheng Nuo, an auctioneer brought down from the north by President Lin, was adept at gauging the atmosphere of the event. For the past 4 or 5 years, it had been just him and Lu Lu barely sustaining the auction house. Today, many new friends have arrived, and on behalf of the auction house, I extend a warm welcome to everyone. Perhaps many of you are unfamiliar with me, so allow me to introduce myself and give me an opportunity to enhance my reputation. This opening remark, imbued with a touch of humor, elicited friendly laughter from the audience, and some even responded with applause. The first item up for auction was none other than Zhu Deshang's gourd vase. This decision was the result of discussions between Miao Zong, Lulu, and Yang Yi. The gourd vase was indeed a prized possession, estimated by Lulu to fetch no less than 5 million. In fact, aside from Zhang Daqian's painting, this vase was the most valuable item at the auction. It is commonly said that the opening item should possess a certain rarity to elevate the atmosphere and ignite the enthusiasm for bidding. 7 million. The gentleman bids 7 million. Is there a higher bid? 7.5 million. Third call. Sold. With a firm knock of the gavel from Zheng Nuo. The first item was successfully auctioned for 7.5 million. This outcome exceeded Lulu's expectations and indeed invigorated the atmosphere for bidding. Zhu Deshang was present, or rather, supporting the event, smiling as he congratulated Miao Zong. Congratulations. Miao Fei, in high spirits, replied with a smile. Aren't we both celebrating? Ha! Indeed we are. The item belonged to him, and apart from a portion of the fees, nearly all the proceeds were Zhu Deshang's. Of course, Zhu Deshang was not overly concerned about this income. The reason for his attendance today was primarily for that painting by Zhang Daqian. After much effort to acquire a piece, it had been coveted by old Qi and taken away. Now, with an even more precious piece appearing, he naturally wished to join in the excitement. Subsequently, the auction entered a lull, with items of little distinction being auctioned off for tens of thousands or slightly over 100,000, failing to excite the affluent bidders. A piece of unrefined Tianhuang stone was brought forth for auction, catching Wang Jun off guard. Moreover, judging by its quality, it was not particularly impressive. Had it undergone some refinement, its value would have increased significantly. Nevertheless, Tianhuang stone varies in quality, and the piece currently being auctioned could only be deemed mediocre. As the price of the Tianhuang stone rose to 1 million, old Qi chuckled. Despite its less than stellar quality, it remains the king among stones. Tianhuang stone, a gem within the Shoshan stone family, is honored with the title of king among stones. Its warm, appealing hue and fine texture have made it highly esteemed since the Ming and Qing dynasties, cherished by collectors for centuries. Presently, even a gram of ordinary Tianhuang stone can command over 300 yuan. An elderly gentleman nearby remarked with a wry smile. Of course, the inflated prices are influenced by the speculations of jewelers. Many items, once they are marketed, see their prices soar exponentially, yielding substantial profits. Those who indulge in antiques relish the profits they yield, yet they also endure the bitter consequences of their pursuits. One must ponder, for enthusiasts like them. The antiques they acquire are indeed numerous, promising substantial returns. However, The sheer volume of their purchases necessitates greater financial commitment to indulge in their cherished items. It is a natural law that rarity begets value. Currently, the availability of Tianhuang stones is virtually non-existent. Another elder lamented that, to his knowledge, only 2 pieces of newly mined Tianhuang stone have emerged this year, and they are scarcely larger than a fist. Such scarcity undoubtedly commands high prices. The auction market has witnessed a surge in the value of Tianhuang stones, with a piece weighing merely a few grams fetching tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands. Larger specimens can soar to several million. Yang Yi, lost in contemplation as he gazed at a piece of Tianhuang stone displayed on the stage, remained oblivious to the discussions around him. His discerning eye detected an extraordinary brilliance emanating from a stone, seemingly defying logic. The radiance rivaled that of Zhang Daqian's renowned painting mountain and water-clear sound. Logically, the stone should not exceed a valuation of just over $1 million. Yet its brilliance suggested otherwise. According to what he knew, the Tianhuang stone had been consigned by a customer, one he had not previously examined. He had not appraised any of the auction items, save for a gourd vase and the aforementioned painting. He pondered whether he should participate in the bidding. As an employee of the auction house, was it appropriate for him to engage in such a contest? It would be rather unseemly to appear overly eager. Additionally, his financial resources were limited, amounting to only a few $100,000. Brother Wang, secure that piece for me. He discreetly communicated to Wang Jun, you want me to act as a pawn? Wang Jun paused, mistakenly believing Yang Yi requested his assistance to inflate the price of the Tianhuang stone. Yang Yi shook his head, candidly admitting he had not appraised the stone beforehand. However, upon closer inspection, he found it intriguing. Yet, as a member of the auction house, it seemed inappropriate to bid recklessly. All right, I trust your judgment, Wang Jun replied without further inquiry. He immediately raised the bid by a staggering $500,000, assuming this would settle the matter. Logically, this amount far exceeded the market value of the stone, and any rational individual would refrain from escalating the bidding war. However, unexpectedly, a rival arrived on the scene. Li Jian, like Wang Jun, was a wealthy heir from a prominent family. The Li and Wang families had been embroiled in business feuds for half a century. 2 million. Wang Jun, upon hearing this, ground his teeth in frustration, an unmistakable annoyance in his tone. Damn it, he could not help but exclaim. The other attendees shook their heads in disbelief. Such bidding was utterly irrational. In the 22nd chapter of this contest of wills, Chun Haowen observed Yang Yi's encouragement of Wang Jun's price escalation with a slight frown. Considering the potential implications of Yang Yi's words, he refrained from interjecting. There was no need for a contest of pride. He could not resist stating, having reached 2 million, even if money is no object, there is no need to fall into Li Jian's trap. Wang Jun is well aware of the enmity between him and Li Jian. He understands that Li Jian's sudden emergence to challenge him is undoubtedly a harbinger of mischief. One need not strain their intellect to grasp the intent to ensnare him. Wang Jun harbors his own schemes, disregarding the counsel he has received, fully cognizant that Li Jian seeks to bait him. However, one cannot ascertain who will ultimately fall victim to whom. 2,000,001, he declared. The auction for this item mandates that the minimum increment must not be less than 10,000. Thus his intentions are rather nefarious. And it is evidently clear that by raising the bid by this amount, he aims to provoke Li Jian. After his proclamation, he cast a taunting glance at Li Jian, his gaze unmistakably challenging. If you dare, respond. In such a scenario, the auction house is the one reveling the most. Miao Fei was taken aback, yet inwardly delighted, thinking, let them compete. The fiercer the rivalry, the greater the profits for the auction house. Initially, the piece of Tianhuang stone was estimated to fetch just over $1 million. Now it is nearing double that amount. Wang Jun eagerly anticipated Li Jian's next bid, planning to withdraw effortlessly and ensnare someone in the process. Perhaps it was this very mindset that Li Jian had deftly exploited. As the saying goes, the enemy knows you best. Indeed, Li Jian refrained from bidding. He suddenly feigned realization, exclaiming, "Oh, it is Brother Wang. Then I shall not be so brazen as to snatch away your prize." His expression was one of mockery, darkening Wang Jun's countenance. Chun Haowen shook his head in resignation, knowing this would be the outcome. Wang Jun's desire to ensnare was met with equal cunning from others. Could he truly be fooled? Li Jian discreetly inquired of a nearby appraiser, "Is this truly worth just over $1 million?" The appraiser, a man in his 50s clad in a suit and looking quite sprightly, nodded, saying, "It is merely a piece of tangerine peel yellow Tianhuang stone. Classified as a mid-grade variant, it is certainly not worth $2 million. It is widely acknowledged that Tianhuang stone comes in various grades. with the finest being Tian Huang frozen stone, while the lowest quality is known as hard Tian stone. Stones that are coarse, lacking in warmth, devoid of spirit, and laden with impurities are collectively referred to as hard Tian stone, which is of inferior quality. That is reassuring. Li Jian responded with satisfaction. Nearly everyone believed Wang Jun had fallen victim to a scam. He was indeed renowned as Jiangzhou's most famous dupe, which explained why he had attained the status of a VIP at the auction house. He was clearly a prodigal son of fortune. This episode marked a minor climax of the auction, stirring a ripple of conversation among the attendees, though Wang Jun's expression remained less than favorable. Brother Wang, it is premature to be vexed. Let us examine the treasure closely once it is in hand. Yang Yi interjected. Wang Jun paused, trusting Yang Yi's judgment. He nodded, choosing not to remain incensed. If he ultimately profited, the reactions would surely be amusing. The auction items were limited, for in a second-tier city like Jiangzhou, hosting an auction is a rarity. Next, we reach the final treasure of this auction. I believe that 90% of the guests present are here specifically for this item. Very well, let us not delay any further. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone instinctively heightened their attention, including the elderly Qi and his companions. It is indeed true that the majority of attendees at this auction are drawn primarily by Zhang Daqian's renowned painting, Mountain and Water, Clear Sound, particularly those who are financially secure. It is not an easy competition. Li Jian frowned. He, too, had come with the intention of acquiring Zhang Daqian's artwork. As a revered elder in his family, was celebrating a significant birthday. This elder, whom he knew well, had a fondness for traditional calligraphy and paintings. Undoubtedly, this piece by Zhang Daqian would make for the finest gift. A bid of no less than 60 million would be necessary. The appraiser beside him also expressed his thoughts, noting that the starting price for Mountain and Water, Clear Sound had already reached 40 million, reflecting the growing popularity of ancient calligraphy and paintings. Their status is rising both in China and internationally. Works exceeding 100 million are becoming increasingly common. Without mentioning ancient works, there are numerous modern pieces. The most illustrious being Qi Baishi's Pine and Cypress, Standing Tall, which fetched an astronomical price of over 400 million, astonishing the nation. As for Zhang Daqian, who is of equal renown, his works are sure to command similarly impressive sums. This is none of our concern. Let's enjoy the spectacle. Wang Jun chuckled. He was certain that this painting would create a significant stir, with too many competitors vying for it, undoubtedly culminating in a staggering price. Thus, he had initially approached the event with a mindset of mere observation, which allowed him to remain at ease. Observing the others, one could see the solemn expressions on their faces. Even Elder Qi appeared strained, watching the wealthy participants prepare, uncertain of the final price of the painting. 41 million, 42 million, 45 million. With the first bid placed, others quickly followed suit, causing the value of Mountain and Water, Clear Sound to soar, reaching 60 million within just 2 minutes. This sudden escalation left Li Jian somewhat pale. He had not anticipated such fierce competition. Initially, he believed that a maximum of 70 million would secure the piece without question. However, the current situation made it uncertain whether 70 million would suffice. Miao Fei clenched her fist, equally surprised by how far the bidding had exceeded their expectations. The proceeds from this treasure would almost entirely contribute to the auction house's profits. With such a considerable capital influx, the auction house would have ample opportunity for future endeavors, allowing her plans to unfold. Perhaps the most discontented party would be her inept uncle, who, due to his lack of discernment, had failed to recognize the value of this treasure. Had he identified its worth earlier, the auction house would not have faced such dire straits under his management, nearly leading to its collapse. What do you think the final price will be? She inquired of Lulu. Lulu smiled wryly and shook his head. I cannot speculate. It has surpassed my estimations significantly. At this point, Zhang Daqian's works are becoming increasingly precious. Whenever they surface, they almost invariably incite a frenzy among bidders. There is no doubt that this painting will fetch a staggering price, likely breaking the records since the establishment of our auction house. Indeed, it had already shattered their previous auction records. Just 2 years prior, a celestial bead had been sold for over 23 million, yet the starting price of Mountain and Water, Clear Sound at 40 million eclipsed that celestial bead by a wide margin, making it incomparable. Ultimately, he ventured to guess, I believe 70 million still holds promise. Miao Fei smiled, sensing that Lulu was being a touch conservative. Chapter 23. The 80 million threshold. Old Qi felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely called out a price once, and then fell silent, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. Having lived through many seasons, he possessed a great deal of rationality. The painting's price had soared to over 60 million, far exceeding his budget, and thus he had no choice but to relent. Naturally, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. In contrast, Wang Jun appeared invigorated, as he noticed that Li Jian seemed particularly invested in the painting. An insidious thought began to form. He could not let go of the opportunity to disrupt Li Jian, especially after the latter's earlier kindness towards him. 70 million. 70 million for the first time. Zing no cooperated in Cultivation. As expected, those who coveted the artwork feared the finality of Wang Jun's declaration and hastily followed suit. 71 million. 73 million. Lu was rendered speechless. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. It was not yet the final moments, and already the bids had surpassed his expectations. This did not include Wang Jun, who had long planned to vex Li Jian. 80 million. He called out once, convinced that Li Jian would not hold back. It was evident that Li Jian was genuinely determined to acquire the piece as he raised the bids repeatedly. Consequently, Wang Jun felt emboldened to escalate the price so dramatically. Others watched with bittersweet smiles. This was sheer madness. Nonetheless, the earlier animosity between the two had become apparent. Regarding Wang Jun's meddling, no one dared to pass judgment. After all, it was a case of tit for tat. When one calculates others, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being calculated in return. Indeed, just by looking at his expression, it was clear he would not concede easily. With Wang Jun's interference, the other participants fell into a profound silence. At this juncture, there was no need to engage in the rivalry between the two. The auction house, however, was in high spirits. Miao Fei felt a surge of excitement, struggling to contain her exhilaration. Following this auction, she believed their establishment's reputation would soar. In the future, consignors would feel secure in trusting their items to their auction house, as the channels for auction goods would broaden, eliminating the need for arduous efforts to gather items as they had this time. This auction could be deemed quite successful, Lu remarked. He had never anticipated that their auction house could secure such a staggering sum of 80 million, a rarity among domestic auction houses, certainly incomparable to those of the highest caliber. Wang Jun's contribution was significant, he added. Miao Fei nodded, her gaze softening towards the somewhat aged Wang Jun. The earlier piece of Tianwang stone, which had appreciated by over 100 million, paled in comparison to this, which had directly increased by 5 million. Once the auction concluded, Miao Fei declared that they must treat Yang Yi to a meal. Furthermore, due to the success of this auction, all members of the auction house would receive bonuses. Yang Yi, being the primary contributor, would naturally receive the largest share, followed by Lu, Zheng Nuo, and the other ordinary staff members, who would each receive rewards of over 1,000 yuan. Miao Fei was not a miser. She understood the art of management. She was acutely aware that in order to motivate the horse, one must provide it with feed. The recent auction proved to be immensely profitable, and a portion of the earnings could be allocated as rewards for everyone involved, which would not pose any issue. It is essential for all participants at the auction house to understand that if they desire bonuses, they must strive to enhance the quality of the auction, thereby motivating everyone. She now harbors an ambition to elevate the Jiangzhou auction house into a premier establishment within the country. Currently, it can barely be classified as second tier. Only when each auction features items worth millions can it be deemed second tier. Items valued over 100 million would elevate it to the status of quasi-first tier. A truly first-rate auction house consistently showcases treasures approaching 100 million in value, with transaction volumes maintained above 100 million. Signaling him to recognize the favorable circumstances and refrain from overreaching. Wang Jun responded with a reassuring glance, indicating his intent to remain in the background. Li Jian nearly erupted in expletives. He had only managed to impose a slight burden on that individual, resulting in an additional cost of merely 100,000 or so. Yet now, Wang Jun's intervention had escalated the expense to several times that amount. He felt a twinge of regret for instigating trouble at such a delicate moment. He ought to suffer a bit. Wang Jun smirked with satisfaction. Li Jian fixed his gaze on Wang Jun, tentatively adding an extra 500,000. While this brought him disappointment, it also provided a sense of relief, as he was glad not to have further complicated matters. Had Wang Jun persisted in opposing him, he might have chosen to withdraw altogether. After all, there were plenty of items available for a birthday gift, and with over 80 million, he could procure a commendable selection without being led astray by Wang Jun's antics. His primary grievance lay in the irritation of the situation. 8,050,000 for the first time. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring this extraordinary treasure, Zheng Nuo announced with a smile, ensuring to add some kind words to lift Li Jian's spirits. Although money had been spent, securing such a rare gem was not without merit. Zheng Nuo himself felt invigorated. This auction marked a significant milestone in his career and a personal record, greatly benefiting his future endeavors. Should he choose to change positions, this auction record would undoubtedly enhance his professional stature. As the auction concluded, Qi Lao and his associates left empty-handed, feeling a tinge of regret. However, their demeanor was composed. They understood that not every opportunity could be seized. Go collect your items and prepare to depart, Qi Lao instructed Wang Jun. Typically, the final transactions occur post-auction, where bidders settle payments and finalize exchanges. During the payment process, Li Jian encountered Wang Jun again. Contrary to expectations, there were no heated exchanges. They merely exchanged disdainful glances and subtle jibes. Mr. Wang, you must attend our celebratory banquet at the auction house this afternoon, Miao Fei warmly invited. Wang Jun, being a laid-back individual, was more than willing to join the festivities, even if it meant facing potential losses. Ultimately, it was primarily to honor Yang Yi. All right, I'll swing by for a drink, Wang Jun replied nonchalantly. Once he secured the items, he eagerly set about scrutinizing the piece of Tianhuang stone, curious to see if it truly possessed the intriguing qualities Yang Yi had described. Chapter 24. Treasures Within Treasures. Liu Li, witnessing Wang Yun's meticulous examination, could not suppress a chuckle, assuring him, rest assured, it is undoubtedly an authentic original. There will be no substitutions. Auction houses place utmost importance on credibility. Without this fundamental principle, survival becomes impossible. Especially for fledgling auction houses like ours, integrity is paramount. Wang Jun remained silent as he handed the Tianhuang stone to Yang Yi, who found nothing particularly remarkable. Lu and Miao Fei exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this piece of Tianhuang stone was counterfeit? Their experiences had taught them the value of Yang Yi's discerning eye. If he detected an issue, a thorough appraisal would indeed be necessary. Is there a problem? Miao Fei inquired, her tone laced with concern. Yang Yi glanced at Miao and Lu before shaking his head. The Tianhuang stone is not a fake. Upon hearing this, both Lu and Miao Fei exhaled in relief. The authenticity was what mattered. As for the worth of the amount Wang Jun had bid, that was beyond their auction house's purview. Miao Fei suddenly thought it prudent to have Yang Yi inspect future auction items. Otherwise, the embarrassment could extend beyond financial loss to reputational damage. Yang Yi requested a magnifying glass from Lu and scrutinized the Tianhuang stone for a while. There are fissures, he remarked, noting the finely. It was indeed typical for Tianhuang stone, a characteristic that did not raise any alarm among the group. What draws attention are the subtle radicals visible within the stone, with a deeper hue on the outside that gradually lightens inward. Its surface occasionally bears a yellow or gray-black skin interspersed with red patterns. These are the unique visual traits of Tianhuang stone, famously described as without Wenli, there is no Tian. Without skin, there is no Tian. Without patterns, there is no Tian. Admittedly, purity remains the hallmark of quality in terms of stone properties. As one of the three treasures of seal stones, Tianhuang stone appears in hues of yellow, white, red, and black, with yellow being the most prevalent. It exhibits a pearlescent sheen, a glassy luster, and an oily gloss, ranging from microtranslucent to semi-translucent, with some being entirely transparent. Those with higher transparency, when observed under strong light, often reveal delicate and densely reminiscent of freshly unearthed white radish fibers, hence the term radish wheat. Or perhaps red veins. Lu inquired further. Beyond the Wenli resembling cracks, Tianhuang stone also features red veins, which if not examined closely, could easily be mistaken for fissures. The so-called red veins are merely the occasional red streaks appearing on the surface of the Tianhuang stone, blood red and fine as silk, colloquially known as red veins or blood threads. These are fine fissures formed during the stone's migration process, permeated by iron oxide from the soil. Yang Yi gently shook his head. Could I have a blade? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Miao and others changed noticeably. Lu went to retrieve his tools, while Wang Jun approached with keen interest. If there were indeed cracks, would that not diminish its value considerably? As a gemstone, the gravest concern is the presence of cracks, which significantly reduce worth. If Yang Yi's implication held true, Wang Jun would find himself in a dire predicament. Look here, it could easily be mistaken for radish wheat. Yang Yi stated. The fissure almost traversed the entire slab of Tianhuang stone, yet it remained uncertain whether it was intentionally created. To the naked eye, it bore a striking resemblance to the radish pattern typical of Tianhuang stone. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Wang Jun pondered whether this radish pattern was perhaps too shallow. Indeed, it could very well be a crack. Furthermore, the quality of this Tianhuang stone was not particularly high, with low transparency, making it unlikely for the radish pattern to be so distinct. Yang Yi then posed a question that caused Wang Jun to nod in agreement. Goodness, your keen eye is truly remarkable. You're like a living magnifying glass. Wang Jun marveled. Once he acquired the blade, Yang Yi cautiously positioned it against the crack, causing those around him to hold their breath. At that moment, Li Jian completed the necessary procedures, settled the payment, and approached with the painting. Upon noticing Wang Jun's presence, he could not help but draw closer. Upon seeing that it was indeed the Tianhuang stone that Wang Jun had just successfully bid for, he couldn't suppress his amusement. It seemed this Tianhuang stone had already been a source of misfortune for him. Now that it had encountered issues, it might be rendered utterly worthless. That would be quite amusing, double the misfortune. Surely, Wang Jun would be feeling the pinch. After all, it was merely a flawed piece of stone. It should still retain some value, ensuring he wouldn't suffer a total loss. He inquired of the appraiser beside him, his voice slightly raised, drawing the attention of those nearby. Wang Jun shot him a glare, instantly recognizing his ill intentions, deliberately attracting onlookers to witness his predicament. However, the tables could turn. He held confidence in Yang Yi. If it were merely a crack, Yang Yi would likely have advised him to forego the purchase rather than encouraging him to bid on it. After all, it remained Tianhuang stone. Even if it were split into two pieces, it should still hold some worth, as echoed by the appraiser. Is it true? That slab of Tianhuang stone has encountered issues? Others murmured quietly, glancing over. Out of respect for the auction house, they refrained from laughing. This was not entirely surprising. Lu Li's abilities were limited, and misjudgments were to be expected. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Reports had circulated that just days prior, the auction house had been embroiled in a scandal, prompting the cultural relic department to seal several bronze tripods, rumored to have been newly unearthed. Typically, such artifacts were considered a hot potato, with few daring to take them on. The auction house, being a public venue, would certainly refrain from accepting them, further underscoring Lu Li's inadequacies. Let's go take a look, Elder Qi remarked, frowning. Upon their arrival, they discovered that what had once been a singular slab of Tianhuang stone was now perilously close to splitting into two. To his astonishment, it appeared someone had skillfully fused two pieces of Tianhuang stone together. During the auction, I failed to notice. I thought that was simply the radish pattern, an elder commented. Yet, Elder Qi countered, I sensed something was amiss at the time, but I did not investigate further. Before the gathered crowd, Yang Yi grasped both ends of the Tianhuang stone and pulled forcefully apart. To their astonishment, the two pieces separated, revealing yet another fragment that fell away from the center. It too was Tianhuang stone. However, the quality, it was in fact Tianhuang frozen stone. Miao Fei's lips twitched, as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in her heart. Chapter 25, Royal Treasures. Let me take a look, Elder Qi interjected. Is it valuable? Li Jian inquired, his expression grim. The appraiser beside him nodded with difficulty. Setting aside the origins, the quality of this Tianhuang stone is exceedingly precious. Finding another piece of such caliber may prove quite challenging. Perhaps one can only behold similarly exquisite Tianhuang stone carvings at the Palace Museum. It is truly a marvel, a treasure. Others cast envious glances. Miao Fei sighed inwardly, her resolve strengthened. Henceforth, all auction items must pass through Yang Yi's discerning eyes. The current predicament reflects not only a financial loss, but also a blow to one's dignity, having allowed others to seize opportunities within her auction house. Nonetheless, a small comfort lies in the fact that the issue was identified by her own team. Undoubtedly, the most awkward position belongs to Lu. He need not guess the thoughts of others. It is apparent that many might deem his appraisal skills rather limited. Furthermore, in Miao's estimation, his worth has diminished significantly. Observing the young Yang Yi, Lulu couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Yang Yi's future appears boundless, possessing innate talent. And with the guidance of esteemed figures like Elder Qi, his potential is unpredictable. Of course, while envy exists, it does not breed jealousy or resentment. After all, there is no comparison between himself and Yang Yi, thus avoiding any conflict. Miao, this is my fault for my limited abilities. He promptly expressed his apologies to Miao Fei. She understood Lulu's sentiments and reassured him, Do not feel guilty. Even the finest horses stumble. Mistakes are part of the human experience, and an occasional oversight is entirely normal. She confided in Lulu that the auction house now has sufficient funds, bolstered by the recent auction's acclaim. Currently, the priority is to prepare for next month's auction, aiming to further disseminate their reputation and attract more affluent bidders. Therefore, she might take Yang Yi to explore other venues in the coming fortnight, while Lulu and his team will oversee operations at the auction house. No problem. Nothing major will go awry, Lulu assured her. This incident served as a wake-up call for him. In the future, he must exercise greater caution when appraising items. Additionally, the presence of the young Yang instilled a sense of urgency, making him aware of his own shortcomings and the need for further self-improvement. This young man is remarkable. Did he not notice how Elder Qi values him? Elder Qi possesses an astute eye for talent. It seems that Jiangzhou is about to witness the emergence of a new star akin to Chen Haowen. Onlookers murmured softly. Currently, in Jiangzhou's antique circle, Chen Haowen stands as the lone representative of the younger generation, leaving a palpable void. This circumstance has rendered the older generation somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Chen Haowen's skills are commendable, having reached half of Elder Qi's level, which commands respect. Now, with the emergence of Yang Yi, youthful, with a solid foundation and keen insight, he is not much inferior to some seasoned veterans, allowing them to glimpse a new star rising. Let us strive. At the next appraisal competition, Jiangzhou shall not face undue embarrassment. An elder chuckled while stroking his beard. Wang Jun was overjoyed, feeling as though his fortune had become unstoppable since meeting Yang Yi. With a grin, he said to Yang Yi, "Thank you, my dear brother. Let me treat you to a meal. Perhaps another day. Today the auction house has prepared a feast," Yang Yi replied. He felt a twinge of discontent for not having dined with that fellow. Had it not been for the consideration of the auction house's reputation, he would have borrowed money to make a bid. However, he was also aware of the potential dangers, for it was an imperial artifact. A moment's negligence could invite dire consequences. Thus, he decided to encase it within another piece of Yellowstone. Historically, evaluations of this emperor are quite contentious. Zhu Yujian was eager for reform and wished to achieve significant accomplishments. Yet, due to the accumulation of contradictions and deep-seated issues, he was unable to effectuate a fundamental improvement in the political landscape in such a short time. Zhu Yujian's obstinacy and impetuosity, coupled with his distrust and impatience, led him to commit grave errors in governance. Among the myriad emperors at the end of the Ming dynasty, he was arguably the most competent. Yet the dynasty met its demise under his reign, which is indeed a bitter irony. The quality of this Yellowstone was inherently superior, and with its exquisite craftsmanship and royal provenance, its value soared dramatically. Elder Qi continued, "What might it be worth?" Someone inquired with curiosity. One can only provide a rough estimate. Precise predictions are elusive, much like the painting by Zhang Daqian we just discussed, Elder Qi replied, suggesting a reasonable price range of 5 to 7 million. Wang Jun, having profited handsomely at the auction house, found himself in a position of considerable esteem. Such occurrences have been exceedingly rare in recent years, as many appraisers at auction houses possess keen eyes and seldom allow for fortuitous finds. Li Jian's expression darkened considerably. He had overpaid nearly 10 million for that painting, while Wang Jun had, conversely, garnered several million in profit. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Yang Yi turned somewhat hostile. "Let's go," Li Jian said, embarrassed to linger any longer. "Take care. No need for formalities." Wang Jun mockingly bid farewell to the departing guests. Subsequently, Miao Fei extended an invitation to Elder Qi and his companions. However, Elder Qi politely declined, stating that he was too old to partake in such revelries. "Do not forget to attend the exchange meeting in a couple of days," Elder Qi reminded Yang Yi. The staff at the auction house were well aware that this auction had achieved unprecedented success, and President Miao had explicitly stated that bonuses for the month would increase by around 1,000, motivating everyone immensely. Chapter 26, 7-Digit Balance. As the largest city in the nation, Shanghai boasts countless major corporations. Jiashi Jewelry is a conglomerate valued at several hundred billion, and establishing a magnificent headquarters in this prime location is no small feat on the top floor of the Jiashi Jewelry headquarters. A middle-aged man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling metropolis while quietly smoking. That girl has finally managed to turn the tide. A faint smile graced his lips. The recent shareholders' meeting had deliberated on matters concerning the Jiangzhou auction house. Initially, over 60% of the shareholders wished to eliminate that auction house. However, with the recent turnaround, an auction yielding profits exceeding 80 million. No one dared to bring up the subject of its dissolution. Yet, some began to grow envious, seeking to divert the auction house's profits to subsidize other subsidiaries. Miao Ronghui, of course, sought to prevent such occurrences. On one hand, he hoped for the auction house to thrive. On the other, it was his daughter who had initiated this venture, which might one day become her own domain. Naturally, he would not allow any such incidents to transpire. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon seeing it was his uncle's call, a knowing smile crept across his face. Brother-in-law, I heard that painting from the auction house fetched over 80 million. I may not have contributed much, but I certainly endured some hardships, right? Indeed, those vying for credit had arrived. This is a matter you must discuss with your niece, Miao Ronghui chuckled. That girl? Forget it, I'll call her. And if I can escape her biting sarcasm, it will be a triumph in itself. Lin, his uncle, lamented. Had he discovered that painting earlier, transforming it into several million in his hands, he would not have withdrawn from the helm of the auction house in such a dejected manner. Now, he found himself a mere idle figure, seemingly unwelcome in many of the group's subsidiaries. The board has just decided to assign you to manage a jewelry branch in South China. Prepare yourself. You shall depart in the next couple of days. Miao Ronghui stated. That jewelry branch did not hold a prominent position in South China, and its sales performance was rather dismal. Precisely for this reason, it had been entrusted to his uncle to handle, sparing Miao Ronghui from daily complaints and whispers of discontent from his sister's husband. Very well, Lin acknowledged, aware that in the eyes of others, he was perceived as merely biding his time. The auction house was not particularly large, consisting of around 50 individuals, including security personnel. Miao Fei had reserved several tables at the most luxurious hotel in Jiangzhou, perfectly accommodating the invited guests. The shared meal significantly bridged the gap among everyone, completely winning over the auction house's staff to their leader. The initially stern impression Miao had left began to fade considerably. In truth, the strictness of a leader mattered little. What the employees valued most was their compensation. Upon his arrival, Miao generously distributed bonuses, an unexpected gesture that delighted everyone. An additional 1,000 or more in bonuses each month made any reprimands feel worthwhile. Moreover, the staff's perception of Yang Yi had also transformed significantly. They recognized him as a capable individual, with even Lu conceding to his superiority. Xiao Yu, if you're moved, you must strive for it. Good men are hard to find. If you miss this opportunity, you may not find another. Although Yang Yi was not particularly handsome, his substance and bright prospects were of utmost importance. Indeed, as the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. If you set aside your pride and invite him, I doubt he will refuse, joked several married women, their tones laced with encouragement. Isn't that a bit too pragmatic? Xiao Yu hesitated. It was no wonder she felt uncertain. Before Yang Yi's rise to success, their interactions had been minimal, and they might not have even exchanged greetings if they crossed paths. Now, approaching him after his achievements seemed somewhat opportunistic, potentially leaving a negative impression. Her greatest regret was not having engaged in more conversations with Yang Yi earlier, at the very least to become friends. Had she done so, her current attempts to connect would not feel so awkward. Isn't that just the way of society? Others chuckled. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi remained oblivious to the chaotic happenings within the auction house as he sat in Miao's office, sipping tea. Miao selected a recently graduated intern to serve as her secretary. The intern's duties primarily involved organizing documents and serving tea, tasks at which she proved quite competent. Not accustomed to coffee? Miao Fei inquired with a smile. Yang Yi shook her head, replying, I drink it sparingly. It used to be quite expensive, and I preferred to buy beverages instead. Yang Yi's candidness about her past financial struggles endeared her to Miao Fei, who appreciated her authenticity. Next, I shall grant you 2 days off. In a week, I need you to accompany me to the capital. Is that agreeable? Miao Fei proposed. Sure. Just remind me the day before we depart. Yang Yi nodded, expressing no objections. She was quite satisfied with such a lenient arrangement. Miao Fei candidly acknowledged that although the auction house's troubles had passed, the path ahead remained arduous. The upcoming auction required extensive preparation, and they needed to procure an item valued at around 50 million. Finding treasures exceeding 50 million is no easy feat, Yang Yi remarked. Ishal do mi utmost. I understand the challenge, but if our next auction lacks a centerpiece worth even 10 million, the reputation we have painstakingly built will be irreparably tarnished. Miao Fei shared her concerns. As a leader, she had numerous matters to contemplate, with the next auction weighing heavily on her mind. Upon exiting Miao's office, Yang Yi unexpectedly collided with Xiao Yu, who was heading to the restroom. Yang Yi was well acquainted with Xiao Yu, a former standout at the auction house, possessing a pure yet alluring charm, complemented by a mature figure reminiscent of a ripe peach. Hello. Xiao Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly continued on her way. Yang Yi paid little heed to the fleeting flutter of her heart, which swiftly subsided. It is natural for a man to yearn for a woman's attention, particularly that of an attractive one. Yang Yi, who often viewed himself as an underdog, found it unsurprising that his heart raced at receiving the notice of a goddess. While still in a daze, a text notification interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from the bank. To his astonishment, Miao had promptly instructed the finance department to transfer his first salary, resulting in a bank balance that had finally reached 7 figures. Originally, the salary was not due for settlement for another couple of days, but it seemed Miao was keen to win the hearts of her staff, even disbursing wages in advance. Yang Yi was not the only one delighted. The entire staff at the auction house was in high spirits. They had just enjoyed a lavish meal. And now, with early salary payments, their earnings exceeded the previous month by over 1,000. Chapter 27. A Visit from Distant Relatives. $1 million, 2 decades ago, was a considerable sum. Today, it merely ensures a life free from dire straits, particularly in a bustling metropolis. With a grounded mindset, Yang Yi composed himself. At that moment, a visitor arrived, someone familiar. Yang Yi should refer to her as his great-aunt, a relative with whom he had previously been somewhat estranged. Recently, she had contacted Yang Yi's parents, expressing her desire to introduce a girl to his younger brother, Yang Feng. Thus, today, she had traveled a long distance, accompanied by the girl, who was of the same age as Yang Feng. While she was not particularly beautiful, she possessed a sturdy frame, standing slightly taller alongside Yang Feng. According to her account, the young woman in question is the daughter of her neighbor, currently pursuing a degree at a vocational college, thus possessing a higher educational qualification than Yang Feng. Recently graduated. Upon learning that she had yet to enter into a romantic relationship, her family grew somewhat anxious to assist her in finding a partner. After more than half an hour of interaction, it became evident that although the girl was tall, she possessed a rather introverted demeanor, spoke little, and was diligent in her tasks, endearing herself to both of them. Xiong Jinxiu, at the age of 24, found herself languishing in the village as an unmarried woman, much to her parents' chagrin, who were eager to see her wed. It is rather pitiable that she had never experienced love during her academic years. Her physique often deterred suitors, as standing beside her could be intimidating, compounded by the fact that she did not consider herself particularly attractive. Given her parents' earnest efforts, she felt reluctant to disregard their goodwill. Thus, she obediently agreed to meet the prospective match, planning to voice her discontent should it arise. Frankly speaking, seeking a partner with a lower educational background felt somewhat humiliating. It would be awkward to present him at future alumni gatherings. Her parents were attracted to the man's promising financial prospects, which would spare their daughter from hardship. Upon graduation, Xiong Jinxiu had sought employment, yet despite possessing a vocational diploma, many companies overlooked her. Nowadays, it wasn't just undergraduates flooding the job market. Even postgraduates were abundant. Individuals like her were often relegated to clerical positions, earning meager salaries of 2,000 to 3,000. In light of this, she did not look down upon Yang Feng, as his current earnings surpassed hers, albeit only slightly. Upon meeting him, she discerned that Yang Feng's personality was somewhat impulsive. He embodied the archetype of a physically robust, yet intellectually simple individual, often relying on brute strength to accomplish tasks, which had led to several amusing blunders. Xiao Feng, why don't you accompany Xiao for a stroll down the pedestrian street? Don't just linger at home, suggested his great-aunt, who, despite being a great-aunt, was only a year older than Yang Yi. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Yang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's parents would have liked to deliver a reprimanding glare to him. Fool! The girl hasn't even mentioned it's too soon. Why are you rambling? Faced with his parents' disapproving looks, Yang Feng quickly altered his response. All right. Xiong Jinxiu stifled a laugh internally, suddenly realizing that this fellow might be quite entertaining. If they were to live together in the future, life could potentially be far from monotonous. Yang Yi briefly mentioned the money he had sent and casually touched upon a few work-related topics, assuring that all was well lately. Dad, just ensure the renovations are done well. Yang Yi instructed his father over the phone. Yang Yi's father was taken aback by his son's swift accumulation of funds, which exceeded his expectations. Consequently, their financial situation appeared quite comfortable. Since his son had requested better renovations, he could only acquiesce. After all, wouldn't the house ultimately belong to both of his sons? They might as well proceed according to their wishes. Will transferring such a large sum of money have any repercussions? We are in urgent need of it, his father expressed concern, worried that his son had depleted funds meant for future opportunities. It's fine. Things have gone much smoother than anticipated. I still have a little left, which should suffice. He reassured him. That's good. Conversations with his father were often brief, encapsulating the essentials in just a few words. After hanging up, Yang Yi's father, Yang Dai, retrieved the passbook. Are you heading out? Yang Yi's mother, He Xiaoying, inquired. Xiao Yi has transferred the money to the account. I will go out to confirm it. After all, such a substantial sum warrants verification. When they initially set up the savings account, they did not use the current mobile number, hence no notification arrived upon the funds' arrival. How much? He Xiaoying asked. 80,000, he replied. Regardless, we must facilitate this marriage to strengthen our ties. Xiong Zhenxiu was also taken aback, based on her understanding. Yang Feng's elder brother had left university prematurely to forge a career, and he had now achieved a measure of success. Having entered society herself, she had come to appreciate the challenges of establishing a career. Contemplating this, she held Yang Feng in higher regard, gradually realizing that marrying him may not be a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, she felt it prudent to ascertain their compatibility. Your Xiao Yi is quite remarkable, praised the great aunt. Such flattering remarks are universally appreciated, prompting Yang Yi's parents to modestly downplay the compliment. Xiao Yi has achieved success. If you ask me, you both needn't work so hard. Perhaps you should simply resign, suggested the great aunt while assisting with the vegetable harvest. Xiao Yi shared a similar sentiment, noting that old Yang would certainly be unable to remain idle. I envision that once the two brothers have children, I shall stay home to assist with the grandchildren. He Xiaoying revealed her own plans. The great aunt nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. And what about Xiao Feng? He has long wished to leave factory work. His temperament is rather fiery. He has clashed with his supervisor numerous times, nearly coming to blows, and he switched jobs twice last year. What lies ahead? He must decide for himself. They say that grown children are no longer under their mother's influence. Indeed, Xiao Yi is one such case, and Xiao Feng is no exception. It is nearly impossible to expect him to settle into a stable job. I just hope that once he marries and starts a family, his demeanor might mature a bit. Chapter 28. Future Plans. On the way out with Yang Feng, Xiong Zhenxiu could not restrain her curiosity and asked him a few questions regarding his future aspirations. Yang Feng scratched his head innocently and smiled. My brother also inquired about this matter. I have been contemplating it. If my brother supports me, I wish to lease several acres of lotus ponds to cultivate lotus roots. He had heard that in recent years, the market for lotus roots had expanded significantly, with prices remaining favorable. Leasing around 50 acres, as long as no major mishaps occurred, could yield a guaranteed profit of over 100,000. For him, this prospect was undeniably enticing. It is important to note that his current job, even with frugal living, only nets him about 20 to 30,000 a year. A stark contrast. Naturally, he understood that cultivating lotus roots would be arduous work. However, he was unconcerned, as long as it did not require excessive mental strain. He possessed ample physical strength. Additionally, during the harvesting of lotus roots, he could enlist help, for he certainly could not manage it alone. His brother was largely in agreement with his plan. Thus, he had been gathering information on leasing lotus ponds these past few days, ready to negotiate when suitable opportunities arose. Just a few days ago, he secretly examined several acres and found them quite promising. That area had already developed into a lotus cultivation zone, reportedly encompassing thousands of acres dedicated to the lotus root industry. Such concentrated industrial zones are relatively easy to develop, and there is no shortage of market demand. However, Yang Yi has also cautioned that one must be prepared for hardship in this line of work. Importantly, one should not rely on their parents for assistance. Cultivating lotus roots is arduous, and Yang Yi does not wish for his parents to be involved, having toiled for most of their lives already. Upon hearing Yang Feng's thoughts, Xiong Zhenxiu nodded in agreement, appreciating his perspective, particularly in Yang Feng's situation, with a remarkable older brother supporting him. Any endeavor would be considerably easier. Your brother supports you. That's wonderful. You certainly appear capable of enduring hardship, Xiong Zhenxiu noted, beginning to admire him more. Let me share a secret, but please don't tell my parents. Yang Feng suddenly felt inclined to reveal some joyful news. Yes, go ahead, Xiong Zhenxiu responded with curiosity. My brother is preparing to give me 200,000 to start a small business. In fact, some people want to collaborate with me on a fish pond project. However, The cost of leasing a fish pond is quite high. Managing 50 to 60 acres would require at least 3 to 500,000. It seemed as though Yang Feng had found his voice, speaking animatedly. Xiong Jinxiu was astonished. She had not expected someone perceived as lacking ambition to have such elaborate plans for the future and a profound understanding of the business he wished to pursue. It was not surprising that Yang Feng's older brother would lend him 200,000 for a small venture. But one had to admit that such generosity was quite remarkable. Many individuals, even those of means, often keep a close account with their siblings. And it is rare to find someone who generously supports their brothers and sisters. Many are willing to spend lavishly on their wives and children, yet hesitate to invest significantly in their siblings. Your brother is truly impressive, Xiong Jinxiu could not help but exclaim. Yang Feng smiled broadly. He truly is remarkable. You have no idea. He excelled academically, winning awards in nearly every competition and often ranking at the top of his class. Consequently, my parents have high expectations for him. Having grown up alongside his parents, Yang Feng was well aware of their favoritism towards his elder brother, with many claiming they were overly partial, focused solely on the eldest. How did your brother end up dropping out? Xiong Jinxiu suddenly asked, a question that had lingered in her mind. Once it was out, she regretted it slightly, realizing it might touch a sensitive nerve. Yet, to her surprise, Yang Feng was unbothered and replied with a laugh. My brother mentioned a few times that someone at school was targeting him. Really? Xiong Jinxiu had not anticipated such a reason. Could it be that Yang Feng's brother was lying for the sake of pride? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps there was indeed some underlying corruption at the school. It was not impossible. She had heard of unsavory incidents occurring at her previous school, and the university was not an untouched sanctuary. Are you not angry? She inquired again. Yang Feng shrugged. If my brother is not angry, what good would it do for me to be upset? He told me that a counselor framing their own students is not worth attending such a school. Xiong Jinxiu suddenly found herself admiring Yang Feng's older brother, pondering the immense pressure one must bear to reach such a point. If he were to achieve fame in the future, how would that institution maintain its dignity? I have no elder brother. During my childhood, I was often bullied and often wished for the presence of an older brother. Xiong Jinxiu began to speak, feeling a twinge of envy towards Yang Feng. Not only did she lack an elder brother, but she also had no elder sister, only a younger sister and a younger brother. Consequently, her family was particularly strict with her. She harbored a secret, one that even her closest friend was unaware of. In her youth, she had engaged in a fight. If you share your secret, I shall reveal one of mine as well, but it must remain confidential. All right, Yang Feng replied with delight, discovering that he connected well with this girl. Initially, due to his lower educational background, he felt a tinge of inferiority and found it difficult to express himself freely. Yet, he understood intuitively that a girl confiding her secret indicated a deepening bond between them. In my childhood, I also got into a fight. Oh, Yang Feng exclaimed, surprised as he looked at Xiong Jinxiu, unable to fathom it. The notion of a girl fighting deviated significantly from his preconceived notions. What image would one conjure when picturing girls engaged in brawls? It was almost too much to bear. What kind of expression is that? Xiong Jinxiu questioned, evidently displeased. No, I was just a bit taken aback. Was the person you fought a boy or a girl? He was eager to know. A boy. Did you win? Yang Feng's mouth opened, momentarily lost for words. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? From that day forth, the boys in the village referred to her as a tomboy, which was one of the reasons her family was eager to marry her off. You are quite impressive. I've fought too, but I seem to have lost more often. Since he entered elementary school, he had been studying in a city away from his parents, and the local children often looked down upon the offspring of laborers like him. On one occasion, he got into a fight. Had he not been quick on his feet, it could have ended badly. When his older brother visited during the summer, he secretly accompanied him to confront the two boys involved, unbeknownst to their family. As their conversation deepened, they found themselves increasingly in sync. Chapter 29, Nurturing with Jade. Yang Yi spent yet another day at home, continuously absorbing a wealth of knowledge. The benefits he derived from the jade pendant, with its intricate designs, had been substantial. The following day, Wang Jun invited him to visit Qi's family home. A renowned gathering of antique enthusiasts from Jiangzhou, numbering around 30 to 40 individuals, was to take place. Originally, Lu from the auction house wished to attend, but lacked the requisite qualifications, and no one was available to accompany him, leading to his regretful absence. In truth, he could have sought Yang Yi's assistance, but he felt too embarrassed to ask. Here, take these and enjoy, Wang Jun said, presenting Yang Yi with 2 pieces of jade. The quality was commendable. The jade was predominantly white jade, a material abundant in China, pure and flawless. One piece resembled the guanyin, while the other was a Buddha. What is this for? Yang Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Since ancient times, the Chinese have cherished exquisite jade stones, with numerous tales and expressions associated with jade, such as a gentleman wears jade and beauty is like jade. Jade is believed to be beneficial for the body, and throughout history, there has been a belief in nurturing jade. It is said that one cultivates jade for 3 years, while jade nurtures a person for a lifetime. It is said that human skin is soft and delicate, possessing a certain amount of natural oils. Through the prolonged wearing of jade ornaments, the oils on the surface of the skin can subtly permeate the jade, seeping into the interstices of the mineral particles. This not only serves to nourish the jade, but also enhances its transparency and luster, functioning as a form of polishing. This is the essence of jade nurturing the wearer. Conversely, jade is believed to be imbued with various trace elements that confer health benefits to the body. Scientific studies have revealed that jade is rich in numerous beneficial trace elements such as zinc, magnesium, copper, selenium, chromium, manganese, and cobalt. Regularly adorning oneself with jade allows these trace elements to be absorbed through the skin, aiding in the physiological balance and coordination of the body's organs. Wang Jun contemplated directly giving Yang Yi money, which he deemed inappropriate. Thus, he sought out 2 small jade trinkets yesterday to express his sentiments. Though they were not antiques, they were new pieces of comparatively good quality among white jade. Upon reflection, Yang Yi accepted the small gifts without hesitation, speculating that their value must be in the tens of thousands. In comparison, they were indeed more symbolic than substantial. Yet receiving them would assuage Wang Jun's conscience and preserve their friendship. All right, I shall not be polite then. Is this Hetian jade? Yang Yi inquired, easily recognizing the material. Broadly speaking, white jade encompasses various types including Hetian jade, Jingbai jade, Au white jade, Hanbai jade, and Dongling white jade. In a narrower sense, white jade specifically refers to the white jade from Xinjiang Hetian, known for its warm texture, excellent oiliness, brilliant luster, and high hardness, cherished by emperors and aristocrats throughout history. Particularly during the Qing dynasty, Hetian jade was favored by Emperor Qianlong, reaching a peak in mining and craftsmanship. The finest among white jades is famously known as mutton fat white jade. No need to be modest. Indeed, it is Hetian jade. By the way, did you go out yesterday? Do you have any treasures with you? Did you bring them along? Wang Jun inquired in rapid succession. Yang Yi replied honestly that he had not ventured out and possessed no items. Ah, what a pity, Wang Jun responded, having forgotten that Yang Yi likely had no experience with such gatherings and therefore did not remind him. The private exchange meeting hosted by Mr. Qi is held only once a year and is quite renowned in Jiangzhou. During such occasions, many individuals bring forth their finest treasures to showcase, enhancing their social standing. Wang Jun himself had brought along a prized possession, which he had discovered 2 months prior, but had kept secret, awaiting this opportunity. What a pity, Yang Yi pondered. Recognizing his lack of experience, Wang Jun summarized the exchange meeting, allowing Yang Yi to understand why Wang Jun expressed regret. However, Yang Yi did not feel a sense of loss. He did not place much importance on reputation, preferring to quietly accumulate wealth without seeking the limelight. It matters not. If one could glean some wisdom at the exchange conference, it would be nothing short of splendid, Yang Yi remarked nonchalantly. Only you would think so. Even those old fellows are merely eager to flaunt their knowledge. Why must you, a young person, adopt such an overly serious demeanor? Wang Jun expressed with a hint of frustration. Brother Wang, what treasures have you brought with you? Yang Yi inquired, noticing a wooden box in Wang Jun's possession, evidently containing a small object. Though the box was exquisitely crafted, it appeared newly made and lacked any remarkable features. Hee, it wouldn't hurt to show you first, Wang Jun replied, opening the box. Inside lay a diminutive bronze tiger, its body somewhat flattened, adorned with inscriptions that exuded an air of majesty. A military talisman? Yang Yi swiftly identified the item. Wang Jun raised his thumb and grinned with pride. Indeed, this is a tiger talisman from the Southern Song dynasty. I was fortunate enough to acquire this piece, though the other half resides in a museum. This artifact served as a credential for conveying orders or mobilizing troops in ancient times, crafted from bronze, jade, or wood, and shaped like a tiger. Hence known as the tiger talisman. It was made in 2 halves, with the right half retained by the sovereign and the left entrusted to the commander. Troop deployment could only be executed upon verification of the matching halves. The piece in Wang Jun's possession was one of the most authoritative military talismans from the Southern Song period, rendering it quite valuable. However, military talismans are relatively niche collectibles, and few harbor a passion for them. Nonetheless, Wang Jun did not ponder this much. Any antiquity was essentially a treasure to him. At the last exchange conference, a fish-shaped talisman from the Tang dynasty also appeared. Wang Jun continued. Yang Yi was aware that during the Tang dynasty, due to the taboo against tigers, fish and rabbit talismans were used instead, later transitioning to turtle talismans. Wang Jun had refrained from delving deeply into the previous conference, especially since he had experienced a considerable embarrassment when he brought a counterfeit item. To avoid a repeat of that ordeal, he had discreetly sought the expertise of a connoisseur to authenticate this military talisman. Chapter 30. Unwelcome Guests. This exchange conference seemed to attract an even larger crowd, exceeding 40 individuals. In addition to the renowned antique enthusiasts from Jiangzhou City, there were 3 or 4 outsiders who had come in admiration. Beware of that scoundrel. His presence here is certainly not as simple as mere admiration, Wang Jun remarked, his expression darkening. Not only Wang Jun, but others from Jiangzhou also bore a weighty demeanor, maintaining a certain distance from the young man he had mentioned. That individual belonged to the new generation from the provincial capital, possessing considerable talent in antique appraisal. Being a year younger than Qi Lao's disciple, Chun Haowen, yet enjoying a slightly greater renown. His skills were on par with those of the older generation. It was not that they resented other strengths, but this fellow seemed inherently at odds with Jiangzhou City, having repeatedly embarrassed it and often ridiculing its antique circle. Why on earth did Qi Lao invite him? Some pondered, perplexed. Could it be that he intended to provoke the young talents of Jiangzhou City into striving harder? The intentions of Qi Lao eluded many. However, what they did not realize was that Qi Lao had not extended an invitation to Guijinxian at all. He had merely come along with others and felt too embarrassed to send him away. What was his background? Yang Yi inquired. He suspected that this visit might be intended to disrupt the proceedings. The representative from the provincial capital, Yang Yi suddenly comprehended. Wang Jun shook his head and remarked, "What sort of representatives of the provincial capital are they? In the provincial capital, their social standing is quite poor. Just consider, how can one expect to be liked in the provincial capital when they harbor no affection for their own country? In any case, their circle of acquaintances domestically is rather limited. Few are willing to engage with them. Even government officials are reluctant to interact with these two, lest they attract trouble in the future. They are just as arrogant as the Koreans." Yang Yi also found the demeanor of that young man to be somewhat infuriating. With so many seniors present, he exhibited no semblance of respect. "Brother, the reputation of Jiangzhou City rests on you and that fellow Lao Wan," Wang Jun mused, possessing a degree of self-awareness regarding his inability to contend with that individual. Nonetheless, he held confidence in Chun Haowen and Yang Yi. The older generation, bound by their seniority, would not confront that insolent young man directly, leaving it to the younger generation to take action. This sentiment left Yang Yi feeling somewhat anxious. Wang Jun gestured to prevent Yang Yi from undermining his own authority. "Do your best." Yang Yi turned his gaze to see that young man with a delicate, made-up face and dyed blonde hair styled in a Korean fashion, clad in the latest Korean trends, at first glance appearing as though he were a Korean himself. "Little Yi has arrived? Come, let me introduce you to some fellow peers," Elder Qi said, approaching Yang Yi as he entered, eager to facilitate introductions, allowing him to meet others in the same field. The emergence of such a youthful prodigy in Jiangzhou City was indeed invigorating for them. Truly a remarkable young talent. An elderly gentleman chuckled. This man was the elder who had accompanied Guijinxian. He regarded Yang Yi with a twinkle in his eye, though his intentions remained unclear. In any case, Yang Yi sensed that the praise was not entirely genuine, as it bore a hint of something darker beneath the surface. The grievances with Elder Qi dated back a few years. At that time, Elder Qi had traveled to Korea for an auction, where the two had fiercely contested a Chinese artifact, nearly coming to blows. This incident had forged a lasting enmity between them, fostering hostility towards the antique community in Jiangzhou City, which even extended to his disciples. This matter was known to very few besides the two directly involved. Antique enthusiasts in Jiangzhou were left perplexed, feeling as if the elderly man was akin to a rabid dog, accompanied by a smaller, equally ferocious one, biting at the people of Jiangzhou indiscriminately. Not particularly impressive, are they? Square-headed and blockish. All mainlanders look alike, Guijinxian suddenly commented. His implication was clear. He deemed mainlanders unattractive, lacking the abundance of handsome men and beautiful women found in Korea. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present soured. Even Elder Qi furrowed his brow, sensing the utter lack of decorum in the man's words, which seemed thoughtless. A considerable number of individuals internally applauded, recognizing that Yang Yi, being of similar age to Guo Jinxian, was at a disadvantage in portraying Jiang Zhou as a bully. "Who are you calling a monkey?" Guo Jinxian inquired, his face darkening. Such individuals often possess narrow minds, quick to criticize others while being intolerant of any reproach directed at themselves. "What are you arguing about? Did I mention you?" Yang Yi retorted coldly. The young man seemed poised to speak again, but was interrupted by the elderly gentleman beside him. The youth of today certainly possess a fiery spirit. Wang Jun raised a thumb towards Yang Yi and quietly remarked, "Well done. That scoundrel deserves a reprimand. There's no need to show him any respect." Such individuals are simply asking for a lesson, as if all the Koreans were his progenitors. Youth, after all, naturally carries a certain sharpness. But let us move on from this topic. I never anticipated that this modest gathering would attract the attention of peers from outside. I feel truly honored. Let's commence. I shall take the initiative to present something. Old Chi chuckled. Chapter 31, A Humble Offering. As the host, it was only fitting for Old Chi to be the first to unveil his treasure. In consideration of the feelings of those who would follow, he truly intended to offer a humble stone to initiate discourse, rather than reveal an extraordinary marvel. Before the assembly lay a delicately carved piece, no larger than 3 fingers, depicting a mouse. Its alabaster-like appearance and exquisite craftsmanship brought the creature to life with remarkable realism. "Oberi!" exclaimed an elder upon viewing it. "This is a bone carving, is it not?" Another remarked after a moment's observation, refraining from handling it, yet deducing from its appearance that it was indeed sculpted from bone. Old Chi nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I chanced upon this bone sculpture during a visit to the coastal region last month. The artistry was simply enchanting, compelling me to acquire it. Examine it closely, and perhaps you might discern which master's hand crafted this piece." As its name suggests, bone carving is an art form that utilizes bone as its medium, boasting a rich history that traces back to the dawn of Chinese civilization. Over the ages, bone carving has transitioned from functional items to decorative art. Ancient artisans skillfully employed bone to create needles and knives, inscribing characters and patterns upon its surface. The bone carvings we observe today are exquisite artifacts, adorned not only with inscriptions, but also featuring intricate 3-dimensional representations of figures, flowers, and birds. "Is this crafted from cuttlefish bone?" Yang Yi inquired, having encountered this material for the first time. Despite his extensive knowledge, much of what he understood came from literature. Cuttlefish, often confused with octopus, share a resemblance. However, the former possesses a longer head and differing numbers of tentacles. Moreover, an essential distinction lies in the fact that cuttlefish have bones, a fact that may elude some. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. "It is indeed rare, is it not?" In the realm of bone carving, southern schools typically utilize cuttlefish bone for their sculptures. He elaborated to Yang Yi, in the capital. Bone carvings are primarily made from cow bone, fashioned into bracelets, powder boxes, and paper cutters, some even dyed in vibrant hues. Ningxing artisans carve cow bone into reliefs depicting landscapes and pavilions, which are then inlaid into furniture. The bone carvings from desert regions often take inspiration from camel bone, while in Guangdong's Foshan, the translucent and exquisite white cuttlefish bone is employed to intricately depict figures and landscapes. I also possess a piece in my collection, though it is a cow bone carving from Fujian, which differs slightly from those of Ningxing. Crafted from cow bone, it integrates elements of imperial tooth carving and Li Gung's landscape painting, lending it a more contemporary flair. Wang Jun refrained from delving deeper into the subject. However, nearby, Guo Jinxian caught on to the implications and smirked. "With all your talk, I assume your bone carving is merely a modern artifact, then? Do you look down upon contemporary craftsmanship?" Yang Yi cast a glance at the young man and retorted. Guo Jinxian chuckled, his disdain unmistakable. "I thought you were quite impressive, yet you've never even seen a cuttlefish bone. Surely, you are not merely a bookworm?" His implication was clear. While Yang Yi might possess theoretical knowledge, his practical appreciation skills seemed mediocre. In this field, one must observe diligently, accumulate experience, and hone one's discerning eye to avoid misjudgment. Solely relying on theoretical knowledge is utterly inadequate. Regardless of how eloquently one speaks, to genuinely appreciate an item, one must be willing to pay the tuition of experience. It is not shameful to have not seen certain things. Indeed, there are items I am familiar with that you might not recognize. Yang Yi remained unperturbed by the young man's remarks, and optimistically stated that those present nodded slightly in agreement. Leaving aside other considerations, his demeanor alone was clearly superior to that of the young man. "Well said. Young people should embody such a mindset. However, it should not serve as an excuse for their lack of knowledge, but rather as a spur, constantly reminding themselves to explore the wonders of the world. An elder expressed his approval of Yang Yi's words. Who has not been young? Youth inherently signifies a lesser breadth of experience, which is not shameful. What is truly disgraceful is to be acutely aware of one's ignorance, yet remain unmotivated to seek knowledge. The group, disinterested in prolonging the discussion, chose to spare Guo Jinxian and his mentor some dignity, preventing the two from later claiming that they were bullied by outsiders in Jiangzhou. Watching that knife technique reminds me of someone. However, I recall him as a master of jade carving. The elder who had just praised Yang Yi remarked. Oh, please, do share, Qi Lao responded with a smile. Guo Jinxuan's master frowned slightly and interjected, it wouldn't happen to be Xie Shifang, would it? Fang Shitong appeared displeased, but concealed his feelings. He genuinely disliked this pair of mentors and disciples, perceiving them as lacking in decorum. Nevertheless, he had to admit that these two individuals possessed a modicum of skill. Indeed, Fang Shitong, himself a sculptor, often dabbled in various stones and had unique insights regarding carving techniques. Those who do not grasp the true essence of bone carving do not wield their knives as instruments of artistry, but rather as mere tools, timidly fearing mistakes, resulting in a rigid and wooden technique that lacks the charm of bone sculpture. No wonder you recognized it so quickly. You are indeed a sculptor, Qi Lao remarked. He, too, found Guo Jinxian and his mentor unsavory, thus ignoring them and implying that Fang Shidong was the sole individual worthy of attention. I have heard that this person was summoned to the imperial palace during the Qianlong era. One of his renowned works resembles half a watermelon, with a jade-green exterior and red flesh like rosy clouds, as if just cut open, with sweet dew ready to drip. Anyone who sees it cannot help but marvel. The Qianlong emperor cherished it dearly, keeping it in the old summer palace. So it is him. No wonder the craftsmanship is so exceptional. This small mouse carved from bone, should Qi Lao wish to sell it, could fetch 30 to 50,000, as there will certainly be buyers. Relatively speaking, it is not an overly precious artifact, allowing ample room for others to showcase their talents, indeed serving as an inspiration for all. Chapter 32, Commentary. With the insightful remarks of Elder Qi serving as a catalyst, others were eager to contribute, presenting their recent prized possessions, most of which were acquired at a bargain, thereby enhancing their prestige. Among these, the most abundant were ancient calligraphy and paintings, along with common antiques such as porcelain and jade. The piece de resistance was a piece of porcelain presented by the venerable Elder Fang, a stunning example of Qing dynasty famille rose porcelain. This type of porcelain, a creation of the Qing court beyond the enamels, was produced by applying an arsenic-based powder to the glazed surface, followed by the application of colors that were then blended with a brush, resulting in a unique powdered effect due to the corrosive action of arsenic. Among the myriad of Qing court famille rose pieces, those from Empress Dowager Cixi were noted for their straightforwardness, bold strokes, and lavish opulence. Elder Fang, your red bird and peony jar is truly exceptional, remarked Wang Jun. According to current market valuations, such exquisite Qing dynasty artifacts could command upwards of 10 million. Given the characteristics of this porcelain, it was unanimously recognized as an imperial item, naturally a masterpiece worthy of its price. Huh, you flatter me. Do tell me, what makes this porcelain so remarkable? Elder Fang chuckled, finding Wang Jun's charm far more appealing than that of Guo Jinxian. The decorative techniques of famille rose porcelain drew inspiration from various sister arts, employing dotting and layering methods that rendered the subjects, be they figures, landscapes, flora, or fauna, with pronounced texture, clarity of light and dark, and distinct layers. Wang Jun promptly elaborated extensively. Elder Qi, with a pained smile and a shake of his head, interjected, enough. This is akin to reciting from a textbook. You've missed the essence. I shall provide my commentary. Guo Jinxian interjected eagerly. Though the group was less than enthusiastic about his input, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Elder Qi nodded slightly, granting him the floor. Elder Fang, however, was displeased. Perceiving the young man's lack of respect for older generations, to dare to critique was sheer arrogance. With an air of confidence, Guo Jinxian began to dissect the porcelain, pointing out each detail with fervor. He spoke at length for several minutes, offering a thorough analysis that indeed surpassed Wang Jun's in substance. Are you implying that this is the work of the 8 friends of Jushan? How can you substantiate that claim? Wang Yun counseled, slightly skeptical. Do you know who the 8 friends of Jushan are? Guo Jinxian provocatively inquired. This was a somewhat condescending remark, as anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about Qing porcelain would have heard of the eight friends. Isnt it just Wang Qi, Wang Dafan, Wang Yeding, Deng Bishan, Bai Buotao, He Shiren, Cheng Yiding, and Liu Yusin. Wang Jun shot back. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the imperial court placed great emphasis on the production of ceramics in Jingdezhen, amassing national talent and resources to ensure the quality of imperial kiln porcelain. The porcelain from Jingdezhen was characterized by its refined body, lustrous glaze, meticulous craftsmanship, and diverse array of types, particularly in the fine color glazed porcelain, which reached an unprecedented level of sophistication in history, thus fostering the development of Jingdezhen ceramic art. However, the constraints imposed by the imperial authority stifled the individual expression and creativity of Jingdezhen ceramic artists, becoming a formidable shackle in the evolution of Chinese ceramic art. Jingdezhen, a place renowned for its extraordinary talents and natural beauty, has produced a multitude of remarkable ceramic artists, especially as the imperial porcelain factory declined with the waning strength of the Qing dynasty. Among them, the eight friends of Zhushan stand out as paragons of exceptional craftsmanship. With a hint of jest, Guo Jinxian teased Wang Jun before continuing. The style of this porcelain is reminiscent of the Song dynasty, a fact that should be evident to us all. Among the eight friends, He Shiren is a master of antiquarian imitation. Having resided in Beijing for several years, he befriended many descendants of the eight banners and aristocrats from the previous dynasty. Through these interactions, he meticulously copied numerous works from renowned Song and Yuan artists, thereby broadening his artistic perspective and aesthetic sensibilities. He Shiren's landscape paintings bear the influence of Dong Yuan and Zhu Ran, as well as the Zhujiang school represented by Wu Wei and Dai Jin. From He Shiren's landscapes, one can discern his pursuit of an artful realm characterized by tranquility, innocence, and a sense of leisure. Regrettably, fate did not favor him, and he ultimately remained a jack of all trades rather than ascending to the esteemed ranks of great masters. Guo Jinxian pretentiously offered his critique of He Shiren, a sentiment echoed by many who lament his untapped potential. Although He Shiren possessed considerable talent, his lack of focus on a singular path precluded him from achieving lasting recognition in the world of painting. Why don't you share your thoughts as well? Guo Jinxian inquired, turning his gaze toward Chun Haowen with feigned cordiality. This was clearly an insidious ploy, as he had nearly exhausted his own commentary before inviting others to speak, thereby placing them in an awkward position. However, Chun Haowen was no ordinary individual. He adeptly countered Guo Jinshuan's provocation. Allow me to express a few words in front of our esteemed elders. Should my observations fall short, please do enlighten me. The contrasting poise of the two was unmistakable, prompting knowing smiles from their peers in Jiangzhou, who took pride in the prowess of their local youth. Speak boldly. Do not fear making mistakes, Elder Fong encouraged. Elder Qi nodded in agreement, perhaps recognizing that his disciple's abilities, while slightly inferior to Guo Jinshuan's, far surpassed him in character. Chun Haowen focused his discourse on the body and glaze of the porcelain, noting that early Qianlong porcelain retained the fine, smooth characteristics of the Yongjing era. In contrast, the later pieces suffered from the inefficacy of the supervisory officials and economic constraints, resulting in a quality inferior to that of Tang Ying's early Qing masterpieces, yet still superior to those of the late Qing. The early glazes were lustrous and showed little difference from Yongjing's, while the later glazes became coarser. The exquisite surface of the famille rose porcelain was solid, smooth as fat and jade, and flawless. Your observations are remarkably astute. Your ability to focus on such minute details indicates that you have mastered your craft, Elder Fong remarked with satisfaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than Guo Jinxian turned his attention to Yang Yi. My friend, surely you have some insights to share? He provocatively challenged. The onlookers thought to themselves, truly a little mad dog, always ready to bite. Yet Yang Yi remained unfazed by his baiting, responding with a gentle smile. When Guo has articulated the details so thoroughly that I fear my humble insights would pale in comparison. His words garnered applause from several elders present. Well then, I shall cease my commentary on porcelain and allow time for others to shine. Elder Fong interjected, steering the conversation away and preventing Guo Jinxian from further haranguing. Recently, I acquired an intriguing artifact, which I invite everyone to assess. Following Mr. Fong's lead, Chun Haowen produced a palm-sized object, an orb of jadeite, intricately engraved with scales and various symbols, featuring a small aperture in its center, seemingly designed to accommodate an insertion. At first glance, it bears a resemblance to the fortune teller's prized compass, akin to contemporary timepieces. A chronograph? Guo Jinxian exclaimed in astonishment. Such a diminutive chronograph, comparable to a wristwatch, is something I have scarcely heard of, let alone seen. When in antiquity did anyone possess such fashionable ingenuity? Although chronographs were not entirely uncommon in ancient times, one so exquisitely crafted for portability must be exceedingly rare. Quite fascinating indeed, Mr. Fong interjected, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Yang Yi was equally surprised, not expecting that ancient artisans had the capability to create such a compact and exquisite time-measuring device for convenient carry. If I were to hazard a guess, the original owner of this piece was likely a merchant. Ancient Chinese time-measuring instruments typically comprised a gnomon and a sundial. The sundial featured time markings, with the gnomon positioned perpendicularly to the surface. The direction of the gnomon's shadow upon the sundial could then indicate the time. Depending on the orientation of the sundial, it can be classified into horizontal, equatorial, vertical, and inclined sundials. The most common design, often referred to as a garden sundial, allows the sun's shadow to cast upon a marked plane, with the time indicated shifting as the sun traverses the sky. In truth, sundials can be designed on any object as surface, utilizing a fixed pointer to cast a shadow for time measurement. Such a rarity. In fact, I have never encountered anything like it. Evidently, the original owner possessed remarkably innovative ideas. This creation serves as both a practical timekeeping device and an intriguing novelty. A dual purpose indeed. A collector in his 40s expressed great interest in this item, contemplating a discussion with Chun Haowen about the possibility of acquiring it. He harbored a keen fascination for peculiar antiquities, showing less enthusiasm for the more mainstream collectibles, such as porcelain, paintings, jade, and bronze artifacts. In terms of material composition, this piece is jadeite. The hues of jadeite range from light to deep green, with numerous variations documented in ancient texts, including snake green, snot green, crabshell green, leaf green, and more. In modern classifications, jadeite is categorized by varying shades, including light green, dark green, emerald green, gray green, and deep gray green. Within the realm of Hatian jade, jadeite is the most prevalent, often appearing in substantial chunks. In recent years, a type known as emerald green jade has emerged, displaying a light green hue. When evaluated purely on value, jadeite is generally inferior to mutton fat jade and white jade. However, it possesses distinctive attributes. It tends to be larger in size, with a delicate and warm texture and excellent oiliness. Additionally, certain jadeite varieties, due to their dense, interwoven structure, exhibit remarkable toughness, making them vital materials for crafting thin-walled vessels. This particular piece of jadeite is commendable in its own right and would be considered top-tier in contemporary standards. An aficionado of jade remarked, jadeite is typically classified into 3 grades, and this specimen can be categorized as first-rate. Its hue is a pure green with a fine, resilient texture and a lustrous, oily sheen, exhibiting a flawless structure without noticeable cracks. I wonder how accurate it is in time measurement, Wang Jun suddenly remarked. Old Chi chuckled heartily, remarking that it all depended on one's ability to operate and comprehend. One should never underestimate the ancients, particularly the ancestors of China, whose wisdom might elude even contemporary minds. They crafted many wondrous inventions that remain unmatched to this day. Chun Haowen informed Wang Jun that from the vernal equinox to the autumnal equinox, the sun traverses the northern side of the celestial equator, causing the shadow of the gnomon to fall above the sundial. Conversely, from the autumnal equinox to the vernal equinox, the sun moves along the southern side, resulting in the shadow descending below the sundial. Thus, one must first grasp the different positions of the gnomon's projection during these 2 periods when observing a sundial. Since acquiring this remarkable artifact, he had been diligently researching and experimenting. Chun Haowen concluded that this sundial's time deviation from modern watches does not exceed 5 minutes. Have you tested it? Wang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Chun, would you consider parting with such a treasure? An individual seized the opportunity to inquire. Chun Haowen glanced over and recognized the man as a collector of eclectic antiques from Jiangzhou, who delighted in amassing various oddities. Such items are generally not expensive, yet their potential for appreciation is significant, likely leading to a surge in value in the near future. Consequently, an increasing number of people began to take notice of these antiquities. Apologies, Su Laosher, but I have no intention of relinquishing it at this time. Chun Haowen replied with regret. The man, slightly disappointed yet understanding, waved dismissively. No worries, treasures like this are indeed rare. Preserve it well. It will surely become invaluable in the future. He firmly believed that such antiquities would experience a remarkable increase in worth, and he found them quite entertaining. Imagine taking this out and glancing at the time. It would feel quite sophisticated, Wang Jun remarked enviously. However, on rainy or overcast days, it would be rendered useless. Yang Yi interjected with a contrary note. The elder statesman, including old Qi, erupted in laughter, for this was indeed the case. The sundial's heavy reliance on sunlight rendered it impractical in modern times. That is true. One must consider the weather before venturing out. Wang Jun chuckled awkwardly. To pose as impressive, one must also heed the weather, Yang Yi quipped, exasperated. With the group's spirits high, Guo Jinxian interjected, eager to contribute to the merriment and intentionally diverting attention from Chen Haowen. A number of individuals felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking, finally, the real entertainment is about to begin. Old Qi, however, felt no pressure. The petty antics of children hardly warranted his concern. To him, Guo Jinchuan's attempts to disrupt the gathering appeared as mere clownish behavior, prompting more disdain for the old fellow who had produced such a disciple. For what use is talent without the wisdom of conduct? Suddenly, Guo Jinxian spotted Yang Yi and, with a cunning glint in his eye, suggested, "Why don't you go first? After all, I am but a guest." Another trap, hoping to ensnare Yang Yi. This fellow exuded the aura of a weasel, perpetually harboring ill intentions. Only now do you acknowledge your status as a guest? Such awareness comes rather late, he thought. Yang Yi, possessing a mindset akin to that of a jester, remained largely unfazed by the provocations of this individual, exuding the demeanor of a true master. With a smile, he declared, "Come forth. I too am but a guest. Moreover, I must admit, I am unprepared for this encounter, having arrived in haste." Curiously, he continued, "This treasure of mine was discovered just yesterday in the shop of this gentleman." Guo Jinxian spoke with measured calmness. The onlookers were taken aback, their interest piqued by the unfolding narrative. "Oh, what treasure is this? Let's behold it." Such an inquiry was, in essence, a blatant affront. Yet, faced with such a situation, they could only sigh inwardly, feeling helpless. Wang Jun discreetly inquired of the middle-aged man, "Brother Zhao, what is this item?" The man surnamed Zhao sighed. If my memory serves me correctly, it should be a piece of calligraphy. At the time, he had not examined it closely, dismissing it as a mere trifle brought forth by a shifty character who seemed far from reputable. Believing the individual to be a vagabond attempting to swindle a few coins, he had sent him away with a few curt words. It was then he noticed Guo Jinxian following the man outside. If he was not mistaken, that must have been the very piece. "You didn't even take a look at the calligraphy?" Wang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhao, smiled ruefully. "Indeed, that is my regret. Had I examined it and chosen not to purchase, I could only blame my own lack of discernment. Yet, to think I let a treasure slip away so easily. Who can I confide this sorrow to?" Regret weighed heavily on him, realizing that in future endeavors, one should focus on the matter at hand rather than the individual involved. Alas, many fall into the same trap, allowing personal biases to cloud their judgment and obstruct potential collaborations. Sigh. Ultimately, one can only blame oneself. Wang Jun felt a sense of pity for him. Ah well, what is meant to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. If it is not yours, dwelling on is futile. Zhao managed to maintain a sense of optimism, soon returning to his usual demeanor. Indeed, Guo Jinxian produced a piece of calligraphy, the characters on the paper appearing as vibrant as a dragon in flight or a snake in motion, devoid of any dust or blemish. "Is this the work of Zhang Ruitu?" Qilao gasped slightly. He was well versed in the realm of painting and calligraphy, having studied artists from antiquity to the present. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the author employed an unconventional approach, executing strokes that created a lively and dynamic rhythm, evoking a sense of audacity and a deviation from the norm. Such a style is exceedingly rare in history, with the most renowned example being Zhang Ruitu from the late Ming dynasty. While many may not recognize his name, figures like Tang Yin and Zhu Zhishan, the famed four talents of Jiangnan, often overshadow the broader artistic landscape of the Ming dynasty. Yet, it may come as a surprise to many that Zhang Ruitu's accomplishments in calligraphy are no less remarkable than those of Tang Bohu. Unlike the delicate and fashionable scripts of his contemporaries, Zhang's work is characterized by an extraordinary and singular grace. He gained renown for his distinctive style, marked by vigor and liveliness, carving out a niche for himself among the four great calligraphers of the Ming dynasty, alongside Dong Qichong, Xing Tong, and Mi Wanzhong, earning the appellation Southern Zhang, Northern Dong. Guo Jinxian felt a twinge of astonishment. This old man was indeed impressive, having swiftly discerned the author of this piece of calligraphy. After all, in order to challenge everyone, he had not fully revealed it, and the signature was still concealed. This style of writing was undoubtedly that of Zhang Ruitu. a rarity that few could emulate. Elder Fong nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man, who had just begun to regain his composure, felt another wave of bitterness upon hearing this. Zhang Ruitu's calligraphy was immensely valuable. He was not merely an antique enthusiast, but also a dealer with a keen eye for profit. Based on the market trends of the past 2 years, Zhang Ruitu's works typically fetched over 2 million at auction. This particular piece, in pristine condition with clear characters and a clean surface, was a true gem. Regret gnawed at him. Such a substantial profit was now beyond his reach. What a keen eye indeed. Can you guess how much I acquired it for? Guo Jinxian began to revel in his triumph. Observing his smug expression, everyone understood that he had secured it for a remarkably low price and was now boasting about his good fortune. Were it anyone else, they would have faced envy. But with this insufferable young man, many felt a sense of discomfort. How unfair it seemed that luck had smiled upon such a person. Guess what? Why bother? Wang Yun told it. Uncooperative. Guo Jinxian's expression soured. He was aware that the crowd was not particularly fond of him. He then chuckled, 500. Hee. This must be the least expensive treasure at this exchange. His mentor stroked his beard, amused at the discomfort of others, pleased that his disciple brought him pride. However, he feigned a reprimand. Enough. Mind your manners in front of the elders. Elder Qi and the others harbored disdain. They suspected this old fellow secretly wished for his disciple to be even more audacious. After all, these matters pertained to the younger generation, and, as elders, they were hesitant to speak too freely, lest they be accused of lacking grace or of being unable to tolerate the successes of their juniors. Unbeknownst to others, Yang Yi discreetly activated his vertical eye, casting a glance at the calligraphy. He found it curious, according to Wang Gu's account. The price of this piece should hover around 2 million. Yet, judging by its luster, it might well exceed 4 million. Wang Gu, could you lend me some money? He suddenly whispered to Wang Jun. Wang Jun was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard. After a few seconds of contemplation, he finally responded, sure. How much do you need? Chapter 35. The Crowd's Confusion. Logically, Yang Yi had recently experienced a slight upturn in fortune, coupled with improved treatment from the auction house. He should not be lacking in funds. Thus, Wang Jun was quite surprised to hear Yang Yi request a loan, especially as it was his first time asking. More importantly, Wang Jun understood Yang Yi to be a proud individual who would not stoop to borrowing unless absolutely necessary. Yang Yi could not provide a precise figure. After all, who could truly estimate the worth of that calligraphy? Wait a moment, I'm not exactly sure how much I lack, he quietly replied to Wang Jun. The two conversed in hushed tones, ensuring their discussion went unnoticed by others, who merely observed them whispering together, unaware of the nature of their exchange. For the time being, my finances remain quite ample, so there is no cause for concern. Wang Jun cast a reassuring glance towards Yang Yi. Stepping forward, Yang Yi inquired with Guo Jinxian, is this piece available for transfer? This statement elicited astonishment from all present. Even Guo Jinxian himself did not anticipate that the first to express interest in purchasing would be Yang Yi. The others in attendance sighed inwardly. Just moments ago, the two had been at odds, and now Yang Yi approached with the intent to buy, making it unlikely he would not be taken advantage of. His negative impression of Guo Jinxian led him to regard his possessions with disdain. Now, with Yang Yi eager to purchase, it felt somewhat perplexing. Upon reflection, however, he found himself confused. After days of interaction, he recognized that Yang Yi was not one to suffer losses easily. Would he truly present himself to be exploited? Could it be that there was something amiss with that piece of calligraphy that Yang Yi had discerned? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed a hidden agenda. He knew Yang Yi too well. Those eyes, akin to a cunning rodent, were astute and perceptive. With this thought, he chose silence, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. If Yang Yi could manage to humiliate Guo Jinxian, then lending out his money would be a most gratifying endeavor. You want it? Guo Jinxian posed a rather foolish question. Chen Haowen wished to discreetly advise Yang Yi, but was restrained by Wang Jun. Chen Haowen had good intentions, as he regarded Yang Yi as a promising individual under his mentor's watchful eye, and he did not wish for him to incur a loss. What is the matter? Chen Haowen questioned, puzzled by Wang Jun's demeanor. Wang Jun signaled with a glance and quietly whispered into Chen Haowen's ear, let it be for now. That fellow should not end up at a disadvantage. With Wang Jun's assurance, Chen Haowen fell silent. Guo Jinxuan's eyes darted, a smile creeping upon his lips. Witnessing this expression, the others became increasingly convinced that Guo Jinxian would not let Yang Yi off easily. He was certain to extract a substantial sum from him. This is a piece by Zhang Ruitu, and the auction house's starting price must now exceed 800,000. correct? After a round of bidding, 2 million should not pose a problem. What a fortunate gathering. Guo Jinxian feigned a generous demeanor, declaring, very well, 2 million it is. Clearly, bringing forth the treasure was not merely for the sake of humiliation. He aimed to profit from these individuals as well. He was a capable man, having discovered numerous antiques, consistently selling them at high prices to Chinese buyers, converting them into liquid assets. Like Yang Yi, he harbored little passion for collecting these antiquities. In his view, it was preferable to exchange them for cash and indulge in life's pleasures. With money, he could pursue beautiful women and luxurious cars. These were his aspirations. Over the years, he had spent an astonishing amount on various female celebrities in Korea, within the circle who did not know him to be a lavish benefactor. Transforming a few hundred into 2 million represented an almost 10,000-fold increase, which he deemed sufficient. Beyond this point, he feared that no one would dare to bid. At the auction, the price would likely be even higher, remarked Guo Jinxuan's mentor. This statement undoubtedly applied pressure on Yang, seemingly communicating that should he attempt to negotiate, they could always resort to the auction, albeit it would take longer. This price is nearing its peak, someone murmured softly. The relationship between the mentor and the disciple is evidently somewhat oppressive. They have set the price at the pinnacle of the market, compelling others to feel as though they are receiving a favor, which is indeed rather shameless. For the time being, this assessment holds true. However, another individual harbors a contrasting perspective. In tumultuous times, gold flourishes. In prosperous eras, antiques appreciate in value. Currently, we are in a period of prosperity, and the worth of antiques is destined to increase, with the potential for appreciation being difficult to ascertain. Acquiring them now may seem like an unwise investment, but who can predict the state of collections in a few years? Much like the collection of renminbi, a banknote that once exceeded 100,000 is now valued at over a million. Zhang Ruizhu was one of the most innovative calligraphers of the late Ming dynasty, having gained fame for his mastery of the art at a young age. His contemporaries referred to him, along with Xing Tong, Zhang Ruizhu, Mi Wanzhong, and Dong Qichong, as the four masters of calligraphy in late Ming. When taken to Japan, the price may indeed rise further. It is said that many are unaware of the popularity and reverence his characters enjoy in Japan. Since the Edo period, the Japanese have become acquainted with him through the books brought by the Zen master engine, which greatly influenced the Japanese calligraphy scene, leading them to refer to Zhang Ruizhu as Mercury. Upon hearing Yang Yi claim to have had an affinity for calligraphy since childhood, Qi Lao's eyes brightened. He himself excelled in ancient calligraphy and paintings, though not widely known, possessed considerable skill. His disciple, Chun Haowen, lacked the ability and interest to inherit this legacy, instead focusing on mastering his mounting techniques, for which he has already attained a remarkable level of proficiency, standing out among his peers. If Yang Yi could inherit this knowledge, it would be nothing short of splendid. Contemplating this, Qi Lao regarded Yang Yi with increasing satisfaction. He did not consider the possibility that Yang Yi might be deceitfully boasting before Guo Jinxian, as one can easily discern another's level of calligraphy. A person's calm demeanor often correlates with their proficiency in writing. Those with restless minds typically achieve little in this regard. Could you not be so hesitant and waste my time? Are you not a man? Guo Jinxian urged as he noticed Yang Yi hesitating for several seconds. Yang Yi decisively replied, "All right, it's a deal." Yet in his heart, he thought, "You will have your moment of regret." He had never doubted the efficacy of the vertical eye. The more intense and radiant the brilliance, the higher the value, a conclusion he had drawn after much contemplation. Having exchanged money and secured the calligraphy, Yang Yi felt a sense of relief. Chapter 36, Unveiling. Once he possessed the calligraphy, Yang Yi examined it meticulously. Perhaps due to the influence of the vertical eye, his vision had sharpened significantly, enabling him to scrutinize details closely. At first glance, the mounting of the calligraphy appeared indistinguishable from ordinary pieces, showing no signs of aberration. However, upon turning it over and conducting a thorough inspection, he finally discovered a slight imperfection. The passage of time had perhaps compromised its preservation. The mounting paper at the back had been nibbled away by insects, a detail easily overlooked without careful examination. Through the insect hole, it appeared that there might still be content within. Observing Yang, he engrossed in his inspection. Others assumed he was merely ensuring he would not be excessively cheated, and thus paid little attention. Only Wang Jun was anticipating something. "How is it?" Wang Yun inquired. Yang Yi cast a glance at Guo Jinxian before responding to Wang Jun, "As I suspected." This remark left many in bewilderment. What did it mean? It seemed nonsensical. Yet, Wang Jun appeared quite pleased, his gaze towards Guo Jinxian brimming with sympathy. If he was not mistaken, Yang Yi presumed that this piece of calligraphy was double-sided. During the mounting process, someone had covered one side with paper to obscure its true nature, presenting it as a typical piece. Such instances were not unheard of in history. It was exceedingly rare for a double-sided work to contain content on both sides. Few would undertake such a task. After all, these artworks were intended to be displayed, with one side inevitably pressed against the wall, destined to go unnoticed. Thus, it was almost inconceivable for anyone to foolishly decorate both sides with content. Come, share your insights. Enlighten someone, Wang Jun jested. As someone he referred to as unmistakably Guo Jinxian. Guo Jinxian frowned, a grave expression crossing his face for the first time as he looked at Yang Yi, feeling a weight in his heart. Had he overlooked something? The authenticity of the piece was known to all. Furthermore, judging by the expressions of Yang Yi and the others, it was clear they had struck gold. This indicated that he had indeed missed something, underestimating the value of this calligraphy and selling it at a pittance. As this thought crossed his mind, his countenance darkened further. His teacher also wore a grim expression, unable to muster a smile at this moment. In contrast, Elder Qi and the others gazed over in astonishment. Even they had been caught off guard. Here were so many venerable seniors. And yet it seemed a young man had examined it more closely. How ridiculous it would sound if shared. Perhaps he had made a discovery. His keen eye indeed warranted Elder Qi's high regard. Others began to murmur quietly, clustering together once more to discern what had gone awry. Yang Yi sought assistance from Elder Qi. Elder Qi, you are a master of mounting. Could you assist me in unpeeling this layer of mounting paper? I fear I might damage this piece. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. Could there be another piece concealed within? The act of unveiling a painting was not novel in their profession. Many had heard of it. Last year, a significant event transpired in the capital when an esteemed elder revealed a masterpiece hidden within a forgery, valued at over 100 million, sending tremors through the antique community nationwide. Elder Qi's expression grew serious as he reached out to feel the surface, his brow swiftly furrowing. Had he discerned something? Wang Jun impatiently inquired. Elder Qi shot him a glance before turning to Yang Yi. Are you certain you wish to unveil it? Based on my many years of mounting experience, there should be nothing concealed within. His extensive experience allowed him to arrive at this conclusion simply by touch. The title of master in mounting was not easily earned, nor a mere facade. Elder Qi's words dropped like a bombshell in the room. The crowd's gaze towards Yang Yi shifted. See, the youth was indeed unreliable, since Elder Qi asserted that nothing lay hidden within. It meant Yang Yi had made an error in judgment. Between Elder Qi and Yang Yi, the gathered crowd was more inclined to trust the seasoned elder. After all, he had years of reputable experience. Guo Jinxian and his apprentice exhaled in relief, suddenly questioning whether they had overestimated this young man, Yang Yi, who appeared to be nothing but a fool. They had placed such significant emphasis on him, treating him as a formidable opponent. Let us unveil it and see. Yang Yi remained steadfast. Brother, you might be mistaken, Wang Jun quietly remarked to Yang Yi. Like the others, he preferred to align with Elder Qi's perspective. In consideration of Yang Yi's dignity, he thought it would be more awkward if nothing was revealed after the unveiling. Brother Wang, just observe. There is undoubtedly more to this than meets the eye. With Yang Yi's assertion, Elder Qi nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. Young man, enduring some setbacks is not necessarily detrimental. Allowing Yang Yi to face challenges will be beneficial in the long run. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. He brought out his tools, instructing Chun Haowen to assist him as he began his work. The others held their breath, refraining from interrupting, quietly observing Elder Qi at work. The master's skill was a sight to behold, akin to artistry. Many in the crowd sighed inwardly. Indeed, he is a master of mounting. Such technique is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In less than a minute, he had perfectly unraveled a corner. For anyone else, achieving a flawless removal of the mounting paper from a painting without damage would be an insurmountable challenge. Mounting truly is an art, someone exclaimed. The art of mounting calligraphy and painting is a unique craft of China, encapsulated in the saying that a painting is 3 parts artistry and 7 parts mounting, highlighting the significance of mounting in preserving artworks. Not only does mounting enhance the aesthetic appeal of calligraphy and paintings, but can also mend damaged works. This is especially crucial for ancient artworks that have endured varying degrees of deterioration. Even modern and contemporary pieces can suffer considerable losses if not preserved properly. To the uninitiated, It may appear that the mounting profession lacks prospects. However, they fail to realize that not only masters like Elder Chi, but even Chun Haowen can thrive in this craft. A single remounted ancient piece can fetch anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. Throughout history, how many ancient artworks have existed? Modern and contemporary works are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, creating a vast market. For instance, to have Elder Chi mount a piece, one must consider his mood and expect to queue for an appointment. Now that Elder Chi is advancing in age, he seldom takes on new projects. Departments of cultural relics or museums frequently seek him out. Indeed, this is the second time I've had the privilege of witnessing Elder Chi at work. The last was a year ago, someone remarked. His own entry into the field had been relatively brief, spanning only 3 to 4 years. And with limited interaction with Elder Chi, he had seldom observed the master at work. Let us refrain from speaking. He has uncovered a corner. All eyes were fixed on Elder Chi's movements, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Chapter 37. The double-sided artwork. As a corner of the painting was revealed, no abnormalities were detected, eliciting a collective sigh from the crowd, seemingly in sympathy for Yang Yi. Although they had not harbored high hopes, there was a lingering desire for Yang Yi to vindicate the antique circle of Jiangzhou and teach Guijin Xian and his apprentice a lesson. At this point, they had completely abandoned any unrealistic expectations. Were we truly expecting something significant? One mused. It's still possible that a small piece of artwork lies hidden within. We've only unveiled a fraction, after all. Some clung to a glimmer of hope. While the reactions of others remain unmentioned, Old Chi exhibits a hint of surprise. Suddenly captivated by the moment. Step back a little. Do not obstruct the light, he declares. Perhaps many have lost their initial enthusiasm, resulting in a lack of the previous intensity and diminished concern for the unveiling. Upon hearing Old Chi's words, those in that direction retreat. I'm curious to see what will be revealed, Guijin Xian scoffs. Aren't you worried? Wang Jun inquires of Yang Yi, noticing his calm demeanor. An attitude that is truly enviable in such circumstances. What's there to worry about? At most, I will simply regard it as a remounting. After all, this painting has likely never undergone a change in mounting. Yang Yi shrugs, indifferent. All right, you are quite the bold one. The scrolls and paintings that have survived to this day are seldom in their original mounting, having undoubtedly undergone multiple restorations and remountings. Whether our current works require restoration, or if restoration holds any significance depends on the extent to which the owner desires it. The piece before us maintains its original mounting, preserved in remarkable condition, which is exceedingly rare. In fact, it is advisable to avoid remounting this painting unless absolutely necessary. Chun Haowen expresses his view. Remounting inherently carries risks. Even the slightest mishap can inflict considerable damage on the artwork itself. While remounting might seem manageable, any resulting damage necessitating repairs becomes a considerable complication, he continues. From his understanding of restoration, he identifies 3 circumstances that warrant intervention on a painting. First, tearing. Sometimes, a piece may appear flawless yet possess a hidden split, akin to a breach in a packaging bag that, if inadvertently touched, could ruin the entire artwork. Second, the delamination of the painting's surface, as the adhesive used in mounting has a limited lifespan. Third, the presence of mold, alongside issues such as insect damage or breakage. Although Fang Sherdong may not be proficient in this area, he nods in agreement, stating, restoration ultimately depends on the end goal. From an economic standpoint, if a painting is utterly tattered and the original image is unrecognizable, even if restored, it may not sell. However, from a cultural heritage perspective, if the paper is of unique quality, preserving it holds research value. Indeed, the most crucial step in the mounting process is the careful detachment of the painting's core. Old Chi interjects casually. The core refers to the artist's original work completed on rice paper. Once separated, it is essential to find a backing paper of a similar hue. If none is available, one must artificially age the color. Subsequently, any holes must be patched. Generally, improper care leads to numerous insect holes in the artwork. Once the holes are repaired, strips of paper are applied, among other tasks. In summary, while this task may seem straightforward, achieving excellence in the eyes of a connoisseur is exceedingly intricate, requiring meticulous attention to every detail. Just as the discussion unfolds, a large section is revealed, and those gathered nearby are left in awe. This is truly unexpected, Old Chi remarks with a wry smile. I had not anticipated that both sides of this paper contain content. Ancient rice paper, in fact, is not of particularly high quality, if painted on both sides. It is prone to seepage, which degrades the paper and detracts from the artwork's aesthetic appeal. Quickly, reveal it and let us see what treasures lie within. One could not ascertain whether the author was indeed Zhang Ruitu. Upon hearing these words, the individual realized that he had been somewhat impolite. It was inappropriate to raise his voice in the presence of old Qi, and his impatience was unwarranted. Such matters should never be treated carelessly. He promptly offered his apologies. Meanwhile, the expressions of Guo Jinxian and his apprentice darkened, their faces flushed with embarrassment. This was a painting. To be honest, how did you know? Wang Yun looked incredulously at Yang Yi. Others regarded him with similar complexity, pondering how one could discern the contents on the other side. Yang Yi had long been prepared to respond, and, upon hearing the inquiry, chuckled. It is a matter of sheer luck. A few days ago, I came across some documentation regarding this very piece. Fortuitously, I encountered it today. Initially, I was not certain, but upon examining the reverse, I noticed a few small insect holes, which raised some concerns. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It was no wonder he had made such a discovery. The older generation felt somewhat relieved, for amidst so many, it was Yang Yi alone who had identified the anomaly, leaving them feeling somewhat diminished. However, on another note, Yang Yi had certainly brought honor to the antique circle of Jiangzhou. Thus, the complexity of their gazes was evident. Your eyes, I hardly know what to say. Wang Jun remarked enviously. It is getting late. We shall take our leave. Guo Jinshuan's mentor interjected, sensing that remaining there would only invite further humiliation. As he had no penchant for masochism, old Qi, too, was eager for the two to depart and did not offer any farewells. Then I shall not see you off. Once the two had left with their somber demeanor, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Those two have long been a thorn in our sides, one elder lamented, clearly referring to Yang Yi. Yet, Yang Yi was a prodigy hailing from Jiangzhou, and as elders, they could only offer encouragement. A question arose, after unveiling it. How shall we mount it? This query stumped everyone. Indeed, what was the next step? Both sides contained content. Chun Haowen contemplated for a moment. Perhaps we can only frame the edges. Much like installing a glass window, where neither side requires any adherence. Just affix brocade around the periphery. However, this approach may render the artwork fragile, necessitating more careful preservation. That is indeed a viable option, Elder Fong nodded. Yang Yi chimed in. We could also adopt a Western method, treating it as a photograph, placing it within a frame, with glass on both sides to enhance durability. The others found the suggestion quite intriguing. Although it deviated from traditional Chinese practices, the uniqueness of this artwork warranted such an approach. That is an excellent idea, Wang Jun praised, pleased to see Guo Jinxian and his apprentice depart with their heads hung low. Chapter 38, a rare masterpiece. Once old Qi had completed the mounting, he turned around for everyone to behold. A stunning landscape painting unfolded before their eyes. The scene was exquisite, with mountains rising steeply in the foreground, jagged rocks, and a bamboo grove, accompanied by a poem on the right side. However, mere impressions would not suffice. One must consult references to lend credibility to their observations. The artwork in question is a piece by Zhang Ruitu, adorned with his signature, written by the recluse of Baihao and Ritu. The quality of his brushwork reflects a refined approach to life, and it bears two seals from Zhang Ruitu. It is widely known that Zhang Ruitu is referred to by several titles, including Jiezi, Master of Baihao, and Taoist of Baihaoan. Moreover, the stylistic elements of the painting unmistakably suggest his authorship, a fact that Elder Qi is astute enough to recognize. Almost forgotten, it is essential to note that Zhang Ruitu is indeed a painter. One of the onlookers suddenly interjected. Zhang Ruitu excels in landscape painting and is also skilled in depictions of Buddhist figures, drawing inspiration from the Yuan dynasty master Huang Gongwan. His works are characterized by a vigorous and robust quality, and very few have survived the passage of time. His landscapes possess a strong backbone, with delicate touches that evoke a sense of tranquility, while his occasional portrayals of Buddhist figures add a delightful intrigue. Zhang Ruitu's paintings are often born out of spontaneous inspiration, which accounts for their rarity in the world. He is a painter who seldom paints, thus rendering his works all the more precious, as Chun Haowen remarked. Elder Qi dialed a phone number. Lao Lu, could you assist me in searching for a poem attributed to Zhang Ruitu? Lao Lu, the librarian and an expert in ancient Chinese poetry and literature, was entrusted with this task, and Qi felt assured. At that moment, Lao Lu was still at the library, and upon hearing the title of the ancient poem, he fell into a moment of contemplation. After a while, he realized he had no recollection of it. Nevertheless, The poem's elegance and unique diction suggested it was a rare gem among ancient verses. Without delay, he began to peruse the library's archives on ancient poetry, enlisting the help of several staff members, particularly focusing on the works of Zhang Ruitu. Previously, he had encountered Zhang Ruitu's Mountain High, Moon Low, and found its brushwork to be profoundly expressive. The mountains were rendered using the Pai Ma technique, with light ink as the primary medium, occasionally accented by darker strokes. The brushwork was free and flowing, and the composition was both intricate and harmonious, showcasing Zhang Ruitu's mastery and profound skill. Fang Shidong expressed his thoughts. Mountain High, Moon Low is indeed his representative work, and being a piece from his later years, the brushwork would be even more refined and assured. He had also studied that painting, which depicted distant mountains shrouded in mist, with a crescent moon suspended in the sky. In the foreground, a pavilion amidst fragrant grass and sparse trees created an atmosphere of serenity, while a narrow path led to tranquility, with the river gently lapping against the stones, evoking a sense of quietude and autumn. With the addition of a painting and an unpublished ancient poem, the value of this work has undoubtedly increased manifold, someone remarked. Several senior figures nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing that the young Yang Yi had stumbled upon a significant find. Fortunately, the peculiar pair of masters had departed early. Otherwise, witnessing the scene might have been too much for them to bear. Please leave the calligraphy and painting with me for a few days. I will assist you with a minor restoration and reframing, Elder Qi said to Yang Yi. I appreciate your help, Yang Yi responded, having no objections. Even if Elder Qi had not suggested it, he would have sought his assistance. The painting appeared to have been inadequately framed previously, as he noticed several mold spots that detracted from its aesthetic appeal. Onlookers expressed a hint of envy towards Yang Yi, not for acquiring a painting, but for having Elder Qi extend his expertise. Perhaps Elder Qi had taken a particular interest in this piece. Should you need assistance in the future, feel free to consult me. Be cautious with newly opened shops. Do not hastily take your works for framing, Chen Haowen advised Yang Yi. Those engaged in the art of mounting ancient calligraphy and paintings, or those in need of such services, should heed this crucial point. When seeking restoration and mounting, one must prioritize safety. It is imperative to select a shop with a reputable standing and robust security measures. Indeed, I once had a friend who entrusted a collection of artworks valued in the millions for mounting, only for that establishment to abscond with the pieces overnight, leaving no trace. Wang Jun advised Yang Yi to be more cautious in the future. Furthermore, one must be vigilant against the possibility of substitution, especially in an era where counterfeit techniques have advanced significantly. A voice chimed in, and Yang Yi realized that traps lurked everywhere in society. Understood. I shall be more mindful henceforth. He humbly acknowledged the warnings from his peers. In the mounting process, not only must one trust the integrity of the framer, but also his skills. After all, an ancient piece of art is immensely precious. Even the slightest damage could result in catastrophic loss. Chen Haowen opined that, during restoration, one should consider the framer's understanding of the ethics of art restoration. Some framers, upon encountering damaged artworks, might resort to cutting away the ruined sections, which is decidedly improper. Should we consider selling it? Wang Yun suddenly inquired. He was aware that Yang Yi's previous remarks were aimed at the likes of Guo Jinxian, who himself was not particularly fond of collecting. Yang Yi, slightly embarrassed, replied, Brother Wang, you know I work at an auction house. I intend to auction this piece there. If anyone is interested, I would welcome your support. Upon witnessing Yang Yi's respectful gesture, the group responded with laughter. Certainly, certainly. It seems the upcoming auction will be quite the spectacle. They expressed eagerness to join in the festivities. Miao Fei received a call from Yang Yi, learning of his intention to auction a remarkably rare double-sided ancient calligraphy piece, prompting her to rush over immediately. There's no need to come just yet. The painting requires some time for remounting, and I have temporarily placed it with old Qi, Yang Yi informed her. All right then, prepare yourself for our journey to the capital tomorrow, Miao Fei instructed. In the meantime, she had been busy leveraging her connections to reach out to esteemed collectors. Coincidentally, a collector in the capital had expressed interest in consigning items for auction. After hanging up, Yang Yi turned to Wang Jun and asked Brother Wang, would you care to join me on the trip to the capital tomorrow? The capital? To unearth treasures? Count me in. Wang Jun responded with enthusiasm. If he were to go alone, he might find it rather dull, but with Yang Yi accompanying him, he felt a stroke of luck might come his way. Chapter 39, Dormitory Gathering. After leaving Old Qi's residence, Yang Yi and Wang Jun enjoyed a meal together. Wang Jun animatedly recounted the embarrassing incident involving Guo Jinxian from earlier that day. You really did a number on that fool, making him lose face. You should have seen the sight of that master and disciple scurrying away. It was simply delightful. Wang Yun xiaokut. Yang Yi remained silent, listening intently as Wang Jun continued to prattle on. At times, embracing the role of a quiet listener can be equally rewarding. Upon arriving in the capital, we shall wander through Panjiayuan and Lilikang, suggested Wang Jun. For antique enthusiasts such as themselves, a visit to the capital would be incomplete without exploring these renowned locales. The small pond of Jiangzhou pales in comparison. Only in the capital can one truly appreciate the essence of the antique market, a vibrancy unmatched by other cities. He had heard that the market is divided into 6 distinct zones: the street vendor area, the ancient architecture zone, the classical furniture section, the modern collectibles region, the stone carving district, and the dining service area, all primarily dealing in antiquities, gemstones, handicrafts, collectibles, and decorative items, with an annual transaction volume reaching several billion yuan. Lilikang, a celebrated cultural street in the capital, traces its origins to the Qing dynasty when candidates from various regions converged here for the imperial examinations, leading to a proliferation of shops selling books, writing instruments, and paper, thus fostering a rich cultural atmosphere. Numerous establishments dealing in antiques and paintings abound, making it a must-visit for foreign tourists. The famed Lilikang Cultural Street rivals Panjiayuan in reputation. Both locations are indeed a paradise for antique aficionados, attracting over 100,000 visitors daily, an astounding figure. Relative to Panjiayuan, Lilikang possesses a more upscale ambience, yet the bustling energy of Panjiayuan remains unmatched, remarked Wang Jun, who had frequented both venues numerous times. The Panjiayuan flea market is the most popular antique market in the country, operating year-round with shops open continuously, while the street vendors are set up every weekend, drawing a weekend crowd of 60 to 70,000, including nearly 10,000 foreign guests. Visitors of various skin tones, languages, social strata, and beliefs converge here. The Lilikang area, a treasure trove of cultural heritage, is home to scholars, aspiring candidates, literary figures, cultural merchants, and performers, endowing it with a rich tapestry of humanistic resources, including tales, anecdotes, and interpersonal relationships. These elements constitute a fragment of the national spirit within the Chinese psyche. After conversing for a while, Yang Yi received a call from Yin Jinghui, inviting him to join for a gathering. Observing this, Wang Jun wisely took his leave, allowing Yang Yi the freedom to go. See you tomorrow. All right, I will call Brother Wang. Yang Yi nodded, regarding the debt owed to Wang Jun, which was of no concern to Wang, as the several 100,000 yuan held no significance for him. Upon reuniting with Yin Jinghui, Yang Yi discovered that, besides the 2 of them, there were others present. Among the 4 newcomers, Yang Yi was familiar with 3. 2 were acquaintances from his former dormitory, while the other 2 were their respective girlfriends. One of the women he recognized as a student from the foreign language department specializing in Japanese. The other, he had no recollection of, likely a more recent addition. I feared you might not come, hence I didn't mention it earlier, Yin Jinghui whispered to Yang Yi. Before Yang Yi could respond, Zhou Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked, "So you were waiting for him?" He then muttered under his breath, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come." Another individual, named Chen Sun, appeared equally displeased. "Sister-in-law, you look splendid today." Yang Yi blithely aset Yin Jinghui's girlfriend, Xiao Hui, then turned to the other 2 gentlemen, saying, "Long time no see. I trust you are well. How is Aziz's work? Is this your new girlfriend?" Aji has been Zhou Xiong's girlfriend since their freshman year. Additionally, during that time, Chen Sun also had a girlfriend, a dancer, though he later made a change. Their relationships were never particularly close, and he was unafraid to speak candidly. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Sun exclaimed angrily upon hearing Yang Yi's words in front of his girlfriend. "Nothing much, just offering a gentle reminder to some innocent young ladies," Yang Yi retorted, unperturbed by Chen Sun. He had always been competitive with him back in school, exhibiting a strong sense of jealousy. Rather than directly labeling him a petty person, he chose to spare him that indignity, considering they shared the same dormitory. "Let us not quarrel. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Today, I'll treat you all to steak." Yin Jinghui quickly intervened, giving Yang Yi a discreet signal to hold back, suggesting they let the 2 disdainful individuals squirm during dinner. The invitation to dine on luxurious steak was, after all, a veiled attempt to provide Yang Yi with a chance to regain his dignity. The Western restaurant was not far, and Yin Jinghui had reserved a table in advance. On their way, Yang Yi learned from Yin Jinghui's introduction that the other woman was also a junior. The previous girlfriend of Chen Sun had deemed him unworthy and left him for an older man. This new junior was rumored to have recently caught Chen Sun's attention, though it appeared that nothing had yet transpired between them. Yang Yi nodded, noting that the woman was attractive but maintained a respectful distance from Chen Sun. I truly owe you for that apartment. You have no idea how exquisite and comfortable that sofa is. I checked, and anything under 30,000 simply won't do. Yan Jinghui deliberately raised his voice. Both Chen Sun and Zhou Xiong frowned slightly, their ears perked up, eager for more information. Yang Yi had lent a hand. They were aware that Yan Jinghui had purchased an apartment for his upcoming marriage, but what did that have to do with Yang Yi? Was he perhaps involved in real estate? The mention of an expensive sofa worth over 30,000 was indeed remarkable. After a year of work, earning only 5,000 to 6,000 a month, saving up 30,000 would take them well over a year. Yan Jinghui, however, left his statement incomplete, igniting their curiosity while leaving them hesitant to inquire further. You two are fortunate. We can barely afford the down payment, Aji remarked enviously. Zhou Xiong's family owned a house, yet their parents were reluctant to invest their life savings into a property in the city, leaving her in a position of envy. At times, she found herself frustrated with Zhou Xiong's parents, who, despite having substantial savings, were notoriously tight-fisted. Zhou Xiong had a younger brother, and from her understanding, it seemed those funds were reserved for him. This was also the reason for her frequent quarrels with Zhou Xiong recently, as her irritation mounted. Chapter 40, A Fateful Encounter. Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, Yang Yi glanced at the menu and discovered that the cheapest steak was over 300 and with additional items. One could easily spend around 500 per person. You're not planning to spend your entire month's salary, are you? Thus shall we have no objections? Yang Yi chucklet. According to his understanding, the financial authority now rests entirely in the hands of Xiao Hui. It is indeed uncertain how much personal savings this fellow can retain, and he pondered whether he should cover the expenses himself. Upon reflection, he felt it might be somewhat disrespectful. Thus, he considered the possibility of extending a helping hand to him, as Yang Yi contemplated. After hearing this, Yan Jinghui and his wife felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a man, relinquishing complete control over finances does not bode well. It can be phrased as caring for one's wife, but more bluntly, it suggests being henpecked. Tomorrow? I might not be available, Yang Yi chuckled lightly. What keeps you busy? Does the auction house operate on weekends? Yan Jinghui inquired with surprise. Not exactly. Tomorrow I have to accompany the boss on a business trip to the capital, as it is a special assignment. Yang Yi did not conceal the details, though he deemed it unnecessary to divulge all the particulars. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun and Zhou Xiong, who had been brimming with curiosity, finally gleaned a bit of information regarding Yang Yi. It turned out he worked in an auction house, but how could he assist Yan Jinghui with purchasing a property? Yang Yi, do you work at an auction house? Is the remuneration satisfactory? Aziz, noticing that the two men were reluctant to inquire further, took the initiative to ask. During her freshman year, she had quite a favorable impression of Yang Yi. Hence, she had never clashed with him and rarely spoke ill of his character. Fortunately, for someone like me, who only needs to worry about feeding myself, it suffices for a decent living, Yang Yi replied somewhat dismissively. At that moment, the steak was served. Aziz's expression grew somewhat complicated. Due to Zhou Xiong, Yang Yi had become rather indifferent toward her. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since Zhou Xiong had treated her to such an upscale dining experience. He's truly impressive now, as an appraiser at the auction house. His monthly salary is enough for us to toil for an entire year. If we have the time, we should frequently indulge in some lavish experiences. Yan Jinghui continued along the thread of Aziz's conversation. Xiao Hui discreetly nudged her boyfriend under the table, urging him not to let the atmosphere grow too tense. Spending 2,000 or 3,000 on a meal here seemed a bit insincere, yet since they were treating Yang Yi, she was willing, especially since he had rendered them considerable assistance. Perhaps her boyfriend's friend would continue to look out for them in the future. As for Zhou Xiong and Chen Sun, she genuinely disliked them, perceiving them as sycophantic and opportunistic, particularly Chen Sun. So impressive? Aziz gazed at Yang Yi in astonishment. This man, who had dropped out of school, was thriving beyond expectations. She could not help but feel a sense of admiration in her heart. Not at all. We're all just making a living. What work are you currently engaged in? Yang Yi did not wish to put this female classmate in an awkward position, as he held no grudges against her. He had always been clear about his relationships. I am currently employed at a foreign trade company, but since the company is struggling, the remuneration is naturally subpar. By the way, did you assist the leader of your dormitory in purchasing a property? This meal has cost quite a bit. Aziz voiced her curiosity. Observing that Yang Yi wished to maintain a low profile, Yin Jinghui quickly revealed the events of that day, aiming to astonish Chen Sun and Zhou Xiong. You wouldn't believe it. Just a few days ago, the sales department sent over a sofa worth over 30,000. Yin Jinghui boasted. Chen Sun and Zhou Xiong found themselves in a state of bewilderment, taking a considerable amount of time to regain their composure. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Yi had already reached this stage. My sister has gone out, Xiaoyi suddenly remarked. Yang Yi cast a surprised glance at Yin Jinghui, pondering whether he had genuinely introduced Xiaoyi's friend. He assumed it was a jest and was unprepared for such a revelation. Rest assured, she won't let you down. Xiaoyi's middle school friend is truly delightful. Her academic background may not match ours, but she is quite beautiful, and Xiaoyi claims she has a wonderful personality. Yin Jinghui seemed to have an epiphany, recalling, by the way, her friend also works at the auction house. How many auction houses are there in Jiangzhou? Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled as she realized the connection she had overlooked. Isn't this a bit of fate? Chen Sun and the others felt utterly dispirited. It appeared that Yin Jinghui was orchestrating a match for Yang Yi. The recent tale from Yin Jinghui had made them recognize that Yang Yi was no longer the same person he once was. Working at an auction house? And attractive as well? Could it be Xiaoyu? As the thought solidified, Yang Yi grew increasingly certain. Your friend, could her name be Luo Xiaoyu? He inquired tentatively. Just then, a woman stepped through the door. Yang Yi glanced over and thought, goodness, it really is her. What a small world. Chen Sun and the others stared, somewhat dazed. Such a beautiful woman, and Yin Jinghui had indeed introduced her to Yang Yi. Unfortunately, they were all in relationships. Otherwise, they might have tried their luck. Especially since Yin Jinghui had mentioned that this woman had a modest education, giving them an edge. Yang Yi, what are you doing here? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Yang Yi pointed to Yin Jinghui, saying, ask him. Luo Xiaoyu quickly grasped the situation. This couple was attempting to set her up with Yang Yi. At this realization, her face flushed bright red. Please have a seat. Let me introduce you. These two are also from my dormitory. However, my relationship with them isn't particularly close. This one is called Z, and she is called Runyu, my junior. Such candidness, especially when expressed in front of others, evoked no trace of anger. Both Luo Xiaoyu and her junior felt that Yang Yi was quite straightforward, not the type to speak ill behind someone's back. Z, however, could not suppress a wry smile, discreetly pinching Zhou Xiong beside her. If not for mingling with Chen Sun, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Runyu, the junior, felt her resolve wavering, sensing that her compatibility with Chen Sun was questionable. She was unaware of the events that had transpired years prior. Yet it seemed reasonable that even someone as amiable as Yang Yi would harbor disdain for Chen Sun. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi whispered something into Luo Xiaoyu's ear, the content unknown. But judging by Xiaoyu's expression, she appeared quite conflicted. Chapter 41, Shameful Conduct. As Chen Sun sat there, an increasing sense of discomfort enveloped him. At this point, he had fully comprehended that Yin Jinghui's invitation for a lavish meal was merely a ruse, designed to bring them here for Yang Yi's amusement. With a blend of boasting and introducing beautiful women, it was simply a spectacle for their amusement. I have some matters to attend to. I apologize. He rose, casting a glance at Zhou Xiong, hoping he would accompany him. Given Yin Jinghui's actions, they could hardly be blamed for not reciprocating his courtesy. Although this meal costs several hundred yuan, he believes that his dignity is not so easily bought. Zhou Xiong, feeling equally uncomfortable as Chen Sun, also wishes to leave. However, Z, having anticipated this, grabs Zhou Xiong's garment, casting him a warning glare. Looking at Chen Sun, Zhou Xiong can only silently apologize. In comparison, he values his girlfriend far more. What is the significance of face? Can it be consumed? Now that others have prospered, is it worthwhile to curry favor with them? Chen Sun, with a sarcastic tone, makes a mocking remark before taking his girlfriend by the hand, intending to exit. The junior sister does not provoke Chen Sun, obediently following him, though her heart has begun to drift away from him. Nonetheless, she remains his nominal girlfriend at present. Senior brother, we will take our leave now. All right, I shall treat you next time. Yang Yi feels pity for this junior sister, being with someone as despicable as Chen Sun. As Chen Sun turns to leave, he notices a successful gentleman in a suit approaching, and he hastily goes to greet him, for the man is his superior and he cannot afford to be negligent. Manager Tai, what a surprise to encounter you here. Chen Sun straightens his posture, bowing and scraping, showing utmost respect. Your friends? The man's gaze shifts to the table of diners, landing on Luo Xiaoyu, his eyes gleaming. Such a stunning beauty is a rare find. He does not even spare a glance at Chen Sun, regarding him as a mere minor character. Out of courtesy for the beauty, he refrains from addressing Chun Sun in a condescending tone. Chun Sun, feeling a bit awkward, responds, "These three are my dorm mates, and the two over there are their girlfriends." The lady in the dress is Xiao Hui's close friend, Luo Xiaoyu. He notices that the manager seems intrigued by Luo Xiaoyu and thus emphasizes her single status. Yan Jinghui had intended to introduce her to Yang Yi, but if he cannot have her, neither shall Yang Yi find it so easy. "Miss Luo, this is Manager Tai from our company, earning over 300,000 a year. He is merely a year or two older than us." Seeing Chun Sun advocate for him, Manager Tai is pleased and pats Chun Sun on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. I intend to commend you to upper management." Chun Sun, filled with delight, lowers his demeanor even further, yet in the manager's eyes, he resembles a sycophant. His girlfriend begins to harbor a sense of disdain for Chun Sun, realizing today the true nature of this man. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to treat you all." He assumes the role of host, without seeking consent from Yan Jinghui and the others, brazenly sitting down to dine with them. Luo Xiaoyu and the others frown, their impression of Chun Sun as a petty individual solidifying. "No need, I've already settled the bill. Manager Tai, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go." Yan Jinghui's implication is clear. They are not welcome here. However, he refrains from being too blunt to avoid unnecessary offense. "I have no pressing matters. Since we are all classmates of Xiao Chun, let us foster camaraderie. In the professional world, having more friends opens more doors. Let us get to know one another." He insists on ordering more dishes, demanding the waiter bring out 2 bottles of fine wine. "I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, seniors." Regarding Chun Sun, Runyu is genuinely disappointed. "Xiaoyu, what urgent matter could you possibly have? Come, sit down and offer a toast to Manager Kai," Chun Sun remarked, still oblivious to Runyu's intention to distance herself from him. In a bid to curry favor with their superior, he insisted that his girlfriend toast, which left Yang Yi and the others feeling that he was utterly despicable. Noticing that Yang Yi completely ignored him, Manager Kai's expression darkened slightly. Casting a glance at Chun Sun, his eyes radiating a subtle threat, urging him to speak. Chun Sun, in a panic, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, please toast Manager Kai first. Then you can leave. Be good, listen to me." With a sigh of relief, he hastily poured himself a drink and raised it in salute. Tears shimmered in Runyu's eyes as she fought to contain her emotions, feeling both shame and anger towards Chun Sun. After casting an apologetic glance at Yang Yi and the other seniors, she fled the Western restaurant. Witnessing this, Chun Sun opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Not only Yang Yi, but even Zhou Xiong felt that Chun Sun had crossed a line. A Z leaned in to whisper in his ear, "In the future, refrain from associating with this person. His character is truly disgraceful." Did you hear that? Although I previously thought his demeanor was merely unpleasant, this is beyond acceptable. "Miss Luo, is it Xiaoyu? Here is my business card," Manager Kai remarked, dismissing the earlier scene from his mind, for his intentions did not lie with Chun Sun's girlfriend. He held a fair amount of confidence in himself, believing that Chun Sun, being merely a classmate, could not possibly compare to him. As long as the beauty was not blind, she would surely know whom to choose. Manager of the sales department in the Yunjiang region, Luo Xiaoyu casually accepted the card, glancing at it. "It pertains to our cities of Jiangzhou and Yanhai, and I expect improvements next year," he continued, feigning humility, though anyone with discernment could detect the underlying arrogance. Luo Xiaoyu nodded, and then there was silence. She carelessly placed the card on the table instead of thoughtfully tucking it away in her bag. Achieving the position of sales department manager in the Yunjiang region at such a young age suggested not only exceptional abilities, but also the fact that he had studied abroad in the United States, marking him as a returnee. Thus, upon entering the company, he was swiftly entrusted with significant responsibilities and offered a lucrative salary. Given his current standing, he could be considered quite affluent, if not among the top echelon of young, wealthy individuals in the country. "Might I be so bold as to request your contact information?" he shamelessly implored. Chapter 42, A Tragic Figure. Luo Xiaoyu noticed his persistence and felt her brows knit in irritation. "I'm sorry, but I left my phone at home. I have a poor memory and can't recall numbers." This was merely a polite excuse, hinting that she was reluctant to share her contact details. Manager Kai, feeling a surge of indignation, nearly lashed out at Luo Xiaoyu, contemplating her pretentiousness and lack of decorum. Internally, he mused that once he won her over, he could slowly mold her to his liking. He observed that Luo Xiaoyu frequently glanced toward Yang Yi, prompting him to shift his approach. "My friend, what makes you so exceptional?" he asked, offering Yang Yi another business card. Yang Yi, uninterested, declined to accept it, retorting, "We aren't familiar, so please refrain from trying to get close. Furthermore, we are dining, so I would appreciate it if you could refrain from disturbing us. Do you have no sense of decorum?" This remark is rather unreserved, prompting Zhou Xiong and others to silently commend it, for this is the essence of masculinity. As for Chen Sun, there is no need to elaborate. He nearly became a sycophant. Zhou Xiong and Yin Jinghui, independent and unyielding, harbored no fondness for this so-called manager Tai, yet they did not dare to be overtly dismissive. Luo Xiaoyu and the other women exchanged glances, realizing that Yang Yi could indeed be quite formidable at times. What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Sun thought to himself, regretting that while others vented their frustrations, he would ultimately bear the consequences. Had he foreseen this, he would have left alongside his girlfriend moments ago. Yang Yi raised a glass of water and flung it forward. "Damn it, you've compelled me to curse. I've tolerated you for long enough. What kind of nonsense is this? Forcing your girlfriend to toast? If you're displeased, just leave. What are you acting so imperiously for?" His words were unrelenting, leaving Chen Sun utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the typically gentle and easily bullied Yang Yi could exhibit such ferocity. Luo Xiaoyu and the other women nearly applauded, as his words echoed their own suppressed sentiments. "Enough. Since they are so unwelcoming, it is pointless to impose ourselves. We shall take our leave." Manager Tai recognized the futility of remaining any longer. Turning to Chen Sun, he remarked, "What kind of classmates do you have? So lacking in decorum. Dining in a Western restaurant. Do you not feel ashamed?" The women cast disdainful glances. Such individuals only engage in gossip behind others' backs, not worthy of respect. Fearing that Manager Tai might cause him trouble later, Chen Sun hastily concurred. "Indeed. He is just a loser. He was forcibly persuaded to withdraw from school and is of poor character. There is no need for you to stoop to his level, Manager Tai. Is that so?" Manager Tai replied with a smile. Witnessing the shamelessness of these two, Luo Xiaoyu could not contain herself. Is the sales manager really that impressive? Yang Yi earns twice his annual salary and remains humble. You all are merely self-amusing. This statement left many astonished. An annual salary of 5 to 600,000? He was no ordinary individual. Manager Tai shot a glare at Chen Sun, silently vowing to make things difficult for him in the future. Such crucial information had not been relayed to him, resulting in public embarrassment and offending someone more formidable than himself. This was not the desired outcome. He even began to suspect whether Chen Sun was deliberately attempting to orchestrate his downfall. Chen Sun was taken aback. The best earners in their class made only about 10 to 20,000 a month. After a moment of shock, Yin Jinghui and the others began to grasp the extent of Yang Yi's success. In Jiangzhou City, he must have no pressure regarding purchasing a home or a car. They felt a sense of joy for Yang Yi. "You, without much fuss, have advanced to this stage. Whether we dine or drink porridge in the future, we shall rely on you." A Z nudged her boyfriend, signaling him to mend his relationship with Yang Yi. Truth be told, she was aware that Yang Yi's true disdain was directed at Chen Sun. While he bore no fondness for Zhou Xiong, he also harbored no ill will. Their relationship had not deteriorated to an irreparable state. Manager Tai found himself in a rather awkward position, wishing to defuse the tension but uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, two new individuals, a man and a woman, entered the restaurant, and upon seeing them, Yang Yi immediately smiled. One of the individuals present was none other than Guo Jinxian, and it was quite unexpected to encounter him again so soon. The woman accompanying him possessed a pointed chin, resembling a fairy, exuding an air of worldly allure. Her lipstick was thick, and her makeup rather heavy. Yang Yi was taken aback, realizing that Guo Jinxian had a rather particular taste. "Young Master Guo, what a coincidence to meet you here." Manager Tai immediately approached him. Although he had achieved a fair amount of success, he paled in comparison to Guo Jinxian. Just a single antique from the latter would suffice for him to toil for quite some time. "Who are you?" In stark contrast to Manager Tai's enthusiasm, Guo Jinxian paid little mind to him. After all, he had finally managed to engage a woman with a hint of Korean charm, and the interruption felt unwelcome. Dong Jing was in high spirits, feeling as though she had snagged a wealthy young man. Observing Guo Jinxuan's sports car and his exceptional attire, it was evident that although their acquaintance was brief, they were enjoying a delightful conversation, both seemingly prepared to take their rendezvous further. Guo Jinxian still could not recall who this person was, but given the circumstances, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss him outright. Thus, he patted Manager Tai on the shoulder, saying, "Ah, it's you, little Tai. Are you dining? Care to join us?" while he inquired about their willingness to accompany him. It was clear from his demeanor that he preferred they decline, as he was currently preoccupied. Guojin Xian, however, was perceptive. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he remarked, "This is our company S. Xiao Chun. They're all his classmates." He made a point to introduce Luo Xiaoyu, aware that Yang Yi and the others understood the underlying implications of his intentions. Upon witnessing this, Dong Jing's mood soured. Was Guojin Xian deliberately introducing a beautiful woman to diminish her significance? She quickly clung to Guojin Xuan's arm, hoping to convey her worth. The effect was palpable. Guojin Xuan's eyes brightened at the sight of Luo Xiaoyu, yet the sensation of Dong Jing's firm grip intoxicated him. "I say, old Guo, why the haste? Off to charm the ladies." "I see." Yang Yi suddenly interjected. It was at this moment that Guojin Xian became aware of Yang Yi's presence, and his expression darkened. He shot an irritable glare at Manager Tai, clearly displeased, before whisking away his companion. "Hey, aren't you dining?" Yang Yi added, watching as Guojin Xian quickened his pace, seemingly treating Yang Yi as if he were plague. It was unbearable for Guojin Xian to be bested by Yang Yi. He wanted to avoid any further humiliation or ridicule. The group stood in stunned silence, initially believing Guojin Xian to be a figure of great importance, only to witness him retreat at the mere sound of Yang Yi's words. Manager Tai suddenly realized he had provoked someone he ought to have avoided. "Damn it, just you wait." He shot a fierce glance at Chen Sun before hastily exiting the contentious scene. "That young master seems rather intimidated by you." Yin Jingwei couldn't help but comment. "I just cost him 2 million today. Perhaps he still feels the sting." Yang Yi casually remarked. The onlookers were taken aback. Had he truly profited 2 million today? They glanced toward Guojin Xuan's departing figure with a hint of sympathy. 2 million. After all, feeling somewhat aggrieved, Yin Jinghui exclaimed, "No way. You must treat us today. I want to order more." Yang Yi shrugged indifferently, replying, "Feel free to eat as you wish." Chapter 43. The Journey Begins. The group joyfully feasted upon Yang Yi, yet Zhou Xiong felt like an outsider, uncomfortable in his own skin. To mend their relationship, Aziz insisted on pulling him down to join them. Enough with the toasts. Aziz, you need not stand on ceremony. Yang Yi had always kept a respectful distance from alcohol, preferring to abstain whenever possible. Indeed, Aziz, take a seat. If anyone should toast, let it be Zhou Xiong. Yin Jinghui interjected. Aziz glanced anxiously at her boyfriend, fearing he might storm off in a huff due to his pride. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth and raised his glass. "For the misunderstandings of the past, Yang Yi, I ask for your forgiveness. I shall drink this in one go." Yang Yi regarded him for a brief moment, then nodded after a few seconds of silence. "Very well, let this cup signify the end of our grievances." As for Chen Sun, everyone instinctively distanced themselves, as if he were non-existent in their midst. His previous actions had indeed bred contempt among them. "You're already so accomplished. Do you still need to learn?" Yin Jinghui exclaimed. The group then realized that Yang Yi's success was no mere coincidence, but rather the fruit of his diligent efforts. This field is vast and profound. Even seasoned veterans find it challenging to grasp fully. No one dares to claim comprehensive understanding. Yang Yi remarked with a smile before taking his leave. Once Yang Yi departed, Aziz and the others could not help but comment. Antiques truly are lucrative, with substantial profits. Luo Xiaoyu elaborated. While that may be true, those who lack knowledge can easily lose everything if they venture in blindly. Our auction house recently suffered a loss of several million due to oversight on a few items. Upon hearing this, the eager ambitions of Yin Jinghui and the others were swiftly quelled. "I'll invite old Yang to join me next time. Will you all come along?" Yin Jinghui proposed. This was undeniably a significant temptation. Even Luo Xiaoyu felt a stir of excitement, contemplating saving some money to seize a small fortune. She thought to herself that even earning a few thousand would satisfy her. As a girl with considerable expenses, her salary was modest, often leaving her with little at the month's end. Luxurious items, such as a new phone, required careful budgeting to meet her desires. Fortunately, this month, her salary had increased by over 1,000, and with some frugality, she could set aside 2,000 or 3,000 as capital. "All right, if you dare to call him out. We shall shamelessly tag along," Aziz exclaimed with delight. Such matters could only be broached by Yin Jinghui with Yang Yi, given their close friendship, which made it less awkward. Yang Yi would likely agree, whereas it would be uncomfortable for the rest to ask. True brothers do not mind being utilized by one another. This understanding was mutual between him and Yang Yi, often joked about in their camaraderie. Aziz and Zhou Xiong envied the strong bond between Yin Jinghui and Yang Yi. The next day, after receiving a call from General Miao, Yang Yi first notified Wang Jun before heading to the airport. Upon arrival, he discovered he was the last to arrive, with no personal vehicle at his disposal, while others had been driven directly. He had to take public transportation to the station and then catch the airport express bus. Dear brother, it's about time you acquired a vehicle, isn't it? Wang Jun presumed that President Miao would arrange for a car to pick up Yang Yi, thus neglecting the opportunity for Yang Yi to hitch a ride. He turned to Miao Fei and remarked, President Miao, with an employee as exceptional as my brother, why not provide him with a car for his convenience? It's quite unbecoming for an appraiser at an auction house to rely on public transport daily. Miao Fei, somewhat speechless, replied with a smile. I would indeed consider signing him to a long-term contract, and a luxury vehicle would certainly be included. You might inquire if he is amenable to that. Yang Yi sheepishly smiled and said, Apologies for making everyone wait. I shall look into purchasing a car soon. His requirements were not overly demanding. He sought a vehicle of good quality, reasonable price, and an appearance that was not too shabby. For instance, a domestic car priced around 100,000 would suffice. Once aboard the plane, President Miao conversed with Yang Yi. I hear you plan to visit Panjiayuan and Lilikang? We shall visit that collector the day after tomorrow. She added, I intend to explore those places as they are reputed to be filled with antiques. For someone like me, lacking practical experience, such locations are certainly worth a visit. Yang Yi, maintaining humility, did not boast about his treasure-hunting endeavors, but rather expressed a desire to gain experience. Miao Fei, disregarding his modesty, suggested, Since I have no other engagements, let's go together. Although she lacked the expertise in appraisal, accompanying him would allow her to discern what treasures Yang Yi might unearth. If feasible, she would arrange for him to auction them at her house. Is this your first flight? Miao Fei observed Yang Yi's slightly pale complexion and inquired in surprise. I have a slight fear of heights, and I never had the means to fly before. Yang Yi candidly admitted his former poverty, a quality that perhaps endeared him to those who genuinely understood him. It made him feel authentic. You fear heights, yet chose a window seat? Miao Fei queried, puzzled. Yang Yi's ticket was presumably for the seat she now occupied, yet he had whimsically opted for the window. I just wanted to see what it looks like outside, he replied with a grimace. This exchange elicited laughter from both Miao Fei and Wang Jun, who found it rare to witness Yang Yi's childlike curiosity about new experiences. And how does it feel now? Are you disappointed? Wang Jun chuckled. Many people share Yang Yi's mindset regarding untried endeavors and unvisited places. However, once one spends money and engages in the experience, disappointment often follows, as the reality seldom matches expectations. Wang Jun burst into laughter. Feeling that time spent with Yang Yi was invariably uplifting. Chapter 44. After many years apart. The capital city is not only rich in historical relics, but also abundant in traditional cuisine. Upon arriving in the capital and settling in, Wang Jun took Yang Yi and President Miao on a culinary adventure. Food is paramount to the people. This adage is vividly embodied in our nation. Wang Jun gazed at the bustling traditional snack shops and could not help but exclaim, Indeed, Chinese people are notoriously discerning when it comes to food, having cultivated an unparalleled culinary culture that astonishes the world. Only in China can one truly appreciate the diverse array of delectable options available. Now, you two enjoy yourselves for a bit. I must meet with my uncle, Miao Fei announced. In the capital, she has some relatives and friends, and since she is here, it would be remiss not to indulge in a meal together. However, Wang Jun and his companions had long felt that having a woman in tow was inconvenient, and they did not utter a word of farewell. Your leader has finally departed. Let us set off. I will take you to enjoy a soak, he said. The men understood that in such establishments, with Miao Fei present, they felt somewhat awkward. Wang Jun led Yang Yi to a high-end bathhouse, where skilled technicians were at their service. Initially, Yang Yi was a bit reserved, but she soon acclimated. Perhaps this is simply a reflection of masculine nature. Relax. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow, Wang Jun remarked. After the bath and massage, Yang Yi chose not to linger with Wang Jun, but instead invited an old classmate for tea. It had been quite a while since she last saw Rui Run. After graduating from high school, they had lost touch. Arriving in the capital without a word felt rather inconsiderate. Rui Run was a true aficionado of literature, and in terms of scholarship, Yang Yi had never admired anyone as much as him. He was a veritable bookworm, or perhaps a zealot, capable of immersing himself to the point of neglecting sleep and food. In the past, while competing with him for academic rankings, Yang Yi often felt a sense of dread, as though she were contending with a superhuman. This type of tea house might only exist in the capital, Yang Yi remarked. Noticing that Rue Run had lost some weight, but his eyes sparkled with vitality. Was this the hallmark of someone engaged in research? Such tea houses have nearly vanished elsewhere. Yet in the capital, they remain authentically preserved, a rare treasure. Tea houses have historically served as popular venues for leisure and recreation among the Chinese populace, embodying the cultural essence of our traditions. In ancient times, they were referred to by various names such as tea halls, tea shops, tea houses, and tea pavilions. This place is relatively authentic in the capital, though I visit infrequently as the tea is rather pricey, Rue Run confessed, mentioning that he had only been here twice before with others. He had merely suggested this location to Yang Yi, not expecting her to arrange their meeting here. Look at you, thriving quite well. You seem quite well off, Rue Run chuckled. He informed Yang Yi that there were several inns nearby, each boasting centuries of history dating back to the Ming dynasty. In ancient times, inns and tea houses shared similarities, both offering food and lodging. Generally, tea houses focused more on tea and snacks, while inns resembled modern hotels. Wait, there is someone here telling stories, Yang Yi noted. This establishment likely dates back to the Qing dynasty. You're quite perceptive, Rue Run responded, somewhat surprised. Yang Yi smiled and explained. The Qing dynasty marked the zenith of tea houses in our country. They were ubiquitous in both urban and rural areas, with their sheer numbers being unparalleled in history. The operational styles of tea houses varied. Some primarily sold tea, while others also offered snacks, tobacco, and even storytelling and performances. In the north, it was common to encounter drum, storytelling, and narrative performances, while the South leaned towards a blend of narrative and singing, a tradition that continues to this day. Nowadays, tea houses are proliferating across the country, developing rapidly. Even in Jiangzhou City, there are 2 establishments, yet they pale in comparison to this one, lacking any historical depth. Typically situated at prime scenic spots, they offer a delightful experience of savoring tea while enjoying the view. It is said that Chengdu boasts a more refined type of tea house, known as the Cultural Tea House. It serves not only as a place for tea tasting, but also as a cultural entertainment venue. Patrons can sip tea while enjoying the melodious strains of Sichuan opera, renowned by mountain songs, or the art of Peking opera. Rue, upon hearing this, began to articulate his thoughts fluently, yet felt a bit bewildered, realizing that this individual had once excelled in history. How could he recall such diverse details? As someone who now dabbles in antiques, I possess a modicum of understanding about these matters, so there is no need for astonishment. For instance, my grasp of aerospace is nowhere near your expertise. Each field has its own specialists. Rue nodded in agreement. He continued, I never anticipated our elementary school teacher would still remember us so well. During our last phone call, despite his advanced age, he was so excited that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. This clearly shows his concern for that exceptional cohort of students. Indeed, he has aged considerably. If you have the time, do call him more often. Knowing you work in the aerospace sector, he would refrain from interrupting you. Yang Yi remarked to Rue. It was evident that the teacher held a certain favoritism, being particularly fond of Rue. Naturally, teachers tend to favor those who cherish learning. Yang Yi heard from their old class monitor that the teacher frequently contacted them to inquire about their well-being, yet he never called Rue, fully aware of the potential disruption to Rue's work. Aside from local specialties, there are also photographs and other memorabilia. There's no need for such hassle. Our hometown has developed well, and there are now express delivery points in town. You can send a package via SF Express, and it will arrive in a few days. Yang Yi recounted the changes in his hometown. Rue was taken aback, and, after a long pause, exclaimed, the changes are indeed astonishing. Indeed, I could hardly recognize it. Many families have purchased cars, even if they are mostly second-hand. It is still quite surprising. That is splendid news. The teacher must be very pleased. As their conversation continued, time slipped away. Noticing the hour, Yang Yi realized that Rue had a report to work on time the next day, so he decided to let him off the hook. Upon returning to the hotel and greeting Wang Jun, Yang Yi took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, he was awakened by a call from General Miao, urging them to have breakfast and set out promptly. Are we going to explore Panjiayuan and Lilikang, or is she the one eager to go? She seems more anxious than we are. Wang Jun couldn't help but comment. Shouldn't girls, especially beautiful ones, prefer shopping in malls? It's enlightening to discover that women are also keen on antique markets. Chapter 45. Shocking news. Their first stop was Panjiayuan. Even though it was barely past 9 in the morning, the place was already bustling with visitors, a steady stream of tourists. Among these individuals, many might just be browsing without any intention to purchase, yet they contribute to the vibrant atmosphere here. How does it compare to our antique street in Jiangzhou City? It's like night and day. Wang Yun qiuqilt. He could see the snuff bottles from Hengshui, the New Year paintings from Yangliuqing, the embroidery from Jiangsu, the wooden carvings from Danyang, the stone sculptures from Ziyang, the shadow puppets from Shandong, the porcelain and crystal ornaments from Jiangxi, the purple clay from Yixing, the bronze wares from Shaanxi, the clothing from Yunnan, the Buddhist items from Tibet, the white jade from Xinjiang, and the pottery from Taiwan. Such traditional craftsmanship can be found here, right? Yang Yi couldn't help but remark. Essentially, yes. This is the largest hub for folk handicrafts in the country, Wang Jun explained. The primary items on offer include antique furniture, the four treasures of the study, ancient books and paintings, old publications, agate and jade, ceramics, Chinese and foreign coins, bamboo and bone carvings, shadow puppet masks, Buddhist relics, ethnic clothing, and cultural revolution memorabilia. Years ago, Panjiayuan was merely an obscure location in the capital, but in recent years, with the booming second-hand market, it has become a treasure trove for collectors, making the name Panjiayuan widely recognized. Come, let's take a look inside. I have a feeling today will yield something special, Wang Jun continued eagerly. Upon entering, Yang Yi and the others were immediately met with exciting news. Just yesterday, a national treasure had surfaced in Panjiayuan, a piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Goodness, Yuan blue and white. Wang Jun licked his lips in anticipation. The rarity of Yuan blue and white porcelain makes it extraordinarily precious, with auction prices soaring above 200 million, a staggering figure indeed. Had I known, we should have arrived earlier. Miao Fei lamented. If they had come sooner, they might have broadened their horizons, and perhaps even persuaded the owner to auction the piece at her auction house without taking a commission, gaining some renown in the process. Yuan blue and white porcelain dramatically altered the subdued and restrained style of traditional ceramics, offering striking visual effects that deliver immediate gratification. With its bold grandeur and artistic originality, it elevated the art of blue and white painting to new heights, establishing the enduring prosperity of blue and white porcelain in subsequent generations. According to Yang Yi's understanding, Yuan blue and white porcelain generally comes in two tonal variations, one a pale gray blue and the other a deep, vibrant blue. This astonishing news invigorated Wang Jun and the others, propelling them immediately into the treasure-hunting frenzy. Yang Yi observed that they were not alone. Many others in Panjiayuan were similarly inspired, leading to a bustling atmosphere for numerous merchants. Wang Jun squatted in front of a stall, busily engrossed in his own pursuits. He took out his miniature magnifying glass, greeted the vendor, and began his examination. The items at this stall were quite eclectic, consisting of various old and worn pieces, some even fragmented, evoking a sense of historical significance. Are you not going to take a look? Miao Fei asked, surprised at Yang Yi's lack of movement. Hearing this, she unconditionally believed in him. She felt that Yang Yi's reasoning was quite sound, making sense even to an outsider like her. Yang Yi refrained from using his discerning eye functionality, as he felt the stall likely held no particularly valuable treasures, and it would be a waste of time to spend a minute here. He needed to find a place with a greater variety of items to maximize his time effectively. At this moment, he pretended to inspect the items at the stall with exaggerated diligence. Soon, Miao Fei grew impatient. She realized that following them was a mistake, as it was dreadfully tiresome. Yang Yi and Wang Jun scrutinized the items in silence, leaving her standing there foolishly alone. I'll take a stroll and contact you anytime, Miao Fei said to Yang Yi. All right, feel free, Yang Yi replied without lifting his head, his voice drifting out nonchalantly. Miao Fei hastily departed, intending to find a nearby cafe where she could sit and leisurely wait while nibbling on something and browsing the internet, which seemed far preferable to trailing behind Yang Yi. The stall owner remained composed and assured, equally uninterested in interrupting Yang Yi and his companion's examination of the goods. In this marketplace, business was never a concern. Their trade boasted high profits with minimal costs. Most of the items were essentially replicas or second-hand junk collected from rural areas. Selling just a few pieces could yield more than what some office workers earn in a month. Of course, antique shops were even more extravagant. They operated on the principle that they could remain closed for 3 years, then thrive for 3 years upon opening. Many antique shops saw sparse business, perhaps selling nothing all day, yet when they did make a sale, it could be worth millions, surpassing the earnings of others over several years. In the end, Yang Yi walked away empty-handed, while Wang Jun held a gourd the size of a fist. This gourd is a treasure. It's the finest item at my stall. The vendor began to speak. Yang Yi and Wang Jun rolled their eyes. Could he offer anything new? They had grown weary of hearing such lines. Isn't that the standard opening line for you vendors? Wang Jun jested. The stall owner chuckled. Since it's displayed, it's naturally for sale. For today, as first transaction, I can offer you a discount. On weekdays, the Pangaea market opened at 8:30, so he had not been set up for long and had yet to make a sale. Initially, he had hoped to swindle a few foreign tourists, enticing them with flashy trinkets, but those foreigners showed little interest in his shabby wares. On weekends, vendors began to set up as early as 4 or 5 in the morning, rising before the roosters. Set a price. Just don't be ridiculous, Wang Jun advised. Neither of them were novices. If one intended to deceive, one must choose their target wisely. The stall owner could naturally discern that Yang Yi and Wang Jun were not just inexperienced youths. Their ability to linger at his stall for over 10 minutes without speaking indicated their patience. Moreover, their well-equipped appearance suggested they were accustomed to dealing with antiques, marking them as insiders in the trade. Frankly, such individuals were the most challenging to negotiate with. They favored gullible tourists, particularly foreigners, who could be easily ensnared with just a few casual words. 500. If you can't afford that, then be my guest, he declared, leaving little room for negotiation. 500 yuan was merely the price for a somewhat upscale modern craft, hardly exorbitant. Wang Jun nodded. As long as it wasn't excessive, he was considerate of the vendor's feelings, and the payment was made without hesitation. Chapter 46. The Ornamental Gourd. After leaving the stall, Wang Jun suddenly noticed that Yang Yi had not acquired a single item. Did you not find anything appealing? He inquired. The selection did not seem very promising. Came the response. Pray, let me examine this gourd. I find its appearance quite exquisite, Wang Jun remarked, fully aware of the significance of aesthetics in gourds. He had spent the last few minutes admiring this particular specimen, observing it closely. This brings us to the term gourd, which is rather intriguing and perhaps not widely understood. The word "huan" originally referred to two types of vessels used for holding wine and food, due to the gourd's shape and function. These terms were amalgamated to denote this plant. Gourd is merely a colloquial rendering that strays from its original meaning. Nonetheless, the usage has become conventional, and to refer to it as whole would likely confuse many. Recently, I encountered a feng shui practitioner who spent over 800,000 on a gourd quite similar to this one. Wang Yun continued. He understood that gourds are not merely decorative objects, but also serve as instruments of feng shui. Folklore suggests that a single gourd within a household may lead to prosperity. This belief hinges on the notion that placing a gourd in one's home attracts wealth and abundance. In the collective consciousness, gourds are associated with blessings and prosperity, and gourd culture is intrinsically linked to Buddhism. In Taoism, the gourd's significance is even more pronounced. I must confess, I am not well versed in the intricacies of feng shui artifacts, Yang Yi remarked as he held the gourd aloft. In his recollection, gourds, cherished as symbols of good fortune and ornamental pieces, have long been beloved and collected by many. Some households hang gourd from their beams, referring to them as top beams, believing that this practice fosters safety and harmony within the home. More discerning individuals may string 5 gourds together with red cord, calling it 5 blessings arriving at the door. However, as a decorative item, this gourd seems rather large, Yang Yi noted further. The term decorative plaything implies an object meant for tactile engagement, ideally suited for manipulation. Smaller handheld gourds are particularly prized. Those measuring under 8 centimeters are classified as handheld gourds, celebrated for their delicate charm. Typically, handheld gourds stand between 4 to 6 centimeters tall, while the finest specimens measure around 35 centimeters. Smaller gourds serve their own purposes, and larger ones possess their own merits. A gourd's value is not solely determined by size, Wang Jun countered, recognizing Yang Yi's focus on handheld varieties. Such items, favored by many literati in ancient times, are designed for tactile interaction, stimulating the nerves and muscles of the fingers and palms, thus offering a form of acupressure that promotes health and wellness. Over time, a handheld gourd becomes polished and gleaming, its classical beauty enchanting the beholder and making it difficult to part with. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. As he continued to scrutinize the gourd, he noticed some unusual patterns on its surface that left him slightly astonished. He hesitated to employ his magnifying glass, but its influence sharpened his vision. It appears to have been artificially aged, he asserted, expressing his initial skepticism. How can you tell? Wang Jun inquired, taken aback. It is not by sight, but by scent, Yang Yi replied. Take a whiff. Do you not detect a faint medicinal aroma? He brought the gourd closer to Wang Jun's nose. Upon careful inhalation, Wang Jun indeed discerned a subtle scent reminiscent of herbal medicine. I have previously heard that the method of aging gourds is quite simple, one of which involves the use of traditional Chinese medicine. This information was recently gleaned from a book. Thus, We are treated to such a beautiful surface hue. Yet it is a counterfeit. Wang Yun sighed. Although it is not an antique, finding it for 500 yuan feels like a fortunate bargain, Yang Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's eyes brightened. I too believe that for such quality, 500 yuan is indeed a fair price. When assessing a gourd, he considers its appearance to be of utmost importance. In truth, this is indeed the case. In the realm of feng shui, the quality of a gourd directly influences its potency and, consequently, its impact on feng shui. In this regard, the gourd must possess proper growth. By proper, one refers to characteristics such as symmetry, evenness, roundness, and fullness. Feng shui practitioners assert that only in this manner can its potency remain balanced and stable. Yang, he held the gourd flat in his palm. The shape is fairly acceptable, but my focus is not on the shape. Many individuals select gourds with a mindset akin to Wang Jun's, emphasizing the need for the gourd to be thoroughly dried, well-shaped, and with a sound core. Ideally, it should also possess a weighty feel. The denser the gourd, the longer its growth period. Not on the shape? What are you implying then? Wang Yun asked, somewhat perplexed. He took the magnifying glass, observing for a while. Alas, such a fine gourd has been compromised. Compromised? Wang Jun's expression shifted. Soaked in traditional medicine, is certainly not in its prime. A gourd that has not been tampered with should emit a rich, natural fragrance. If the interior and exterior carry a pungent odor or lack any scent altogether, it indicates that the gourd has indeed been altered, which many would resolutely reject. What is the fortunate aspect? Wang Yun inquired intensely. Look closely at these minute lines. What pattern do they form? Yang Yi returned the gourd and magnifying glass to Wang Jun. Following Yang Yi's guidance, Wang Jun soon discovered with delight that the natural lines at the bottom of the gourd formed a bagua diagram. A fine treasure indeed. Wang Jun immediately took a liking to it. Such naturally occurring features are far more precious. He understood more than Yang Yi that with this revelation, the gourd's value would undoubtedly soar. Even having been soaked in traditional medicine, its worth remains unaffected. Brother, your keen eye is truly admirable. Just a moment ago, I overlooked those intricate lines. It is evident that Yang Yi not only possesses sharp vision, but also a comprehensive perspective. 500 yuan is undoubtedly a significant bargain. He believed it could easily be resold for 500,000. Of course, it would only be suitable for feng shui experts. Antique enthusiasts may not appreciate such a piece that has been tampered with. You are simply fortunate, Yang Yi humbly replied. Wang Jun chuckled, fondly handling the gourd. I told you, today would surely yield rewards. Yang Yi did not dampen his spirits. For in his eyes, feng shui items have always been rather unreliable. Their value is difficult to ascertain. Chapter 47. Japanese Porcelain. The two became engrossed in the gourd, walking without paying much attention. Wang Yun, distracted, stepped on a fruit peel and nearly slipped. Who is so inconsiderate? Wang Jun exclaimed with indignation. Upon observing, Yang Yi swiftly apprehended the three individuals ahead, each clutching a banana, indulging in their snack as they ambled along. However, their conversation suggested they were not conversing in Mandarin. Rather, they appeared to be Japanese. Wasn't it often said that the Japanese were particularly fastidious about cleanliness? Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. During his academic years, instructors had incessantly extolled the virtues of the Japanese in terms of environmental stewardship, urging students to emulate their practices. Yet, this notion seemed disingenuous. He had visited Japan and witnessed the dilapidated and disorderly streets that also existed there. Indeed, while the forest coverage was impressively high, the landscape was predominantly mountainous, thus rendering extensive forests a natural occurrence. Wang Jun evidently shared a similar unfavorable impression of the Japanese, his tone lacking any semblance of cordiality. While other nations marveled at Japan's forest coverage, which reached an astounding 66, with nearly all foothills blanketed in trees, it was noteworthy that Japan was also one of the world's largest importers of timber, with over 80 of its wood supply being imported. One of the Japanese individuals was seen cradling a gift box, perhaps a treasure unearthed from Panjiayuan. Yang Yi mused. Suddenly, he noticed their abrupt halt, seemingly captivated by a porcelain vase displayed at a stall. Fujiwara Ogawa, not a novice to China, had always reaped substantial benefits during his visits. The Chinese government tended to extend generous hospitality to foreign guests, promptly addressing any disturbances, thereby fostering an environment of goodwill. Having apprenticed since childhood, he had amassed a solid foundation of appraisal knowledge. Nevertheless, Japan was a barren land, its lack of natural resources mirrored in its cultural artifacts. With few relics remaining in the public domain, making serendipitous finds exceedingly rare. Thus, he had shifted his focus to China over the past few years. A nation abundant in treasures cultivated over millennia of civilization, each artifact a coveted prize. Despite the cataclysmic events of a century prior that led to the loss of countless invaluable relics to foreign shores, Japan, as an isolated island nation, could hardly compare. In 3 years, he had unearthed numerous treasures in China, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million yen. Such lucrative ventures had piqued the interest of his acquaintances, prompting him to bring 2 friends along this time. The stall owner, perceiving them as foreigners, assumed they were easy marks and prepared to exploit the situation. They were notoriously unreserved in their dealings with foreigners, inflating prices by 3 to 5 times compared to local patrons. With a silver tongue, he began to extol the virtues of the porcelain piece, proclaiming it a rare treasure fit for an ancient royal palace, assuring that purchasing it would be a wise investment. Fujiwara Ogawa maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the seller's sales pitch, having already formulated his own calculations. To his astonishment, the item in question was, in fact, Japanese porcelain with a history spanning several centuries. His friends, aware that the Chinese would not comprehend their Japanese conversation, unabashedly engaged in dialogue. Fujiwara-kun, is this indeed our country's colorful glaze? It must be, and it's a rare find. Perhaps it was brought over by some high-ranking official during the occupation, and subsequently became lost among the Chinese populace, Fujiwara Ogawa speculated. The hues of Japanese porcelain encompass a spectrum of colors such as celadone, white glaze, brilliant red, blue, gilded, and coral glazes. The materials used in the glazing process exhibit remarkable purity, resulting in a glaze that adheres closely to the body of the ceramic, applied thinly and uniformly, imparting a lustrous shine with a body that is both hard and dense. That piece is a treasure, Yang Yi remarked to Wang Jun. Come, let us wreak some havoc. Wang Jun responded decisively. He felt no remorse in playing the villain, especially towards the Japanese, who he believed exploited China, which left him quite uncomfortable. Perhaps the impression left by the fruit peel he had just witnessed was too negative. Being a person of some knowledge, he immediately recognized the distinctly Japanese style of the porcelain. Though he had yet to examine it closely, he could confidently ascertain that it was indeed a treasure from Japan. No wonder those 2 or 3 individuals lingered without leaving. To his understanding, Japanese porcelain vessels primarily include sake bottles, ribbed eared vases, plum vases, lantern vases, flower vases, and flat vases styled as figures. The sake bottle is characterized by a broad belly, a narrow mouth, and a short neck, often adorned with branches and lines resembling grass that hang down, showcasing an unmistakable Japanese aesthetic. Fujiwara Ogawa and his companions had surprisingly mastered the Chinese language quite well. At least their speech was far more coherent than that of many Caucasians or Africans, lacking the verbosity. This linguistic proficiency undoubtedly contributed to Fujiwara Ogawa's success in China, facilitating smooth communication and simplifying transactions. Boss, please sell it to us at a lower price. We are genuinely interested in purchasing this item. Fujiwara Ogawa bargained in Chinese with the vendor. We are equally sincere in our dealings with foreign guests, he began to say, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Jun rushing over. Hey, how have you been lately? Let me share some good news. With that, Wang Jun pulled the vendor aside, not allowing him any opportunity to speak. Yang Yi remained at the stall, scrutinizing the items to prevent the Japanese from making off with anything, reminding himself not to overestimate their character. The vendor appeared somewhat bewildered, thinking, who is this person? I don't recognize him. Wang Jun leaned in to whisper confidentially to the vendor. Listen carefully. The porcelain they are eyeing is a national treasure of Japan. Do not entertain any offers below 500,000. Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes lit up. Really? Is that so? Of course. Do you see? That is my friend. His appraisal skills are exceptionally high, surpassing even those of some esteemed elders. He was the one who spotted it first, fearing you might be swindled by those 3 Japanese. Damn it, they dare to swindle me? This is outrageous. The vendor exclaimed in frustration, yet inwardly, he felt elated. A price above 500,000. No wonder that Japanese fellow was so interested in that piece of porcelain. It was indeed a national treasure. Well then, this will be straightforward. In negotiations, they are known for their exorbitant demands. He continued, no more talk. There will be generous rewards afterward. With a respectful gesture towards Wang Jun, the vendor then turned to confront the 3 Japanese, his smile taking on a rather sinister quality. Chapter 48. Wreaking Havoc. Observing the vendor's expression, Fujiwara Ogawa and the other Japanese felt an ominous sense of foreboding. uncertain of where things had gone awry. Just moments ago, this old fellow had seemed merely cunning and eloquent, yet in the blink of an eye, he had gained an overwhelming confidence. But from where did this newfound confidence stem? Fujiwara Ogawa glanced at Wang Jun, pondering the absurdity of the situation. According to the nature of the Chinese, if they truly recognized it as a treasure, they would go to great lengths to acquire it rather than risk a destructive confrontation. My dear brother, once I conclude this business deal, let us gather together, the vendor said to Yang Yi. Yang Yi, eager to comply, nodded in agreement. Brother, feel free. We can wait. The vendor then turned to the three Japanese men, stating, the price is set at 800,000. Wang Jun and Yang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed their concerns were unfounded. Observing the vendor's determination, it was clear he would not relent until he had extracted a substantial sum from the three Japanese men, and they silently mourned for their plight. You are asking for an exorbitant price. How can you dare sell a modern craft for hundreds of thousands? Have you lost your mind? I shall report you to the Commerce Department. One of the Japanese men exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Trade is free. What does the Commerce Department have to do with it? I am not afraid of your report. This treasure is a rare national treasure in Japan. Do not underestimate my ignorance, the vendor replied, emboldened. Such matters indeed lay beyond the jurisdiction of the Commerce Department, as there is no precise pricing standard in the realm of antiques. Fujiwara Ogawa and his compatriots were momentarily taken aback. What national treasure? A treasure worth hundreds of thousands? You must be underestimating our great Japan, one of them retorted defiantly. It is not the fear of formidable foes that troubles one, but rather the ineptitude of one's allies. He thought, as the two beside him clearly offered no assistance. Remaining silent would have kept them from being perceived as fools. Their incessant protest only reinforced the notion that the object in question was indeed a treasure, making the price even harder to negotiate. Oh, I would be intrigued to hear your insights, Fujiwara Ogawa remarked with a smile. Yang Yi interjected, brother, are you testing us? Allow me to share my thoughts. And should I err, please guide me. Seeing Yang Yi's willingness to cooperate, the vendor felt a surge of joy. After all, his fellow countrymen were more comforting. He feigned calmness, responding with a smile. Very well, please share your thoughts. Yang Yi examined the item for a moment, exuding an air of authority that caused Fujiwara Ogawa to furrow his brow, sensing that this individual was no ordinary opponent and that he might well meet his match today. This is a classic example of the Japanese red painting technique, is it not? Thus, it must be the renowned Erida where Yang Yi elaborated. In truth, this technique was borrowed from China. The Japanese, though lacking in originality, exhibit remarkable imitative prowess, having pilfered countless elements from China throughout history. They are indeed the progenitors of imitation. The red painting technique is the signature skill of Kishiman, who, having acquired the Chinese method of red painting from merchants frequently visiting Nagasaki, endeavored through numerous trials and failures to create his envisioned hue of red. This technique subsequently spurred the development of Erida ware. The East India Company gained fame in the 17th century, initially focused on exporting Chinese Jingdezhen porcelain to Europe. However, due to the internal turmoil in China at the end of the Ming and the beginning of the Qing dynasties, porcelain exports ceased. Thus, the East India Company shifted its focus to Erida ware in Japan, substituting it for the porcelain originally produced in China for export. Erida porcelain has garnered considerable acclaim across European nations, with sales reaching several millions from the 17th to the 18th century. This period also witnessed the establishment of the Kakeyamon style, characterized by its pristine white texture and luxurious gilded designs, which endeared it to European nobility. As Yang Yi spoke more, Fujiwara Ogawa grew increasingly anxious, while the vendor's spirits lifted, filled with gratitude towards Yang Yi and his companions. He was unperturbed by the prospect of these three Japanese individuals not yielding to his offer, believing that even if he spent more time, he could ultimately sell it at an auction for a satisfactory price. Furthermore, he sought to muddy the waters in hopes of catching a lucrative opportunity. However, the vendor was not easily swayed, cheerfully stating, as I said, the price is fixed at 800,000. With that, no further negotiations could ensue. Fujiwara Ogawa stood up, feigning to depart. He was a seasoned negotiator and understood the importance of not revealing his keen interest in the item, lest the vendor tighten his grip. Yet the vendor remained unfazed, comfortably seated and offering no words of persuasion. If the deal cannot be struck, then let us go enjoy some tea, he stated, preparing to pack up his stall and join Yang Yi and the others for tea. Fujiwara Ogawa discreetly signaled to his companions, who fortunately grasped his intent. One of them quickly interjected, Fujiwara-kun, wait. It would be a pity to abandon this item so easily after finally encountering something from our homeland in a foreign land. The price is high, but surely it is negotiable, no? The last remark was directed at the vendor. Indeed, the price is rather exorbitant. Even if it is genuine, it should not exceed 500,000. Fujiwara Ogawa feigned hesitation. 500,000 is our local price. In your region, the price could easily double. My esteemed elder brother has already left room for profit, Wang Jun added, further stoking the negotiation. The seasoned vendor felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, akin to a savior descending from the heavens. In business, we must uphold integrity. We cannot overreach, especially with esteemed foreign guests. We must be considerate. He maintained a humble demeanor. Yang Yi and his companions nearly burst into laughter, recognizing the vendor's pretense of benevolence while clearly attempting to take advantage of them. Their ignorance of the item's market value in Japan inadvertently allowed the vendor to profit. After a vigorous round of haggling, the vendor conceded 2,000 yuan, settling for 780,000, internally elated. Foreign currency, indeed, proved to be far more lucrative. Chapter 49, The Strong Woman. Following the transaction, as the three Japanese individuals departed, the vendor sincerely thanked Wang Jun and Yang Yi, eager to invite them for a lavish meal. No need for formalities, elder brother. We too disapprove of the Japanese profiting at our expense, Wang Jun replied with a smile. There is no greater joy than witnessing the Japanese encounter setbacks. The earlier incident nearly causing him to stumble was promptly forgotten. As long as it benefited his fellow countrymen, that was all that mattered. I must express my gratitude. I will reserve a venue for lunch, and you must honor us with your presence. Ah, indeed, take a glance at these items. Although they hold little monetary value, consider them as keepsakes and feel free to take what catches your fancy. The old vendor is a straightforward individual, unable to refuse such hospitality. Both Yang Yi and Wang Jun casually perused the assortment without delving deeply into each piece, simply selecting what appealed to them. Wang Jun chose a petite jade rui, while Yang Yi opted for a bamboo pen holder. At first glance, Wang Jun's selection appeared more sophisticated, being crafted from fine green jade. His choice was primarily influenced by the quality of the material. The rui, measuring 2 fingers in width and palm-sized in length, resembled a long-handled hook, with its tip flattened like a leaf. Its surface felt smooth, akin to satin, and it exuded a translucent sheen. Brother, I might have taken a Qing dynasty artifact. Do not blame me if it turns out to be a loss. Van Yun Xiokut. Historically, the rui, as a decorative art piece, was predominantly associated with the Qing dynasty, although examples from the Ming dynasty are rare. During the Kangxi era, the rui became a favored trinket among emperors and their consorts, often displayed in palaces to signify good fortune and satisfaction. The old vendor waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? This is not some foreign treasure. To be honest, I extracted this from an old residence for just a few dozen yuan. That place hardly exudes grandeur. What valuable items could it possibly yield? Wang Jun refrained from further commentary, wanting to spare the vendor any distress before the true nature of the item was revealed. In contrast, Yang Yi's pen holder appeared rather unremarkable. It was notably worn, showing signs of mold, and the carvings on its surface were nearly indistinguishable. Young brother, why not select another? The vendor, unable to bear the sight of such an unsightly item, urged Yang Yi to find something more fitting. The pen holder, in its current state, would only invite ridicule from others, especially for someone who had been so generous in aiding him. Dear sir, you may be unaware, but this pen holder is indeed an antique, Yang Yi confessed. The old vendor rolled his eyes. Could it be anything but an antique? It's on the brink of ruin. Its age is apparent to anyone. However, not all antiques hold value. Noticing Yang Yi's lack of greed, the vendor took the liberty of selecting a piece he deemed commendable and handed it to Yang Yi. Come, let us sit and converse. Afterward, he called out to a nearby individual, Old Chun, keep an eye on my stall. I shall treat you to a meal another day. You rascal. Having struck such a fortune, if you do not host, I shall surely come to mooch a meal from you. Old Chin jested, though the envy in his tone was palpable. 70 to 80,000 yuan is indeed a rare windfall in the humble stalls of Panjiayuan, akin to a sudden stroke of wealth. Earlier, silence had reigned, for though the fortune was not their own, there's a saying that rivals in trade are akin to enemies. Yet, there was no need to disrupt another's business or obstruct their means of livelihood, as that would be akin to slaying one's parents. Hold on, brother, you should focus on your business first. We can dine together at noon. You are the host here, and we shall defer to your wishes. We have a friend joining us at midday. Will that be acceptable? Wang Jun interjected hastily. Given Wang Jun's assertion, the old vendor heartily nodded. No problem at all. It's merely adding an extra set of chopsticks. Feel free to bring your friend along. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Jun began to scrutinize his jade rui with newfound seriousness. From the perspective of craftsmanship, it could be considered a commendable piece of jade carving. Furthermore, there is one point he did not conceal earlier. This item is almost certainly an artifact from the Qing dynasty. Come, take a look, Wang Jun said, handing over the jade rui. Yang Yi took it in hand, observing it as he walked. Let us first rendezvous with General Miao and take a break, Wang Jun suggested. Everyone had made some gains and deserved a moment of respite. Additionally, Miao might be growing impatient waiting alone, and Yang Yi's distracted gaze while walking wasn't ideal. All right, I shall give her a call, Yang Yi responded, pulling out his phone to inquire about Miao's whereabouts. He noticed her deeply engrossed in some materials regarding auction house operations, so absorbed that she failed to notice Yang Yi and Wang Jun approaching. Such a strong-willed woman, who would find comfort in marrying her. Wang Yun remarked quietly. Despite Miao Fei's striking beauty and delicate figure, he felt no attraction, pondering whether Yang Yi harbored any intentions towards his female superior. What does it matter? It certainly won't be me, Yang Yi replied. Such individuals may serve well as friends, but he felt it would be unwise to pursue a romantic relationship, believing himself unworthy of such fortune. Hee. Wang Jun chuckled lightly. Miao, it seems you cannot spare even a quarter an hour. Wang Jun approached, and Miao Fei looked up, adjusting her stylish glasses with a smile. It appears you have made quite the discoveries. Allow me to see. These are merely trifles, Wang Jun said, handing her the gourd. He cautioned her not to underestimate it, offering a magnifying glass for her to examine it closely. Nature is truly an artist, Miao Fei remarked after inspecting it, simultaneously casting a glance at Yang Yi, inquiring about the gourd's potential value. Yang Yi, aware of her curiosity, replied, as an antiquity, this gourd holds little monetary worth. However, in terms of feng shui, it may be considered treasure. You know I'm not well versed in feng shui, so asking would yield little insight. Miao Fei shot an annoyed glance at Yang Yi. What about the jade rui you have? Although she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about antiques, she had seen jade rui before, as her family owned a jewelry company with a fair share of such items. This also belongs to Brother Wang. I examined it and found it to be a Qing dynasty artifact, likely distributed by the emperor to his ministers. Thus, despite its imperial origins, it may not be particularly precious. Chapter 50, Silver Gilded Phoenix Hairpin. So, Miao, you needn't concern yourself with these two trifles of mine, Wang Jun chuckled. This woman had a very purposeful intent in her pursuits. How could Wang Jun be unaware of that? He turned to Yang Yi, brother. What is the origin of that brush holder? Knowing Yang Yi well, Wang Jun did not believe he had acquired it casually. The brush holder must possess some intrigue. It could very well be a treasure. Brush holders designed to hold writing brushes can be made of gilded materials, jade, rosewood, or ebony. Most surviving examples we encounter today are crafted from porcelain or bamboo wood and possess collectible value. Naturally, ceramic brush holders tend to be more valuable. After all, it is a type of porcelain, not devoid of exquisite pieces. Last year, he encountered one at an auction in Yangcheng, a Qing dynasty pastel brush holder, crafted by the renowned Zhu Shan Baiyu, which fetched an astonishing price exceeding 6 million. I seldom come across bamboo brush holders, Wang Jun remarked. The brush holder is among the most significant writing implements in ancient China, aside from the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, emerging around the mid to late Ming dynasty. Due to its convenience, the brush holder quickly gained popularity across the land and continues to thrive to this day. Miao Fei also glanced over and found the bamboo brush holder to be quite unappealing, starkly contrasting her expectations of an antique. Her interest immediately waned by 90%. Before the Ming dynasty, there were very few surviving bamboo carvings, largely due to the lack of renowned craftsmen. In many Qing dynasty Wangwali inlaid brush holders lack the names of their artisans. Additionally, bamboo products are inherently difficult to preserve, making archaeological finds rare, thus complicating the determination of their specific ages. Yang Yi added. The one in his possession, however, is a product from after the Mid-Ming dynasty. Following the Mid-Ming period, bamboo carving masters proliferated, and bamboo artifacts transitioned from mere practicality to a blend of utility and aesthetic appreciation, with bamboo brush holders emerging as cherished items among collectors. It doesn't look very appealing, Miao Fei candidly admitted. Although Miao is an outsider, you are quite right. I'm not particularly fond of such items either. Wang Yun left haltily. Yang Yi chuckled bitterly, realizing that the two were rather blunt in their assessments. This is not the true essence, he explained. Oh. Wang Jun and Miao Fei's laughter abruptly halted as they stared blankly at Yang Yi, then glanced at the brush holder. Yang Yi handed the brush holder to Wang Jun for a closer appraisal. If it truly appeared as shabby as it seemed, Yang Yi would not have brought it forth. He sensed something unusual about it, though he was uncertain of its true value. He had yet to utilize the function of his discerning eye, unwilling to squander its precious time during such an uncommon visit. Wang Jun took it, examining it for several minutes, yet found no particularly distinctive features. I can't discern anything special, Wang Jun admitted, acknowledging his inferior insight compared to Yang Yi's. You primarily need to observe the cuts on the brush holder. There are distinctly layered sections, each belonging to different materials, Yang Yi pointed out. This detail was not difficult to perceive upon first glance. He recognized that the brush holder indeed comprised 2 layers. With this revelation, even Miao Fei leaned in closer. Although she lacked expertise in antiques, she could discern that there were indeed 2 layers, albeit not very obvious. To professionals, however, this distinction would be quite apparent. Really? Miao Fei exclaimed in surprise. Wang Jun felt slightly embarrassed and defended himself. I had thought it was inherently so. Some bamboo naturally features distinctly layered outlines, and though it lacks the tree rings characteristic of wood, the inner bamboo tends to be increasingly tender. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that there were indeed 2 different types of bamboo material. Without tools, we could examine it further, Yang Yi remarked. He was toying with another object in his hand, a golden brown hairpin that the previous vendor had pressed into his possession. At the end of the hairpin rests a pearl the size of a finger, of considerable quality. Such adornments were quite fashionable in ancient times, with long hair elegantly gathered and a uniquely designed hairpin inserted, complemented by an exquisite long gown. Even the most exuberant of women could transform into a striking embodiment of classical beauty. Is it made of brass? Wang Jun did not examine it closely, but cast a cursory glance at the hairpin. His interest was piqued more by the brush holder, eager to unveil its true nature. This hue resembles that of gold, Miao Fei remarked. She had studied various gems and was particularly sensitive to the nuances of gold. The pearl, she surmised, was likely a sea pearl, as it is well known that pearls can be categorized into river pearls and sea pearls. However, Yang Yi shook his head, asserting, it must be silver-gilded. The term silver-gilded refers to a technique from antiquity, signifying a silver base coated with a layer of gold. This could be discerned from the texture, which indicated it was not pure gold. Yet, the outer layer distinctly appeared to be gold. Hence Yang Yi's classification of it as silver-gilded. Such methods were quite prevalent in ancient times. He recalled that there existed a specific type of hairpin known as a silver-gilded phoenix hairpin, renowned for its unique and beautiful design, holding considerable value. Is it also referred to as a hair clasp? Miao Fei suddenly inquired. Wang Jun shook his head, clarifying, they're different. They are 2 distinct items. He understood that many might confuse the 2, as both were used to adorn hair and have been present since ancient times, leading to common misconceptions. In fact, hairpins are typically crafted as single strands, whereas hair clasps are designed as double strands. Additionally, there are notable differences in their applications. Hair clasps became widely popular around the late Western Han Dynasty and have since remained a principal hair ornament for Chinese women, continuing to hold a place in modern grooming accessories, with hair clips evolving from hair clasps. Hair clasps are relatively more valuable and were favored in antiquity, Yang Yi explained. This preference is primarily due to the greater versatility and aesthetic appeal of hair clasps. Depending on individual preferences, some are inserted horizontally, others vertically, some in an angle, and even in an upward manner. The number of clasps can vary. One might place 2, one on each side, or several based on the hairstyle's requirements, with the maximum being 6 on each temple, totaling 12. If a movable floral branch is affixed to a hair clasp, adorned with pearls and jewels, it transforms into another type of ornament known as the biao, as the embellishments sway gently with the wearer's movements. Wang Yun et it. The hairpin in Yang Yi's hand could also be classified as a buyao, yet strictly speaking, it does not quite fit that category. There are indeed many intricacies. Miao Fei quipped. Chapter 51. The inlaid bamboo penholder. Miao Fei's primary concern was whether this hairpin held any monetary value, whether it warranted being moved to an auction, and if it could generate profit and prestige for the auction house. Perhaps around 30 to 50,000, Wang Jun estimated. Well, It's not that it cannot be placed in the auction, but the benefits it would bring are rather minimal. If there are no other auction items, we might consider including it merely to fill space. Miao Fei could only place her hopes on the penholder. In the market, the typical selling price for wooden penholders hovers between 200 to 500 yuan, while some Qing Dynasty bamboo and lacquer penholders can fetch prices ranging from 4,000 yuan. However, there have been instances where antique penholders have sold for over 1 million yuan. Earlier, Miao Fei had taken the opportunity to conduct some research. A few years back, a Ming Dynasty blue and white penholder featuring a child's play motif was sold for 21 million yuan, while a Qing Dynasty Kangxi blue and white penholder depicting the 7 sages of the bamboo grove reached a staggering 1 million yuan. The high transaction prices of these penholders highlight that, among the wooden, bamboo, and jade carvings, the craftsmanship is paramount, alongside the material quality itself. Evidently, Wang Jun was equally intrigued by this penholder. He volunteered to assist, and soon procured tools from elsewhere. Quite efficient, Miao Fei regarded him with newfound respect. A trivial matter. Brother, let us hasten to see what's inside. Wang Jun lacked patience, and Yang Yi wasted no time, taking the tools and beginning to carefully peel away the outer layer. Given the tightness of the materials, precision was imperative. A careless mistake could mar the interior, severely affecting the penholder's appearance and value. After over 10 minutes of meticulous work, they successfully removed a segment. Miao Fei and Wang Jun were taken aback. The bamboo inside was as exquisite as Wang Wali wood, a material of an entirely different caliber. This material is splendid. It must be a treasure, Wang Jun proclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It's still too early to say, Yang Yi replied. For bamboo and wood carvings, the quality of the craftsmanship is what truly matters. That is indeed true. Sometimes, the artistry can surpass the value of the material itself. A master craftsman can elevate an artifact's worth exponentially. Once a slit was made, the subsequent work became significantly easier, allowing them to pry it open along that incision. Before long, a pristine penholder emerged before them. Even Miao Fei, who lacked expertise in antiques, could not help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship. This carving technique is exceptional, Wang Jun remarked. The cylindrical wall was adorned with 2 intricately carved cabbages, their leaves either upright or drooping, with clear vein patterns, while a mantis perched upon one of the leaves. The carving technique was deeply recessed, with the heart of the cabbage carved the deepest, and the lines flowed gracefully, showcasing remarkable skill. The 2 cabbages were embellished. The white stalks were fashioned from white jade, while the green leaves were made of jadeite. This craftsmanship must be the work of Zhu Sansong, Wang Jun asserted. After the Mid-Ming dynasty, numerous bamboo carving masters emerged, with Zhu Sansong being one of the notable figures. He hailed from a family renowned for bamboo carving, with 3 generations of exceptional artisans preceding him. The bamboo carved cabbage pen holder is indeed his hallmark work. However, it is Wang Jun's first encounter with it. Zhu Sansong has intricately inlaid white jade and jadeite onto the surface of the pen holder, seamlessly merging them to create this exquisite piece. Is it well known? Miao Fei inquired. Indeed, the craftsmanship is exceptional, Wang Jun elucidated. Speaking of Zhu Sansong, one cannot overlook his grandfather, Zhu Songlin. Wang Jun has seen his works, particularly the bamboo-carved pen holder depicting pine and crane, which is also a rare and breathtaking masterpiece. He recalls Qi Lao's profound remarks regarding the deep techniques of the Ming Dynasty's pen holder carvings, characterized by patterns that are entirely sunken into the surface, sometimes reaching depths of 7 to 8 layers, with a knife wielded as deftly as a brush, resulting in an intricately translucent finish. That must be valuable, Miao Fei exclaimed. This jadeite is worth a fortune. Although it is not emerald, it is nearly of the same caliber. Miao Fei's enthusiasm for gem appreciation is evident. The jadeite falls just short of meeting the standards of emerald. The color of emerald is extraordinarily alluring. It has been described using terms such as spinach green, heart of scallions green, and tinderbug green, yet none can accurately encapsulate its hue. It possesses a hint of yellow intertwined with a touch of blue, as if even the spectrum lacks certain wavelengths. It is rightfully regarded as the king of gemstones, with even a small piece fetching astronomical prices in auctions. The piece before them, however, lacks sufficient transparency, thus it can only be classified as near emerald. Coupled with the exquisite craftsmanship, Miao Fei believes that just these few green leaves of cabbage could command several million. Yang Yi, this treasure must be auctioned off, Miao Fei insisted. No problem. Besides, I'm not in urgent need of cash at the moment. Yang Yi replied with a smile. Even if you need cash, don't hesitate to tell me. The auction house can advance you a portion, Miao Fei interjected promptly. Wang Jun clicked his tongue. He had intended to suggest that the pen holder be passed to him. He knew that this fellow had little interest in collecting and would eventually sell it. However, since he had already agreed with Miao Fei, he refrained from speaking further to avoid putting Yang Yi in a difficult position. To be honest, he too cherished this pen holder. Once released, it would undoubtedly stand out as a remarkable piece among pen holders. What a pity! This jadeite is just a tad short, Miao Fei remarked, still somewhat unsatisfied. Emerald jadeite encapsulates one of nature's most breathtaking greens and is one of the world's most precious gemstones, adored not only by the Chinese, but also captivating foreign admirers. Due to its rarity, the number of individuals who have encountered genuine emerald jadeite is quite limited. Many people's understanding is confined to its vibrant color and exorbitant price. Do not be discontent. True emerald jadeite is exceedingly rare. Currently, in Myanmar, the sources are nearly depleted, Wang Jun stated. He occasionally dabbles in stone gambling and is well aware of the situation. Even in Myanmar, the birthplace of jadeite, the annual yield of emerald jadeite is remarkably scarce. Just last year, a fist-sized emerald jadeite was unearthed, instantly sparking a frenzy in the jewelry industry and fetching a staggering price in the billions. Indeed, our company's headquarters possesses only 2 pieces of emerald jadeite, one of which is a legacy from the past. Such treasures rarely circulate in the market. Once discovered, they are typically acquired by the affluent collectors. This brush pot was promptly placed into Miao Fei's bag for safekeeping, much to Wang Jun's chagrin, as he yearned for few more glimpses of it. Chapter 52. Proceed with caution. Subsequently, time was not squandered. Miao Fei urged Yang Yi and the others to hasten their treasure hunting, while she remained still, evidently having learned from previous experiences. You find it inconvenient to carry your treasures around. Leave them with me, for safekeeping, Miao Fei instructed Wang Jun and the others. Since someone was already treating for lunch, Miao Fei was disinclined to manage the various trivial matters herself, feeling as though she was merely toiling for Yang Yi. Just moments ago, Lulu had called her to inform that the auction house had received 2 ancient artifacts valued at approximately 5 to 600,000, both submitted by others for auction. Coupled with her existing inventory, the offerings for the upcoming auction were nearly complete. The primary focus now rested on one opening piece and a grand finale item. According to their plan, the opening treasure should ideally be valued at over 5 million, while the concluding piece should reach at least 10 million. Miao Fei contemplated that if the esteemed collector she was scheduled to visit the next day did not possess an exceptional item, she could substitute Yang Yi's brush pot to fill the gap, managing to pass it off. She estimated that this brush pot could fetch close to 5 million. However, if that collector were generous enough to present a masterpiece exceeding 5 million, Yang Yi's brush pot could serve as a minor highlight in between. Your actions, Miao Zong, suggest that you view him as the cash cow of the auction house, Wang Jun jested. Yang Yi could certainly sense Miao Zong's regard for him. He relished the respect, recognition, and esteem he received, as no one desires to remain a mere bystander. Miao Zong was a woman of capability and ambition, a sentiment Yang Yi could only express. A woman with ambition is generally unappealing to men, Wang Jun remarked with a smile. What is the purpose of women, if not to be cherished? If you possess such strength and can earn, where does that leave them? How are they to feel a sense of responsibility as husbands? It appeared that the sister-in-law was a remarkably virtuous woman, a rare moment for Yang Yi to tease Wang Jun. Fortunately, she is quite adept at spending, he replied, rolling his eyes, inwardly thinking. Your talent for expenditure is not insignificant either. Oddly enough, both of you are only skilled in squandering. Who is to earn? Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, despite Wang Jun's considerable frivolous spending over the years, the soaring prices of antiques had nonetheless yielded him substantial profits. Additionally, the Wang family's enterprise was robust. Their modest shareholdings were sufficient to sustain Wang Jun and his wife for generations, completely alleviating any financial concerns. As Wang Jun would put it, if I do not squander, who will? With such vast wealth, should it merely be left to the state upon my demise? Let us wander over here and take a look at that, Wang Jun suggested to Yang. They both chose not to enter the shops, but instead lingered around the mobile stalls. Within the shop, authentic items tend to be more abundant and valuable. However, the likelihood of discovering hidden treasures is significantly diminished. It would be sheer luck to avoid being deceived. Those who manage to open a store in such places are invariably individuals of considerable caliber, leaving little room for the prospect of unearthing bargains. Shall we separate? Wang Ju inquired. Yang nodded, as you wish. Very well, let us part ways for now. When the two congregate, moments can often feel quite awkward. There is always the fear that they might both set their sights on the same item, and even in the absence of a physical altercation, unnecessary discord may arise. Thus, they swiftly diverged, moving in opposite directions. In contrast to Wang Jun's intense focus, Yang Yi appeared somewhat distracted. At this moment, he unabashedly activated his discerning gaze. To avoid squandering time, he scanned quickly, glancing at each item for no longer than a fleeting second. This method elicited gleaming eyes from the stall owners, who found such customers to be their ideal patrons. Young man, have you found nothing to your liking? All these are treasures over a century old. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Such empty claims are hardly believable even to outsiders, let alone to someone of his discernment. If these items were truly treasures of century, why then would they be displayed here in such a disheveled manner? It was rather transparent. After a brief search of the stall, he found nothing of worth and promptly shifted his focus, leaving the vendor momentarily embarrassed, pondering whether his exaggerated claims had frightened away potential buyers. Brother, what do you think of this Qilin? You seem like you're purchasing a gift for an elder. The Qilin would be quite suitable among the youth frequenting such places. 3 or 4 out of 10 are typically seeking gifts for their elders, as few young people appreciate such antiquities. With wealth, they would rather indulge in luxury cars and beautiful companions. Yang Yi glanced at the vendor, who appeared to be only a few years his senior. It seemed this fellow lacked expertise. A Qilin as a gift for an elder? Particularly one depicting a child riding a Qilin? How appropriate could that be? Upon observing the jade carving, he recognized it as a representation of a son-giving Qilin. This type of object is not suitable as a longevity gift for elders. Clearly, the vendor had not done his homework. The tradition of offering Qilins for offspring is a custom among the Han ethnic group, prevalent throughout the nation. It is believed that Qilins symbolize benevolence and righteousness, serving as auspicious emblems. Folklore suggests that virtuous families who pray to the Qilin may be blessed with children. Moreover, the jade used for the carving was merely a piece of inferior jadeite, hardly worth 10 yuan. A mere glance sufficed for Yang Yi to discern that the item was mass-produced in a factory, not crafted by skilled artisans. It was reasonable to assume that any competent jade sculptor would not squander their time on such low-grade jade. It would be the apprentices who might practice on such materials. I'm just browsing, Yang Yi chuckled, feigning naivety. In such environments, the more one projects an air of profound expertise, akin to a connoisseur of antiques, the more challenging it becomes to negotiate prices. After all, in the eyes of the vendors, one is perceived as an expert. Surely, the items one favors must be of high quality, and selling them for a few hundred yuan would hardly suffice. It matters not. Take your time to peruse. And should you find something of interest, do let me know, and I shall offer you a more favorable price. Yang Yi si get inwardly. Navigating today, as antiques market, is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The presence of counterfeit items is rampant, and genuine treasures are increasingly scarce. Thus one must tread cautiously upon entering this field. Chapter 53. The Rules of Engagement. After a thorough examination of the wares at the stall, Yang Yi discerned no valuable artifacts and promptly moved on to the next vendor, leaving the previous stall owner quite disheartened, as a cooked duck had flown away. Initially, he believed that such a character would be an easy mark for some quick cash, yet the individual had not even cast a glance in his direction. At that moment, Yang Yi unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, the Japanese man from earlier. However, only one of his companions remained, while the other two were nowhere to be seen. Fujihara Ogawa had learned to be discreet, speaking little and sending off the other two companions to avoid revealing his Japanese identity. While conversing with the stall owner, he diligently modulated his voice to present himself as merely a Chinese individual. The notions of patriotism and such were of little concern. If there was an opportunity to profit, he was willing to temporarily assume the guise of a Chinese person. These cunning Chinese merchants were utterly unscrupulous, mercilessly exploiting foreigners. Upon discovering one's foreign status, they presumed wealth and demanded exorbitant prices. Yang Yi's gaze fixated on an item in the man's possession, a book inscribed in English. While the Japanese man was hardly a virtuous character, one had to acknowledge his acumen. This tome was indeed an antique, albeit a Western antique that held little appeal in China. Western antiques encompass all manner of precious artifacts from ancient Western civilizations. Common categories include Western paintings and calligraphy, porcelain, ancient coins, metalwork, jade, jewelry, lighting fixtures, clocks, and antique furniture. He could only ascertain through his keen observation that this artifact was valued at approximately 1 million. Its provenance eluded him. He possessed no knowledge of Western items. Fujiwara Ogawa, having noticed Yang-E's attention, instantly became alert. Yang-E had left a significant impression on him earlier, and in such a critical moment, he was least inclined to encounter someone like Yang-E, who had a knack for complicating matters. At last, he had stumbled upon a renowned Western classic, a work from ancient Greece, dating back many centuries. Such items, while likely unappreciated in China, were highly sought after in the West. The book was not a printed edition, but rather a manuscript, containing philosophical theories from ancient Greece. Although the specifics eluded Fujiwara Ogawa, he recognized it as a work by Pythagoras. In the realm of ancient Greek philosophy, Pythagoras, while not as renowned as Socrates, Plato, or Aristotle, was by no means an inconsequential figure. His works garnered considerable admiration among the aristocracy of the West. Securing such a piece for auction in Europe could easily fetch over 100,000 euros. Fueled by a sense of urgency instilled by Yang-E, Fujiwara Ogawa found it difficult to remain composed and promptly inquired about the price from the vendor. "How much do you ask for this?" he asked. The vendor, upon hearing his accent, smiled and queried, "My friend, are you visiting from afar?" The vendor's expression revealed his astute insight, honed by years of experience. As he discerned the young man's intentions, today's youth, often restless and prone to ostentation, present an opportunity not to be missed. The vendor proceeded with a barrage of self-praise, all the while evading the mention of a price, a common tactic in their trade. By inflating the value of their item, they could later negotiate with greater confidence. He felt a twinge of frustration. How could he subtly remind the vendor? Resorting to his earlier approach seemed unwise, as it might provoke the Japanese man, given the obviousness of his intent. Competing directly was out of the question, as it contradicted the unspoken rules of the industry. Within the antiques trade, unwritten codes exist that everyone instinctively adheres to. Just as nations have their laws and families their rules, so too does each profession. Without such regulations, an industry cannot thrive. The purchase of antiques differs fundamentally from shopping at a department store, where multiple customers can select items from the same display. Antiques are unique. Even within the same kiln or era, variations in condition and pricing arise due to the prolonged passage of time. Thus, a single antique can only be sold to one buyer at a time. If two individuals express interest in the same item, the first to voice their intent has the right to negotiate, while others must refrain from interjecting or disparaging the seller's goods. For instance, if an ancient jade piece is priced at 10,000 by the seller, and the first customer offers 5,000, a sudden interjection of 6,000 from a third party could incite conflict. The initial buyer may react aggressively, while others may chastise the newcomer for disrupting the decorum of the trade. Conversely, if one were to assert that the item was counterfeit and not worth the price, the seller might become incensed, viewing it as a direct threat to their business. The only acceptable course is for others to wait until the initial negotiations conclude before stepping in. This is the time-honored rule of antique dealing. He felt a pang of regret. In the blink of an eye, a precious minute had slipped away. Casting a glance at Fujiwara Ogawa, an idea struck him, prompting him to turn and walk away. Noting Yang-Yi's departure, Fujiwara Ogawa exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, at least he understands the unspoken rules. With the third party gone, he could now listen to the vendor's embellishments without haste, allowing for a more leisurely discussion of prices. After all, the more impatient one appeared, the more justifiable the vendor's inflated prices became. Chapter 54. A Curved Path to Salvation. He hurriedly approached the administrator of the area, discreetly handing over some money in exchange for a favor to temporarily seize that stall. Such matters should not pose a considerable challenge for individuals like them. Considering the several hundred yuan offered by Yang-E, the administrator, albeit hesitantly, was reluctant to turn down this task. "What reason shall I use to temporarily seize it?" he inquired. "Seizing it is feasible, but there must be a justification, even if the stall owner raises a fuss later. I can merely apologize and claim it was a misunderstanding, and everything would be fine. Just say that his goods contain prohibited items," Yang-E suggested. The so-called prohibited items were merely artifacts that could not be legally traded on the market, such as recently unearthed relics, which the Cultural Relics Department strictly forbade from being sold. "Do not worry, trust me, the stall owner will be grateful to you," Yang-E assured him. The administrator bit his lip. After standing here for an entire day, he hardly earned 500 yuan. "All right, I shall proceed with the temporary seizure. But I must clarify that once the stall owner arrives, I will have to release it, he informed Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded, no problem. Just roll the stall over here once. After receiving the money, the administrator promptly set to work, hurrying over to ensure that the transaction occurred under the conditions set by Yang Yi. Meanwhile, on the side of Fujihara Ogawa, after listening to the stall owner's enthusiastic pitch, he continued to inquire, so, how much is it? Typically, unless the buyer initiates the pricing, it is the seller who first quotes a price. If the seller does not present a price, the buyer will not make an offer. This is a precaution against sellers attempting to sell counterfeit antiques while genuinely gauging the market value. Furthermore, if the seller's price is excessively high, the buyer retains the right not to negotiate. Seeing the seller take the bait, the stall owner's heart leaped with joy as he spread his palm. This amount, 500? Fujihara Ogawa promptly responded. The stall owner's smile faltered, and just as he was about to speak, an administrator hurriedly approached. Old Gu, pack up the stall and come with me. Someone has reported you for selling unearthed artifacts. You know, this matter can escalate quickly. Do not conduct any business until we clarify this issue, the administrator said while assisting in gathering the items. No, the stall owner was a bit anxious. Just as this business opportunity presented itself, you come to disrupt it. Is there no sense of ethics? He protested. That scoundrel reported me? All my items are legitimate treasures with proper provenance. The stall owner, in a state of desperation, sought to plead with the administrator, hoping to complete the transaction before addressing the issue. The administrator cast a glance at the seller. Do you truly believe that all the items in your possession are legitimate? Such statements are hardly credible. We can handle the business later. Let us first clarify this matter, the administrator insisted, offering no further explanation as he pulled the stall owner along, taking the items away. This left Fujihara Ogawa dumbfounded, thinking what a coincidence. Could you at least wait for me to purchase the treasures before leaving? He wished to follow, but was halted by the administrator, who warned him that the current situation was precarious and advised others to refrain from approaching to avoid unnecessary trouble. Very well. With such a warning, I can only wait here until the matter is resolved before discussing the transaction. Regardless, I will not abandon that precious work. Young man, I have brought the person you requested, the administrator announced upon entering. In this manner, I implore your understanding as I invite my elder brother here. Yang Yi offers his apologies. The stall owner immediately recognizes the individual he had encountered moments ago. He reflects on the situation and begins to piece together the narrative, faintly grasping the answer. However, it seems rather inappropriate to proceed this way, does it not? Young brother, what is your intention? Yang Yi has already lost interest in this transaction. With this mention, the stall owner realizes that this is likely not a mere old book. Competition exists, and naturally, no one would forsake an opportunity for profit. Thus, Yang Yi thinks it best to disclose the truth and foster goodwill. Elder brother, that fellow just now is Japanese. You were unaware, were you? The stall owner is taken aback, for he indeed did not know, as Japanese and Chinese people bear quite similar features. Upon further reflection, he recalls the man's accent and comprehends the situation. No wonder. How much do you intend to offer for this treasure? Yang Yi inquires once more. With business at hand, the stall owner's eyes flicker with speculation. Since you deem it a treasure, one should certainly set a higher price. The earlier displeasure dissipates without a trace. Following this commotion, the price is bound to rise significantly. He casts a grateful glance at the administrator before addressing Yang Yi. Young brother, if you wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount considering we are both Chinese. Hearing this, Yang Yi feels a stir in his heart and shifts his stance. If there is profit to be made, he shall not let it slip away, as everyone must earn their livelihood. I was prepared to sell it to that Japanese gentleman for 50,000. If you desire it, I can offer it to you for 45,000. Naturally, this statement is not entirely truthful, and anyone could perceive that. Yet, it is understood that should one encounter such a situation, one must be ready for considerable expenditure. Originally, the stall owner intended to report a sum of 5,000 to the Japanese gentleman, believing that after some negotiation, he could keep 2,000 or 3,000 for himself, which would be more than sufficient. It should be noted that this old book costs little to nothing, being priced by the weight of mere cents. After contemplating, Yang Yi responds, very well, since you are straightforward, I shall also be forthright. Let us proceed with your figure. The stall owner is momentarily taken aback. Is it truly this easy? These young people today seem to regard money with such casualness. Nevertheless, he appreciates those who do not haggle. Old Chien, thank you kindly. Please take this and enjoy some tea. Do not be modest. The stall owner discreetly slips a few hundred into the administrator's pocket, delighting him beyond measure. Today has truly been a fortuitous occasion, having been presented with money twice, and since this does not count as bribery, it will certainly leave a favorable impression. Very well. I wish you prosperous business. By the way, that Japanese fellow is still waiting over there. What are you planning to do? You're quite bold. However, there is indeed no need to extend unnecessary courtesy to them. Precisely. Old Qian, I shall treat you to a meal tomorrow. Should such matters arise in the future, I would appreciate your continued assistance. The stall owner winks. I would like that. However, how often does such good fortune occur? Chapter 55, Ancient Writing Implements. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Fujiwara Ogawa, having lost patience, approaches the administrator to inquire. To his surprise, the individual has completely vanished. After collecting the money, the administrator has simply tidied up and informed Fujiwara Ogawa that the stall owner's items were problematic and had already been removed by the Cultural Relics Department. Well then, Fujiwara Ogawa laments internally, cursing his misfortune as the duck that was nearly in his grasp flies away. He did not harbor doubts about other matters, for it was implausible that all items from these mobile vendors were unproblematic. Moreover, the management of cultural relics in China is stringent. At this juncture, he could only relinquish that treasure and explore elsewhere. He pondered whether the two other fellows had succeeded. Those two lacked any particular skill and had come to China with intentions of engaging in alternative endeavors to earn some money. What? That Japanese fellow was swindled again? Wang Jun exclaimed in surprise. He felt a tinge of regret for missing such an incident. Wang Jun flipped through a page or two, remarking, I do not quite grasp this. The script appears to be ancient Greek. It would be challenging to sell it domestically, as there are few who genuinely appreciate ancient Greek civilization in our country. A trip abroad, perhaps? Yang Yi expressed a slight headache. Wang Jun shook his head. That is unnecessary. Obtaining a place in a Hong Kong auction house would fetch a handsome price. Many Europeans frequent Hong Kong, and whenever such items appear, there are usually bidders. However, whether it would command a good price remained uncertain. I have also procured 2 pieces. Let us discuss them as we walk, Wang Jun continued. Time was scarce, and with so many items, it would be impossible to see everything in just a few days. Yang Yi remarked, it is indeed improbable to view it all in such a short span. These were all mobile vendors. What one observed today might be replaced by new faces tomorrow, bringing an entirely different array of goods. Unless one were to remain stationed here daily, it would be nearly impossible to see everything. This was one of the reasons why Panjiayuan thrived. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. He revealed the 2 items he had just acquired, a brush and a half block of ink. These items are not inexpensive, are they? Yang Yi inquired. A glance at the 2 pieces confirmed their authenticity. The brush was made of wolf hair, classified as a more costly member of the brush family. Brushes can be categorized based on their materials. Soft brushes made from goat hair, hard brushes from weasel and rabbit fur, and mixed brushes combining both. The wolf hair brush exhibited a delicate yellow hue, occasionally tinged with red, and possessed a luster. Upon closer inspection, each hair stood firm and upright. The body was robust, tapering slightly at the base. When the brush tip was moistened and pressed flat, its hairs glimmered with a pale yellow sheen. Yang Yi, who had a fondness for calligraphy, recognized this brush's quality. Common wolf hair brushes in the market were typically made from yellow horse or cow hair, and some counterfeit wolf hair brushes were crafted from dyed goat hair, presenting a yellowish-brown or reddish-brown exterior with a lighter or slightly grayish base. Upon examining this brush, he discerned its authenticity. The handle was made of ox horn, inscribed with characters. The brush is worth over 5,000. While this half block of ink is a mere trifle, Wang Jun remarked. If the handle were made of ceramic or ivory, it would be even better. The materials for brush handles range from the simplistic elegance of bamboo to the pristine whiteness of porcelain, the refined grandeur of ox horn, and the dignified value of ivory. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this brush was, in fact, a renowned artifact from antiquity. Zhou Huqin? This is a product from a prestigious Qing dynasty establishment. Yang Yi noted, that is precisely what I found appealing. The history of Wangong's brush making is profound and its craftsmanship refined. Historically, there have been 3 notable peaks. The first occurred during the transition from the Northern Song to the Southern Song dynasty, when a multitude of literati and scholars gathered in the region of southern Jiangxi, thereby spurring the development of brushmaking in Jiangxi. The second peak was during the Ming dynasty, when the Jiangyu merchant group capitalized on the Yangtze River waterways to trade timber, porcelain, and writing instruments. The third peak spanned from the late Qing dynasty to the Republic of China. As early as the Qing dynasty, Zhou Huqin, a Wangang native, established a brush shop in Shanghai, and when Emperor Qianlong traveled south, he personally inscribed a plaque for Zhou Huqin, commending his exquisite tribute brushes. During this period, Wengang was also home to renowned brush shops like the Zhogong Pavilion and the Zhou Wenjiao Studio. In those days, such brushes were considered tribute items, exceedingly precious. Additionally, although the fragment of ink has suffered considerable wear and is poorly preserved, it can still be regarded as an ancient ink from the Qing dynasty. The history of ink is extensive, and there exists a multitude of ink varieties, which can generally be categorized based on their raw materials into categories such as pine soot ink, tung oil soot ink, lacquer soot ink, and oil soot ink. The production of ink in ancient times was entirely manual, involving key processes such as soot refining, material preparation, production, drying, and gold leaf embellishment. Thus, it holds significant collectible value. Some renowned calligraphers and painters would not hesitate to spend lavish sums for a piece of quality ancient ink. To authenticate ancient ink, one must first examine its characteristics, including the time of production, ink name, type, color, form, size, and weight. Ink that exhibits a purple sheen is considered of superior quality. One should also inspect the surface for any damage, fractures, ice patterns, or ink frost, all of which indicate that the ink has been exposed to moisture. A dull, heavy surface denotes an ancient ink stick. Yang Yi brought the ink close to his nose for a few moments before returning it to Wang Jun ancient ink. Rich in various herbal components, emits a fragrant aroma reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine, a stark contrast to the peculiar odor often found in contemporary ink products, which frequently contain menthol, resulting in an overpowering and chilling scent that can be harsh on the senses. In contrast, the aroma of ancient ink is subtle and unpretentious, offering a soothing and enduring allure. Your piece of ancient ink, however, lacks collectible significance. He possesses 2 pieces of renowned ancient ink and has considerable expertise in preserving ink. When collecting ancient ink, one must pay attention to temperature and humidity, avoiding overly dry or excessively damp environments. Additionally, ancient ink is fragile and prone to breakage. It should not be compressed or struck. Typically, it is housed in brocade boxes and wrapped in xian paper for storage. Furthermore, ancient ink should be placed in a dark, sheltered area, shielded from drafts, and not stored at heights to prevent accidental falls and damage. In summary, Wang Jun's 2 items can only be regarded as minor finds, unlikely to yield significant profit. As they walked, the 2 noticed a commotion at the entrance of Panjiayuan, where a crowd had gathered. Chapter 56. What a fortuitous encounter. As they focused their gaze, they discovered it was another pair of Japanese individuals. Yang Yi and Wang Jun thought to themselves, "It seems we are fated to cross paths with these Japanese individuals today." Despite Panjiayuan being a small place, encountering them again so soon felt somewhat peculiar. "It's them," Yang Yi exclaimed in frustration. "They appear to be in trouble once more." With so many onlookers, Wang Jun surmised that it was highly likely they were facing yet another misfortune. "Let us see what is happening," he suggested, and the 2 approached the scene, discovering that the 2 Japanese were embroiled in a dispute with several students, one of whom looked pale and visibly panicked. A group of students, hailing from distant lands, ventured to the capital for a leisurely sojourn. Having heard tales of the famed Panjiayuan, they decided to explore its offerings, albeit with no intention of purchasing the extravagant items, as they were traveling on a modest budget. However, fortune did not favor them. By mere chance, they encountered 2 Japanese individuals. A precious item slipped from their grasp and, upon inspection, revealed itself to be a shattered piece of porcelain. The Japanese claimed it had cost them over 300,000. Now, with the item in ruins, they demanded compensation from the students. Bystanders, witnessing the unfolding drama, intervened, voicing their dissent. "You claim it cost a fortune. But what if it's merely a counterfeit worth a few hundred or even a mere few dozen? Should they be liable for such an exorbitant sum?" In that moment, solidarity among compatriots became evident. With the support of those around them, the students regained some composure. "Indeed, what if it's a fake? In that case, we could muster a few hundred to cover it," they reasoned. "Need an appraisal? We can arrange that at any time. If it turns out to be a counterfeit, we owe you nothing." Yet, the Japanese remained unperturbed, asserting their item was genuine, brandishing a shard for validation. The crowd fell silent. Their confidence suggested authenticity. While willing to assist, many were hesitant to embroil themselves in this murky situation. Anxiety washed over the students once more. Where could they possibly procure over 300,000? The thought of their families discovering this predicament was daunting, especially for the student who had accidentally collided with the Japanese. Regret consumed him. Why had he thought it wise to travel while so financially constrained? Sacrificing their meal allowances was one thing, But visiting Panjiayuan was a grave mistake. I shall take a look, Wang Jun interjected. The Japanese recognized him, remembering the substantial sum they had squandered on his behalf. However, emboldened by their conviction, they welcomed his scrutiny. Feel free to inspect. You've encountered porcelain like this before, one of them remarked. Yang placed a reassuring hand on the troubled student's shoulder. Do not worry. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. My brother possesses considerable expertise in appraising treasures. Grateful for Yang Yi's support, the students introduced themselves. They hail from the south, all third-year university students nearing graduation. Their class had organized a graduation trip, but 2 dormitories opted out of the chosen destination, leading to their arduous journey to the capital, having endured 2 days on the train. Graduation trips, increasingly valued as a pivotal collective experience during university, serve as significant farewell ceremonies for soon-to-be graduates. The trifecta of graduation ceremonies, farewell dinners, and travel encapsulates this momentous transition. If only we had joined our classmates in going to Beihai, one lamented disconsolately. My family will surely scold me for this. Another student fretted, his eyes filled with worry. The onlookers remained, eagerly awaiting Wang Jun's verdict, hoping fervently that the items in question were mere fakes, leading the 2 Japanese men to financial ruin. It must be stated that a considerable portion of the Chinese populace harbors an inherent disdain for the Japanese. Before long, Wang Jun rose, his expression grave. Is it true? Yang Yi gasped. Observing Wang Jun's demeanor, it was evident that the situation was dire. The others sighed, realizing that they could only blame the student for his carelessness. In such circumstances, their hands are tied. I believe there is no issue here. If you wish, brother, you may take a look. Perhaps I have misjudged. Wang Jun remarked with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the student felt a wave of despair wash over him. The thought of losing over 300,000 was devastating. He had come to study, and his family had already stretched their finances to the limit for his tuition. To gather such a sum would likely necessitate the sale of their home and land, and even then, it might not suffice. It must be noted that rural property holds little value. Is that correct? If so, compensation is inevitable. The 2 Japanese men exchanged knowing smiles. Only they were privy to the truth, which allowed them to maintain such confidence, unperturbed by the prospect of scrutiny. They mused privately that accompanying Fujiwara to China had indeed proven to be a wise decision, as the people here were remarkably easy to deceive. Unlike them, Fujiwara possessed considerable skills and did not need to resort to such underhanded tactics, but they were left with no choice but to entertain such dishonest thoughts. Yet, there exists a saying in China, regardless of whether a cat is black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. It was precisely in such circumstances that they dared to follow Fujiwara to China in pursuit of wealth. Indeed, it seems his family is not affluent. No wonder the 2 Japanese men were unconcerned. It turned out the items were genuine. What should we do? One student anxiously inquired, glancing at his peers. Though he had not been the one to handle the item, they had all ventured out together, and the misfortune of a classmate weighed heavily on their hearts. After all, the decision to visit Panjiayuan had been a collective one. Every destination they chose, down to their meals and accommodations, had been meticulously deliberated together. Observing the terror in their classmates' eyes, a sense of unease settled over the group. Some turned to Yang Yi, who, being of a similar age, felt more relatable and approachable. Just moments ago, these 2 were the ones standing up for them. Seeing the smug expressions of the 2 Japanese men, Yang Yi felt a surge of frustration, yet he was powerless in the face of the undeniable truth. The tides of fortune had shifted rapidly, and it was now others who had the upper hand. Chapter 57, New Tactics of Deception. Upon seeing the distressed student, Yang Yi couldn't help but recall his own feelings of despair from the past, stirring a sense of compassion within him. He crouched down, picking up a shard to examine it closely. They were mere acquaintances, and it was unreasonable to lend the student over 300,000. Sympathy was one thing, but Yang Yi was no saint. It was acceptable to be generous with close family and good friends. Soon, his brow furrowed as well. Just as Wang Jun had indicated, the object was indeed a genuine artifact, an antique porcelain piece from the Qing dynasty. Although it was not a masterpiece of enameled artistry, it was still valued at over 300,000. The 2 Japanese men chose not to exploit the situation further. What now? Wang Jun inquired. Hey, have you seen enough? Our patience is indeed finite. This ancient porcelain, priced at 340,000, not a penny less will we accept. Let us hasten to settle, urged a Japanese individual. As for whether that student might take his own life, it was not their concern. He was not one of their own. With so many people in China, Losing a few could merely be seen as a contribution to the environment, nothing of great significance. Even if they were Japanese, with no ties or relations, why should they care? Their only concern was to procure the money expeditiously. Upon hearing this, the student nearly faltered. Yet Yang, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Disregarding the Japanese man, he set down the fragment and resumed collecting other pieces. After examining several, a smile finally graced his face. Why the haste? For items worth hundreds of thousands, would it not be unjust to be duped? Yang, he remarked with a grin. The two Japanese men immediately bristled. Are you implying our items are counterfeit? I shall seek a more professional appraiser for authentication, and, if genuine, I shall sue you for defamation and seek compensation for our emotional distress. The latter part of their statement was clearly a scare tactic, aimed at intimidating Yang Yi to prevent him from disrupting their scheme. Observing Yang Yi's smile, Wang Jun swiftly deduced that the porcelain had once again misled him. Relay the issue. Wang Yun inquired. Yang Yi pointed at the fragments. The fragments. The crowd rolled their eyes. Who could discern that they were merely fragments? The once despairing student gazed at Yang Yi, now infused with a flicker of hope. This porcelain indeed belonged to the Qing dynasty's famille rose, if intact. 340,000 would not be considered extortionate, Yang Yi explained. Porcelain adorned with enamels is a decorative technique introduced from abroad. Later referred to as guyu xian, overseas, it is known as rose-colored porcelain. Specifically crafted for the Qing imperial court, this exquisite painted porcelain was occasionally used to reward meritorious subjects. It stands as a unique gem in the realm of Chinese ceramic decorative arts, holding significant stature in the history of porcelain development, and is exceedingly precious as imperial ware. For 200 years following its inception, it remained the exclusive domain of the royal household, with semi-finished products from Jingdezhen undergoing a second firing in the capital, remaining virtually unknown to the public until the first exhibition at the Forbidden City in the third year of the Republic. The craftsmanship of famille rose porcelain is extraordinary, characterized by distinct features of its era, and its survival is exceedingly rare, garnering immense admiration within global collecting circles. If it is indeed famille rose, should it not command a price exceeding 200,000 or 300,000? Someone questioned. It must be noted that the body of famille rose porcelain is considerably thinner than that of ordinary porcelain, making it highly susceptible to breakage during the second firing. Even the finest artisans at the Imperial Workshop were not exempt from mishaps during the production process. It is said that once, Emperor Yongzheng commanded the palace workshop to produce a set of 5 wine cups, only to have 2 damaged on the initial firing. After enduring the emperor's severe reprimands, the craftsmen meticulously persevered for 3 months before achieving success, during which they poured their heart and soul into developing a method for crafting these delicate wine cups. Given the advantageous conditions of the Imperial Workshop, the inevitability of breakage underscores the high technical demands and intricate craftsmanship involved. With such elevated technical requirements and complexity, could such porcelain be inexpensive? Today, many pieces of Song Dynasty white porcelain may exceed this price. How much more so for the even rarer famille rose? The murmurs of discussion heightened the anxiety among the students. The burden of over 300,000 was already unbearable. It also depends on the quality. Enamel work can vary significantly in craftsmanship, Wang Jun explained. Only the finest pieces hold value. The market is flooded with mediocre goods, which naturally depresses prices. In reality, most enamelware is meticulously crafted, predominantly of superior quality. However, the piece before them was clearly not one of them. The fragments revealed a lack of finesse in its artistry. Yang elaborated. This is enamelware from the late Qing dynasty, as you may know, a period marked by turmoil, leading to a decline in porcelain craftsmanship. This particular piece evidently lacks its essence. With this clarification, everyone understood. It was no surprise that items from the late Qing were not as refined. It was not just porcelain. Many other crafts had suffered in quality during that tumultuous time. Since you acknowledge this porcelain as a genuine Qing piece valued at 340,000, let us not prolong the matter. Let's settle the payment. The 2 Japanese individuals sighed in relief, thinking that with such acknowledgement, there should be no further issues. Hold on, Yang Yi interjected. While it is true that this porcelain is from the late Qing, what worth do a pile of fragments hold? He dismissed their tactics, having seen through their ruse. These shards were broken by you, as everyone witnessed. Do you intend to deny it? We will take this to the embassy. Ah, you mentioned the embassy now. Yang Yi reassured the students with a comforting glance, and continued. Indeed, everyone saw your belongings fall to the ground. Before he could finish, one of the Japanese men interrupted. Everyone heard the sound of shattering, didn't they? Some onlookers nodded, unable to ignore the truth, even if they wish to support their compatriots. Distorting facts and reversing right and wrong was not a virtue of Chinese tradition. While you have a point, the contents of your box are merely a collection of shards. Yang Yi replied with a smile. This statement left the crowd in shock. Such a scheme of deception was unprecedented and difficult to defend against, as arguments often falter in the face of reality. The fragments were indeed ancient porcelain, but their worth was diminished by their very brokenness. A second fall would hardly affect their value. The expressions of the two Japanese men shifted dramatically, revealing their frustration, yet among the discerning crowd. It was evident they lacked a solid foundation for their claims. Where is your evidence? I will sue you for defamation. Just wait. One of them exclaimed. Go ahead and sue. But first, you should clean up your own mess. You are suspected of extortion. Furthermore, you've terrified the students here. Shouldn't there be compensation for emotional distress? If you seek evidence, I can provide it. The varying ages of the fractures are the clearest proof, Yang Yi said, casually picking out several pieces. Wang Jun observed closely and indeed noted the discrepancies, realizing he had overlooked this aspect earlier. How shameless to use fragments to extort others. He cursed. They must compensate for emotional damages. We should call the police. The crowd grew increasingly incensed, rallying against the two, while a few seasoned professionals murmured, the youth today are remarkable. The students, who had nearly been overwhelmed moments earlier, now found themselves in a state of disbelief at the dramatic turn of events, struggling to express their gratitude to Yang Yi. The two Japanese individuals were met with profound disdain, one impulsive fellow even throwing a punch in anger. For heaven's sake, do not strike, lest reason be lost in the fray, someone advised, recognizing the complexity of the situation given the international presence. In Chapter 58, A Joyous Arrival, as the situation unraveled, the two Japanese men became increasingly anxious, particularly amidst the collective ire of the onlookers, which could erupt at any moment. They hastily gathered their belongings, intent on fleeing. Yang Yi and Wang Jun, however, chose not to engage further and proceeded to a nearby eatery, conversing about the earlier incident. They foresaw the likelihood of the Japanese men facing deportation. By the time they left, the police had already been alerted in matters involving international guests. The response time in China is notably swift. Shortly thereafter, journalists arrived on the scene, and several witnesses provided interviews that effectively substantiated the allegations of extortion against the two Japanese men. With the media coverage amplifying the issue, the government found it imperative to address the matter transparently and justly, lest it disappoint its citizens. Is such a thing truly possible? The elderly vendor inquired, astonished. Wang Jun chuckled. I too misjudged the situation. It is not merely a case of misjudgment. Rather, you failed to perceive the entirety of the scene. Some fragments are freshly broken, and the wounds still raw, Yang Yi interjected. The shard Wang Jun had observed was likely from the recent scuffle. How outrageous! They would stoop so low as to extort from struggling students, the old vendor expressed, somewhat indignant. He chose to overlook his own past transgressions, reasoning that his own minor gains paled in comparison to the wealth of those he had wronged. Does this mean you've acquired yet another treasure? Let's see it, Miao Fei suggested. Yang Yi produced a book, remarking that its auction potential domestically may be limited. The vendor and others inspected it, but failed to comprehend its value, dismissing it as just an old book, its contents unknown to them. Consequently, Miao Fei's interest waned significantly, and she returned it to Yang Yi. During their meal, the old vendor frequently raised his cup of tea to toast Yang Yi and Wang Jun, expressing gratitude for their assistance, which had resulted in a substantial profit for him. Lacking formal education, he relied on his trade for sustenance. Though his son had a job, the salary was insufficient in the capital, a bustling metropolis where the cost of living is exorbitant, leaving little room for savings. His son, now of a suitable age, had a girlfriend, yet they were not married, primarily due to the absence of a home. The girl's parents insisted that a house must be acquired before their daughter could be wed, to spare her the hardships of life without stability. This predicament weighed heavily on him, as housing prices in Beijing had soared to astonishing heights, making the prospect of securing a property within the Third Ring Road a mere fantasy. The areas beyond the Fifth Ring were too distant, complicating commuting. Recently, he had called his son, urging him to explore the neighborhoods within the Fourth Ring in the coming days and, if suitable, to secure a residence. Unbeknownst to him, this news had thrilled his son and girlfriend, prompting them to take 2 days off to specifically search for homes. The old vendor's son first treated his girlfriend to a meal before scouring for information regarding available properties. His girlfriend sighed. expressing her thoughts on the lucrative nature of his father's profession and urged him to consider following in his footsteps. She believed that while working in an office might appear glamorous, it often resulted in living paycheck to paycheck, with the prospect of children in their future. Such concerns weighed heavily on her mind, especially as they were on the verge of marriage. The issue at hand was that his line of work also depended on luck. Indeed, at his age, it was the first time he witnessed his father earning such a substantial income. Of course, even without relying on chance, his father's earnings still exceeded his own, albeit with greater toil. The thought of raising children brought forth even more pressure, causing his girlfriend to feel anxious. With their combined salaries, after accounting for living expenses and mortgage payments, little would remain, and an additional mouth to feed would complicate matters further. They both lacked the time to care for a child, leading him to consider shifting the burden onto their parents, seeking a moment of respite. However, she shook her head, recognizing that such a solution was not viable. Let's discuss this later. Have you eaten enough? Let's take a look around here first. He handed her his phone, displaying information about a real estate development. She glanced at it with resignation, acknowledging it was fine, and they prepared to head over. Yet as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to falter. What's wrong? The son of the old vendor asked anxiously, catching her just in time, only to realize her legs had given way, and she was leaning heavily against him. He panicked, momentarily forgetting about the property, and hurriedly carried her to the hospital. By the time they were halfway there, she felt considerably better, her complexion improving. I didn't have breakfast today, and perhaps the mild hypoglycemia is to blame, she reassured him. Still uneasy, he insisted on having her checked at the hospital. They swiftly received the test results, and both were taken aback. Soon after, the son of the old vendor exuberantly exclaimed, "I'm going to be a dad. Please keep your voice down." A nurse admonished him with a glare, though she refrained from further reprimanding him, given his unstable emotions. The news had barely been shared, yet the reality was already upon them. It seemed they would need to expedite their wedding plans. The examination revealed she was nearly 2 months along, and she recalled that her menstruation had not occurred during that time. Without delay, he called his parents to share the joyous news, prompting his mother to drop everything and rush to the hospital. As she left home, neighbors noticed the old neighbor's beaming face and inquired about the happy event, quickly learning she was about to become a grandmother and offering their warm congratulations. The old vendor, upon receiving the call, was equally elated. "Congratulations, my good friend." Wang Jun chuckled. "Haha, congratulations to you as well." The old vendor grinned widely. Understanding the urgency of the old vendor's departure, Yang Yi and the others kindly remarked, "Brother, you should attend to this joyful matter. We can catch up another day." "All right, I'll set the table and wait for you," the old vendor replied without pretense, hastily bidding farewell as he rushed to the hospital, finally bringing forth an heir for his family. The rest of the afternoon was spent by Yang Yi and his companions in Panjiayuan. It seemed their luck had run dry, as neither of them found anything worthwhile, ultimately leading to their retreat. Chapter 59. Parting Ways with Discontent. Miao, alongside Yang Yi, was visiting a wealthy individual named Li Buoxiong, who was also a collector. In truth, his foray into the world of collecting has been relatively brief, yet with substantial financial backing. He has amassed an impressive array of artifacts and countless antiques within just a few short years, establishing himself as one of the few distinguished collectors. Here they are. The two individuals arrived before a villa and exchanged a few words with a housekeeper, indicating that they had a prior appointment. The housekeeper promptly relayed the message and led them inside. To their surprise, they encountered someone they recognized, a figure who left a profound impression on General Miao. It was Li Jian, the very individual who had, at the last auction, acquired a painting for an astonishing price of 80 million. Li Jian also recalled Yang Yi, albeit with a negative impression. Upon seeing him, his brow furrowed instantly. He had recently heard from his elders that representatives from an auction house would be visiting to consign a valuable item. Could they be the ones? Was this esteemed uncle planning to consign the treasure to the auction house in Jiangzhou? Li Buoxiong noticed the change in the younger man's demeanor and inquired with curiosity. "Do you know each other?" The painting Mountain and Water with Clear Sound had indeed been obtained from their auction house, Li Jian awkwardly admitted. Li Buoxiong finally understood the reason behind the sudden shift in the younger man's expression. Today, Li Jian had brought the painting along and recounted some events from the auction. At this moment, he hesitated. Should he proceed with consigning the treasure to this auction house? Continuing down this path would be quite inconsiderate to his nephew's reputation. Upon noticing Li Jian's presence, Yang Yi sensed that things were about to take a turn for the worse. After all, this individual had a contentious history with Wang Jun. It was inevitable that he would harbor some resentment towards him. Given the close ties between these two, their prearranged plans might very well be thrown into disarray. Gulme, as distant guests, let's enjoy some tea, Li Buxiong declared. At this time, Miao Fei also sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, her heart weighed down with apprehension. Li Buxiong had originally intended to consign an exquisite tea bowl for auction, a rare gem from the Song dynasty, of which only a handful remain in existence today, making it exceedingly precious. This tea bowl, considered a masterpiece, was traditionally used for drinking wine and tea in ancient times. Jianzhan is a renowned porcelain of the Han ethnicity, favored by the Song royal court as teaware. It is crafted with precision, resulting in a thin glaze around the rim while the interior base is thickly glazed, often featuring a half-glazed exterior to prevent sticking during the firing process. Due to the glaze's fluidity at high temperatures, a phenomenon known as glaze tears occurs, which is one of the characteristics of Jianzhan. Among the treasures of Jianzhan, the rarest variety is the Yao Bian Tian Mu, a truly precious specimen. Currently, only 4 exist in the world, all housed in museums in Japan, marking a significant loss for China. The creation of Yao Bian Tian Mu is highly serendipitous, as its glaze, with its iridescent spots formed during a single high-temperature firing, scintillates with a rainbow halo under sunlight and specific temperature conditions. The black glaze naturally reveals spots of varying sizes, surrounded by colorful halos of red, green, and sky blue that shimmer under different angles of light. Moreover, from an overall perspective, the vessel exhibits a dramatic transformation of colors depending on the observer's angle, resembling a chameleon in its enchanting display. Li Buxiong's Jianzhan, while not quite comparable to the radiant transformation of the Tianmu, nonetheless possesses a certain allure reminiscent of its splendor. At an auction, it would not be surprising to fetch tens of millions. However, given the current circumstances, he felt a change was in order. To fully decline would be unreasonable, as he had previously made a commitment. Thus, he resolved to exchange it for an inconsequential antique as a mere formality. With this thought, he rose, asking everyone to wait a moment as he prepared to retrieve the item from the treasure room. Soon, he emerged with a wooden carving, roughly the size of a human head, intricately sculpted into several unusual peaks and bizarre rocks, with a temple perched atop one, exuding a profound artistic essence. Yet, young, he was aware that this was indeed a calculated move. The carving was crafted from Burmese golden camphor, one of the 3 national treasures of Myanmar, also referred to in the region as the linked fruit. Miao Fei felt a strong aversion to such behavior, but refrained from showing hostility, as she was the one who had sought him out. This is golden camphor, one of Myanmar's 3 national treasures. As you may know, Li Buxiong remarked with a smile. This type of wood is rich in oils and iron, which preserves its shape, resists acids and alkalis, and is particularly resistant to moisture and decay. More remarkably, the surface of the wood, when polished, oxidizes to a golden hue through photosynthesis, becoming increasingly noble over time. And what you may not realize is that this is not merely golden camphor, but rather a sculpture carved from the roots of trees that have stood for centuries. Li Buxiong added. Li Jian was moved by his uncle's actions. The substantial investment of tens of millions finally seemed justified. The golden camphor, combined with the exquisite craftsmanship, could indeed command a price of $1 million. Yet, it paled in comparison to the Jianzhan. Miao Fei, a resolute individual, stood up and offered a slight bow. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Li, but this auction does not lack for wooden carvings. Let us save our collaboration for another opportunity. With that, she disregarded Li Buxiong's expression, beckoning Yang Yi to leave. The etiquette had been observed, and Miao Fei felt no sense of impropriety, recognizing that Li Buxiong had indeed overstepped. Those two are exceedingly arrogant, Li Jian remarked. Li Buxiong waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I admit my approach was somewhat lacking. Perhaps I shall apologize next time. He spoke of an apology, but had no intention of following through. He owed nothing to anyone. Countless auction houses sought him out each month, and he was not reliant on a single entity from Jiangzhou. I have an agreement with Brother Wang. We are visiting the glass factory tomorrow. Very well. You staying here is advantageous. We are still awaiting the centerpiece for our next auction. You might uncover other treasures in the process. Miao Fei nodded. Chapter 60, Antique Shops. Upon learning of the situation, Wang Jun scoffed. Li, at his age, still resorts to such tricks. Does he not fear ridicule? Does he not fear disgrace? That entire family lacks shame. Wang Jun had never held them in high regard. Without lingering on the matter further, as old animosities had already formed, he escorted Miao to the airport before taking Yang Yi to the glass factory for a first-hand experience. Upon arriving at Lilikang, one is advised to observe rather than engage in excessive handling. The items here are not akin to the trinkets found at Panjiayuan. Rather, they are predominantly from esteemed establishments. Lilikang boasts numerous renowned old shops, such as Huayin Mountain House, Gai Studio, Ruiqing Studio, Tuan Pavilion, Ida Pavilion, and Li Fusho Brush Shop, as well as China's largest antiquarian bookstore, the China Bookstore, alongside the original three major publishing houses of Lilikang: the Commercial Press, the Zhonghua Book Company, and the World Book Company. The most illustrious of these establishments is undoubtedly Rongbo Zai. It is said that Lilikang has gained its fame due to celebrated cultural shops like Rongbo Zai. Wang Jun, standing at the entrance of Rongbo Zai, expressed his admiration. Yang Yi, too, understood the validity of this assertion. Rongbo Zai originated as Songzhu Studio, and during the Guangxu era, it was renamed to signify honoring friends through literature, with Rong representing honor and Bao indicating treasure. The renowned calligrapher Liu Ruanxiang inscribed the name Rongbo Zai. By the late Qing dynasty, it became a frequent gathering place for literati, and during the Republic era, prominent artists such as Yu Yurin, Zhang Deqian, Wu Changshi, and Qi Baishe were regular visitors. One can imagine that during the late Qing and early Republican periods, Rongbo Zai and other venerable shops in Lilikang competed to display the works of esteemed calligraphers and painters in their windows, captivating passers-by and becoming a notable attraction of Lilikang. At that time, Rongbo Zai was particularly renowned for its collection of masterful paintings, bustling with activity. The establishment is especially celebrated for its woodblock prints and reproductions. The technique of woodblock printing at Rongbo Zai, which integrates carving, printing, and cutting, has elevated the artistry of its prints to remarkable heights, garnering the praise of literary figure Liu Sun. The allure of this venerable shop has attracted numerous celebrities, creating a ripple effect that draws a multitude of patrons, thus contributing to the prosperity of Lilikang. Do you know why it is called Lilikang? Wang Yun inquired. Yang Yi nodded and replied, I have heard that during the Yuan dynasty, this place was specifically for crafting glazed tiles. Indeed, since the construction of the inner city during the Ming dynasty, the expansion of the imperial kiln for palace construction led Lilikang to become one of the 5 major factories under the Ministry of Works of the court at that time, thus solidifying its name throughout history. As they conversed, the two entered the Grand Rongbo Zai. The clientele here is undoubtedly incomparable to that of other antique shops, as the items inside are virtually free of imitations. Esteemed establishments like this would never tarnish their reputation. This shop primarily deals in 3 categories. First, paper for calligraphy and painting, various fan surfaces, and mounted longevity screens. Second, an array of writing implements including brushes, ink, inkstones, ink boxes, water containers, sealing mud, paperweights, and brush holders. And third, commission works from calligraphers and painters, from which they receive a commission. Among its treasures lies a prized possession, an 8 to 9 gene piece of Tianwang stone, reputed to be the finest in the world. Shall we go and take a look? Wang Jun proposed. Why not? After all, it's just looking, Yang Yi replied nonchalantly. The Ming Dynasty's Cheng Juanfang's ink for the 100 Suns motif, Qing Dynasty's gold lacquered 5-color palace brushes, court paper, crystal ink boxes, and more are all rare masterpieces that leave one dazzled. Rongbo Zai has cultivated a fine tradition of focusing on the collection of precious calligraphy and paintings, earning it the reputation of being a folk palace museum. Over the years, it has amassed a broad collection of both ancient treasures and works by modern masters. Hence, what Yang Yi and his companions observed most were various calligraphic works, paintings, and books. All of these are premium products. Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The artifacts within this venerable establishment possess an astonishing value, which explains why it is often referred to as the Folk Palace Museum. Indeed, these items showcase the masterpieces of renowned artists, and they uphold a principle of integrity, ensuring authenticity and quality. Although the prices are somewhat elevated, one can purchase with confidence, Wang Jun remarked. Subsequently, the two ventured to observe a remarkable craft known as woodblock printing. This ancient Chinese handprinting technique produces works that closely resemble the originals, achieving a level of realism unmatched by any contemporary printing methods. According to the shop's staff, the woodblock printing process is entirely manual and involves a highly intricate and laborious procedure, generally encompassing 5 stages: selection, outlining, carving, printing, and mounting. Each expert or worker in every phase dedicates themselves wholeheartedly to capturing the essence and spirit of the original artwork. The completion of a woodblock print can take anywhere from several months to several years. Yang Yi viewed several pieces, marveling at their astonishing fidelity. In particular, the rendition of the Night Banquet of Han Shizai was breathtaking. It is said that among the numerous works replicated at Rongbozai, this piece is recognized as the pinnacle of woodblock printing. As many are aware, the Night Banquet of Han Shizai is a classic of ancient Chinese meticulous colored figure painting and the sole surviving work of the Five Dynasties painter Gu Hongzhong, depicting the indulgent nightlife of the statesman Han Shizai. The genuine article resides in the Palace Museum, and I have seen it. The difference is imperceptible. Though it was not Wang Jun's first encounter with this artwork, he was still left in awe. However, Yang Yi knew that it was not the original. The true original has been lost to time, and the piece in the Palace Museum is merely a Song Dynasty copy. Nevertheless, it has been hailed as one of the top 10 masterpieces in Chinese art history. To print this piece, we commissioned the finest painting silk and utilized mineral pigments such as stone blue, stone green, vermilion, and gold, resulting in an artwork of unparalleled complexity and quality in the history of Chinese woodblock printing. An elderly shopkeeper smiled as he spoke to Yang Yi and Wang Jun. When Yang Yi glanced at the price, he felt no temptation whatsoever. It was a piece of imperial ink, a round green ink cake adorned with a gilded double dragon playing with a pearl on one side, and inscribed with Longxiang imperial ink in regular script, while the reverse bore an incised mark reading, made during the Longqing era of the Ming Dynasty. I cannot afford it. Yang Yi chuckled ruefully. Currently, aside from the substantial debt owed to Wang Jun, his entire fortune amounted to merely around 100,000, which was insufficient to acquire even a single ink cake. He could only lament the exorbitant cost of writing materials. Ming Dynasty ink is already rare, and this is imperial ink, so it is naturally expensive. Wang Jun believed this was entirely justified. Imperial ink, crafted for the emperor's personal use, was often produced by artisans summoned to the palace. In ancient times, products from the imperial court were invariably of exquisite quality. Some might confuse imperial ink with tribute ink, the latter being supplied by regional authorities to the emperor, though it, too, is of notable quality. Chapter 61. The Brushstroke Event. Wang Jun, having spent over 500,000, acquired 2 pieces of ancient ink, while Yang Yi meandered about, merely observing without any desire to purchase. It was understandable. He had no inclination towards collecting such items, questioning the purpose of making exorbitant purchases. At that moment, Rongbozai was setting up an area with tables, brushes, and ink, reminiscent of ancient scholar study. It was rumored that they were hosting an event featuring some moderately renowned calligraphers who would demonstrate their skills on site. Wang Jun had evidently received prior notice, as he learned of this news only a short while ago. This gathering, aimed at fostering camaraderie through literature, might have been a spontaneous decision by Rongbozai, and the participating calligraphers were unlikely to be overly famous. After all, if they were well known, Rongbozai would certainly have organized a more elaborate affair. Are you interested in demonstrating your calligraphy skills later? I hear there are prizes for customers who write well. Wang Jun said with a smile. The prizes, naturally, would be modest items sourced from the shop, likely worth only around 30 to 50,000. For Wang Jun, the allure of the prize was minimal. His primary interest lay in the competition itself. He was aware of his own calligraphic abilities, which were merely a notch above average. Thus, he had little hope of securing a noteworthy rank. As long as I don't have to compete against those invited calligraphers, there might still be a chance, right? Yang Yi remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. That is difficult to ascertain, for in China, true masters often dwell among the populace. Some seemingly unremarkable elderly individuals can produce remarkably exquisite calligraphy. Wang Jun replied cautiously. He recalled an event from the previous year in the capital, which left a lasting impression on him. An unexpected old man had outperformed the honorary president of the Capital Calligraphy Association, leaving the audience in disbelief. It was later revealed that this old man was merely a street vendor selling herbal tea. Many were astonished. How could one be so unassuming? Such talent, forsaken for the simplicity of selling tea, was beyond comprehension for many. True calligraphy masters, however, admired individuals like him, recognizing their detachment from fame and fortune, and their profound understanding of life. Such individuals, untempted by worldly accolades, often achieved remarkable heights in their craft. Don't you also possess some skills? Why not showcase them? Wang Jun suggested. I merely have a rudimentary grasp of the art. I would only embarrass myself. Yang Yi replied, uncertain of his current ability. Previously, he had practiced solely for his own amusement, finding solace in writing. He enjoyed the serenity it brought him and was particularly captivated by the aesthetics of various scripts, especially running script. He felt less proficient in cursive and standard script, primarily due to a lack of fondness for them. Running script conveyed a sense of fluidity, while standard script appeared too rigid, and he felt that cursive was an art form he had yet to master, unable to grasp its essence. As the conversation unfolded, the venue was swiftly arranged, with over a dozen invited calligraphers from Rongbo's present, some youthful, others middle-aged, and only one elder among them. Most were locals from the capital. One customer glanced at an 18 or 19-year-old lad, who appeared quite youthful, yet undaunted. Their speculation proved accurate. He was indeed a university student, the president of his school's calligraphy and painting society, and a member of the Beijing Calligraphy Association, marking him as one of the rising stars in the local calligraphy scene. "I've seen that fellow before. He even appeared on television, referring to himself as Left Golden Hand," one remarked. Noticing this, some keen observers quickly recognized a few members. The real name of Left Golden Hand is Wang Jianzhou, a figure who has emerged in recent years. His calligraphic skills may not be particularly strong, but he has a talent for self-promotion, garnering fame that far exceeds his actual prowess, often making guest appearances on television. "Do you know why he calls himself Left Golden Hand?" Wang Jun suddenly inquired with a chuckle. "Is it because he's left-handed?" Yang Yi promptly guessed the reason. Indeed, to write with his left hand to such a degree is no small feat, however. Compared to his manual dexterity, his silver tongue is even more formidable. He is quite the braggart, Wang Jun reflected, recalling how Qi Lao held a disdain for such impractical individuals, having mentioned this fellow on several occasions. Perhaps the older generation of calligraphers shares a similar sentiment, valuing skill over mere rhetoric. Moreover, does he not feel a twinge of embarrassment self-appointing such a grandiose title? Many esteemed predecessors would never dare to call themselves Golden Hand. Yang Yi glanced over and noticed that Wang Jianzhou's expression seemed less than jovial, as if he felt slighted. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Wang Jianzhou was disheartened by the casual manner in which Rongbo's had organized the event, feeling undervalued. Most of the invitees were novices in the calligraphy world, clearly indicating that Rongbo's had categorized them within that tier, which he perceived as disdainful. Furthermore, the absence of key figures from Rongbo's, who had merely sent a manager to attend to the guests, added to his displeasure. "Teacher Wang, this is your designated spot. All set for you," a staff member announced. The ink, paper, and brushes were ready, awaiting the calligraphers to grace the occasion with their artistry, thereby enlivening the atmosphere. Shortly, they would also serve as judges, providing guidance to customers on their brushwork, acknowledging the commendable aspects while pointing out areas needing improvement. From the perspective of Rongbo's organizers, they believed they had shown ample respect. After all, they had hosted countless dignitaries, including the Prime Minister, who had previously inscribed characters here. "Fetch me a cup of tea," Wang Jianzhou commanded. The staff member appeared somewhat troubled. Everyone was uniformly provided with bottled water, and his particular request for tea seemed rather inappropriate. "Let me consult with the manager." The staff member quickly excused himself to seek approval. Making such an exception for just one individual could lead others to feel slighted by the hosts, a matter that could escalate and tarnish Rongbo's reputation. Seeing that even this modest request could not be accommodated, Wang Jianzhou's countenance soured further. The manager of Rongbo's, feeling a headache coming on, instructed, "Change all the bottled water to tea." Chapter 62, Relying on Experience. Upon observing that everyone had switched to a different tea, which failed to highlight his uniqueness, Wang Jianzhou felt a sense of dissatisfaction and resentment, yet he could only acquiesce. Some matters, he understood, are best left alone. While he could misbehave in other establishments, this was Rongbo's, a place where he had no authority to impose his will. The sudden actions of Rongbo's baffled many, including the other invited calligraphers who were equally astonished. The serving of tea was a gesture of respect and significance towards them, and regardless of the circumstances, they felt a sense of joy. "Now, we invite the distinguished elites of the calligraphy world to compose a piece for everyone's appreciation. Let's welcome them with applause." The manager led the applause. After a scattered round of clapping, the calligraphers assumed their stances. The manner of holding the brush is of utmost importance. Others can discern your skill through your posture. The most common grip is the double hook method. At this moment, two principles were at play. First, the fingers are firm while the palm is relaxed. Second, the brush must be held straight. It was evident that they possessed considerable skill. Truly an art form, someone exclaimed. Calligraphy is the art of lines. Akin to how music is the art of melody and photography is the art of light. It expresses the aesthetic beauty of lines through the writing of Chinese characters. Its popularity lies in being deeply rooted in the ancient soil of China while continuously evolving. It embodies rich national charm, profound artistic connotations, exceptional expressiveness, and broad applicability, rendering it beloved by many. Just by observing their brushwork, one can discern their deep foundation, Wang Jun remarked. Merely the posture of holding the brush does not convey much. It resembles the stances in martial arts, serving only as a framework. The true depth of skill lies in one's inner strength. A middle-aged man standing beside Wang Jun nodded in agreement, acknowledging this friend speaks wisely. A famous individual once said, "The essence of calligraphy lies in the movement of the brush." This movement encompasses the three processes of starting, executing, and concluding the stroke. "You, so young, possess such skill. Quite impressive." An elder commented to the youngest calligrapher. "Thank you for your kind words," he replied, pausing momentarily after writing 2 characters to express his gratitude. Fortunately, he was writing in regular script, taking each character one at a time. Had he been using running script or cursive script, any interruption would have rendered the entire piece less fluid, giving the impression of disconnection. Yang, he also nodded in agreement, recognizing the student's remarkable capabilities. After all, youth is their greatest asset. The oldest among them, though he wrote slightly better than the student, had limited potential. At his age, how many more years could he practice? Of course, the adage holds true. One should learn throughout life. This sentiment is undeniable. Even the elderly have the right to progress. But undoubtedly, they have less time than the young. As for his writing, I took a glance, and overall, it was quite acceptable. However, the deliberate imitation of Lu Gong's script rendered it excessively rigid and devoid of vitality. Wang Jianzhu refrained from immediate action, opting instead to critique the calligraphic works of others. Lu Gongquan's renown in the art of calligraphy soared to unparalleled heights during the Tang dynasty, particularly after the Yuan era. In those times, it was customary for noble families to erect steles in honor of their ancestors, and failing to obtain a eulogy penned by Lu Gongquan himself would be deemed an act of filial impiety. Moreover, Lu's reputation extended far beyond the borders, with foreign emissaries paying tribute, each bearing distinct inscriptions. Initially, he studied the calligraphy of Wang Shiji, extensively exploring the styles of contemporary masters, ultimately forging his own vigorous and graceful style known as Lu Ti. This novel form of calligraphy captivated his contemporaries and earned admiration from generations to come. A glance at Lu Gongquan's works unmistakably reveals that the student was indeed striving to replicate his script. This is hardly surprising. After all, every aspiring calligrapher begins by emulating the styles of esteemed masters. It is only the truly exceptional individuals who can assimilate the finest elements of others' work and then innovate, establishing their own unique voice. However, Wang Jianzhu's critique implied that the student's work was merely a framework, lacking any essence. It was rather inappropriate for him to publicly disparage another's efforts, regardless of his seniority. The student's expression darkened, yet, constrained by Wang Jianzhu's greater renown and his status as a senior, he could only suppress his frustration. "This fellow is incorrigible." Wang Yun remarks. He did not harbor disdain for those who enjoyed showcasing their talents, but he detested when individuals elevated themselves by trampling on others. "Ahem, Teacher Wang, everyone is eager to admire your work," a manager interjected, subtly indicating that he should refrain from commenting on others. All were colleagues, and it would be prudent to maintain a semblance of respect for future encounters. If genuine critique was warranted, an opportunity would soon present itself. See how I am, everyone. Thank you for your patience." Wang Jianzhu theatrically bowed, leaving those oblivious to the situation believing he was exceptionally courteous. Writing with his left hand? Not everyone was aware of Wang Jianzhu's identity. You may not know it, but he proudly claimed to be a left-handed calligrapher. To avoid any embarrassment, he wisely chose not to attempt unfamiliar characters, instead opting to repeatedly inscribe a phrase he had practiced countless times. "Supreme goodness is like water." Mastery through repetition is indeed an adage that holds true. Having inscribed this phrase innumerable times, Wang Jianzhu imbued it with a hint of spirit, earning applause from many present. He employed semi-cursive script, specifically the renowned slender gold style, rendering the 4 characters exceptionally pleasing to the eye and creating a sense of comfort for onlookers. Damn it, is it again those 4 characters? Wang Jun could not help but curse. Young Yi reminded speak less. Although he too excelled in the slender gold style, he found Wang Jianzhu's rendition, while not quite matching his own, to be commendable enough to elicit a measure of admiration. However, Wang Jun's sudden outburst suggested that the fellow frequently practiced these particular characters. Consequently, Yang Yi began to regard the self-satisfied Wang Jianzhu with a hint of disdain. Chapter 63. The Pretender of Knowledge. Witnessing this, it was not just Wang Jun who felt disdain. Others present internally scoffed as well, yet none dared to speak out, lest they offend someone. Teacher Wang, your rendition of the Slender Gold script is increasingly spirited, remarked a manager, offering a slight flattery. The Slender Gold script, created by Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, stands as a unique innovation in the annals of calligraphy. Its strokes are swift and ethereal, exhibiting a lean vigor that, while slender, does not sacrifice substance. The turning points reveal distinct traces of concealed and exposed strokes, showcasing an exceptionally unique style. Compared to the Slender Gold script of Elder Qi, he is not even fit to carry his shoes, Wang Jun quipped softly, a remark only overheard by Yang Yi standing nearby. Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback. Elder Qi also writes in Slender Gold script? He suddenly realized that this particular style enjoys considerable admiration. In the past, he had explored numerous scripts, yet the ones that resonated most profoundly with him were the running script of Wang Shiji and the Slender Gold script. The revered calligrapher Wang Shiji's style is not easily mastered. Without over a decade of dedicated practice, one may grasp only the superficial form, lacking its true essence, rendering the endeavor rather futile. Thus, he opted to study the Slender Gold script. This script is sleek and spirited, with strokes as graceful as orchids and bamboos. Initially believing it to be simple to learn, he later discovered that to truly appreciate its essence requires exceptional calligraphic skill, deep cultivation, and a tranquil, composed state of mind. Elder Qi possesses a diverse repertoire of scripts, but his mastery in Slender Gold script is unparalleled. Wang Jun stated that few could rival him in the country. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He had never witnessed Elder Qi's brushwork and was unaware of the level he had attained in Slender Gold script. Wang Jianzhou chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. Yet inwardly, he yearned for the entire world to recognize it. Having written just 4 characters, nearly completed in a few swift strokes, he finished with remarkable speed. Afterward, he began to stroll, admiring and appraising the works of others. While observing, he offered critiques, which left many feeling displeased. Brother Chun, your wild cursive is truly fantastical. I can scarcely recognize it, Wang Jianzhou remarked with a smile to an acquaintance. Instantly, the calligrapher's face darkened like charcoal. Upon first hearing it, it sounded like praise, but a closer listen revealed it to be a critique, even suggesting his writing was somewhat chaotic. We all earn our living in this field. Is this truly the way to conduct oneself? Wang Jianzhou's smile faltered. Having stumbled upon a hard and foul-smelling stone, he refrained from further teasing, aware of Brother Chun's temperament, which was not particularly amiable. He was no gentleman and was not one to shy away from conflict. If truly provoked, one might find themselves on the receiving end of a beating, which would indeed be amusing. Ha! Have you stepped on a landmine? Wang Yun left. Other calligraphers secretly reveled in the moment. That LL teach you to be arrogant. Why not continue to provoke now? Everyone eagerly anticipated the spectacle of a confrontation between him and the calligrapher named Chun. With the presence of this calligrapher, others found their courage, knowing how to handle Wang Jianzhou, and thus felt no fear as he approached, gesturing and commenting. An excessive desire for fame and fortune ultimately leads to little achievement, Yang Yi remarked about Wang Jianzhou. Wang Jun remarked to Yang Yi, that is not all. The most detrimental aspect is his character. In his quest for fame, he consistently uses others as stepping stones. Sooner or later, he will stumble. Over the years of his notoriety, how many have he offended? Once he falls, there will undoubtedly be many eager to trample on him. The seeds of malice he has sown will be his to reap, and he cannot blame others. Having admired the works of calligraphers, Rong Bao Zhai began to display an array of brushes, ink, and paper, inviting attendees to showcase their skills. On one hand, it allowed individuals to exhibit their calligraphic prowess. On the other, experts were present to provide critiques, offering insights that could inspire improvement. Yang Yi refrained from immediately participating, while Wang Jun, visibly intrigued, made grand gestures with his brush. However, this event was organized by Rong Bao Zhai, aiming for collective involvement. By disparaging the occasion, the first to feel shame would indeed be Rong Bao Zhai. Some attendees glanced at the manager of Rong Bao Zhai, noting his displeased expression. It seemed likely that he regretted inviting such an eccentric individual. Yang Yi looked over and was somewhat astonished by the man's demeanor. Ignorance is not your fault, but one should not emerge from obscurity Yang Yi could no longer tolerate Wang Jianzhou's arrogance, and he exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, as most people stared at Yang Yi in disbelief. Who was this audacious figure who dared to publicly label a calligraphy expert a fool? In their hearts, they could only commend his bravery. Brother, what is this font? Though I cannot decipher it, upon careful inspection, it possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. Wang Jun supported Yang Yi. Wang Jianzhou's face darkened first. Then he furiously shouted at Yang Yi, "Who do you think you are? You feign understanding. I recognize ancient characters like oracle bones, but I have never seen such nonsensical scribbles. Did you create this? To call yourself an expert is laughable." Yang Yi disdainfully retorted. This is a distinctive style known as bird and insect script. He proceeded to explain that this particular script belongs to a unique artistic font within the realm of bronze inscriptions, flourishing during the latter part of the spring and autumn period through the Warring States era in southern states such as Wu, Yu, Chu, Kai, Su, and Song. This script often appears in intricate gold forms, exuding nobility and opulence, adorned with decorative elements that render it complex and difficult to decipher. Known also as bird seal script, the strokes are crafted in the shape of birds, merging text with avian forms or embellishing the characters with bird-like motifs. Remarkable, someone exclaimed in admiration. Others began to silently scorn Wang Jianzhou, realizing that he was the one pretending to possess knowledge. Chapter 64, A Shock to the Audience. Observing Yang Yi es confident assertions. Wang Jianzhou surmised that such a font might indeed exist, albeit one he had overlooked. With thousands of years of Chinese civilization and over 50 ethnic groups, who could claim to know every script? Not recognizing something is not shameful. However, being humiliated in front of so many was unbearable for him, and he developed an intense hatred for Yang Yi. An elder, stroking his beard, chuckled. Who would have thought such a young individual would delve into bird and insect script? Quite impressive. In truth, there were others in the audience who recognized the script, but some were reluctant to speak up, while others were simply slower to react than Yang Yi. Have you encountered this font before, old man? A young man inquired. The elder nodded, responding, to be honest. At my advanced age, this is the first time I've seen someone render this font so evocatively. Ah, are you not Master Hong? Someone immediately recognized the elder. What a figure. A voice whispered in curiosity. Those familiar with Master Hong quietly introduced him. He is a venerable professor studying ancient scripts. Instantly, everyone's demeanor shifted, filled with reverence. The respect for these seasoned scholars was heartfelt. They toiled in the most tedious of pursuits, yet received no commensurate acknowledgement. Ah, it's Master Hong. Please, this way. The manager of Rongbozai promptly responded, instructing someone to bring a chair and personally pouring a cup of tea. No need to rush. I merely wish to take a casual look. Master Hong remarked before addressing the man, writing in the bird and insect script. From your writing, it appears you possess a profound understanding of this script. Are you familiar with the meanings of the characters? This font belongs to a category of bronze inscriptions. Truthfully, there remains a small portion that even we, as scholars of ancient scripts, have yet to fully decipher. The young man, slightly embarrassed, replied, I have a basic understanding. As a child, I encountered this script on an ancient weapon and developed an interest. Later, during my studies, I frequently consulted relevant materials. Would you like to collaborate with me? This proposition stunned the assembly, and even the young man found it hard to believe. Although it was a chance to work with Master Hong, everyone understood that Master Hong was simply eager to nurture talent. One could not help but envy the young man. What a rare opportunity. To be by Master Hong's side is an honor, he stammered with excitement. Excellent, bring your work along, and let us depart. Master Hong, a researcher by nature, preferred to avoid such bustling scenes. The manager quickly interjected, Oh dear. Master Hong, you cannot do this. This gentleman has participated in our event. Naturally, this magnificent piece must remain with Rongbozai. He assured that the gentleman would be satisfied and would not receive the calligraphy without due recognition. He was astute. Having heard Master Hong's commendation, seeing someone render this font so skillfully, he knew this rare work could not be easily overlooked by the general manager. You may decide for yourself. Master Hong smiled, refraining from influencing the young man's decision. However, he felt it a pity for such a fine piece to benefit Rongbozai alone. Ultimately, the young man chose to leave his work with Rongbozai, primarily succumbing to the manager's allure of having his piece exhibited in the store. Master Hong exchanged a few words with Yang Yi, saying, Young man, it seems you also have an interest in bird and insect script. His honesty left a favorable impression on the elder. Overall, Master Hong felt quite pleased today, having encountered two young individuals interested in ancient scripts, a facet of Chinese civilization. He provided Yang Yi with his contact information, indicating that he would be open to inquiries regarding ancient scripts in the future. "You are truly fortunate," Wang Jun remarked enviously. "What does luck have to do with it?" Yang Yi replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. The manager of Rongbyo Zai promptly instructed someone to frame the artwork, a testament to the value placed upon it, which made the visiting calligraphers envious. Displaying it here would undoubtedly be the finest means of enhancing one's reputation. Just moments ago, Mr. Hong had given you a commendable review. However, it remains uncertain whether he possesses any calligraphic skills. Wang Jianzhou's animosity towards Yang Yi is indeed justified. As soon as Mr. Hong departed, he erupted with criticism towards Yang Yi. "Brother, show him some color." Wang Jun could no longer tolerate it. Yang Yi remained silent, smoothing out the rice paper and pressing it down with a weight, dipping his brush into the inkstone before beginning to write. All eyes in the room turned towards him, some anticipating a spectacle of failure from Yang Yi, while others awaited a farcical moment for Wang Jianzhou. Is he writing in the slender gold script as well? What exquisite characters! Old Wang has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. He deserves it. After today, his reputation will certainly suffer a significant blow. Wang Jianzhou's countenance darkened significantly. Before Yang Yi could finish, he excused himself, citing discomfort and apologizing profusely. Rongbyo Zai, eager to rid itself of this unwelcome presence, offered no words of persuasion, promptly ushering him out. The manager felt a sense of delight, as the event unexpectedly yielded two exceptional pieces, if no more remarkable individuals appeared. The first prize for this occasion would undoubtedly belong to this artwork. Such a refined, slender gold script was a rarity. It bore an ancient charm that made it hard to fathom that it was crafted by a youth. Witnessing Yang Yi's calligraphy, one student felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. The age difference was minimal, yet the level of calligraphic mastery displayed was beyond what he could hope to achieve in just 3 to 5 years. "Brother, you truly astonish me," Wang Jun exclaimed exaggeratedly. He made sure to capture the artwork with his phone, sending it immediately to Chun Haowen, who was far away in Jiangzhou. Upon seeing it, Chun Haowen was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping, and he promptly forwarded the message to his mentor, Mr. Qi. Upon reviewing it, Mr. Qi was almost resolute in his decision to take Yang Yi as a disciple. "If you teach him within a decade, he may surpass you," Chun Haowen remarked to Mr. Qi. Indeed, Yang Yi's capacity for comprehension is exceptionally strong, significantly attributed to his temperament. He is a person who can settle down and learn. For someone of his age to have self-taught to such a level is remarkable. Perhaps the notion of surpassing me in 10 years is somewhat conservative. Mr. Qi's high praise left Chun Haowen astounded. Chapter 65, The Prize. Having witnessed Yang Yi's calligraphy, the invited calligraphers could not help but wonder if this young man was perhaps a peer. They were unsure of his credentials, but today felt somewhat embarrassing for them. Their sentiments were understandable. After all, they had been invited as experts and judges, only to be overshadowed by a participant. How distressing. They speculated about his lineage. An elderly calligrapher murmured quietly, unable to contain his curiosity. For many seasoned artists, the lineage of one's craft holds significant importance. In their era, whatever skill one pursued, the connections to one's school of thought were highly regarded, and encountering someone more skilled would invariably lead to speculation about the source of their abilities. In the realm of the slender gold script, only a handful of individuals are renowned domestically, as remarked by a companion nearby. Recalling the multitude of calligraphers who have ventured into this style, it becomes evident that only a select few have achieved true distinction, largely due to the inherent difficulty of capturing the essence of this particular form. This friend candidly admitted that he felt unqualified to critique the work presented. However, since he had been invited by Rongbyo Zai to serve as a judge, he felt compelled to offer a few remarks. He observed that this individual wielded the brush with a fluidity and swiftness, the strokes exhibiting a lean vigor, slender yet not devoid of substance. The transitions in the script clearly demonstrated the nuances of hidden and exposed strokes, a dexterity that I find challenging to replicate. I encourage diligent practice, for achieving the status of a master calligrapher is not beyond reach. A fellow calligrapher bestowed high praise upon the work, prompting admiration from onlookers directed towards Yang Yi. The discipline required for calligraphy is a true test of perseverance. Attaining the level of mastery that Yang Yi has achieved reflects an extraordinary commitment and dedication that is hard to rival. Indeed, the slender gold script, embodying both slenderness and opulence, conjures an exquisite aroma and essence. Far from the richness of a peony, it resonates more with the delicate resilience of a solitary plum blossom. Withering yet unyielding, each stroke reveals a remarkable significance, appearing unpretentious, even somewhat rustic. Nonetheless, it pulsates with a proud spirit. Perhaps the only element lacking in this friend's work is the refinement that comes with experience, not yet reaching the pinnacle of excellence. However, given your current age, to have arrived at this point is indeed rare. Another calligrapher expressed his astonishment, and soon others chimed in with their opinions, almost universally supportive. Ultimately, they unanimously declared Yang Yi's piece the winner. The manager of Rongbozai expressed great enthusiasm, publicly presenting Yang Yi with a prize, a piece of calligraphy, a relatively obscure couplet among collectibles. "Brother, I truly did not anticipate your calligraphic prowess to be so profound," Wang Jun remarked with a hint of envy. Yang Yi examined the couplet closely. It likely boasted a history of over a century, characterized by a highly refined running script. The absence of signature was not surprising, considering that such pieces are typically affixed to doorways. Who would find amusement in inscribing their name upon it? In ancient times, when one was commissioned to write a couplet, including their name would often lead to rejection. Couplets, also known as inglian, derive their name from the columns of buildings where they were commonly hung, with the term gaining prominence during the Ming Dynasty. This form of literature, rooted in the tradition of peach-wood charms, utilizes the distinctive characteristics of Chinese characters to create a unique national literary style. The harmonious melding of this style with calligraphy has given rise to a splendid artistic innovation within the Chinese cultural tapestry. What is there to admire? Wang Yun Mozuth. Rongbozai appears somewhat stingy, offering a mere couplet as a token. Yang Yi paid no heed to Wang Jun's remarks. The more he examined the couplet, the more he appreciated its depth. The calligraphic skill displayed was indeed remarkable, albeit not easily discernible to the average eye. Furthermore, while the couplet's wording may seem serious, it conveys a sense of humor and wit upon closer reading. According to the manager of Rongbozai, this couplet was acquired recently, primarily due to its commendable calligraphic quality and its rich antiquity, which justified the high price they paid. However, the so-called high price was largely a matter of rhetoric. Upon acquisition, the couplet had only cost a few hundred yuan. However, after their framing and the addition of the Rongbozai trademark, it is not surprising that it exceeds 10,000. Marvelous! Yang Yi quickly discerned the brilliance of this couplet. Wang Jun, on the other hand, found himself perplexed, unable to perceive its charm. Couplets are not rare in the country, and from a rhythmic standpoint, this pair does not stand out as particularly beautiful. He read it carefully. The upper line reads, "Phoenix roams beneath the rice shade, birds take flight." The lower line states, "Horses traverse by the reed banks." Grass does not grow. Well lies the marvel. He pondered for a while, unable to grasp its essence, feeling an itch of curiosity. It must be said that one often grows more interested in what remains unseen. Curiosity can be a double-edged sword. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it often leads to trouble. Similarly, when a man becomes intrigued by something, he can become obsessed. Yang Yi chuckled, realizing that without knowledge of the couplet's background, its brilliance was indeed elusive. Coincidentally, he had recently perused countless materials and stumbled upon a story that, upon seeing this couplet, he was convinced must be true. This couplet is a clever insult. Upon reflection, it is quite amusing, Yang Yi remarked to him. Their voices were not deliberately hushed, and those around could hear. Like Wang Jun, the others were equally curious about Yang Yi's insights, leading a throng to delve into contemplation. An insulting couplet? Not a single vulgar word is present. Perhaps this is the profound nature of Chinese civilization. Historically, such playful couplets have never been lacking. Couplets have long been regarded by many as a form of literary game. Though this is a bias, it also highlights the playful nature of couplets. Since couplets strive for symmetry, the more meticulously crafted and cleverly composed they are, the better. This involves both literary creation and elements of cognitive and linguistic play. If the focus solely rests on precision and cleverness, it devolves into a mere contest of linguistic prowess and intellectual acumen. In fact, there are numerous couplets crafted purely for amusement and wit, often relying on the unique characteristics of Chinese characters, sound, form, and meaning, employing various rhetorical devices and ingenious structures. Thus, when Yang Yi declared this to be an insulting couplet, no one displayed disbelief. You might also consider the author of this couplet, Yang Yi suggested. Within Rongbozai, there are indeed masters of appraisal. One elder, examining the couplet, was nearly certain it was an artifact from the Qing dynasty. In that era, Many were adept at crafting couplets, yet the most renowned was Ji Xiaolan. Ji Xiaolan? He speculated. Chapter 66. Discovering Treasures at Rongbo Ozai. At this revelation, many seemed to find clarity. A knowledgeable connoisseur appeared to have an epiphany, gazing at the couplet with growing enthusiasm. Young friend, is this treasure for sale? He hastily inquired. Others were even more astonished. Even if they suspected it was Ji Xiaolan's work, there was no evidence. Was there need to be so hasty? What if they were mistaken? Wang Jun turned to Yang Yi, saying, "Brother, stop teasing us." Yang Yi, with a resigned smile, replied, "Indeed, it is the work of Ji Xiaolan. Do not be anxious. Dear friend, if you wish to discuss this couplet, we must step away from here." Upon hearing this, everyone smiled kindly. Indeed, this couplet was a prize bestowed upon Yang Yi by the renowned Rongbo Zai, and to pass it along before even leaving the store seemed rather disrespectful. Furthermore, it was rather embarrassing for Rongbo Ozai to have overlooked such a valuable piece right in front of them. The manager of Rongbo Ozai wore a wry smile, realizing that even they could err, such news would not bode well for their reputation. It must be said, however, that Rongbo Ozai remains esteemed. Their generosity was evident in presenting a work of Ji Xiaolan. Yang Yi's remarks significantly improved the manager's demeanor. Although many were aware that this couplet was a result of Rongbo Ozai's oversight, Yang Yi's words lent them a sense of dignity, suggesting their lavishness in presenting Ji Xiaolan's work as a prize. The manager, with remarkable composure, accepted the compliment, stating that this event was of considerable importance to their establishment and that showcasing Ji Xiaolan's masterpiece was intended to encourage the promotion of calligraphy. Wang Jun marveled internally at the manager's eloquence. He then invited Mr. Yang Yi to enlighten everyone about the wonders of this piece. Yang Yi humbly responded, expressing his intent to share a few thoughts and requested corrections if he were to err. He subsequently recounted a tale about Ji Xiaolan in the realm of couplets. Ji Xiaolan is truly unparalleled, and the stories of his couplet exchanges circulate widely, both true and false. Legend has it that in Ji Xiaolan's hometown of Hejian County, there exists a grand Buddhist temple, presided over by a venerable master with a frosty demeanor. The master, admiring Ji Xiaolan's renown, offered tea and incense with great courtesy, presenting a portrait of himself and requesting a poem as a memento. Unable to refuse, Xiaolan took up his brush and inscribed, "With spirit bright and dignified appearance, amidst blackness, a white beard, a tortoise and crane heralding auspiciousness." The master, upon reading this, felt as if he had discovered a treasure. He then requested Xiaolan to compose a couplet for a newly constructed meditation room. Inspired, Xiaolan swiftly wrote, "The phoenix flits beneath the grain shade, the bird takes flight. The horse traverses the reeds, where grass does not grow." The master was overjoyed and had it exquisitely mounted for display in the main hall. Years later, a man, originally from Hejian and later derided by Ji Xiaolan as a northern official with southern traits, returned to his hometown to pay respects at the gravesite and, passing through the grand temple, entered to pray. Upon seeing the couplet penned by Ji Xiaolan, he could not help but laugh heartily. The master, bewildered, inquired about the reason for his amusement. The official explained, "This is Ji Xiaolan mocking you." "Mocking me?" The master, still perplexed, could not comprehend. His knowledge was rather modest, lacking any literary prowess. The official felt compelled to elucidate. The phrase, "the phoenix flits beneath the grain shade, the bird takes flight," leaves behind the character which denotes baldness. Meanwhile, "the horse traverses the reeds, where grass does not grow," suggests the character and adding it to the side of produces Thus combined, is it not an insult implying you are a bald donkey? Upon hearing this, the master finally grasped the meaning, his anger flaring as he commanded a young monk to immediately remove and burn the couplet. He then recalled Ji Xiaolan's inscription on his portrait and suspected it too bore ill tidings, hastily retrieving it for the official's inspection. The official, upon seeing it, laughed even more heartily. Could it be yet another insult directed at me? Zen Master Jinshin inquired eagerly. The minister of the Central Secretariat suppressed his laughter and replied, "These 4 lines were originally words of praise. However, if you read them solely by their initial characters, would it not indeed amount to an insult? Calling you an old tortoise?" This remark rendered Master Jinshin infuriated, causing him to tear the portrait to shreds and set it ablaze. It is worth noting that in ancient times, the character for phoenix contained within it the character for bird in traditional form. Yang, he pointed out. "Ah, now I understand," someone exclaimed in sudden realization. Although the couplet bore no signature, this story undoubtedly enhanced the value of the artwork significantly. Judging solely from the calligraphy, is by no means inferior. Upon reflection, it seems improbable that it could be. In ancient times, calligraphy was a crucial criterion for assessing an official's merit. It was nearly impossible for a civil servant to rise without possessing commendable handwriting. Moreover, considering the talents of Ji Xiaolan, who was favored by the emperor, how could his calligraphy be anything but exceptional? The manager of Rongbo's eyes sparkled, and he surprisingly broke into a smile. Unknown to all, besides this couplet, they had also acquired another couplet mentioned in the story. The other piece, alongside the couplet, featured a portrait, albeit the artistry was not particularly impressive. Consequently, it did not attract the attention of their appraisers, allowing Yang Yi to seize the opportunity unnoticed. Among those present were quite a few astute individuals, and upon noticing the manager's expression, they began to suspect something was amiss. Manager Wei, that piece with the portrait must also be part of your esteemed collection, correct? Someone ventured cautiously. Ha! Indeed. The crowd transitioned from surprise to joy, and Wang Jun immediately conferred with the manager of Rongbo Zai, eager to purchase it. Yang Yi, however, retained firm control over the piece in his possession. Observing this, the others felt disheartened. It seemed there would be no share for them. Given the circumstances, they decided to let Wang Jun succeed, as the other half had already been claimed by him. Even if they managed to obtain the piece from Rongbo Zai, it would not be complete. Thank you all for your understanding. Wang Jun graciously acknowledged the crowd. Although Rongbo Zai is a place of elegance, being a commercial establishment, profit remains paramount. Thus, Wang Jun did not gain any undue advantage. Yang Yi remained nonchalant, allowing Wang Jun to take the prize without uttering a word. What could he say? He still owed this fellow a considerable sum. It was quite favorable that the couplet could offset 100,000 yuan. Chapter 67. The Conspiracy Strikes. What Yang Yi and Wang Jun did not anticipate was that this scene had caught the eye of Schemer. As they departed from Rongbo Zai, an individual followed closely behind. Did they stumble upon another treasure? Li Jian frowned. Upon hearing this news, his mood soured significantly. That very day, when Yang Yi visited his uncle alongside Miao Fei, intending to procure a valuable artifact from Li Buoxiong for auction, he had begun to scrutinize Yang Yi's every move. As he had suspected, Yang Yi and that Wang Jun were indeed kindred spirits, inseparable like flies drawn to dung. The two individuals were not to his liking, prompting him to discreetly assign someone to follow them, hoping to glean insights into their activities and seize an opportunity to undermine them. However, he was taken aback by the disconcerting news he received. Yang Yi's talents were unexpectedly impressive. His calligraphy astounded those present, a revelation he had not anticipated. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Aside from his calligraphy, the lad's expertise in appraising antiques was also remarkable. He had conducted a clandestine investigation into Yang Yi's background, but the information gleaned was scant. One detail piqued his interest. Yang Yi had been forcibly expelled from school. Ultimately, Yang Yi's fortunate discovery at Rongbo Zai was certainly not what he wished to witness. The more attention the young man garnered, the more challenging it became to deal with him. The elderly figure, Mr. Hong, who had appeared midway through, was not someone he could easily offend. Curiously, that old fellow seemed to hold Yang Yi in high regard. Contemplating these matters, he felt a twinge of headache. Indeed, however, I inquired, and it appears the value of that item is merely around 1 or 200,000. Not overly significant. The person shadowing Yang Yi reported back. As he watched Yang Yi gradually vanish from sight, he dared not follow too closely, fearing exposure. Well, that is reassuring. Li Jian casually dismissed the matter, yet his mind was not as untroubled as he pretended. The item's value was of little consequence. What mattered was that this incident could greatly enhance Yang Yi's reputation within the antique community. Subsequently, he issued orders for the next phase of action. These were all part of a premeditated plan. If you oppose me, I shall tarnish your reputation, and let us see how you continue to navigate this world. By afternoon, Yang Yi and Wang Jun continued their exploration of renowned shops. After exiting Rongbo Zai, they refrained from making any further purchases, resulting in no acquisitions. The atmosphere at Panjiayuan was far more engaging, Wang Jun remarked. The chances of discovering hidden treasures in these establishments were exceedingly slim. The shopkeepers were often more astute than the buyers. Simply avoiding being taken advantage of was already a stroke of luck. Consider it a lesson learned. Yang Yi was unfazed. Although he did not make any purchases, he found value in witnessing a variety of treasures. At this moment, what he lacked most was practical research on various antiques. The piece he had just observed was an exceptionally rare example of Dotsai porcelain. It was said that the shopkeeper had acquired it for a mere few dozen yuan from an elderly farmer, which made Wang Jun envious. Over the past 2 to 3 years, such enviable stories frequently emerged, where individuals lacking knowledge sold precious items for a pittance, leaving outsiders feeling sympathetic on their behalf. Regrettably, I believe that Doucai should belong to a set, Yang Yi remarked. Doucai originated during the Ming Dynasty's Xuanda era, yet genuine pieces are rare. The Doucai from the Changhua period is particularly esteemed, referred to in literature as Chengyao Kai or Qinghua Jinzhuang was. The motifs of Changhua Doucai porcelain are characterized by their simplicity, primarily featuring floral and avian designs. The technique involves outlining the pattern with underglaze blue on a white porcelain body, firing it at high temperatures, and then applying colored glazes to the designated areas according to the pattern's requirements. Furthermore, I believe it should also date back to the Qing dynasty. Yang Yi expressed his opinion. At that moment, the shopkeeper was boasting, and he felt it prudent not to voice any dissent, lest it upset the proprietor. Qing dynasty porcelain. Indeed, I find it hard to believe. The quality of Doucai from the Qing dynasty should not reach such heights. Wang Jun pondered seriously, shaking his head. It's difficult to say. The Qing dynasty certainly produced exquisite pieces. Yang Yi informed Wang Jun overall. The Doucai porcelain from the prosperous era of the Qing dynasty is predominantly characterized by intricate paintings, overcoming the limitations of the earlier Changhua period's single-colored garments and seasonal motifs. The patterns are more pronounced, yet they have lost the delicate and ethereal charm of the Changhua creations. Nevertheless, the imperial kills of Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong also yielded numerous masterpieces that can rival the Doucai of Changhua, featuring larger forms. The imperial kills from Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong produced some imitations of Changhua Doucai, particularly during the Yongzheng period, when artisans could reliably replicate Changhua Doucai. However, most of these imitations bear the rain marks of their own era or are left unmarked, with only a handful bearing Changhua marks. The piece we just examined, does it bear a mark? Yang Yi was naturally equipped with evidence. Wang Jun was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had not noticed the absence of a mark on that Doucai piece. However, he deemed it inconsequential, as not all exquisite porcelain carries a mark. Porcelain, unlike calligraphy or painting, does not always rely on a mark for its significance. Sometimes, the absence of a mark is even preferred by certain collectors. Wang Jun's knowledge was limited. Much of what he knew was merely superficial. To claim he had no understanding at all would be an exaggeration. Yet his grasp of many concepts was quite shallow, earning him the moniker of fool in Jiangzhou. Outsiders, and even some newcomers in the antique circles, often find it difficult to distinguish between Doucai and Funcai. Doucai, also known as Doucai, is a ceramic firing technique characterized by the application of overglazed decoration atop blue and white porcelain, achieved through high-temperature firing of the blue and white base, followed by the application of colored materials and a second firing. The intricate patterns formed by the delicate blue and white and overglazed colors render Doucai a pinnacle of porcelain artistry. In the late Kangxi period, artisans, building upon the creation of enamel porcelain, developed Funcai, which applied color to the red flowers while other motifs were crafted in the same manner as enamel porcelain, resulting in a coarser product. During the Yongzheng period, innovations in form and painting techniques led to Funcai porcelain that was finely crafted, elegantly shaped, and featured soft, harmonious colors. At this juncture, a somewhat clandestine figure approached, stealthily drawing near to Yang Yi and Wang Jun. Gentlemen, would you be interested in viewing a rare treasure? Both Yang Yi and Wang Jun immediately became vigilant upon the sudden appearance of this individual. At a glance, they could surmise his identity and instinctively distance themselves. What treasure? Wang Jun could not help but inquire further. Fear not for your curiosity. Asking will likely hook you, the mysterious figure thought with a sense of glee. As long as you show interest, the rest will be easy. You won't be disappointed. Would you care to take a look? The man teased. Wang Jun exchanged glances with Yang Yi and said, Brother, shall we consider taking a look? Chapter 68. The Mark of the Tomb Robber. Yang Yi felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he shared a sentiment similar to Wang Jun's. They wouldn't engage in any dealings, but it would be worthwhile to see what was presented. Upon observing the man, it was evident he was a seasoned tomb raider. A pair of hands, darkened and faintly exuding an aura of decay, were those accustomed to the touch of coffins. Tomb raiding is an ancient and immoral endeavor, gaining prevalence after the societal upheaval during the spring and autumn periods, which led to a rise in lavish burials. In modern times, however, the constraints of law have rendered the act of unauthorized tomb raiding a criminal offense. Yang Yi noticed a copper seal on the other party's person and was momentarily taken aback. This individual was undoubtedly not ordinary, but rather a descendant of tomb raiders. Yang Yi had encountered a description of that very copper seal in his research. If he was not mistaken, this person before him must be a descendant of the renowned General Fa Qiu from ancient times. This seal, rumored to have been lost during the Ming Dynasty, was thought to signify the decline and even disappearance of the Fa Qiu Tianguan. Unexpectedly, it had come into Yang Yi's possession today. Let us see, he suggested, curiosity piqued by such a capable individual. The treasures they unearthed were likely to be extraordinary. Yang Yi's surmises were not unfounded. Jin Bumming was indeed a descendant of the Fa Qiu Tianguan. In previous generations, the Fa Qiu Tianguan gradually faded from public view, adhering to the wishes of their ancestor. Yet Jin Bumming was unwilling to succumb to obscurity, discontent with a life of frugality. Mastering a multitude of skills, he yearned for more than a mere existence of porridge and simplicity. This sentiment left Yang Yi and Wang Jun perplexed. They had yet to inquire. Yet he preemptively questioned them. What lineage could we possibly have? It is you who raises suspicion, Wang Jun retorted, his expression darkening. Someone is following us, Jin Bumming remarked, his vigilance acute. He had sensed a presence trailing them earlier and was now nearly certain. Those in their profession were always exceedingly cautious. Yang Yi and Wang Jun exchanged incredulous glances. Surely, they cannot be following you? Yang Yi countered. Jin Bumming shook his head, intuition guiding him to believe that the pursuers were not interested in him. How did you find us? Yang Yi presset furter. Suddenly, Jin Bumming's expression shifted. We are being tracked. We must separate. Without waiting for Yang Yi and Wang Jun's response, he scurried away like a mouse, swiftly slipping through the narrow gap between two buildings, disappearing in an instant from their sight. Wang Jun was astonished. How did he manage that? Even a child of 5 or 6 could not fit through that space. Yet that individual had traversed it as if it were an unguarded realm, his speed astonishing. Yang Yi's demeanor turned grave. We should leave. He harbored a modicum of trust in Jin Bumming's words. If he suspected they were being watched, there might indeed be someone tailing them. Just as they turned to depart, the wailing of sirens pierced the air, and 3 police cars appeared before them. Don't move. Crouch down. Several officers rushed forward, apprehending Yang Yi and Wang Jun. Yang Yi noticed not only police, but also journalists who began snapping photos, bombarding them with intrusive questions. Where's the other person? Wang Jun, no pushover, immediately challenged them. Pray tell, what crime have we committed? If a reasonable explanation is not provided, my lawyer will see you in court. He was almost certain that the police had long been keeping an eye on Jin Bumming, and it was merely coincidental that he crossed paths with Yang Yi at such an inopportune moment. However, there was still room for contention. Someone reported that you are colluding with tomb raiders to traffic national relics. Are you satisfied with that reasoning? Speak up. Where has the other person gone? A captain said coldly. Yang Yi realized that the confidence in their words indicated that there was already evidence proving their earlier encounter with Jin Bumming. Thus, he refrained from making excuses. Over there, he left less than 2 minutes ago. However, we were unaware of the situation. It was imperative to deny any involvement. Regardless of whether they possessed photographic or video evidence, it would not reveal what had transpired between Jin Bumming and the other party, rendering it inconclusive. Meeting with a stranger, even if that person is a murderer, can hardly be deemed a crime, Wang Jun concurred. Indeed, that person just mentioned he had a family heirloom he wished to sell to us. The two of them had no significant relationship with Jin Bumming. Hence, it cannot be considered betrayal. Wang Jun made a phone call to make some arrangements, all of which were routine actions that the police had no right to impede. Entering the police station for the first time, Yang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, but Wang Jun was remarkably supportive. They had barely stepped inside when the police, still finalizing their statements, released them. Indeed, as long as the two of them maintained their previous account, the police would be powerless against them. After all, encountering a criminal under circumstances of ignorance did not constitute a crime. All of this felt rather sudden. It's quite coincidental, Wang Jun remarked, frowning. They're almost certain that someone orchestrated this incident. Damn it. I wonder which scoundrel is behind this, Wang Jun swore. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Jun was astounded when Yang Yi recounted the origins of Jin Bumming. A descendant of the Feiqiu lineage? The Feiqiu Tianguan is as renowned as the Magan Shaowei, perhaps even more enigmatic in the world of tomb raiding. Yang Yi remembered how that individual had slipped through a narrow crevice, which must have been their signature skill, the legendary shrinking bone technique. Yang Yi found it hard to believe that such a technique actually existed. Wang Jun was deeply shaken. It was said that mastering the shrinking bone technique was no easy feat, which is why most Fakyu Tianguan were of shorter stature. Although their martial prowess might not be exceptional, their skill in preserving life through this technique was unparalleled. When entering tombs, they would create holes with a Luoyang shovel so small that even a child would struggle to fit through. Yet they could maneuver through them as effortlessly as a prairie dog. Moreover, I noticed he bore the Fakyu seal. He added another compelling piece of evidence. The ancient tomb-raiding sects were traditionally divided into 4 categories: Maganmen, Banshamen, Zealingmen, and Fakyumen, referred to as Magan Shaowei, Banshan Daoren, Shelling Lishur, and Fakyu Tianguan. It was said that Fakyu possessed seals, Magan had charms, Banshan had techniques, and Shelling had armor. I never imagined that the legacy of the Fakyu Tianguan would endure. Wang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 69. The Tree Gnarled Pot. The following day, Wang Jun uncovered who was behind the mischief. In this world, while wealth may not be omnipotent, it certainly has the power to resolve a multitude of issues. By dispersing some money, he quickly obtained a lead. That wretched individual. Wang Jun could not help but feel a surge of anger. Is the Cultural Relic Department indifferent? He furrowed his brow. I fear that the Cultural Relic Department may emerge unexpectedly and create a commotion. Such underground treasures are often claimed by whoever finds them. Yet the Cultural Relic Department asserts them as national heritage, leaving everyone with no choice but to surrender them. Are such instances uncommon? Prior to the discovery of Nanhai No. 1. I had heard that local fishermen often dredged up antiques during their outings. Initially, the Cultural Relic Department did not intervene, and naturally, the finds belonged to the discoverers. However, as the quantity increased significantly, it drew the attention of the Cultural Relic Department, necessitating the submission of all underwater treasures. For now, there seems to be no oversight. It should be fine before they realize what is happening. Miao Fei interjected. In addition to them, numerous antique enthusiasts lingered in the vicinity. Whenever someone unearthed an item, a throng would rush to compete for it, much to the delight of the locals. Thus far, no particularly valuable artifact had surfaced. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the relevant departments had not taken action. If someone were to unearth something of considerable worth, like submerged wood, they would likely be the first to seize the opportunity. Most finds consisted of pottery and bronze wares. Wang Jun examined a few pieces, feeling rather disheartened. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "A Zisha teapot." Instantly, a large crowd surged toward it, for Zisha teapots are relatively valuable. "Wash it for me, let me see," an elderly man called out. The farmer hurriedly cleaned the mud off the teapot and rinsed it in the river. Observing the excitement of the crowd, he thought it must be a precious treasure, and he couldn't help but grin. As a local impoverished household with many children and 2 elderly dependents, he was the sole breadwinner, facing immense pressure. His children needed education, and the elderly had numerous ailments. If this teapot could fetch a good price, it would greatly alleviate his family's burden. Thus, he held high hopes for this teapot and anxiously watched the elderly man. The small, palm-sized teapot revealed its true beauty. Exquisite in craftsmanship. It must be a work by a master, Wang Jun concluded after observing it for a while. The market for Zisha teapots is on the rise, making it a collectible antique. Works by renowned masters are often rare, akin to gems of the earthly realm compared to a mere lump of clay from Yangtze. Zisha teapots generally belong to the realm of literati art, embodying the ancient elegance sought by scholars of yore, much like the literati paintings in Chinese art that blend poetry, calligraphy, painting, and seals into one. Is it valuable? Miao Fei discreetly inquired of Yang Yi. This is a tree gnarled teapot. It appears to be a piece by Gong Chan. Once confirmed, it will undoubtedly be quite valuable. Yang Yi replied succinctly. How peculiar. Who is Gong Chan? Miao Fei expressed her curiosity. Yang Yi smiled slightly, but offered no further explanation. Every object has its admirers and detractors. Appreciation breeds love, while ignorance breeds bewilderment. The tree-gnarled teapot appeared rather rough, seemingly shaped by hand, with fingerprints visible on its surface. Its design mimicked a tree-gnarled form, with an uneven surface etched with bark-like patterns, and the entire teapot presented a dark chestnut hue. Regarding the matter of Miao Fei's inquiry about Gong Chan, he was indeed a figure from the Ming dynasty, originally nothing more than a household servant of a prominent official with the surname Wu. Legend has it that while serving his master, Wu Yishan, at the Jinhua Temple, Gong Chan observed an elderly monk who possessed exceptional skill in crafting teapots. Intrigued, he secretly apprenticed himself to the monk, utilizing the gnarled surface of a large ginkgo tree nearby as the decorative motif for his teapots. Lacking proper tools, he resorted to using a teaspoon to hollow out the body and shape the surface with his fingers. Consequently, the teapots he produced bore the subtle imprint of his fingertips, lending them an ancient charm reminiscent of artifacts from the three dynasties. The elderly monk was visibly moved, his hands trembling with excitement. Young, he could comprehend the significance. If indeed these were Gongchun-s ginkgo teapots, they would undoubtedly be treasures of unparalleled rarity. In contemporary times, Gongchun-s ginkgo teapots remain mere folklore, with no authentic examples having been verified. After listening to Yang E's elucidation, Miao Fei inquired once more, "Has this teapot ever been uncovered? If that were the case, she would certainly strive to acquire it for auction. Certain it would cause a sensation. Such singular items have always captivated the public's attention." However, Yang Yi remarked that it had not been confirmed that the teapot in question was indeed Gongchun-s ginkgo creation, noting that during the Republic of China era, imitations had already emerged. Furthermore, Zhang Shu, who did not claim to be a connoisseur of ceramic teapots, had encountered numerous sand pots throughout his life, but lamented that he had never laid eyes upon a Gongchun teapot. He even expressed wistfully that such a gem no longer existed in the world. This illustrates that the legendary Gongchun teapot remains an enigma, unverified to this day. Is this truly the genuine ginkgo teapot of Gongchun? Someone could not resist asking. Given this possibility, the teapot would indeed be of considerable worth and exceptional collectability. Upon hearing this, Miao Fei's fervent enthusiasm gradually waned. Zhang Shu glanced at the farmer and proposed, "How about I buy it for 430,000? Upon hearing this, the others lost their competitive spirit. 400,000 was already the market's highest bid, and with Zhang Shu offering 430,000, it was clear he was intent on securing the item, prompting others to discreetly withdraw. In Chapter 70, titled Jade Brush Washer, the farmer, upon hearing the offer, readily nodded, fearing that Zhang Shu might change his mind. With this sum, all difficulties at home would be resolved, and their lives would be significantly transformed, at least for families like theirs in the countryside who were not exceedingly impoverished. The others, witnessing their fellow villager unearth such a treasure worth over 400,000, were envious and redoubled their efforts, determined to overturn the riverbank in pursuit of fortune. The farmer swiftly completed the transaction with Zhang Shu and, feeling a twinge of guilt, hurriedly departed from the scene. At that moment, not far from where Miao Fei and her companion stood, a worker unearthed something as well. Clutching an object resembling a shell, he washed it clean with water, revealing it to be a piece of intricately carved jade that was immediately appealing to the eye. "What is this?" Miao Fei inquired as she took it into her hands. Yang Yi glanced at the worker, noticing a glint of shrewdness in the man's eyes. He explained, "This appears to be a brush washer, quite rare, sculpted from medium-grade white jade. The brush washer is a traditional Han Chinese craft, belonging to the category of writing essentials alongside the four treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This exquisite vessel is designed to hold water for washing brushes and is cherished for its clever form, diverse types, and elegant beauty. Many of the surviving brush washers are regarded as artistic treasures. They are crafted from various precious materials, including porcelain, jade, agate, enamel, ivory, and rhino horn. Among these, porcelain brush washers are the most common, with Wang Jun noting that they're the most prevalent historical examples. The earliest known pieces date back to the 5 renowned kills of the Song dynasty. These porcelain brush washers typically feature an open design with a shallow belly, showcasing a variety of shapes, including floral, fruit, fish, and animal motifs. Jade brush washers rank second in quantity, distinguished by their uniqueness. No two are identical. He gazed at the brush washer with a hint of admiration, though he felt reluctant to seize it from Miao Fei's possession. Despite her lack of expertise, it was customary to refrain from interference. The shapes of brush washers throughout history are predominantly flat and round, adorned with intricate patterns and symbolic figures, conveying themes of wealth and auspiciousness or exuding elegance and solemnity, thus providing aesthetic enjoyment and inspiration. Yang Yi remarked that jade brush washers possess a higher level of visual appeal, thanks to the sophisticated traditional jade carving techniques and the artisan's elevated artistic sensibilities. Jade pieces are considered rare treasures, with each brush washer intricately carved to surpass mere functionality. Agate also offers notable examples. I once encountered a magnificent agate peach-shaped brush washer, skillfully carved with the red section resembling a peach pit and the white part depicting a bat. Wang Jun continued Yang Yi's sentiment. mentioning an ivory piece owned by Elder Chi that was even more extraordinary. Is it the one carved with squirrels and grapes? Someone inquired, clearly familiar with Elder Chi's treasure. Indeed, Wang Jun explained to Yang Yi that Elder Chi's brush washer was shaped like a curling grape leaf, with a vine intricately entwined around the basin, adorned with sprawling tendrils. Beneath one leaf lay a cluster of grapes, extending outward, while a blooming rose complemented the scene. Two squirrels were depicted, one voraciously gnawing at a fallen grape, while the other hurried towards it. A dragonfly perched at the edge of the leaf, leisurely observing the entirety of the scene within the washer. Perhaps only the pure white ivory could convey such serene beauty, he mused. Then I truly must witness it next time, Yang Yi chuckled. This shell-shaped brush washer features a carved painting on its surface, which is quite rare. The only drawback is that this white jade is not of the highest quality. More importantly, it has suffered a slight damage, significantly diminishing its value. Yang Yi shifted the conversation back to the brush washer before them. Various brush washers not only boast a rich array of shapes and lively charm, but also exhibit exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike representations. As small artistic pieces, they serve not only practical purposes but also elevate one's spirit and refine one's character. Upon seeing the worker's reaction, he felt a pang of regret. This minor flaw shouldn't matter, right? He inquired. If you don't look closely, it's hardly noticeable. He believed it did not detract from the overall integrity of the piece. Even if it might reduce the price slightly, it shouldn't be drastically devalued. What? Do you doubt it? Ask others. The value should at least be halved. Yang Yi remarked with calmness. The worker glanced at the others and noticed that most of those who had come to collect treasures nodded in agreement, feeling deep regret. Will you sell it for 50,000? Miao Fei inquired. Seizing the moment when the man was distracted, she exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Yi, understanding her intent. Yang Yi discreetly gestured to indicate the approximate worth of the brush washer. The worker, driven by insatiable greed, was unwilling to part with his treasure for a mere 50,000 when he had seen a teapot sell for 300,000 to 400,000. 100,000, he exclaimed, abruptly doubling his offer. Miao Fei shook her head. If it were undamaged, I would indeed consider 100,000, but given that you have marred it slightly, it is no longer worth that price. The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation for over 10 minutes before settling on a price of 82,000. However, just as they were about to finalize the transaction, the worker suddenly reversed his stance, insisting he would not sell for less than 150,000, infuriating Miao Fei. According to the principles of trade, as long as the money and goods had not fully exchanged, the transaction could be cancelled. Yet, in the world of antiques, it was considered a grave offense to backtrack on an agreed price. I haven't even taken your money. How can this be? The worker argued weakly. Do you understand the rules? Before Yang Yi could respond, Wang Jun began to voice his displeasure. Guo Jinxian chuckled, dismissing Wang Jun's words. Have I even spoken? Am I not allowed to move? Asked that worker. Did I prevent him from selling to you? The worker, cunning in his own right, chimed in, no. I just suddenly felt it was a loss. Very well, if that is the case, so be it. Miao Fei was exceedingly vexed, feeling played by a mere worker. Nevertheless, it was not an exceptionally valuable item, and it seemed unworthy to argue with a laborer, which would only diminish its worth. The worker slung his hoe over his shoulder and followed Guo Jinxian away. As others observed, they shook their heads in disapproval of the actions of Guo Jinxian and the worker, deeming their character truly despicable. While it was understandable for the worker, lacking education and driven by profit, Guo Jinxian, as an insider, blatantly disregarding established norms, made him detested by his peers. This fellow attracts disdain wherever he goes, someone remarked. Indeed, he behaves as if he were one of them. Why doesn't he just leave for Korea? Another commented, likening him to his master, labeling him a traitor. Amidst the collective scorn, Yang Yi discreetly uncovered a palm-sized, mud-filled bowl for where the worker had been excavating, casting it into his bag without a second glance. Chapter 71, An Unexpected Turn. If only that man had dug a bit deeper, it would have been better, a young man lamented, unable to contain his thoughts. While some antique enthusiasts remained silent, they did not share this sentiment. True connoisseurs of antiques possess a unique affection for these relics. And even if an item does not belong to them, they wish for its preservation. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Yang Yi and the others turned to look, momentarily taken aback and slow to react. They beheld the worker sprawled on the ground, seemingly searching for something in desperation. Though the distance was considerable, it was easy to surmise that the jade brush washer had likely been shattered. Upon observing the expression of that individual, it became evident that he was indifferent to the extent of his fall, What truly pained him was the loss of that exquisite jade brush washer. A treasure worth over 100,000. Could this be deemed poetic justice? Wang Jun foolishly muttered. Will they actually come to blows? Someone inquired. In the distance, Guo Jinxian was already embroiled in a heated argument with the worker, the situation ripe for escalation. The onlookers showed no inclination to intervene, harboring little fondness for either party. However, Miao Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A piece of antiquity had shattered. She lacked the elevated moral clarity of others. After all, it was merely a valuable object, and since it was not her loss, witnessing the discontent of those two individuals was a source of joy. She mused that even if she were to part with 20 or 30,000, she might gladly do so. Deserved retribution, Miao Fei exclaimed gleefully. Is there a spectacle worth witnessing? Are you joining? No sooner had she spoken than Wang Jun, disregarding Yang, Yi, and the others' decisions, boldly strode forward. Eager to witness Guo Jinshuan's humiliation, nothing was more delightful than the misfortune of those one disdains. The crowd swelled, and Guo Jinshuan's countenance darkened further. Damn it! I didn't push you, and now you seek justice for me? I wish ill upon you. Guo Jinxian shouted vehemently. This construction worker had the audacity to demand 5,000 for a heap of shattered fragments. He wouldn't accept even 500. In such a state, what utility remained? An artifact's integrity is paramount. Any defect drastically diminishes its worth. A piece reduced to such ruin, even if restored, would find few collectors. Earlier, he had admired the brush washer's intricate craftsmanship and ingenious design, noting that the skin treatment employed was a common technique in jade production since the Yuan and Ming dynasties. The cross-section exhibited a rugged chisel work with sharp edges. And overall, the carving technique and style suggested it was a masterpiece of Ming dynasty scholarly implements. In truth, Ming dynasty jade artifacts can be categorized into two primary types. Decorative pieces, practical vessels, and certain adornments tended to be robust and stable, with thicker walls and simpler decorative methods. The carvings were often coarse, with deep, incised lines which, although bold and vibrant, lacked refinement, earning the nickname coarse and grand Ming. The motifs and decorative techniques of jade artifacts in the early stages were influenced by courtly floral and avian paintings, textiles, and various craft forms, popularizing designs of flowering branches. Take, for instance, the shell-shaped jade brush washer. Its exterior was adorned with a beautifully carved scene of fish frolicking in water. Guo Jinxian had primarily noted that the shelled jade brush washer utilized a three-level tao technique, a skill not unique to any single jade sculptor. Yet few truly mastered its essence. He speculated that the brush washer was a work of Wang Xiaoxi, a craftsman from Suzhou during the Ming dynasty, known for his robust and vigorous jade carving techniques, employing the three-layer Tadao method with exceptional finesse, especially in the carving of agate and jade. Though it is shattered, it should still possess half its value. I beg of you. I do not even seek half. 5,000 will suffice, the laborer lamented, his tone pitiful. However, the crowd regarded his plea as utterly shameless. To claim that such a fragmented piece could still hold half its value was indeed a testament to the ignorance of an outsider. Earlier, I assisted you and didn't even demand 80,000. You must purchase this treasure for 50,000, the worker insisted. Get lost, what Jinxian exclaimed, his fury akin to thunder, thoroughly vexed by the worker's persistence. He had always looked down upon these impoverished individuals from the lower echelons of society. If one did not receive a brick to the head, they were merely fortunate. Ha! That fellow is in trouble. Wang Jun chuckled secretly, seemingly delighted by another's misfortune. Indeed, his own happiness was built upon the suffering of others. What a pity, Yang Yi remarked. He had misjudged earlier. The jade pen wash was of excellent quality. If not the finest grade, it was certainly close. What's wrong? Miao Fei asked, perplexed. I misjudged. The jade is truly remarkable, classified as high-grade white jade. Initially, I did not scrutinize the surface, which was oxidized. Yang Yi unabashedly admitted his earlier oversight. The most prominent characteristic was the heavy staining, adorned with ice patterns. These were formed from the crystalline minerals that leach out of ancient jade buried for eons. Miao Fei, knowledgeable about jade, could discern the quality of the fragments. She understood that the jade, having lain underground for a long time, had undergone erosion from certain elements in the soil, allowing a minimal amount of mineral molecules to migrate to the surface, creating secondary crystalline spots in various forms: granular, powdery, needle-like, and star-shaped. The presence of ice patterns on ancient jade was not necessarily detrimental. Such features possessed a sandy texture, some resembling streaks of ice. while others evoked memories of a starry night sky, instilling a sense of aesthetic pleasure. At most, it would fetch around 200,000, Meow, Faye stated calmly. Clearly, she still held a grudge against the worker's previous actions. After the destruction, all would lose out. This was karma. As the worker attempted to tug at his clothing, Guo Jinxian expressed his disdain and kicked out. You think you can afford to dirty my clothes? He shouted. The majority of onlookers remained motionless, merely witnessing the spectacle of two individuals at odds. Although the worker belonged to a marginalized group, he garnered no sympathy. Those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults. As for Guo Jinxian, he was met with even less favor, having just disrupted the conventions of the antique trade, and no one would come to his aid. As tensions escalated toward a physical altercation, villagers from the workers' community rushed forward to intervene, ensuring Guo Jinxian did not leave. After all, they were compatriots, despite their differences. They would unite against outsiders. Do I fear the crowd? Guo Jinxian retorted, immediately placing a call. Got it. This place cannot continue to be a treasure trove. Wang Jun shrugged. Having already alerted the authorities, the notion of clandestine excavations was utterly implausible. For these villagers, detaining Guo Jinxian offered no advantage. Wang Jun was convinced that ultimately, the villagers would vent their frustrations on the worker. Had he not stirred up trouble, they could have quietly prospered. Chapter 72. The Ancient Jun Porcelain Bowl. As Wang Jun had anticipated, the area was swiftly taken over by the government. With personnel from the Municipal Cultural Relics Department dispatched for professional excavation of the riverbank. The farmers were expelled, and antique aficionados like Yang Yi were politely escorted away. After all, many antique enthusiasts possess a certain level of capital, and some individuals wield considerable influence and wealth, making it daunting for employees of the Cultural Relics Department to offend them. Regrettably, there are likely many treasures still undiscovered. Miao Fei lamented. Based on conjectures, it is highly probable that an ancient merchant vessel sank nearby, scattering numerous artifacts that were subsequently lost in the river. Over time, these items became buried beneath the riverbanks due to sedimentation. Had I known this would be the outcome, it would have been better to remain in the capital. Wang Jun remarked. Upon returning, they had not acquired a single item, rendering their efforts fruitless. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yang Yi had discreetly collected a porcelain bowl, which remained remarkably intact. In light of the development of the auction house and the forthcoming auction, Miao was profoundly invested, and Yang Yi fully understood her concerns. He nodded in agreement, stating, I am at your service. The next auction was approximately 20 days away, and they had to finalize all preparations within the next 15 days, leaving the remaining days for promotion and auction preparations. However, due to the absence of a significant centerpiece item, it was no wonder Miao was so anxious. According to her plan, she needed to locate a treasure valued in the tens of millions. While such treasures abound, extracting them for auction proved to be quite the challenge. What were we looking for? Yang Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. He did not decline her request, as he was inclined to assist those with whom he shared a good rapport. It required little effort, and as long as he had the time, all could be arranged. Subsequently, Yin Jinghui informed Yang Yi that a Z and Luo Xiaoyu would also be attending. To this, Yang Yi could only respond with a warm welcome. After hanging up, Yin Jinghui promptly reached out to a Z and the others to share the joyous news. In recent days, they had maintained contact, each contributing a modest sum of money, eager to collaborate with Yang Yi for a shared meal. Although Zhou Xiong felt somewhat uncomfortable, he endured it for the sake of improving his circumstances and earning more money. It was then that Yang Yi retrieved the mud-caked porcelain bowl from his bag, intent on cleaning it thoroughly. The cleaning and maintenance of ancient porcelain are of utmost importance, especially for rare ceramic pieces of considerable age, requiring a meticulous approach and specific techniques during the washing and restoration process. Ordinary stains and soil can be soaked in a diluted alkaline solution, adjusting the concentration and duration based on the severity of the stains. After soaking, a brush made of pig bristles or nylon dipped in soap or detergent should be used gently, followed by rinsing with warm water until the stains are fully removed. In cases where the porcelain has been submerged for an extended period, resulting in water stains, it may be necessary to soak it in an acidic solution for several days. For thicker water stains, a bamboo stick may be employed to scrape them away. If dealing with pastel-colored porcelain that contains a significant amount of lead, a phenomenon known as lead leaching may occur, which can be remedied by gently wiping with cotton soaked in diluted nitric acid, followed by rinsing with clean water. Finally, for porcelain exhibiting cracks or fissures, a cotton swab dipped in diluted nitric acid can be utilized for restoration. Yang Yi began by rinsing the surface mud with clean water, revealing a stunning porcelain bowl before his eyes. Yun porcelain, he mused, studying it intently and confidently affirming that it was indeed the renowned June porcelain. The porcelain bowl presents a delightful duality of colors. A resplendent sky blue envelopes the surface, interspersed with vibrant splashes of fiery red. At first glance, it resembles a cerulean sky adorned with clusters of flaming clouds, a truly captivating sight. Beautiful, Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Originating in the Eastern Han Dynasty, June porcelain ranks among the 5 renowned kilns of the Song Dynasty and is a treasured artifact of Han Chinese ceramic craftsmanship, often referred to as a national treasure. Celebrated for its unique kiln transformation artistry, it is famously said that gold is valuable, but June is priceless, and possessing a piece of June porcelain surpasses having a fortune. This exquisite porcelain, distinguished by its archaic forms, masterful craftsmanship, intricate glazes, and a miraculous transformation from uniformity in the kiln to a kaleidoscope of colors upon emergence, features endless patterns and hues reminiscent of scenic landscapes, clouds, mist, and diverse flora and fauna. It is hailed as the pinnacle of China's 5 famous porcelains. From the bowl before him, one can glimpse the enchantment of June porcelain. In the Song Dynasty, color was a rare commodity, particularly in ceramics. Achieving naturally occurring patterns and hues during firing was nearly impossible. Thus, upon its inception, June porcelain garnered admiration across all social strata. A meticulous examination of the bowl reveals its fine, dense body, producing a crisp, melodious sound when tapped, akin to metal. Its glaze radiates a lustrous brilliance, rich in colors, exuding both antiquity and elegance, unparalleled in its vibrancy. It is no wonder that ancient poets likened the glazes of June porcelain to the freshness of spring waters, the brilliance of dawn, and the ethereal beauty of mountain mists, capturing the subtle elegance of its kiln transformations. This treasure, if brought to auction, would undoubtedly serve as the piece de resistance, Yang Yi mused. Indeed, such a flawless porcelain bowl evokes immediate awe, and once it graces the public eye, is certain to incite a fierce bidding war, with millions not being an insurmountable figure. After studying it for some time, he carefully set it down and ventured out to procure professional cleaning agents to further cleanse the bowl. Chapter 73, Small Crafts. The following day, he was indeed sought after by Yan Jinghui and his companions. Not having heard any summons from General Miao, he decided to accompany them. In truth, Yang Yi also harbored a sense of fortune, as he was in need of money. Are you not working? Yang Yi inquired of Luo Xiaoyu. This time, Zhou Xiong likely held some reservations, hence he did not join them. Besides Yan Jinghui, there were 3 others, his girlfriend, Azi, and Luo Xiaoyu, making a total of 4. Luo Xiaoyu blushed slightly. I took a leave. How could she miss such an opportunity to earn? While she did not fantasize about becoming wealthy overnight, if Yang Yi could help her earn a few thousand, her next few months would be much more comfortable, freeing her from worries over trivial expenses like cosmetics. You all didn't take leave, did you? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Seeing Yan Jinghui nod, he discreetly wiped his brow. Yang Yi chuckled. I cannot guarantee success, but fortune favors the prepared. You may observe first, and when you find something you desire to purchase, feel free to consult me for guidance. On their journey, Yang Yi reiterated the crucial points they should be mindful of, cautioning them not to remain oblivious, lest they find themselves embroiled in disputes with the vendors. Is this all part of the unwritten rules of your antique trade? Inquired Yan Jinghui. Pretty much. There are indeed many regulations, but you mainly need to focus on what I just mentioned, Yang Yi replied. The group soon arrived at the antique street, where the vendors were sparse, and genuine antique sellers were even fewer, congregating in small clusters. Patrons were remarkably scarce. Only a handful of pedestrians meandered about, and those who approached to make purchases were as rare as pandas. Are we too early? Yan Jinghui asked. Not exactly. The antique market in Jiangzhou City is generally like this. It isn't particularly bustling. The vendors you see are mostly regulars. Yang Yi chuckled. In comparison to the bustling markets of Panjiayuan and Lulikang in the capital, the difference was stark. People often exhibit fleeting enthusiasm for new experiences. Initially, Yan Jinghui and the others were quite intrigued by the antique stalls. However, after browsing 2 or 3 small stands, their excitement began to wane. Ultimately, only Yang Yi and Yan Jinghui remained engaged. Azi had found several items, but upon seeking Yang Yi's opinion, all were dismissed. So far, none had made a significant find. The 3 women decided to explore other stalls, embodying the quintessential fleeting enthusiasm, soon realizing that antiquing could be rather tedious. It's so difficult. After all this time, we haven't discovered a single genuine piece, Aziz lamented. The three women paused beneath a banyan tree, beside a young woman selling a variety of hats. They appeared revitalized, eagerly scrutinizing the hats, spending more time on a single hat than Yang he had on antiques. At that moment, a woman passed by, balancing a load on her shoulders, one side adorned with small crafts, the other with potted plants. She stopped beneath the banyan tree, set down her load, took a sip of water, and rested for a bit. Are these items appealing? Xiao Hui suddenly asked, pointing to three objects strung together with red thread. One was a monkey holding a cluster of grapes, exquisitely carved. Another depicted the 8 immortals crossing the sea, showcasing 8 figures intricately crafted from thumb-sized material. The last was shaped like a vase, its surface adorned with a riot of flowers. Such fine craftsmanship, Aziz exclaimed, picking one up with admiration. Shall we buy them? One for each of you, Xiao Hui suggested. They're quite affordable, only 10 yuan each. Thus, the three women each acquired one, delighting the vendor, who had not expected to make a sale merely by pausing for a drink. Earning 30 yuan was quite a windfall. She typically earned only a couple of hundred a day, and during slow times, as little as several dozen yuan. I'll give you 3 red threads. They could be strung together, the woman quickly offered, assisting in tying them together with a charming butterfly knot. After the exchange of money and goods, the vendor resumed her journey, planning to seek out busier areas, such as near the university. These quaint little crafts and miniature potted plants have garnered quite a liking among the students. In addition to 3 trinkets, each of the 3 girls selected a hat, spending several dozen yuan. Is it merely meant to be hung around the neck? Aziz suddenly remarked, feeling a touch of childishness. If one fears mockery, it could also be worn on the wrist. Xiao Hui observed someone binding copper coins around their ankle. In truth, this carries significant meaning. For instance, binding a copper coin to one's foot symbolizes progress. In the eyes of feng shui masters, ancient copper coins are considered talismans. They perceive the coin's shape, outer circle, inner square, and hollow center, as reflecting the traditional belief that heaven is round and earth is square. The emperor's reign name inscribed in the center signifies humanity. With heaven, earth, and humanity united, extraordinary spiritual power emerges. When a girl ties a red string around her left ankle, it wards off malevolent spirits. The elders say that walking at night with a red string on the left foot shields one from ghosts. Conversely, tying it on the right foot signifies an anticipation of true love, implying she may be awaiting a companion for life. Wearing it on the body feels rather peculiar to the girls. If it were jewelry, it would be different. Suddenly, Aziz, Xiao Hui, and Luo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of regret. Oh well, it was only a 10 yuan item. Luo Xiaoyu dismissed the thought. They were uncertain how the others fared. Let us hurry over. Aziz noted the time. It had been 2 hours since they arrived at the antique street, and they had yet to find anything. Perhaps Xiao Fei's dreams will be dashed. In Chapter 74, The Rouge Box, observing Yang Yi and Yin Jinghui, the vendor felt somewhat helpless. After much effort, 2 customers had finally arrived, and naturally, he greeted them warmly. However, he presumed that these young individuals would be easy to manage, believing them to be unversed in antiques, and that their value would be evident upon his explanation. Yet, the situation exceeded his expectations. One of the young men appeared completely uninformed, glancing at everything with curiosity, often exchanging glances with his companion, as if he were aware of the underlying dynamics. The other young man seemed to possess a modicum of knowledge, albeit superficial. He appeared uncertain about everything he observed. Indeed, every time Yang Yi saw Yin Jingwei pick up an item and signal to him, he would take a look. But most were merely newly manufactured items, made to seem antiquated, lacking value. Thus, from the beginning until now, he had consistently shaken his head. Gentlemen, have you yet found anything suitable? The vendor asked with a rueful smile. The antique business has become increasingly challenging. He had been there for a week, but had completed only a handful of transactions, earning merely a few hundred yuan in total. Yin Jingwei felt a bit embarrassed for perusing for so long without making a purchase. He picked up a small trinket that he found somewhat appealing, determined to make a purchase, even if it were not genuine, to support the vendor's business. It was a round box, resembling an ancient pocket watch. Upon opening it, he discovered a small mirror within. How much is this? He inquired. Noticing that Yin Jinghui was making a decision without consulting his companion, the vendor rejoiced and quickly replied, 500, but given that business is quite slow today, I can offer it to you for 350. 350 seemed rather steep to Yin Jinghui, whose salary hovered around 6,000 to 7,000. Every few hundred yuan was significant. With just a few more hundred, he could acquire a new smartphone. The market today offered a plethora of options, with models exceeding 1,000 yuan capable of delivering commendable performance, while those surpassing 2,000 were exceptionally proficient. Observing the ongoing negotiation, Yang Yi refrained from interjecting. It was customary not to disrupt the bargaining process. As a friend, he could offer advice prior to price discussions, but once the haggling commenced, interfering would only offend the seller. "Isn't there room for a discount?" Yan Jinghui inquired. Yang Yi sighed, recognizing that such a comment branded him as someone inept at bargaining. Genuine negotiation entailed the seller starting high, prompting the buyer to counter with a significantly lower offer. If they demanded 1,000, one ought to propose a mere 100 with a firm resolve. "How about I reduce it by 50? That is already quite fair," the vendor countered, adding another weight to the scale. Witnessing Yan Jinghui's evident discomfort, Yang Yi can no longer hold back. "Sir, this is my friend's first time purchasing such items. Let us settle at 100. You'll still make a profit," he insisted to the vendor. "Oh dear, young man, your opening bid is quite the assault on my livelihood. I acquired this treasure for 150. Surely, you can let me earn a little?" The vendor replied. "What about 250? Yan Jinghui found himself in admiration of Yang Yi, a man of considerable wealth, still haggling over a mere 100 or so. 200 is the lowest I can go. Selling it for 150 would mean taking a loss," the vendor lamented. Ultimately, Yan Jinghui decided to purchase it for 200. After the transaction, both men lost interest in lingering further. To indulge in treasure hunting, one must set aside vanity and pride. Otherwise, it is futile, Yang Yi admonished. Those with thick skin could linger at a stall for half an hour without moving, while the vendor's gaze would be deadly. "Is this how you usually operate?" Yan Jinghui inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "It varies. Sometimes I assess items swiftly, and when it comes to bargaining, I usually have a predetermined threshold. Certain penny pinchers, unwilling to concede even 100 or so, are particularly vexing for vendors," Yang Yi replied. "Show me what you have," he urged. "It's something for women," Yan Jinghui remarked as he produced the item. He speculated it might be a makeup box. However, such small cosmetic boxes were rare, typically appealing only to women with a rather unique taste. "This is a rouge box, a relic from the late Ming to early Qing period, worth a modest sum," Yang Yi observed after a brief inspection. He elaborated. "It is said that rouge made its way into the Central Plains due to Zhang Qian's expeditions to the western regions. The so-called rouge actually refers to flowers known as red-blue. The petals contain both red and yellow pigments, which, after being harvested whole, are repeatedly pounded in a stone mortar to extract the yellow juice, resulting in a vivid red pigment. In ancient China, women utilized two types of rouge, one made by dipping silk cotton in the juice of red-blue flowers, known as mian yinji, and another processed into small, thin flower slices called jinhua yinji. Both types could be dried and, when needed, merely required a small amount of water for application. Moreover, ancient rouge boxes were exquisitely crafted and favored by women of that era. Throughout the annals of history, although the trends pursued by women in each era differ, the overarching sense of aesthetics remains strikingly similar. During the Qing dynasty, the prevalence of enameled rouge boxes was notable, and they were relatively precious. This particular piece, however, is mere porcelain, produced by local artisans, and may fetch a price of under 5,000, remarked Yang Yi. Audiobooks, unless crafted from exquisite materials or possessing ornamental qualities akin to enameled pieces, hold little in terms of collectible value, categorizing them as rather niche collectibles. In truth, ancient rouge boxes likely lack significant historical worth, and their artistic value is minimal. Unlike wood carvings or jade artifacts, which are meticulously crafted and studied by numerous artists, the creators of these rouge boxes remain largely untraceable. Moreover, such diminutive items were exceedingly common in ancient times, often regarded with disdain by artisans, who were reluctant to expend effort creating them for women. If a rouge box were adorned with gold, silver, or precious gems, its value would largely derive from those materials. Of course, items from the imperial palace might tell a different story, as the emperor's request demanded utmost diligence, with the risk of dire consequences for negligence. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinghui was greatly surprised, realizing that a casual acquisition had turned out to be an antique. He had always felt that antiques were far removed from his reach. "Well, I am in no rush. As my first discovered treasure, I think it would be delightful to keep it, even if no one else desires it." In Chapter 75, the topic of dating antiquities intrigued Yan Jinghui, who had long wanted to inquire, How do you determine the age of these items? To him, this seemed utterly astonishing. Modern science can indeed conduct analyses. It is said that the carbon content can reveal the age of an object. However, to ascertain age through the naked eye is truly remarkable. Yang Yi smiled at this question, aware that many share this curiosity. In his early days in this field, he too was filled with wonder. First and foremost, it requires a keen eye. An object that has existed for an extended period, regardless of its care, will inevitably convey a sense of antiquity, a quality referred to by predecessors as the weight of history, marked by the passage of time. This aspect is, in fact, the most challenging, and novices are unlikely to discern it. Yang Yi explained that even seasoned experts can only catch glimpses of historical traces without fully comprehending them. This skill demands practice and observation. A true master of appraisal can often determine an object's age simply by the feel of it in their hands. I noticed those items seemed quite old, Yan Jinghui interjected. That was intentionally aged. Once you've seen enough, it becomes easy to identify signs of artificial aging. Yang Yi elucidated that. It's akin to a beautiful girl, where a professional can instantly discern whether she is wearing makeup. Furthermore, one must examine the surface patterns and characteristics of the porcelain, which necessitates a wealth of knowledge for accurate assessment. The intricate and varied features shaped by the evolution of time and fashion often serve as reliable indicators for experts in dating artifacts. Yang Yi provided Yan Jinghui with an example from the Qing dynasty during the reign of Kangxi, illustrating the unique painting style of the official kiln's blue and white porcelain. The depiction of birds in the distance is particularly distinctive, featuring an oval body complemented by slender horizontal lines representing wings, in contrast to the V-shaped birds typical of certain other dynasties. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinghui nodded in understanding. Such nuances are easily grasped. Different eras inspire divergent trends and styles. To professional appraisers of antiques, the methods of porcelain production vary significantly across different periods. The variations in techniques concerning raw material processing, object shaping, and kiln firing leave distinctive marks on the porcelain. Consequently, the firing methods serve as the fundamental reason for the differing characteristics and transformations observed in porcelain. Mastery of the unique firing techniques of each era is also a crucial criterion for dating the artifacts. How challenging! Yan Jinghui exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the complexity. You may think it's simple, but determining the age of an object is a meticulous task fraught with potential for error. Nowadays, the sophistication of counterfeiting techniques has escalated, making even experts prone to misjudgment. Yang Yi rolled her eyes in response. Moreover, the characteristics of porcelain bodies, glazes, and painted decorations vary due to the diverse raw materials employed across different regions and periods. Thus, examining these attributes is a common method employed by many seasoned connoisseurs. In addition to assessing the artistic and firing techniques of porcelain, dating can also rely on the year marks inscribed on the pieces, particularly for Ming and Qing porcelain. Porcelain bearing such year marks, when compared with artifacts unearthed from dated tombs, serves as a standard for comparative studies, playing a vital role in identifying kiln origins and establishing timelines. Life is a discipline in every aspect. There remains much for us to learn, Yang Yi remarked. As the two continued their conversation, they encountered 3 women approaching them. Have you found anything? Azi inquired. Yan Jinghui promptly showcased the treasure he had discovered, quoting a few lines from Yang Yi's earlier discourse, leaving the 3 women momentarily stunned. Is this a rouge box from the late Qing or early Republic? Does it really look like this? Azi and her companions examined it from every angle, unable to discern its significance. Typically, ancient rouge boxes seldom contain small mirrors. This particular box is indeed a unique specimen. However, it does not enhance its value. Yang Yi explained to the group. Primarily, during the late Qing period, porcelain production generally declined, exhibiting a lack of refinement, whether from official kilns or folk craftsmanship, resulting in a somewhat coarse appearance. Is it worth 4,000 to 5,000? My boyfriend mentioned he bought it for merely 200, which means it has skyrocketed in value by 10 to 20 times. No wonder people claim antiquities carry high profit margins. It is indeed true. That seems about right. When encountering collectors who specialize in such items, the price may even increase further. Generally, the items used by ancient women tend to be rather obscure. After all, women's status was relatively low in ancient times, and their possessions were seldom regarded as significant. Unlike today, where merchants perceive women's items as lucrative, investing considerable effort into marketing everything from clothing to a myriad of accessories. As she held the rouge box, she noticed unsightly blemishes on the bottom, detracting from its overall appeal. Generally speaking, porcelain that has circulated among the populace for centuries. Often bears the marks of oil stains and blemishes due to erosion. When collecting such antiquities, it is essential to wash and clean them to restore their former luster. Temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius can prove detrimental to antiques, as it accelerates the growth and reproduction of mold and insects, hastening the erosion caused by bacteria. Furthermore, the rate of chemical reactions increases with rising temperatures, thereby expediting various corrosive processes. Excessive humidity is also a grave threat to ancient artifacts. Many items undergo subtle changes upon contact with moisture, warranting special vigilance. The principles of careful handling and cautious preservation must be adhered to when collecting and storing ancient porcelain, adapting to the varying shapes and sizes of the items to avoid potential damage. Upon hearing this, AZ and her companions felt overwhelmed by the complexities involved. It seemed far safer to simply sell the items. The thought of incurring significant losses if they were to damage something in their possession was disheartening. I will promptly inquire who might be interested in such pieces and keep you informed, Yang Yi assured Yin Jinghui. AZ and her friends envied him. Within such a short time, Yin Jinghui had already made several thousand yuan, a far more lucrative endeavor than merely adhering to a mundane job. Observing Yang Yi, they increasingly felt that he was destined for greatness. We must seize this opportunity, AZ whispered to Luo Xiaoyu, lamenting her mischance. If only she had pursued Yang Yi instead of Zhou Xiong when they first met. Chapter 76, Nut Carving. Gulme, I too wish to take advantage of your availability to help me find a piece, AZ urged, her urgency evident, for such opportunities were rare. Although she considered Yang Yi a friend, she felt uncomfortable troubling him, especially for monetary gain. Frequent requests might lead him to think she was merely exploiting him. As AZ raised her hand, Yang Yi noticed a peculiar object tied around her wrist. Nut carving? He instinctively thought, recognizing at first glance that the craftsmanship appeared quite commendable, depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea with striking realism. Where did you acquire this? Yang Yi suddenly inquired. This. AZ lifted her hand and shook the thumb-sized nut carving. Surprised by his question, Yang Yi quickly became astonished, realizing that both Xiao Hui and Luo Xiaoyu each possessed one as well. He examined them closely. These carvings were indeed remarkable, and aside from their age, the quality of craftsmanship alone suggested they could fetch 20 to 30,000 yuan without issue. Let me take a look, he said. Xiao Hui and the others promptly handed them over, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they observed Yang Yi. Noticing his reaction, they began to suspect they had inadvertently stumbled upon something valuable. What do you think? AZ inquired. Not so fast, Luo Xiaoyu interjected, urging AZ to allow Yang Yi to examine the pieces thoroughly. As an employee of an auction house, although not a professional appraiser, she had absorbed enough knowledge to understand that evaluation is a meticulous task requiring great care, best conducted without interruptions. AZ took heed and calmed herself. If the carving could be sold for a price similar to Yin Jinghui's Rouge box, she would be satisfied, given its small size. She did not expect to earn a fortune. After a considerable pause, Yang Yi finally emerged from his appraisal, returning the items to them. How did you manage to acquire these? You must have been quite fortunate. Luo Xiaoyu recounted the earlier events, attributing their success to Xiaowei. If she hadn't impulsively chosen those small trinkets, they would not have had the serendipitous fortune of each obtaining one. Are there only these 3? What about the ant? Yin Jinghui inquired eagerly. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, he discerned that these small artifacts were treasures, even more valuable than the Rouge box he had received. He was intent on discovering the whereabouts of that ant, hoping to seek out more potential treasures. There are merely 3 left, and they were strung together. The others probably lack value. We often see such items in the boutique shops lining the streets, Aji remarked as she delicately handled the diminutive treasures. Yin Jinghui, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked Yang Yi, what are these called? These are known as nut carvings. This is crafted from the olive pit, and the artisan responsible for this piece must have been quite renowned, though I cannot discern their identity, Yang Yi explained. He elaborated that these are examples of folk microcarving art, typically fashioned from peach pits, apricot pits, olive pits, and walnut shells. In folk tradition, peach pits are frequently carved and strung together to be worn as protective amulets. They can be fashioned into pendants, fan tassels, and beads for scholarly enjoyment. The artistic hallmark lies in the ability to express intricate themes on relatively small pits, with the carving techniques being exceptionally meticulous. The subjects often include poetry, leisurely fishing scenes, baskets of flowers, and depictions of arhats. It's no wonder that back in my hometown, I often saw children wearing small pendants carved from peach pits, Aji commented. She was familiar with peach pits and peach wood, having heard from the elders in her hometown that they possessed protective properties. In ancient times, didn't Taoist priests also wield peach with swords to vanquish evil spirits? That's how ghost stories portray it, she added. By the mid-Qing dynasty, nut carvings had evolved into cherished collectibles, reflecting the growing appreciation for their artistry. The materials used for carving also changed, favoring larger, thicker, and more tightly grained pits with high oil content, such as those from olives, walnuts, pine nuts, and lotus seeds. Yang elaborated that these carved items exhibit vivid forms, showcasing skilled and delicate craftsmanship that captivates the beholder. The Qing dynasty boasted numerous master carvers renowned for their exceptional skills. In the early Qing, one artisan carved a set of 108 prayer beads, each the size of a cherry, intricately depicting 3 or 4 arhats within each bead, including standing, seated, and scripture-reciting figures, totaling 500 carvings. Among the distinctive varieties are carvings from peach and apricot pits, as well as olive pits, which reach remarkable levels of craftsmanship and artistic achievement, earning them the title of micro-carving marvels and artistic gems. Influenced by Buddhism, people began to wear carvings of zodiac signs, deities, protective beasts, and auspicious items made from peach and apricot pits to safeguard against malevolent forces and ensure peace. Due to the originality, intricate designs, and exceptional craftsmanship of nut carvings, they became immensely popular both in the court and among the populace. What is the value of these nut carvings? Aji asked impatiently. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yang, clearly eager to learn about the price. Because the intricate patterns on peach pits resemble human fingerprints, no two are identical. It is impossible to find 2 identical peach pits to replicate. Thus, we can assert that each nut carving is indeed a unique piece. Thus, the price of each piece of nuclear carving varies significantly. The one in your possession is the most intricate, hence it holds a greater value, estimated between 30 to 50,000. 30 to 50,000? Yan Jinghui was astounded, contemplating how swiftly such wealth could be acquired. Indeed, this little item is quite valuable, Yan Jinghui exclaimed in amazement. Az was instantly exhilarated. In merely half a morning, she earned what she might not have accumulated in 6 months. What about ours? Xiao Hui and Luo Xiaoyu quickly inquired. Xiao Hui, yours resembles the tale of the monkey stealing grapes, particularly as the monkey is exquisitely carved, but its value is likely 3 to 2,000 less than AZ's piece. As for you, Xiaoyu, your technique employs shallow relief carving, and the floral motifs are quite rare. Its price should fluctuate between 30 to 40,000, Yang assessed. Upon hearing this, the 3 women felt invigorated, suddenly discovering their newfound passion for the antique trading industry. Yang, do you accept apprentices? Look at me. Aziz gisted. I'm not yet qualified to take on disciples. However, should you wish to learn, I would be open to mutual exploration of ideas. Perhaps not. That sounds too cumbersome. After hearing your explanations, I already feel a headache. I'll just benefit from your expertise instead. It's likely even Yan Jinghui would find the tedium of studying unbearable. Later, I will introduce you to someone. He should find your nuclear carvings intriguing, Yang mentioned, referring to Wang Jun. Great. Xiao Hui, we will treat you to lunch. You choose the place, Az promptly declared. It could be said that this money was earned with Xiao Hui's assistance. Thus, it was only fitting to treat her. Let me take the lead today. You can arrange another outing later. I still need to meet someone. Given Yang's regard, Wang Jun should ensure Xiao Hui and the others are well taken care of. Chapter 77. The Art of Enjoyment. With newfound motivation, everyone revitalized their spirits. However, the subsequent hours yielded little in terms of discovery. As lunchtime approached, they sought a place to satisfy their hunger. Yang had called Wang Jun in advance, inviting him over for a potential transaction involving exquisite items. Upon learning it was nuclear carving, Wang Jun expressed immediate interest and declared he would take them all. The wealthy demeanor evoked admiration from Yan Jinghui and the others, who marveled at how casually he accepted items valued in the tens of thousands. Yang chose a relatively secluded restaurant, one that Wang Jun had previously introduced him to, known for its exceptional cuisine, rumored to be a culinary legacy spanning 6 generations. How can this be more expensive than Western cuisine? Yan Jinghui remarked after glancing at the menu, unable to contain his critique. The women concurred, finding the prices exorbitant for Chinese fare. A single dish costing over 100 yuan seemed extravagant. Ordinarily, they would never splurge on such a meal. Just wait a moment. You will see it is worth it. Last time, we nearly could not find a table. Thanks to Wang Jun's connections, they had to add an extra one for us. Yan Jinghui and the others remained skeptical, questioning how exceptional the food could be. For over 100 yuan per dish, one could dine at a 5-star hotel where quality is assured. Before long, Wang Jun arrived as anticipated. Yang Yi took the initiative to introduce everyone, facilitating their acquaintance. Just call me Brother Wang. Don't be formal. This meal is on me. Wang Yun Po klingt. He promptly inquired about the intricacies of nut carvings, and the three ladies eagerly presented their treasures. Wang Jun examined each piece, admiring the craftsmanship, convinced that the value would not disappoint at several tens of thousands. Since they were all friends of Xiao Yi, it would be unjust for anyone to incur a loss. The little brother's appraisal ranged from 30 to 50,000. So I shall offer the highest price, 50,000. What do you all think? Wang Jun was indifferent to the additional 1 or 2,000. With affluent patrons so generous, what objections could there be? The three ladies quickly acquiesced, particularly Luo Xiaoyu, who initially thought her piece would be the least valuable, only to realize she too had gained a windfall. Brother Wang, you may set the price. We trust you not to shortchange us, Yan Jinghui remarked. He then produced his own rouge box, inquiring if Wang Jun had any interest. Such items are seldom collected, but I happen to know someone. Just give me 5,000, and I'll pass it on to that fellow another day, sparing you the hassle. Wang Jun scrutinized it for a moment. He was not particularly fond of such low-end items. Thank you, Brother Wang, Yan Jinghui exclaimed with delight. He fondled the 3 small nut carvings, growing increasingly fond of them. The artistry involved in carving a theme onto something no larger than a thumb and achieving such lifelike detail is quite a challenge. While he possessed a few nut carvings at home, none could compare to the 3 before him. Cracking is a common issue with nut carvings, stemming from the imbalance of humidity inside and outside the nut. The moisture level within must harmonize with that outside. If the interior is excessively moist while the exterior is dry, the inner moisture expands outward while the dry surface contracts inward, resulting in cracks. Nut carvings should not be exposed to direct sunlight for prolonged periods, nor should they be submerged in water or subjected to wind. The nut itself contains a significant amount of oil, which dissipates over time. Therefore, it is essential to apply oil to enhance its luster. A lack of oil can lead to cracking, so applying it evenly allows the entire nut to absorb it. It needs some oil, Wang Jun noted, observing several spots of discoloration. Once a nut carving has flowered, its aesthetic may be compromised, yet there is no cause for alarm, as such markings do not induce cracking. Moreover, after a year or so of handling, the overall color deepens to a rich crimson and the spots gradually fade, ultimately disappearing. Thus, there is no need for concern. I had no idea these little items were so valuable. I shall seek some next time. Yan Jinghui candidly expressed his thoughts. Wang Yun chuckled. Then you must proceed with caution. It is quite easy to acquire fakes in the realm of nut carvings. Lacking discernment comes at a cost. He enlightened the eager novice, explaining that many nut carvings on the market appear lustrous, yet most are merely dyed. Authentic pieces that change color through handling not only darken, but also become translucent, reminiscent of agate, particularly in the prominent areas of the carving, which are typically the most luminous. In contrast, dyed nut carvings simply exhibit a uniform deepening of color, lacking any translucency and conveying a lifeless hue. Just check if the color is even, Yang Yi advised. The intricate art of walnut carving presents unique challenges during the polishing process. Due to the uneven surface of the carvings, the raised areas are frequently subjected to friction, while the recessed sections remain untouched or difficult to reach. Consequently, the resulting discoloration can appear inconsistent, with the raised portions exhibiting a deeper hue compared to the shadows of the carved design. However, many enthusiasts often apply olive oil to the surface of the carvings for maintenance, which allows the recessed areas to gradually change color as well. Although this transformation lacks the transparency characteristic of well-polished surfaces. In contrast, the frequently handled raised areas, combined with the olive oil, attain a remarkable luster. He further elaborated that there are many renowned masters in the realm of walnut carving, such as Wang Shuyuan from the Ming Dynasty. It is said that Wang could carve a boat with 5 figures and 8 windows from a minuscule walnut. Additionally, the Ming artist Xia Baiyin carved 16 infants on a single olive pit, each no larger than half a grain of rice, yet each displaying a full range of emotions. His works, including the 9 dragons and 9 herons amidst lotus flowers, were exceptionally intricate, earning him the title of a master of his time. Is it necessary to frequently handle such items for them to gain value? Yan Jinghui inquired. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, stating that as the saying goes, 3 parts for adornment, 7 parts for handling. The natural oils and sweat from one's palms contribute to the even presentation of a rich, reddish hue on the surface, commonly referred to as patina. Over time, with continued handling, the piece develops a sheen, becoming semi-transparent and exuding a delicate, crystalline quality. Achieving such a pristine state, even an ordinary piece can attain considerable value. Wang Jun suggested that Yin Jinghui might consider acquiring some well-carved yet affordable pieces to enjoy over the years, which could appreciate significantly in value. This proposition intrigued Yin Jinghui, as handling such objects does not require extensive skill, merely a pastime to pass the time. As their conversation continued, Wang Jun lamented that Yang Yi had gone treasure hunting without inviting him, expressing how delightful it would be to share such an experience. Perhaps next time, he mused, recalling how they had unexpectedly included him in their plans. Once their meal was served and enjoyed, Yin Jinghui and his companions raised their thumbs in approval, affirming that one truly gets what one pays for. Chapter 78, The Ex-Girlfriend. For Yin Jinghui, the day's discoveries were exhilarating. Within a mere morning, he had earned over 50,000, equivalent to months of hard work. The allure of dealing in antiques lingered in his mind. After their gathering dispersed, as they saw Wang Jun off, Yin Jinghui suddenly proposed, "What if I joined you in the antique trade? It seems remarkably easy to make money in this field." Yang Yi, taken aback by Yin Jinghui's perspective, furrowed his brow and cautioned him, "You are only seeing the glamorous side. Many have fallen victim to its pitfalls. A single antique could lead to losses in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, with the potential to devastate one's finances. While the profits can be substantial, the risks are equally significant." He felt it crucial for Yin Jinghui to deliberate carefully on this matter and avoid impulsive decisions. It is often said that one need not fear marrying the wrong person, but rather entering the wrong profession. With Yin Jinghui being a complete novice in this realm, Yang Yi worried about the consequences he might not be able to withstand. Hearing this perspective, Yang Yi regarded Yin Jinghui with newfound respect. Assistance is certainly not out of reach. One may wish to give it a try. He is aware that this friend is on the verge of marriage, and soon the responsibilities of parenthood will follow, thereby amplifying the pressures he faces. The same job may prove insufficient to sustain a living, particularly since the house has only had its down payment made, and the monthly mortgage payments loom ahead, leaving little for household expenses. As he cast a playful glance this way, smiling as she waved farewell, having arranged to dine with Luo Xiaoyu and the others another day. "Where do you reside?" "Yang Yi inquired. "Let's go. I am familiar with that area as well." Naturally, he could not allow a beautiful woman to navigate alone, for if this reached Yin Jinghui and the others, he would become the subject of their mockery. As the two were about to board a vehicle, a car pulled up beside them and the window slid down. Upon seeing the occupants within, Yang Yi's expression darkened. "Yang Yi, it has been a long time. I did not expect to run into you here. What have you been doing since dropping out?" inquired a woman from inside. The driver was a corpulent middle-aged man. The vehicle, an Audi, was clearly of significant value, as Yang Yi, despite his limited knowledge of automobiles, could ascertain that such a car would not be acquired for less than 5 or 600,000. Luo Xiaoyu frowned slightly, disliking the lecherous gaze of the middle-aged man inside the car. "Not much. I have been doing odd jobs since leaving school," Yang Yi replied coolly. "Odd jobs? But that is not surprising. Most of us who graduated from university are merely running errands. At our last class reunion, everyone mentioned you." The woman chuckled. Luo Xiaoyu, observing the woman, sensed her ill intentions and shot her a glare, feeling that there was a story between her and Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt a twinge of complexity. The once innocent girl had now learned the art of makeup and fashion. Adorned in designer labels and seated in a luxury vehicle, such is the reality of life. "Your ex-girlfriend?" Luo Xiaoyu asked discreetly. Yang Yi nodded slightly, self-deprecatingly remarking, "It has been a long time since we parted. It seems she has found a new support." The woman in the car then queried, "And your girlfriend?" Before Yang Yi could respond, Luo Xiaoyu interjected, "Indeed, I am Luo Xiaoyu. May I know who you are?" "Darling, is this your classmate?" The man finally spoke. Yang Yi's ex-girlfriend was taken aback by Luo Xiaoyu's words, astonished that after their separation, Yang Yi had managed to find such an attractive partner, wondering to herself, could she be engaging in something unsavory? After all, Yang Yi is merely doing odd jobs. Who would find him appealing? Subsequently, upon hearing her companion's inquiry, she turned to him, feeling a surge of anger at the look in his eyes. Men often feast with one hand while casting glances with the other. "This is Yang Yi. a former classmate from university. And this is his girlfriend, she added, clearly indicating that he was now taken, urging the man to abandon any untoward intentions. Brother, I've started a food factory. Would you be interested in helping me? Here's my business card. Though directed at Yang Yi, the card was handed towards Luo Xiaoyu. She scoffed, uninterested, and shot a disdainful glance. I wonder what salary this esteemed boss could possibly offer my Yang Yi. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoyu's response, the man appeared pleased, stating, given his qualifications, I can start him at 5,000. We can reassess based on circumstances later. What do you think? The woman inside the car became increasingly incensed. How dare this man flirt before her, especially with the girlfriend of her ex? Had it not been for the fact that this fellow possessed some modest assets, she would have undoubtedly delivered a sharp slap across his face. I must apologize, but you might find it challenging to afford my dear Yang Yi. His annual salary starts at 500,000, Luo Xiaoyu remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes. Upon hearing these words, the two individuals inside the car were momentarily taken aback. Is he boasting? Earning 500,000 just for doing menial tasks? Which company possesses such audacity? Perhaps I should also seek a position as a helper, one scoffed. Huh, Yang Yi, are you deceiving that young lady? Yang Yi's ex-girlfriend Moquette. I work alongside him at the auction house in Jiangzhou. Deceive me? You ought to inquire at the auction house about Yang Yi's status as a premium appraiser and his remuneration. Witnessing the woman belittle Yang Yi, Luo Xiaoyu's disdain for her grew. While she could comprehend the pursuit of a golden opportunity, she could not fathom why someone would settle for such a subpar individual, significantly older than herself, as if to find a father figure. It could only be concluded that this woman possessed a rather poor sense of judgment. The man in the car was taken aback. If Yang Yi was indeed an appraiser at the auction house with a starting salary of 500,000, it would not be surprising, for he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable. Just as they were about to inquire further, a vehicle approached from a distance and halted before them. Let us go. Let us catch a ride, Yang Yi said, pulling Luo Xiaoyu towards Wang Jun, Chapter 79. The Arhut Bodhi Beads. Once in the car, Yang Yi released his grip and expressed his gratitude to Luo Xiaoyu. Thank you for your assistance this time. Luo Xiaoyu appeared quite relaxed. Who could forget that you helped me earn money today? Let us not stand on ceremony. If such good fortune arises again, remember to include me. Ha! It seems a beauty has come to the hero's rescue, Wang Jun exclaimed with hearty laughter. To avoid delving deeper into potentially awkward territory, Wang Jun intentionally shifted the conversation towards antiques, engaging in an animated discussion. Unlike Yang Yi, Wang Jun was a loquacious individual, a trait honed by years of traveling and gaining a wealth of experience. In such a place, Miss Luo must consider changing to a safer environment. Being a beauty, how unsafe it is at night. Surely, you can't expect your younger brother to escort you every time? Wang Yun Yi still. Brother Wang, I am but a poor girl. If only he could accompany me every time. Luo Xiaoyu was also proactive, having taken a liking to Yang Yi. She knew she could not simply wait for him to pursue her. The journey proceeded in relative silence, with Luo Xiaoyu gradually understanding Yang Yi's character. He was not one for excessive chatter, leaving her to initiate most of the conversation. Such individuals, despite their lack of charm in wooing women, often exude a sense of security and may indeed possess the qualities of a warm-hearted man. Navigating through a couple of narrow alleys, Yang Yi frowned, realizing Wang Jun was correct. Such areas could indeed be perilous at night. Having once resided in similar neighborhoods, he was well aware of the filth and chaos that characterized these urban villages. However, as a male, he had been less concerned. Why not move in with me? I won't charge you rent. You can cover the utilities, Yang Yi suggested, intending to ease her worries. Yet, upon uttering those words, he felt a twinge of regret, wondering if he had acted too impulsively, as it might lead her to believe he had ulterior motives, given their solitary male-female dynamic. All right, Luo Xiaoyu promptly seized the opportunity, leaving Yang Yi with little chance to reconsider. Today, I shall relocate, and in the future, I will also take care of the cleaning, which is quite a bargain for you. Yang Yi pondered momentarily taken aback. Have you not considered this thoroughly? I am alone in this endeavor. Surely, you would not consume me? A fool is one who does not seize a good opportunity. It was agreed upon, and you must not renege. I will move today, and you shall assist me in packing. Luo Xiaoyu chuckled with delight. In a flurry, she hastily concealed her undergarments strewn across the bed and cast furtive glances at Yang Yi. Noticing his lack of attention, she sighed in relief. Yang Yi silently marveled at the sheer volume of a woman's cosmetics and clothing. The plethora of shoes was alarming. Over a dozen pairs. Who could possibly wear so many? A veritable mountain of belongings, all composed of these 3 items. Are you not keeping the curtains? Inquired the landlord. Leave them for the next tenant, replied Luo Xiaoyu, who maintained a rather amicable rapport with the landlord. Very well, having a curtain will make it easier for me to rent out. Is this your boyfriend? Quite impressive. The aunt teased. She was well aware that Luo Xiaoyu had previously been single. When she first arrived, there were suitors who came to the rental, and, on one occasion, when surrounded by unruly men, it was Luo Xiaoyu who helped chase away those ruffians. Being a local, she wielded considerable influence. A mere shout would summon neighbors to her aid, and no one dared to provoke her, even if they were thugs. Upon hearing the aunt's jest, Yang Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment and opted to remain silent, allowing Luo Xiaoyu to navigate the situation. It would be inappropriate for him to preemptively clarify that he was not her boyfriend, as it might embarrass her. To his surprise, Luo Xiaoyu also chose not to refute the implication, merely smiling in response. What did this mean? Suddenly, Yang Yi noticed a string of prayer beads adorning the landlord's wrist. Unexpectedly, she was a devotee. In China, there are indeed many followers of Buddhism, while Taoism has waned. Andy, it seems you may have made an error with your prayer beads, Yang Yi remarked. An error? The aunt paused, glancing at the beads on her wrist. If I am not mistaken, these beads must have been disassembled and then restrung by you? Yang Yi smiled, exuding confidence in this matter. The aunt was further astonished, gazing at Yang Yi in disbelief. How did you know? Because the sequence of your beads is incorrect. The aunt gasped once more, realizing why she had always felt something was amiss with the beads. It turned out she had strung them incorrectly. Recently, she had sensed an imbalance in her life, which must have been the cause. What should I do? The aunt promptly removed the beads and handed them to Yang Yi. Taking them, Yang Yi inspected them for a moment, then remarked, "These are crafted from sandalwood. They should be worth around 20 to 30,000, I presume? You possess a discerning eye." Luo Xiaoyu felt a surge of pride and introduced him. He is an appraiser at our auction house, exceptionally skilled. Thus, it was no wonder he could identify the issue with my beads at a glance. His potential is remarkable. In truth, it primarily concerned the arrangement of the beads. Your sandalwood beads feature a carving of an arhat. They can be strung in accordance with the sequence of the arhats. As Yang Yi spoke, he began to reorganize the beads. In Buddhist lore, there are 18 arhats who eternally reside in the world, safeguarding the righteous teachings, derived from 16 arhats plus 2 revered figures. The 16 arhats were particularly prevalent during the Tang dynasty, and by the end of the Tang, the 18 arhats began to emerge, becoming widely accepted by the Song dynasty. Yang Yi commenced the task of stringing the arhat beads together. At the conclusion of the knot tying, I conveyed to my aunt the proper method for future endeavors, adhering strictly to the precepts of Buddhism. Should the sequence be disrupted, the sanctity of the ritual instruments would be compromised. I pondered upon the recent turmoil that had plagued my mind, realizing that my troubles stem from these flawed artifacts. Thankfully, your presence today has allowed me to rectify the situation. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious, expressed my aunt with gratitude. Is the dragon subduing arhat relegated to the 17th position? Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, I had always believed that the dragon subduing arhat was the foremost among the 18 arhats. Was he not the most renowned character in television dramas? In those narratives, Ji Gong is portrayed as the reincarnation of the dragon subduing arhat. As a disciple of the Buddha, the dragon subduing arhat wields immense power, assisting the Buddha in subduing dragons and vanquishing demons, thus achieving numerous extraordinary feats. Despite centuries of cultivation, he could not attain enlightenment, prompting him to seek guidance from Guanyin. He learned that his earthly ties remained unresolved over 7 lifetimes, leading him to descend to the mortal realm to aid sentient beings and conclude his unfinished affairs. Next time if it gets tangled, simply follow my method to string it together, Yang Yi advised as he returned the prayer beads to his aunt. Chapter 80. The Arrival of a Beauty. Upon moving to the community where Yang Yi resided, Luo Xiaoyu was delighted to discover the exceptional environment. On one hand, it allowed for a closer connection with Yang Yi. On the other, it promised a more comfortable living experience. I just noticed there is a greenway within the community. I could go for a run there in the evening. Would you join me? Luo Xiaoyu inquired. Depends on the situation. I don't run often, Yang Yi replied, realizing he had not exercised in quite some time. However, since acquiring the vertical eye, he felt invigorated, his physique robust as an ox, brimming with vitality. Let us go. We should both get some exercise. I've noticed I've gained a bit of weight, Luo Xiaoyu declared, lost in her own thoughts. Yang Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her slender waist, and proudly ample bosom. Is this what you call being overweight? How would women with actual figures feel? He mused, noting there was hardly any flesh on her waist. Then call me when you decide to run. Yang, he said as he organized another room for her, moving her belongings inside and encouraging her to arrange it as she pleased, inquiring if anything else was needed. He intended to ensure everything was settled today. Watching Yang Yi step out to procure necessities for her, Luo Xiaoyu experienced an unprecedented sweetness in her heart, a feeling that lingered. She pulled out her phone and took a series of photos of the interior and exterior of her new home, sharing them on her social media, which promptly elicited envy and teasing from her friends. Soon, a call from Xiao Wei came through. Is your relationship progressing too quickly? Are you already cohabitating? Xiao Wei jested. Luo Xiaoyu recounted the day's events succinctly, finding it a natural progression that evoked no sense of abruptness or aversion within her. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wei reflected on what her boyfriend had mentioned about Yang Yi. That man seemed to have a plethora of stories. What she admired most was his resilience. After being expelled from school, he managed to rise to his current standing. Such men are exceedingly rare. That woman was rather pragmatic, Xiao Wei could only remark. On the day after Yang Yi's expulsion, it was said that the woman called him to break up without ever meeting face to face. Such a situation would be a considerable blow to anyone. Indeed, however, I am genuinely grateful to her. She provided me with an opportunity. Luo Xiaoyu smiled. All right, seize the opportunity for yourself. Did you not mention that there is also Manager Miao, who is quite concerned about Yang Yi? Her circumstances far exceed yours, Xiao Hui reminded. It would be best to act swiftly. If you don't mind, perhaps tonight you could consummate the matter, sealing the deal, or even take it a step further, conceive a child, which would provide a greater sense of security. I have observed Manager Miao. As a strong woman, it appears Yang Yi has little interest in her. Yang Yi, upon returning after such a prolonged absence, was taken aback to find that nothing had been accomplished. The remnants of chaos were strewn about the room, leaving him momentarily speechless. Please lend a hand, and I shall treat you to dinner later, Luo Xiaoyu chuckled. The price for your treat is rather steep, clear that space. And I will first move in the computer desk and wardrobe. I primarily went out to the furniture store to buy a desk and a large wardrobe. Together with 2 workers, Yang Yi exerted himself to maneuver the wardrobe into place. Finally, he took out 200 yuan, handing each worker a note. Thank you for your hard work. Despite the delivery being complimentary, Yang Yi felt it important to offer some remuneration, recognizing the difficulty of making a living through such labor. A mere couple of 100 yuan was insignificant to him, yet it could impart a sense of happiness and motivation to others. The 2 men wiped their brows, their faces lighting up with smiles. Oh, we truly appreciate this. Allow us to help you dispose of this clutter. Thus, they toiled diligently, carrying away the considerable pile of rubbish from Yang Yi's home. After nearly an hour of effort, the room was finally organized. Both men were drenched in sweat, and an unmistakable scent of intimacy lingered in the air, especially with Luo Xiaoyu's alluring figure. Yang Yi found himself stealing glances. I shall take a shower first, Luo Xiaoyu insisted, shooing Yang Yi away as she grabbed a few garments and dashed to the bathroom. The sight of a beauty emerging from the bath was even more enchanting. Upon exiting, she caught Yang Yi's unwavering gaze, which instilled a newfound confidence in her. Hey, silly, it's your turn now. Hurry and wash up. Later, I will treat you to dinner. Forget it, I will just whip up something at home. Besides, I want to read. Whenever he had the chance, Yang Yi immersed himself in books, striving to fill his mind with knowledge. With the presence of vertical eyes, studying became exceedingly convenient, almost effortless. Opportunities such as these, if not seized, would surely lead to regret. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. A man who can cook? She immediately regarded Yang Yi more favorably. When did that bowl in the kitchen sink come to be? You're far too lazy. It remains unwashed. Luo Xiaoyu queried. Dry your hair. Whatever you do, do not touch that bowl, Yang Yi cautioned. A treasure? Luo Xiaoyu quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, it was an antique, a rare June porcelain. How much might it be worth? She inquired, secretly relieved that she had not disturbed it. If it were to break, she could scarcely fathom how to explain it. If taken to auction, it could fetch over 1 million, Yang Yi estimated vaguely. Luo Xiaoyu's heart raced at the thought. Over 1 million? If it were to be damaged, even compensation would fall short. She doubted her own flesh was worth that much. She lightly tapped her prominent bosom and reproached, You are rather careless. Such an expensive treasure, left in the kitchen. What if it were to be stolen? I'll move it to the room shortly. Yang Yi also deemed the kitchen an unsafe place. A moment of negligence could result in a loss of several million. Luo Xiaoyu discreetly calculated Yang Yi's wealth. His annual salary was impressive, and it was said that he had a valuable item ready for auction at the auction house. She had inadvertently overheard Lu hint at its worth, undoubtedly in the range of 2 to 3 million. With the addition of this ancient porcelain bowl, he was certainly a millionaire. Such individuals, youthful and affluent, possess great earning capabilities, amiable temperaments, and even remarkable physiques. Lost in thought, Luo Xiaoyu found herself blushing. Yang Yi transported the June porcelain bowl to his room, and then took 2 garments to wash up. Is this the fruit of your labor all these years? Gazing at the books, Luo Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for this man. How much perseverance and determination must it take to transform these tedious tomes into genuine strength? Luo Xiaoyu, you must strive. Keep pushing forward. She silently encouraged herself. Chapter 81. An extraordinary treasure arrives. In the following days, Yang Yi accompanied General Miao on several outings. Yet none yielded satisfactory results. Treasures valued in the millions are predominantly kept hidden, rarely brought forth for auction. One day, Miao Fei suddenly received news from Lu that an individual was coming to the auction house with a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, eager to auction it. Her spirits lifted. She promptly notified Yang Yi to rush to the auction house. Yuan blue and white porcelain? Yang Yi was equally taken aback. This treasure has nearly become synonymous with porcelain, having set a staggering auction record of 2.3 billion, dazzling collectors and showcasing its grandeur to the world. The group, harmoniously composed of mountains, trees, and stones, formed a breathtaking and exquisite landscape painting. The blue and white patterns were vibrant, the composition full and balanced, with clear distinctions between the main and secondary elements, achieving perfect cohesion. The portrayal of figures flowed naturally, exuding spirit. The depiction of mountains and rocks was executed with vivacity, each stroke precise and utterly flawless. Upon arriving at the auction house, Yang Yi noted that the owner of yuan blue and white porcelain was a balding middle-aged man wearing wide-rimmed glasses. Lu was diligently appraising the porcelain, while General Miao entertained the balding gentleman. Yang Yi is here. Come quickly to see. Lu called out. Given the significance of the treasure, he dared not make any assertions, well aware that Yang Yi's expertise surpassed his own. Such a precious artifact required thorough authentication, a regulation established by General Miao. All right, I'll examine it for a moment. Lu handed the tools to Yang Yi and stepped aside. He turned to the middle-aged man. Sir, could you share the provenance of this yuan blue and white porcelain? In their auction house, the origin of the auction items held paramount importance, necessitating legitimacy. The man recounted that he had only recently discovered the treasure while renovating his ancestral home. His grandfather's legacy had been somewhat vague, initially leaving everyone in the dark. Later, I investigated and realized this is a highly valuable yuan blue and white piece. It feels unsafe to keep it at home as a mere treasure. I've been restless these days. Thus, I decided to auction it, thinking my brothers and I could share the proceeds. Upon hearing this, Lula found himself almost entirely convinced by General Miao. In that era, even Miao Fei understood the sentiments of numerous antique enthusiasts and collectors, who were often filled with nostalgia and regret. The richness of Chinese culture spans millennia, with countless relics scattered among the populace. Many heirlooms, frequently originating from the imperial collections, possess immense historical significance and may even be classified as top-tier artifacts. He recalled an elder who spoke with sorrow about a certain individual. Ong Qiusheng, a master in the art of mounting calligraphy and paintings, was known as the divine physician of ancient artworks. He had mounted countless masterpieces, such as the landscapes of Emperor Huizong of Song and the bamboo works of Su Dongba. Over the decades, he had saved hundreds of ancient calligraphies and paintings, most of which were classified as national-level collectibles. The named paintings he had painstakingly amassed were tragically reduced to ashes. Afterward, Mr. Hong spoke to others with tears in his eyes, lamenting over 100 gene of calligraphy and paintings burned for such a long time. When this individual is mentioned, many in the antique community fall silent, fully grasping the elder's helplessness. The survival of this yuan blue and white porcelain is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Miao Fei added, contemplating that once matters were finalized, she would immediately promote this yuan blue and white porcelain, striving to ensure the entire antique and collecting community was aware of this news. She believed that with the allure of yuan blue and white porcelain, this would usher in an unprecedented auction. Miao Fei could not help but muse. Indeed, one may tread tirelessly without finding a thing, Yet fortune may arrive effortlessly. These past few days of running about with Yang Yi had yielded no fruitful results. Yet here she was, presented with an opportunity. The unpredictability of life is truly remarkable. What do you think? Miao Fei inquired of Lu Lu. Lu Lu organized his thoughts and replied, I have not discerned any issues for the time being, in my estimation. The item appears authentic. The blue and white patterns depicted on the yuan porcelain exhibit vibrant and profound hues, often adorned with lustrous purple-brown or black-brown spots, some of which exhibit a sheen akin to tin. This tin sheen, a natural luster appearing within the black-brown spots, possesses a tactile quality resulting from changes in the kiln atmosphere during the high-temperature firing process of the raw materials. While modern replicas of yuan blue and white porcelain may also display a tin sheen upon examination, it seems as though a silver-gray layer has been affixed atop the blue-black spots of the imitation, often appearing rigid due to the density of the spots. It is precisely this observation that leads me to believe the item is indeed a treasure from the Yuan dynasty. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exhaled softly, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had intended to utter something, yet recalling the instructions to refrain from speaking indiscriminately, he quickly closed his mouth. Chapter 82. Flawless Perfection. Yang Yi was simultaneously observing the piece while listening to the middle-aged man's discourse. Before him stood a yuan blue and white porcelain jar, approximately 23 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters in diameter, featuring exquisite patterns and depicting the scene of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. As Yang Yi understood, yuan blue and white porcelain often manifests in substantial forms, such as large jars, vases, plates, and bowls. However, there are also delicate creations, such as slender-footed bowls, goblets, and dishes. In the society of the Yuan dynasty, blue and white porcelain had not yet become an essential item for the court or the daily lives of the populace. Aside from wine vessels and ritual objects, the primary products were intended for export, which accounts for the distinctive shapes of Yuan blue and white porcelain, crafted to cater to the diverse needs of users from various regions and lifestyles. For instance, large jars, vases, platters, and bowls were specifically produced as substantial dining vessels to accommodate the customs of Muslims in Islamic nations, who traditionally sit on the floor to dine together. Conversely, smaller vessels, such as jars, bottles, and teapots were predominantly exported to the Philippines. Consequently, today one may observe a considerable number of robust yuan blue and white pieces, such as large jars, vases, and platters, in Turkey. When illuminated with a flashlight, a beam of bright light shines upon the inner wall, causing a moment of astonishment. How does it feel? Lulu inquired as he approached. Miao Fei, following Yang Yi's opinion, listen it attentively. However, the middle-aged man appeared dismissive, remarking, a young lad, still in his youth. As the saying goes, a youth without facial hair is unreliable. What insights could he possibly offer? Even Lu has affirmed its authenticity. Could he dare to claim otherwise? Young man, please share your thoughts quickly, as my time is limited. Yang Yi cast a glance at the man and replied coolly, since your time is scarce, perhaps you should seek wisdom elsewhere. This statement startled everyone. Lu frowned slightly, and Miao Fei's expression grew serious, while the middle-aged man's demeanor soured. It seems your establishment is not very welcoming, he remarked. Very well, I shall seek another. As he moved to take the yuan blue and white piece, Lu quickly reassured him, Sir, please do not rush. It will not take much of your time. The middle-aged man was not genuinely intent on leaving and revealed a satisfied smile. Then, I would appreciate a reasonable explanation. His gaze towards Yang Yi turned somewhat unfriendly. Yang Yi removed his latex gloves and set aside the magnifying glass, having lost interest in examining the yuan blue and white piece further. Initially, he had not discerned any flaws, feeling, like Lu, that it was indeed authentic. However, upon employing his keen eye, he could detect no luster, indicating that the item must certainly be a counterfeit. Since acquiring this perceptive ability, he had never been deceived. Consequently, he meticulously examined every inch with a magnifying glass and eventually uncovered a slight issue. Is everything all right? Miao Fei inquired softly. Lu approached again, picking up the magnifying glass once more. Yang, what do you perceive as amiss? The body color lacks sufficient purity. The texture is coarse with fine pores. There is no mistake. Lulu responded in confusion. Observing the bottom of the piece or the fracture of a broken fragment under the magnifying glass, he found it to exhibit characteristics typical of yuan blue and white porcelain. There are sandholes. This is indeed accurate, Yang Yi affirmed. Those knowledgeable in the field understand that while yuan blue and white porcelain incorporates a higher aluminum oxide content, to elevate firing temperatures. Its vitrification is still inferior to that of Qing dynasty porcelain, which boasts a more refined body. During the production of Yuan porcelain, the clay was not sufficiently refined, resulting in most pieces having unglazed bases and employing sand supports during firing, which led to the formation of what is known as a sand bottom. Furthermore, I have observed the presence of iron red. Lulu remained convinced of its authenticity. The edges of a Yuan blue and white porcelain often exhibit patches of sand or iron spots. A few pieces, due to the iron content in the clay, display a reddish hue at the exposed areas of the body after firing, commonly referred to as firestone red. He carefully turned the large jar over and observed swirling marks at the bottom. This was a deliberately applied, lighter, iron red sandy base, characteristic of the craftsmanship from the Yuan dynasty. The seams on the inner wall were also distinctly visible. Liu Le glunged at Yang Yi, genuinely perplexed as to how Yang Yi could assert that there was something amiss. The painting technique should be flawless. Lulu continued. The method of painting Yuan blue and white decorations predominantly employs flat application, supplemented by outlining, shading, dotting, and dyeing techniques, with vigorous lines that showcase the exceptional artistic talents of the artisans of the Yuan dynasty. Lulu kept elaborating while Yang Yi nodded in agreement, leaving Miao Fei somewhat bewildered. Lulu's gaze fell upon the pattern. Beside the thatched cottage, there stood a banana plant. The banana leaf motif is derived from the patterns found on Shang and Zhou bronze vessels, adorning the neck and lower abdomen of the vase. The midrib of the leaf extends to the tip, filled in with either a single brushstroke or two. The edges of the leaves are outlined with fine lines and then filled with color, while the veins are meticulously delineated, featuring both single-layer and dual-layer techniques. Given that this is a significant artifact, capable of fetching tens of millions, he could not afford to be careless, having scrutinized it with great attention to detail. Lulu turned to the middle-aged man. Your grandfather buried it underground, certainly well packaged, which is why the porcelain remains untainted by soil seepage and stains, exuding an aged quality and intrinsic brilliance. If it were a piece from the past, the passage of time and human touch would have rendered the glaze increasingly lustrous, with a radiant glow. However, due to usage, the edges of the glaze might inevitably show slight erosion or chipping, and the points of support and stress would bear scratches due to wear, all contributing to an aura of antiquity. Your insights are profound. Indeed. Chapter 83. Numerous flaws. So, do you have any questions? The middle-aged man cast a challenging glance at Yang Yi, eager to see what this young man could possibly say. Earlier, Lulu had expounded at length without any rebuttal from Yang Yi, indicating a lack of counterarguments. Truly, a youth without experience is often unreliable. It was unclear why that person had instructed him to pay special attention to this young man. He seemed quite ordinary. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yang Yi, curious to hear his explanation. Miao Fei's eyes reflected a hint of worry, while Lulu, for reasons unknown, felt a flicker of delight in his heart. This porcelain, if I am not mistaken, does not belong to you. You lied just now, Yang Yi stated calmly. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Miao Fei and Lulu were astonished by Yang Yi's assertion, questioning the source of his unwavering confidence. How did he discern the lie? The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of slight panic, his pupils dilating. Are you nervous? Yang Yi probed further. What am I nervous about? Unbeknownst to him, he had already revealed a hint of a flaw, prompting Miao Fei and Lulu to furrow their brows. Could it be that Yang Yi was indeed correct? Let me ask you a few questions, Yang Yi continued. What do you wish to inquire? The middle-aged man feigned calmness. First, I would like to know where you reside. Perhaps the middle-aged man, fearing inquiries about his residence, deliberately claimed to live far away, stating that he hailed from Hubei. Hubei is indeed a place rich in historical relics, with a plethora of artifacts emerging continuously, making the appearance of Yuan blue and white porcelain hardly surprising. The rarity of such treasures is well acknowledged. So it raises questions as to why you did not present them at the prominent auction houses in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, but instead brought them to our Jiangzhou. Don't you find that somewhat implausible? As Yang Yi spoke, he cast a glance at Lulu and General Miao. Their expressions shifted, suddenly realizing the gravity of the oversight they had previously neglected. They turned their attention to the middle-aged man. Without clarification on this suspicion, their unease lingered. The balding middle-aged man, as countenance paled, taken aback by Yang Yi's astute inquiry, which had ensnared him in a trap of his own making. Hubei is not close to Jiangzhou. It will be more logical to travel to Shanghai. If that is the case, why venture here? This reasoning is perplexing. Is there someone who introduced you? He attempted to argue. Although this could be seen as a justification, it was feeble enough to incite doubt in Miao Fei as well. Very well. Even if the reputation of our Jiangzhou auction house is indeed as grand as you suggest, compelling you to traverse such a distance. You previously stated that these items were buried by your grandfather during the Four Olds movement. Upon excavation, you brought the yuan blue and white porcelain along with the box. The man pondered for a moment, believing he had provided no vulnerable points, and nodded affirmatively. Yet, Lu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "You are lying." Miao Fei and the man were left astounded, silently reflecting on how swiftly his demeanor had transformed. Yang Yi chuckled softly. This issue was indeed serious, akin to the man digging his own grave and then leaping into it, an instance of self-inflicted misfortune. In truth, Yang Yi's suspicions were not unfounded. The items did not belong to this man. They had been procured by another and handed to him, with the intent to ensnare the auction house and undermine Yang Yi. Suddenly, a young man appeared, delivering this porcelain to him with instructions to present it at the auction house. Having provided a plethora of details and urging him to remain taciturn, even preparing several lines for him. The narrative was concocted by this young man, who indicated that upon completion, there would be a reward of 20,000 yuan. Such fortuitous circumstances seemed almost celestial, leading Jiang Tongzhen to readily agree. However, he spoke too much. Silence is golden, as the ancients wisely advised. While fabricating the story, he had been unable to restrain himself from adding unnecessary details, which ultimately led to his downfall. How have I lied? He stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. The box is completely dust-free. You claim it's a buried box? Although Lu had yet to identify a flaw in the yuan blue and white porcelain, the man's statements were indeed questionable. At that moment, he could not help but glance at Yang Yi, inwardly lamenting the latter's remarkable observational skills and meticulousness. Moreover, you claim to be from Hubei, yet your accent bears no trace of it. Is that normal? Yang Yi continued. The more he spoke, the more inconsistencies emerged, and gradually Jiang Tongzhen found himself unable to maintain his fabrications. He began to comprehend why the other individual had so insistently advised him to speak less. Now tell me, who instructed you to bring those items here? Yang Yi demanded sternly. At this moment, Jiang Tongzhen's mind was in turmoil, his eyes darting around outside. He had come to the conclusion that the situation was untenable, and it would be prudent to make a hasty retreat. Seizing an opportune moment, he dashed out without acknowledging Yang Yi's inquiries. Miao Fei hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Catch him!" The staff outside were still bewildered, having just attended to the esteemed guest with utmost care. Now, they were at a loss as to what was unfolding. Consequently, everyone failed to react in time. Jiang Tongzhen exhibited an unprecedented agility, swiftly vanishing from view. What are you standing there for? How can you call yourself security? Miao Fei berated the guards at the entrance. Yang Yi was equally taken aback, not anticipating that the fellow would make a run for it. Following suit, he emerged and found Miao scolding the employees. Offering a wry smile, Miao, let it go. We have incurred some losses, haven't we? Just moments ago, that scoundrel was treated like a deity, and now he suddenly turns hostile. They must be utterly confused. Miao Fei, upon hearing Yang Yi's words, managed to compose herself. Although there were no tangible losses, her disappointment ran deep, leading to her uncharacteristic outburst. Had the porcelain truly been authentic, she would have had the opportunity to achieve great acclaim. However, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Do you think someone is targeting our auction house? Miao Fei inquired, her voice steadying. Yang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. It's hard to say, but it is a possibility. If their motive were solely financial, they could easily deceive larger auction houses for greater profit, wouldn't they? Perhaps they perceive us as lacking in strength and unable to identify forgeries. Miao Fei's words caused Lu to flush with embarrassment. Had it not been for Yang Yi's presence, he might have fallen into their trap. As for that porcelain, I examined it thoroughly. Like you, Lu, I believed it to be genuine Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, with scarcely a flaw. I am convinced that, even in a major auction house, it might have passed undetected. Yang Yi's assertion filled Lu with appreciation. Chapter 84. Leaving a Mark. Upon hearing Yang Yi's assessment, Miao Fei furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that there indeed seemed to be someone conspiring against their auction house. Rivals are often foes. Her immediate suspicion fell upon other auction houses attempting to undermine her own. Let us return inside for now. Miao Fei sighed, reflecting that it was indeed essential to have Yang Yi present. Thankfully, she had not succumbed to a false sense of security and had informed Yang Yi. Lu Li's countenance bore a hint of distress. He genuinely could not discern any flaws in the porcelain, which only underscored his own inadequacies. Furthermore, due to their preconceived notions, both he and Miao Fei had fallen into the trap set by their adversary, failing to recognize the escapee's weaknesses. As someone older than Yang Yi, this realization was particularly humbling for him. Lulu meticulously examined the porcelain once more, unwilling to concede defeat, delving into even greater detail. At this juncture, neither Yang Yi nor Miao Fei interrupted, recognizing that this was a hurdle Lulu needed to confront, and he deserved this opportunity. Although Miao Fei was frustrated, she was relieved that a grave error had been averted. After a lengthy pause, Lulu despondently admitted, "Miao, I am sorry. I have disappointed the auction house." Miao Fei, in turn, offered words of consolation. "It's all right. Didn't Yang Yi say it was a remarkably convincing forgery? Even he nearly fell for it. Had it not been for the inconsistencies in that man's words, we would have been in dire straits. Let this serve as a lesson for the future." Lulu regained his composure and nodded towards President Miao, feeling fortunate to have encountered a leader like Miao Fei. "Yang Yi, could you elucidate what is amiss with this porcelain?" His sentiments towards Yang Yi had transformed. Jealousy was replaced by admiration, a weakling's reverence for a stronger individual. From the vessel's form, glaze, blue and white patterns, decorations, base, and even the coloration and bubbles, there were no flaws to be found. Nearly aligning with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white porcelain, Yang Yi articulated. Lulu nodded, having scrutinized these details and confirmed their accuracy. It was precisely for this reason that he firmly asserted it to be Yuan blue and white. Indeed, the large flowers and leaves are rendered in full color. Yet the blossoms themselves are not completely filled, exhibiting a noticeable blank outline. The motifs of mountains, seas, figures, and animals share a resemblance, with the patterns revealing white. Particularly upon observing the banana leaf motif, I had already concluded it to be a genuine article, Lulu remarked. In our antiquities appraisal, we most dread such situations, where our conviction blinds us to even the most apparent flaws. Yang Yi replied with a wry smile. Lulu sighed, aware that he had committed an unforgivable error, allowing preconceived notions to cloud his judgment. The fundamental principle of appraising antiques is to identify imperfections through objective analysis. Yet, he had failed to adhere to this principle, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Though seemingly flawless, the overall blue and white composition is influenced by kiln temperature, resulting in variations of depth and color. When observed through a magnifying glass, it imparts a sense of clarity and profundity. Upon closer examination, the blue and white appears alive, with vibrant flows in its more intense areas. This concept may be somewhat abstract and difficult for many to comprehend, Yang Yi stated. Lulu promptly re-examined with a magnifying glass, seeking the liveliness and fluidity Yang Yi had mentioned, ultimately shaking his head in defeat, acknowledging his limited skills. "On what basis do you claim it to be a forgery?" Miao Fei inquired, furrowing her brow. "There are 2 points of doubt. What are they?" Miao Fei and Lulu asked in unison, indicating that the incident had left a profound impression on them, perhaps a memory they would never forget, nearly stumbling today. "Lulu, you initially mentioned the tin light. Have you ever heard of the yin-yang light spots?" "Yang Yi yet. Yin-yang light spots? Beautiful Ned slightly." Having never encountered this term, could it also be a characteristic of Yuan blue and white porcelain? Yang Yi nodded. True Yuan blue and white reveals yin-yang light spots on the inner walls. "You used a flashlight to look inside to check for yin-yang light spots, didn't you?" Miao Fei suddenly recalled Yang Yi's previous actions. Yang Yi smiled and affirmed. "Precisely. It is actually caused by the sparse sand holes on the inner wall. When illuminated at an angle, the sparse sand holes reflect star-like points of light, which are the so-called yin-yang light spots." Lulu immediately used a flashlight to investigate, but found no star-like points. And what is the other point of doubt? He could not help but ask, resolving to investigate the so-called yin-yang light spots later. The other point of doubt lies within the decoration itself, right here. Logically, this should be executed with greater emphasis, yet observe how it lightly glides over, akin to the flowing script, rendering this line of decoration somewhat delicate, Yang Yi explained, pointing to a specific motif. Miao Fei fell indifferent, but Lu Li's expression shifted dramatically. He seemed to have lost his soul, muttering incessantly. So it was him. Yang Yi and Miao Fei were taken aback and inquired, "Who?" The individual in question was a master forger, teetering on the brink of becoming a true virtuoso in his craft. No one knew his true identity, yet he was commonly referred to as leave a stroke. And the previous observation made by Yang Yi was indeed his handiwork. Lulu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Given that it was a creation of Leave a Stroke, it was no wonder he could not authenticate it. In an entire country, there were scarcely more than a handful of individuals capable of discerning such forgeries. However, he felt an increasing sense of trepidation regarding Yang Yi's formidable insight, a truly terrifying young man. With his keen perception, meticulous nature, and the support of Elder Qi, one could only speculate about the heights he might reach in the future. I recommend we send this porcelain piece to Elder Qi, Lu advised. Such artifacts have caused considerable harm in the past. Our esteemed predecessors endured great hardships to meticulously scrutinize the market. This incident dated back 5 or 6 years when the works of Leave a Stroke first emerged, unnoticed by many, leading numerous individuals astray. Some precious porcelain pieces fetched tens of millions, only to languish in the hands of buyers, resulting in untold financial ruin. Who could have predicted that shortly thereafter, the forgeries of Leave a Stroke would be exposed, transforming treasures worth millions into mere ordinary crafts overnight? One of Lu Li's friends, unable to bear the shock, tragically took his own life. Is it truly that severe? Miao Fei questioned. In reality, the situation was even more dire than she imagined. Young Yi, it would be prudent to inform Elder Qi. The works of Leave a Stroke may have resurfaced in the market, Lu stated gravely. Of course, they could also be remnants from years past, but better to err on the side of caution. I understand. Yang Yi felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing about Leave a Stroke. Chapter 85, Taking Disciples. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, Miao Fei granted Yang Yi an additional day off. Unfortunately, she herself had little time to spare. It had been half a month, and the piece de resistance remained elusive, a source of great anxiety for her. Following the recent auction, their Jiangzhou auction house had garnered a modest reputation, attracting a few customers, yet their offerings were largely unremarkable. Under normal circumstances, items priced at several $100,000 should not pose a challenge. However, they lacked a show-stopping piece valued in the tens of millions. Miao Fei had repeatedly lowered her standards for the ideal centerpiece. As long as something close to 10 million was available, she believed she could elevate the auction price beyond that threshold. Nevertheless, she encountered obstacles at every turn. Such high-caliber treasures were not in short supply, but those who possessed them were typically well off, clutching their valuables tightly, often considering them family heirlooms, and unlikely to part with them for auction. I've heard that Wang Jun possesses 3 to 5 significant treasures. Yang, do you think there is any chance he would part with one for auction? Miao Fei inquired, having discreetly sought information. Although Wang Jun had gained a reputation as a notorious fool over the years, he had nonetheless amassed a considerable collection of fine treasures. Yang Yi had never visited his treasure trove, but he shook his head, saying, "It seems unlikely. Generally, common antiques are exceedingly difficult to extract from him, let alone significant treasures." Yang Yi had a profound understanding of Wang Jun. It was utterly unrealistic to attempt to seize the treasure that he had painstakingly acquired. Thus, there was no need to pursue the matter further. Miao Fei merely mentioned it without harboring excessive expectations. After leaving the auction house with the porcelain piece, Yang Yi made his way to Old Qi's residence, entrusting this significant dilemma to him. The challenge of preserving a work of art was indeed formidable. Based on his assessment with Lu, this could be considered a poorly performing piece. The true masterpieces, it was said, possessed no flaws. If one could not detect even the slightest variation in hue or fineness, the only recourse would be to shatter the porcelain to ascertain its authenticity. A thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Old Qi was engrossed in practicing his calligraphy when Yang Yi arrived, prompting him to help himself to some tea. Though he sought Yang Yi's input, his hands deftly tidied up his own creations and prepared a fresh sheet of rice paper, along with the 4 treasures of the study. Leaving Yang Yi no choice but to comply. "I shall do my best, then." Yang Yi had no option but to set aside his pressing concerns, for the issue of preservation could not be rushed. Observing Yang Yi swiftly entering an optimal state of calligraphic focus, Old Qi was astonished and filled with joy, increasingly pleased with Yang Yi's potential. He realized that this young man resembled a flawless piece of raw jade, destined to become a rare treasure with the right refinement. His talent and insight were commendable, leading Old Qi to secretly believe that Yang Yi would surpass his disciple, Chen Haowen. Yang Yi's writing was remarkably congruent with his age, characterized by a decisive stroke and fluid motion, truly exceptional. After witnessing Yang Yi's calligraphy, Old Qi bestowed high praise, noting that his skill had already reached over 70% of his own standard. He could confidently assert that among the young practitioners of the thin gold script in the country, Yang Yi was unmatched. How would you like to practice calligraphy with me? Old Chi inquired somewhat abruptly. Yang Yi was taken aback, but quickly nodded in delight. Absolutely. He had observed Old Chi's masterpieces earlier, which were of a masterful caliber. With his guidance, he believed he could avoid many pitfalls. As calligraphy was a self-taught endeavor for him, there were numerous subtleties he might have overlooked. True to form, Old Chi was elated by Yang Yi's eager acceptance of his mentorship and promptly corrected several minor flaws in his technique. There is still ample room for improvement. Once these minor issues are rectified, you will see significant progress in a short time. Whenever you have the opportunity, do come see me. Saying this, he put away Yang Yi's work, preparing to personally mount it. Very well, master. However, the auction house may keep me busy in the coming days. No matter. Prioritize your work. Gain as much experience as possible. In the antiques trade, staying at home yields little advancement. You must observe and learn. He then produced a form for Yang Yi to fill out. It was only then that Yang Yi comprehended that the form was meant to facilitate his introduction into the Calligraphy Association. The Provincial Calligraphy Association held a higher status than the municipal one, and above it lay the National Calligraphy Association. Gaining entry into the National Association was no trivial matter. In the past, even joining a municipal association had been a challenge. Indeed, it was advantageous to be sheltered beneath a grand tree. A remarkable teacher possesses an extraordinary ability to alleviate one's troubles. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, Master Chi is actually the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, and it is no challenge to introduce a person of adequate skill into such circles. It is as simple as filling out a form. Teacher, I almost forgot the important matter. Please take a look at this porcelain piece. Yang Yi was reminded of his pressing business. Unsure? Master Chi chuckled. Yang Yi shook his head. We suspect it is a piece from the Liubian collection. Liubian? Master Chi's expression faltered, his smile slowly fading as he scrutinized the porcelain with a serious demeanor. Is it Yuan blue and white? Master Chi's brow furrowed deeper. He immediately disregarded Yang Yi and began a meticulous examination. After a while, he sighed. I did not anticipate the re-emergence of this item. Please recount its origins in detail. Yang Yi promptly relayed the entire situation without omission, including his suspicions that someone might be targeting their auction house. A few years ago, the mere mention of it would invoke fear and paranoia. Fortunately, those skilled in their craft are often quite proud. The reason it is called Liubian is that even in forgery, there are inevitably flaws left behind. Whether one can discern them remains uncertain. Just as Yang Yi prepared to depart, he was invited by his teacher's wife to stay for dinner. Very well, let us dine together, Master Chi nodded. Without hesitation, he escalated the matter, causing concern amongst his peers. The news spread rapidly, instigating panic within the porcelain community, prompting several prominent figures from across the country to initiate inspections. If no similar pieces were discovered elsewhere, it would indicate that this item was a previously overlooked relic, the best possible outcome. However, if similar items surfaced in other provinces, it would signify the onset of calamity. Chapter 86, The Evolution of the Vertical Eye. Before long, Yang Yi received calls from Chun Haowen and Wang Jun, who evidently were among the first to learn of his apprenticeship under Master Chi. They called to congratulate him and suggest an outing. That night, Yang Yi had a dream that abruptly awakened him, causing a severe headache. Yang Yi cried out in pain, startling Luo Xiaoyu, who resided in the adjacent room. After a moment of agony, the vertical eye underwent a transformation, revealing two pupils that emitted an unsettling, ghostly light. What is wrong? Luo Xiaoyu knocked at the door. Yang Yi rose to open it, encountering Luo Xiaoyu clad in a rather revealing nightgown, her eyes captivating. She was not wearing a bra, and her prominent features were accentuated by the expanse of exposed skin, making it difficult for Yang Yi to avert his gaze. Hey, I'm talking to you. Luo Xiaoyu, perhaps concerned, had yet to realize her state of undress. It's nothing. I merely experienced a nightmare. Yang Yi's eyes remained fixated. He exhaled, having nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her. As dawn approached, the two lay in bed, unable to sleep, mulling over the earlier awkward encounter, even forgetting the changes in his life-sustaining vertical eye. When morning broke, Yang Yi diligently examined the impact of this transformation. Glancing at the ancient June porcelain bowl in the room, he noticed the familiar layer of precious light, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that the ability to appraise treasures has not vanished. As he sensed another companion's pupil, Yang Yi suddenly noticed a shimmering before his eyes. Reminiscent of rippling water, he nearly gasped in astonishment as a bizarre scene unfolded. The ancient June porcelain bowl seemed to peel away layer by layer, and his gaze ultimately penetrated the ceramic to reveal the sights beyond. Is this X-ray vision? Yang Yi's heart raced with shock. Fascinated, he scanned many objects throughout the room, finally directing his attention towards the adjacent wall. Alas, the wall was too thick. He felt a twinge of regret at not witnessing the enchanting spectacle on the other side. Even the most composed individuals harbor a curiosity for voyeurism. After his examination, he discerned that his current limit for this newfound ability was merely 10 centimeters. Has it evolved? He also discovered that he could maintain this ability for an impressive 5 minutes. These significant revelations invigorated him. Oomph, are you that pleased? During breakfast, Luo Xiaoyu noticed this man grinning foolishly, mistakenly believing it was due to his recent good fortune, and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yi. Startled, Yang Yi quickly reined in his expression, aware of her misunderstanding. Of course, having witnessed the benefits, he felt a genuine happiness. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu recalled her mother's phone call from the previous night, her expression darkening as she discreetly glanced at Yang Yi. Mistaking her lingering discomfort as a result of the previous incident, Yang Yi sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. Seeing him still preoccupied with that moment, Luo Xiaoyu couldn't help but glare at him again. Regardless, you owe me compensation. That's non-negotiable, right? Even beautiful women possess the right to be unreasonable. Yang Yi chucklet. All right, what sort of compensation do you desire? Perhaps I could reveal a bit of my flesh for your viewing pleasure? Pervert. Who would want to see that? Luo Xiaoyu retorted. In a couple of days, my mother will be visiting, and you must pretend to be my boyfriend for that time, okay? He didn't mind and nodded in agreement. All right, but your mother will be staying here with us? Of course. Am I to let my mother sleep on the streets? Luo Xiaoyu shot him a look. This situation could be blamed on Xiao Hui for her poor choice in friends. That girl had inadvertently revealed information that led Luo Xiaoyu's mother to learn about her daughter's dating life, prompting a barrage of questions that lasted a full 2 hours. Even so, her mother remained unsatisfied, feeling she lacked adequate knowledge about this prospective son-in-law and planned to come in person for further scrutiny. Back home, many were eager to introduce suitors to her daughter, and numerous young men were keen to pursue her. Yet, her daughter was unimpressed. They couldn't force the issue. A 23 or 24-year-old woman who remained unmarried in her hometown would face increasing pressure in the coming years. Thus, her parents were understandably anxious. Such circumstances could easily lead to exposure. Yang Yi pondered. If it were merely 2 meals, he could manage, but living together for 2 days would inevitably reveal discrepancies, sending a chill down his spine. All right, do you have time later? Luo Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with mischief. What for? Yang Yi felt a twinge of caution. Nothing much. Let us go for a walk, take some photos, and I'll pick a few to share. Is that really necessary? Absolutely, Luo Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Last night, her mother had insisted on seeing pictures, and she had cleverly navigated the situation. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that my mother insists on coming in person. Once she arrives, what should we do about her phone? There isn't a single photograph within it, and claiming it represents a couple seems dubious at best. Therefore, it is wise to prepare adequately. There is no harm in that. And then, what plans do we have? Last night, I devised a plan on the first day. Allocate half a day for the 3 of us to venture outside and purchase a few items. The remaining time will depend on your availability, Luo Xiaoyu interjected. She would take 2 days off from the auction house, ensuring her mother Wen Ti be bored at home. Thus, this would only inconvenience Yang Yi for half a day. As for expenses, she had recently earned a decent sum and naturally did not wish for Yang Yi to bear the costs. How much could we possibly spend? Yang Yi waved his hand, declining Luo Xiaoyu's offer to settle the expenses later. Very well, who could deny you the big boss? Luo Xiaoyu chuckled. Yet in her heart, she had already resolved to buy Yang Yi a set of clothes as a token of compensation. After staying there for 2 days, she noted that Yang Yi was rather unconcerned about his attire, to the point where it could be described as dismal. He possessed merely 3 or 4 seasonal outfits, sufficient to maintain daily washing and changing, yet offering little room for selection. Chapter 87. Scratching Lottery Tickets. After breakfast, Yang Yi did not engage in much conversation with Luo Xiaoyu. Yang Yi could afford to be late, but Luo Xiaoyu could not. Since they began living together, they had never commuted to work together, opting to depart separately to avoid gossip. As they passed a lottery ticket shop, Yang Yi suddenly halted. Once upon a time, his dream was to win the lottery, thus securing a life free for financial worry. The allure of a seemingly magical ability to foresee outcomes stirred something within him. Winning a modest amount mattered little. Given his current financial standing, even a few million might not evoke excitement, but the prospect of exposure was daunting. Yet it remained a dream. Winning would be akin to fulfilling that aspiration. Give me a few tickets to scratch, Yang Yi voiced as he entered the shop. The vendor was an elderly woman, leisurely tending to her customers. The shop was bustling, evidently filled with individuals harboring dreams of instant wealth. It is this very psychology that has allowed the welfare lottery to thrive. 2 yuan, 3 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, or 20 yuan. What will you choose? The woman succinctly laid out the options. Each ticket bore different odds and grand prizes. The higher the investment, the greater the potential reward, albeit with increased risk. A 2 yuan ticket offered 2 chances to win, with a top prize of 150,000 yuan, while a 20 yuan ticket provided 20 chances with a grand prize soaring to 1 million yuan. Let us start with the 2 yuan ticket. Another novice testing the waters. Typically, newcomers begin with the 2 yuan option. Indeed, the 2 yuan, 3 yuan, and 5 yuan tickets are the most popular choices, as the losses are relatively minor. 100 yuan allows for numerous attempts. The elderly woman presented a large assortment. Take your time to select. All right, you attend to the other customers. Women often place great significance on how they are addressed. Upon hearing Yang, you refer to her as sister instead of older sister. The woman's mood brightened, finding the young man quite agreeable. The distinction between sister and older sister is subtle, yet for a woman, it holds profound implications. Sister conveys warmth and familiarity, while older sister lacks that intimacy and implies an unwelcome acknowledgement of age. What women cherish most is the matter of age. All right, take your time to ponder. At this moment, Yang Yi began to regret his hasty decisions, realizing that he had only 5 minutes left to make the most of his time. He should have opted for the highest denomination tickets instead of squandering his chance on trivial prizes. Not a single winning ticket. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disbelief. Out of 30 tickets, not one bore victory. The hope of winning the lottery seemed utterly unrealistic, given the dismally low odds. Advertisements boasted of high return rates for scratch-off tickets, claiming a remarkable 65 payout, making it one of the highest among all lottery varieties issued in China. Yet, the allure of higher returns promised greater rewards and more opportunities to win seemed too good to be true. 2 minutes had elapsed before Yang Yi managed to find 3 tickets, 2 worth 200 and 1 worth 5,000. Have you made your selection? The vendor inquired. Please give me another 20 yuan. I want to choose a few more, Yang Yi replied. In truth, he had barely scratched the surface of the pile. But due to the time constraint, he requested the most expensive tickets to peruse. The vendor raised an eyebrow and smiled. All right, customers like Yang, who jumped between ticket values, were a rarity. Most patrons tended to avoid the 20 yuan tickets, as 100 yuan would only buy 5 attempts, often resulting in disappointment. After a brief examination, Yang Yi squinted and discovered a ticket with a 50,000 prize. However, as the 5-minute limit expired, he failed to uncover any other winning tickets. With a sudden impulse, he randomly selected another 10 or 20 tickets. Sister, could you help me tally this? The vendor noted that he had spent several hundred yuan in one go. Such lavish spending was uncommon. Most customers typically played only a few dozen yuan at a time. Hoping for a stroke of luck, after making his payment, Yang Yi scratched off 4 or 5 tickets in succession, none of which were winners. During the scratching process, onlookers often gathered. At times, witnessing others win served as motivation, igniting excitement, though jealousy sometimes lingered. Winning 20 yuan was exceedingly difficult. Just like that, 100 yuan had vanished. A seasoned scratch-off player shook his head slightly, remarking that gamblers like Yang Yi were ill-suited for the lottery, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Yang Yi picked up a 2 yuan ticket and took a deep breath. All eyes turned towards him. A hush fell over the crowd, and the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Oh, I think I've won, the vendor exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Many spectators craned their necks like giraffes, peering intently at the numbers revealed on the ticket. They collectively gasped. 5,000? 3 zeros, it's 5,000. Winning 5,000 from a 2 yuan ticket could indeed be considered a grand prize. Up to that point in the day, no one had struck such a significant fortune in the shop. Before Yang Yi's arrival, a woman had won 2,000. What good fortune? The vendor praised. When customers win, the vendor incurs no loss. Rather, it encourages more people to purchase lottery tickets, stimulating business. Consequently, her mood brightened considerably. I hesitated over this one just a moment ago. It seems luck is on my side, Yang Yi chuckled. The others urged, quick, check the rest. You might continue your streak of good fortune. 2 more 2 yuan tickets were discarded, each yielding a modest prize of 200. While not substantial, witnessing all 3 2 yuan tickets when left the bystanders in a state of disbelief. Indeed, It appears that the 2 yuan tickets offer a higher likelihood of success. Goodness. Even if the odds are slightly more favorable, such results are hardly believable. If you can demonstrate that purchasing 10 tickets guarantees a win, I shall consider you my mentor. It took the elderly lady a moment to comprehend the situation before she joyfully exclaimed, "Young man, your luck is unparalleled." Many others began to sift through the pile of 2 yuan tickets, as those who had tasted success inspired the rest to join in with eager anticipation. Ignoring the commotion, Yang Yi continued to scratch off the remaining 20 yuan tickets. It seemed that his fortune was indeed limited to the 2 yuan tickets, with only one ticket left. The loss of the previous 10 or so tickets left many feeling regretful. They had hoped for Yang Yi's good fortune to extend beyond the 2 yuan tickets, but alas, he could not seem to navigate the 20 yuan ones. Nonetheless, he had still profited. Indeed, even if the last ticket yielded nothing, Yang Yi had still garnered over 4,000, which was quite commendable. Relax, it's the nature of this game. There are gains and losses, the elderly lady reassured him. Yang Yi nodded, it's all good. I'm just playing casually. This attitude pleased the elderly lady, who smiled in satisfaction. She had encountered numerous individuals who approached the lottery with a gambler's mentality. Some had even turned it into a profession, indulging in wild pursuits. Although the lottery was state-supported, at its core, it remained a form of gambling, with the adage 10 bets, 9 losses holding true. Thus, despite selling tickets for 4 to 5 years, she had never purchased one herself. Chapter 88, Fortuitous Luck. Oh, I won 500. Suddenly, an exclamatory voice emerged, drawing everyone's attention to a young man holding a scratch ticket, which was also a 2 yuan ticket. This young man, inspired by Yang Yi's success with the 2 yuan tickets, had impulsively selected 5 tickets and was astonished to find that he had won on the first one. These 2 yuan tickets are rather impressive, others remarked, leading to a flurry of interest as the pile of 2 yuan tickets was eagerly combed through by a crowd. The elderly lady was delighted as a third of the 2 yuan tickets swiftly disappeared. Haha, I also won 500. Another jubilant voice chimed in. Oh dear, I also won, exclaimed yet another. How fortunate he is, winning 3 consecutive tickets. It seems this batch of 2 yuan tickets has a high success rate. After so many years of playing the lottery, I have never witnessed so many winners, remarked a seasoned lottery vendor with a wry smile. He had stopped playing the 2 yuan tickets 2 years prior, and had come today to select some 10 yuan tickets, hoping to test his luck before heading over to the big lottery. He considered himself a professional lottery purchaser. His only passion was the thrill of playing, as it carried significantly lower risks than other forms of gambling. Unbeknownst to those present, several years ago, he had inadvertently won $1 million jackpot, catapulting him into millionaire status. In the years 7 or 8 years past, $1 million was considered quite affluent. Subsequently, he developed a fondness for the lottery and dedicated himself to studying it. While he might not claim expertise in all matters, he had certainly established himself as an authority in Jiangzhou. As a seasoned lottery enthusiast, scratch cards are merely a casual pastime, a means to indulge in the thrill of potential winnings. His true passion lies in games like the Super Lotto, which require a greater degree of skill. He perceives scratch cards as a gamble with fate. The more tumultuous the day, the better the chance of a fortunate outcome. For instance, during a day filled with misfortunes, be it a failed task, being dismissed from work, or an unexpected mishap, these moments prompt one to purchase a few tickets, believing that a stroke of luck might turn the tide. Moreover, scratch cards are often presented in a continuous sequence. Thus, it is advisable to purchase them in order rather than skipping around. The variety is vast, and consistently playing the same type may diminish the odds of winning over time. Hence, it is wise to experiment with different games. The odds of winning can indeed be quite favorable. Yang Yi was taken aback by the unexpected abundance of winning tickets among the remaining 2 yuan tickets. Reflecting on this, he mused that it was fortuitous, as it spared him the embarrassment of drawing too much attention. Eagerly, he began to scratch off the tickets. A certain individual had been closely observing Yang Yi. Noticing that the spotlight was shifting to others, he approached Yang Yi with curiosity. It struck him as odd that Yang Yi's 2 yuan tickets yielded wins, while the 20 yuan ones did not. Yang Yi smiled and started scratching from the left, quickly revealing a number. Another win. The onlooker exclaimed, intrigued. How much? I'm not yet certain, but a number has appeared. It's a 5. There was speculation that it could be 500, 5,000, or even 50,000. Some fancifully imagined the possibility of hitting 50,000. Considering the grand prize was 1 million, such a feat, albeit unlikely, was not entirely out of the question. An elderly woman gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your luck is truly remarkable." Many were eager to know the extent of Yang Yi's winnings, especially given that it was a 20 yuan ticket. Surely, the returns would be significant. If he indeed won 50,000, this lottery shop would gain notoriety. The elderly woman, who had been in this business for years, had never witnessed anyone winning 50,000. The highest she had encountered was merely a few thousand. Yet, deep down, she understood that winning 50,000 was improbable. The top prize for this series of tickets was only 20,000, while she had not stocked the series with the 1 million grand prize. Keep your eyes peeled. The top prize for this ticket is merely 20,000. How could it possibly yield 50,000? A fellow lottery player chimed in. There is a lottery called Kai Gao 8 Do with a grand prize of 1 million. I have even seen someone win it. Another added. There's also a lottery named Mystery Gifts, which similarly offers a 1 million top prize. The Mystery Gifts ticket is adorned with vibrant colors and artistic designs, featuring 3 treasure chests alongside a drift bottle, enhancing the air of mystery. Against a blue backdrop, colorful flags flutter alongside cheerful balloons, creating an atmosphere of joy and intrigue. The Mystery Gifts employs a straightforward numerical gameplay. Upon scratching off the covering film, if any of my numbers match the winning numbers, the prize corresponding to that number is awarded, while mismatched numbers yield no reward. In truth, there are numerous varieties of tickets that offer a grand prize of 1 million, as the seasoned lottery player chuckled. The lottery is a phenomenon found in every region, each boasting its own distinctive version, with the highest jackpot reaching 1 million. The proprietor, an elderly lady, remarked that just last month, someone won 50,000 here, while a 200,000 win occurred 2 years prior. Yang Yi vigorously scratched off the ticket, and the sight of 4 zeros following the 5 astounded everyone present. Indeed, it was 50,000. Such extraordinary fortune. This was the first time I had witnessed someone winning more than 10,000, a statement that revealed the speaker's inexperience. Thanks to my sister's good fortune. Yang Yi smiled at the elderly lady. He felt a sense of lightness, perhaps due to the fulfillment of a dream. For him, purchasing lottery tickets posed no challenge, especially the scratch-off variety. With his ability to see through the facade, wealth came swiftly. Yet, such games were merely for amusement, not long-term engagement. Winning too frequently could invite trouble. All right, hurry and claim your prize, the lady urged Yang Yi. The redemption period is 60 days from the date of the drawing. Once this period elapses, the unclaimed winnings are redirected to charitable funds. Many winners lament their inability to claim their prizes in time. In this country, deadlines are strict, unlike abroad, where institutions might actively seek out winners. The lady informed Yang Yi that the betting station only redeems up to 1,000 yuan. For 5,000 yuan, one must visit the lottery center, and prizes under 10,000 are exempt from personal income tax. Consequently, Yang Yi had 2 tickets to exchange at the lottery center, especially the one worth 50,000, which would incur tax obligations. After redeeming the remaining 2 tickets worth 200, he expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper and prepared to head to the lottery center. Had it not been for the ticket exceeding 10,000, he would have found the process tedious. Navigating the necessary procedures would likely consume at least an hour, which felt like a waste of time to him. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed a scratched ticket beneath the shopkeeper's glass display case, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Chapter 89. The collection of lottery tickets. If memory served him correctly, it was a lottery ticket of collectible value. In truth, scratch-off lottery tickets encapsulate the rich cultural and gaming elements beloved by the Chinese populace. Their exquisite designs and profound meanings reflect a deep-seated national heritage, making them objects of interest for collectors. For instance, the ticket series featuring the 12 Beauties of the Red Chamber draws upon the essence of this classic Chinese literature, depicting the well-known characters in beautiful detail. The figures of Daiyu, Bao Chai, and Yuan Chun, among others, are rendered with grace and charm. Their lifelike portrayals and stunning imagery exuding a strong cultural aura and a sense of historical depth, offering an aesthetic delight. Sister, would you be willing to sell me that ticket? Yang Yi inquired, pointing to the ticket that had been left beneath the glass case. Unsure of how long it had been there, the shopkeeper was taken aback as she retrieved the ticket. Is it this one? Others around them were equally intrigued, finding it somewhat perplexing. It had already been scratched, so what value could it possibly hold? It seemed no different from scrap paper. Indeed, it is this ticket, Yang Yi affirmed with a nod. However, it has already been scratched, and alas, there are no winnings. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman, has no recollection of this lottery ticket. The previous owner of this establishment, much like her, was also involved in this trade. Consequently, upon acquiring the shop, she did not undertake any renovations, and many items within remain unorganized. Collecting? An elderly lottery enthusiast suddenly inquired, seemingly aware of Yang Yi's intentions. Yang Yi looked over in surprise and then smiled, saying, "Indeed, this lottery ticket possesses a certain collectible value." He then turned to the shopkeeper. "Sister, please sell me this ticket for 1,000 yuan. If auctioned, it should fetch around 17 to 1800. He had no desire to exploit this opportunity. The impression the elderly woman left on him was exceedingly positive, and he felt no need to compromise his conscience over a mere 1,000 or so yuan. The others were taken aback. A piece of paper they regarded as worthless was actually valued at over 1,000? This was utterly astonishing. Suddenly, they began to wonder if some of their scratch tickets might also be worth keeping. The shopkeeper was startled. "Isn't collecting quite popular nowadays?" Yang Yi explained that in recent years, the national lottery collection and trading market has flourished, with a community of collectors continually expanding. The design philosophy behind welfare lottery tickets not only reflects the issuance purpose and the use of public welfare funds, but also places significant emphasis on the inheritance and innovation of Chinese cultural heritage. These meticulously crafted, beautifully printed, and richly detailed tickets not only embody profound cultural significance, but have also become vessels of modern culture and civilization in China. The value of a lottery ticket is influenced by factors such as its issuance era, collectible value, issuance quantity and existence, design, printing quality, and overall condition. The ticket in your possession is known as the Smuff lottery ticket, and its scarcity renders it quite valuable, Yang Yi informed the shopkeeper. Those born in the 1980s will undoubtedly carry unforgettable memories of the Smurfs. The ticket features the original Smuff cartoon characters imported from the United States. And due to concerns over copyright issues and inadequate covering film technology, its issuance was halted, resulting in its rarity and thus a high market price. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi added, "Alternatively, you could hold on to it for a few more years. Its value will appreciate significantly. Then I shall keep it for a few years." The shopkeeper replied somewhat bashfully. She felt a growing fondness for this young man, appreciating his candidness. Another individual might have taken advantage of her lack of knowledge and offered her a mere 20 or 30 yuan. It is fortuitous that we are in a time of peace. The coming decades promise economic growth, and the fervor for collecting will only intensify. The potential for appreciation of these collectibles is substantial, making it wise to retain them. Yang Yi admired the shopkeeper's decision. Recognizing that a short-sighted individual might have accepted 1,000 yuan without hesitation. "Young man, what other lottery tickets in this shop are worth collecting?" Someone promptly inquired. Suddenly, it seemed that collecting lottery tickets held promise. Winning a lottery may not be essential, as long as one retains the ticket. Selling it in a few years for 1,000 or more yuan would indeed be a remarkable profit. Yang Yi cast a glance and shook his head slightly, stating, "I cannot say for certain. At present, it appears to lack any collectible value. Yet, who knows, it may appreciate in worth in a couple of years." He suggested that one should investigate which lottery tickets have a limited issuance, for the principle of rarity holds true eternally. What is scarce is precious. Just like all collectibles, the fewer the items in existence, the higher their value. Naturally, older lottery tickets tend to be more valuable. Those closer to the initial release date, particularly in pristine condition, command greater worth. Moreover, certain lottery tickets exert considerable influence in social, economic, cultural, and political spheres, significantly impacting their value in future collections. Typically, lottery tickets feature designs, serial numbers, face values, and issuing organizations. Collectors may seek to gather tickets with similar themes or related imagery, as significant themes often present a greater potential for appreciation. In contemporary collecting circles, lottery tickets themed around the 4 great classical novels are particularly popular. Yang Yi remarked, "If you were to collect them, ensure you acquire complete sets, as they are far more valuable." The 4 great classical novels are treasures of ancient Chinese cultural history, beloved by many. The lottery tickets themed around these novels, adorned with character illustrations, imbue the tickets with cultural significance, providing purchasers with a dual impact of visual and cultural resonance. I recall a complete set of water margin that was issued previously, 30 tickets, each with a face value of 1 yuan. Many collectors believe that due to the numerous characters in water margin, the issuance was widespread and difficult to gather, making a complete set exceedingly rare and highly collectible. Water margin? That was many years ago. I believe I possess a set. An older gentleman suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with surprise. Upon hearing this, those nearby expressed their envy. A complete set of 30 tickets. Let's estimate each at several hundred yuan. The total could easily exceed 10,000 yuan. I happened to win 50 yuan on one of those, which is why I kept it as a memento. He chuckled. He felt fortunate. Otherwise, he would have surely discarded it. Since it was kept as a keepsake, it remained in relatively good condition. You should take it to auction. A complete set is exceedingly valuable, Yang Yi advised. After a brief conversation, he hurried toward the Welfare Lottery Center to claim his prize. Chapter 90. Encountering an Old Friend. The Welfare Lottery Center is located at the other end of the Mingzhu Bridge, not too far away. The Mingzhu Bridge is the largest bridge in Jiangzhou. Constructed in a suspension style, and at night, it becomes a picturesque sight, a landmark of Jiangzhou and a source of pride for its citizens. After spending over an hour, Yang Yi finally redeemed his winnings, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his prize was not substantial. Earlier, he had seen a citizen who had won several million. Media outlets and charitable organizations were gathered at the entrance. It was evident that the citizen felt overwhelmed, as a portion of his winnings would be taxed and further diminished by the demands of the charitable organizations. Despite charitable giving being a voluntary act, the media's presence at the gate left little room for discretion. If one won such a large sum and offered nothing in return, the public perception could swiftly sour, tarnishing one's reputation. He suspected that there might be some unscrupulous dealings at play within the Welfare Lottery Center. It was not through any clandestine notification that the citizen believed the media possessed the extraordinary ability to predict his visit for the lottery prize. As he pondered these thoughts, the taxi traversed the Pearl Bridge, only to come to an abrupt halt due to a traffic jam ahead. Remarkably, there were no traffic lights on the bridge. It was still congested. Yang Yi gazed out, his brow furrowing in concern. Someone was threatening to jump off the bridge. The driver remarked with a tone of resignation. It was a grim reality. Every year, there were individuals who came to this bridge to end their lives, becoming an unfortunate routine. Many troubled souls gravitated toward this location. The bridge itself was rather narrow, and such incidents invariably resulted in traffic snarls, a torment for passengers like them. They could very well be stuck here for half an hour. Up ahead, the police were attempting to dissuade the individual from jumping. The one seeking to leap was not a fragile woman, but rather a well-dressed, successful man, unmistakably a businessman. Could it be that his company had gone bankrupt? The driver speculated. In truth, the driver's intuition was not far from the mark. Ling Feng, in the eyes of others, was indeed a successful figure, having achieved remarkable accomplishments at a young age. After graduating from university, he built a software company from the ground up in just 3 years, amassing a fortune nearing 100 million. Complemented by a beautiful girlfriend, whom he married, and they had a child together. It was undeniable that he had triumphed in both the business arena and love, enjoying a flourishing career and a happy family. However, the most devastating blow for him was that his wife had been stricken with leukemia during his most trying times, enduring suffering in the hospital, while his son had gone missing just days prior, as if he had been forsaken by the heavens. Today, on his way to deliver lunch to his wife, despair overwhelmed him, prompting the unbearable urge to leap from the Pearl Bridge. He dared not disclose his son's disappearance to his wife, unsure of how to explain it. With his wife needing care, there was no time to search for their son. He felt utterly stretched thin. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi could no longer contain himself and said to the driver, "Please let me off here." The driver, feeling a twinge of guilt for delaying his passenger for so long, prepared to waive the fare. Nevertheless, Yang Yi insisted on paying, acknowledging the struggles of drivers like him. As he walked forward, he noticed the police still patiently trying to console the troubled individual, while rescue boats were being readied in the river below, poised for any eventuality. "Wenbo?" Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Among the police, the distressed individual, and the onlookers, he recognized a familiar face, an old classmate he had not seen in ages. Why had he come to Jiangzhou? Zhou Wenbo seemed to hear someone calling his name, turning around to see Yang Yi, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Old Yang, what a coincidence. It's been ages." Zhou Wenbo explained that the person on the bridge was a friend of his, a senior from their university, and a standout among their peers. Both had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures after graduation, bringing pride to their alma mater. In the early days of Zhou Wenbo's mobile gaming endeavors, he had received considerable assistance from the senior. "Come over here, if you're in trouble. We are here to help." He only learned about his senior brother's predicament a couple of days ago. Concerned, he made a personal visit, only to find the situation far worse than he had imagined. This senior brother was not only facing issues at his company, but also crises within his family. Upon his arrival, the senior brother attempted to conceal the truth, but he soon uncovered the reality. An unexpected visitor had come to discuss the matter of selling property. The fact that the property was to be relinquished indicated the gravity of the situation. Under pressure, the senior brother finally confessed. You must truly contemplate this. Ending your life may seem like liberation, but who will care for your wife? Who will seek out your son? Zhou Wenba intensified his plea. The despairing individual on the bridge bore a countenance of struggle, ultimately casting a pleading gaze towards him. For the sake of our bond over these 2 years, I implore you to look after them. At this moment, he too felt disoriented, contemplating the tragic notion of sacrificing his life to leave behind an insurance payout for his wife. Yet, would the insurance company even entertain such a circumstance? Zhou Wenba seemed to fathom his intentions and rebuked him vociferously. You ought to consider those around you. What will happen to them if you perish? How much can I possibly care for them? You coward, this is merely a fleeting setback. It's not the end. Everyone has the opportunity for a fresh start. Ling Feng's company was embroiled in a significant crisis, with not only assets being transferred, but also a substantial amount of debt, far beyond his capacity to bear. It was precisely this dire situation that led him to conceive such a desperate plan, hoping to leave something for his wife. How can I not understand? If you do not come up, I shall immediately call your sister-in-law. Unable to dissuade him, Zhou Wenba ultimately resorted to threats. Stop this nonsense and come up quickly. Look at this traffic. You've created utter chaos. Someone lamented. A nearby police officer shot a glare at the one who spoke, thinking that at such a moment, causing further distress was hardly prudent. However, they too felt utterly helpless, witnessing the entire bridge congested with vehicles as the situation escalated. You are not at the end of your rope. Why such despair? Yang Yi suddenly interjected. Zhou Wenba regarded Yang Yi with curiosity, unsure of his meaning. He possesses a treasure, one that is sufficient to aid him through this crisis. Yang Yi elaborated. A treasure? Ling Feng was taken aback. In that moment of astonishment, a swift police officer leaped into action, quickly subduing Ling Feng and apprehending him. Chapter 91, Flawless Jade. Subsequently, Ling Feng was taken to the station for a thorough admonition. Considering his extenuating circumstances, he was not detained and was released within 2 hours. Zhou Wenba and Yang Yi accompanied him, during which they discussed their experiences over the past 2 or 3 years. Zhou Wenba felt a tinge of shame upon learning about the teacher situation, expressing his intent to call the teacher when he had a moment. Li Beos are nothing. He merely benefited from an uncle's support to open a supermarket. Does he truly believe he is remarkable? With capital, as long as one is not lacking in intellect, making money is feasible, Zhou Wenba scoffed. He had heard about Li Beos from his family. That fellow was excessively ostentatious. Even the slightest achievement became common knowledge throughout the neighboring village. In contrast, he established his company, and after earning profits, remained low-key, promptly bringing his family out to enjoy a better life. Thus, the villagers were not particularly well informed about his circumstances. Take the former squad leader, Rui Run, for instance. He has never been one to flaunt his status and conducts himself with remarkable humility. As a civil servant, it is certainly prudent for the former squad leader to maintain a low profile to avoid political missteps. Yet, Rui Run, being a highly regarded intellectual, has never boasted to others. To think you have tied the knot. Yang Yi was taken aback to discover that this fellow was indeed a family man. The former squad leader was aware of the marriage. At that time, I had only invited a few close friends and relatives. You, however, did not leave a single contact number, so how could I have informed you? Yang Yi felt a touch of embarrassment, forcing a sheepish smile. During that period, he was not faring well and wished to keep a low profile, even changing his phone number. Moreover, he rarely logged into online chat platforms, fearing encounters with acquaintances and unsure of how to engage in conversation. You, my senior, certainly have a bit of a predicament. Yang Yi quickly diverted the topic. Who could argue otherwise? Had he informed me earlier, today would not be so troublesome. Curse that wretched pride. Zhou Wenba could not help but exclaim in frustration. They emerged. Yang Yi cast a glance in that direction. The two observed as Ling Feng was kindly escorted out by a police officer who offered words of comfort. Stay strong. Life must go on. Ling Feng's mind was entirely preoccupied with Yang Yi's earlier remark. The only treasure he possessed was that jade pendant, or rather, a jade plaque passed down through generations. He was uncertain of its true worth, but it seemed exaggerated to believe it could resolve his current troubles. He had some understanding of antiques. A piece of jade fetching over 100,000 was considered top tier. Presently, his company needed several million to escape its predicament. And coupled with his wife's illness, it would take nearly 10 million to set things right. This jade plaque, in his estimation, hardly appeared to be worth 2 million. Upon his exit, He spotted Yang Yi and promptly approached him. A classmate of Bozai? Just call me Ling Feng. He immediately extended his hand. Yang Yi shook it and replied with a smile. I am Yang Yi. Shall we head to the hospital first? At this hour, the hospital would still require this fellow's attention and care. As for matters concerning the child, they could be discussed later. His son's condition demanded a broad approach. There were no other options. Very well, let us walk and converse. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Zhou Wenbo interjected. I will temporarily cover your sister-in-law's medical expenses. We can sort out the details later. Do not let your pride stand in the way. Is a life less significant than your self-esteem? I have already urged the police to intensify their efforts regarding Xiao Xian's situation. Thank you. Aside from this, he found himself at a loss for words. He then inquired of Yang Yi whether the treasure he had mentioned was indeed that jade plaque. Show it to me. Ling Feng promptly removed it and handed it to Yang Yi. He was not entirely confident in Yang Yi's appraisal abilities, as they weren't well acquainted. Furthermore, he was aware that those in this line of work were predominantly older individuals. Young people seemed to lack the discerning eye. Yang Yi, sensing his hesitation, introduced himself. I am an appraiser at the Jiangzhou auction house. Although my experience is limited, I do possess a certain degree of discernment. Ling Feng found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, his thoughts laid bare, and could only respond with a sheepish smile of apology. You, my friend, seem to be doing quite well, Zhou Wenbo exclaimed, giving Yang Yi's shoulder a hearty slap, as if it were an act of retribution. In the past, his admiration did not lie with the highest achiever, Rui Run, but rather with the individual standing before him. Though he seldom observed him exerting much effort, the results were undeniably impressive, a talent that was truly formidable, quick-witted and adept at resolving issues with remarkable efficiency. Yang Yi held the jade pendant in his hand. It was no larger than half a palm, a piece of exquisite white jade. What do you think? Zhou Wenbo, ever impatient, pressed. Yang Yi shot him a glance. Is it possible to rush such a matter? However, putting aside all else, this jade alone was incredibly valuable. It was the finest quality of mutton fat jade I had ever encountered. So this is what mutton fat jade looks like? Zhou Wenbo mused, having no prior knowledge of it. Yet he had certainly heard of its illustrious reputation. In China, mutton fat jade is renowned, particularly in ancient times. It is a gem-quality material among Hatian jade, a paragon of pure white jade, characterized by its exceptional luster and texture. Since antiquity, this jade has been held in high esteem, regarded as a precious gem, symbolizing noble virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, wisdom, courage, purity, and elegance, as well as worldly sentiments of beauty, nobility, auspiciousness, gentleness, and tranquility. In ancient times, only emperors and high officials were deemed worthy to wear such superior white jade. Warm and dense, translucent and pure, immaculate and as smooth as cream, these are the hallmarks of mutton fat jade. The piece before them bore no blemish whatsoever, a fact that alone significantly enhanced its value. How much do you think it is worth? Ling Feng inquired eagerly. Yang Yi pondered for a moment before responding with caution. This piece belongs to the top tier of mutton fat jade. According to current market prices, it could fetch around 20,000 per gram. Zhou Wenbo gasped in astonishment. To think, how much does gold cost per gram? This jade is 100 times more valuable than gold. How astonishing. So, this small piece could be worth 1 or 2 million then. The jade pendant weighed nearly 100 grams. Ling Feng's eyes lit up with 2 million. He could at least accomplish some things. Chapter 92, Mutton Fat Jade. Damn, it's truly valuable. No wonder they say antiques yield exorbitant profits, Zhou Wenbo added. Yang Yi shot a disgruntled glance at him. This is top-grade mutton fat jade. Is it any surprise that it exceeds gold in value by 100-fold? Moreover, it possesses other attributes that elevate its worth far beyond 2 million. A family heirloom, after all, is a treasure to be passed down through generations. If one fears failing to account for their ancestors, they can always invest in an even finer piece to be inherited later. This is also an ancient jade. It has likely been worn by your family for generations, Yang Yi remarked to Ling Feng, noticing the jade's strong luster and oily sheen. It was evident that it had been frequently handled. Such ancient jade is even more precious. Ling Feng nodded, affirming that this jade pendant had been worn by several generations. Occasionally, he felt that this piece was extraordinary. In winter, it felt warm to the touch. How much more could it increase in value? Zhou Wenbo inquired. Perhaps several 100,000. In truth, you are merely judging it by its color, aren't you? Zhou Wenbo inquired further, sensing a certain impressive aura about Yang Yi, reminiscent of lofty mountains. The hue of sheep fat jade is of paramount significance. He informed his old classmate that the collection of sheep fat jade must begin with an examination of its color. Ordinary white jade typically appears starkly white, evoking a sense of pallor and lacking in substantiality. In contrast, the white of sheep fat jade radiates a gentle richness with a pronounced powdery texture. Under the illumination of light, sheep fat jade subtly reveals a faint yellow hue, while the edges of the stone exhibit a misty, powdery quality that is exceedingly beautiful, qualities absent in common white jade. When discussing sheep fat white jade, one's immediate impression would undoubtedly be of immense value, deserving of utmost reverence, which is indeed the case. Those who understand Hitian white jade are aware that what is referred to as sheep fat white jade denotes a piece of Hitian jade that possesses the whiteness and luster akin to that of the fat from a young lamb's tail. The translucency of sheep fat white jade is remarkable. Here, translucency refers to the clarity of the jade. Ordinary white jade varies from translucent to opaque, but sheep fat white jade presents a semi-translucent state. When sunlight shines upon it, one can see the shadow of their finger when placed behind the stone. As Yanni explained, Zhou Wenba took the jade pendant and, indeed, could see his finger in the sunlight. Truly wondrous. This is the finest sheep fat jade, which can produce such an effect, Yang Yi remarked. However, Ling Feng felt somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped for a price that could double or even triple, thinking that a few $100,000 would not make a significant difference. The last time he visited a jade shop, he saw such jade, but it was far less expensive than what was mentioned. Zhou Wenba still found it hard to accept that the price of white jade could rival that of gold by 100-fold. He had heard that top-grade jadeite, such as imperial green, could reach such prices, if not more. Yang Yi shook his head. High-quality sheep fat jade is nearly absent from the market. Once extracted, it is immediately acquired by the wealthy, never making its way to the marketplace. What you see, even if it is not fake sheep fat jade, is likely of inferior quality. In the current markets, whether at Hutian jade counters or specialized jewelry markets, it is exceedingly rare to encounter genuine sheep fat white jade. Even if it does appear, the prices are exorbitant. Most of the high-end sheep fat jade has already been secured by collectors, seldom revealed to outsiders. The piece we hold in our hands evokes a sensation as if it would melt upon contact with fire. Upon Yang Yi's description, Ling Feng and Zhou Wenba nodded vigorously. They had always felt this way, but were unable to articulate it. Is counterfeit sheep fat jade prevalent? Zhou Wenba suddenly asked. What do you think? If beef can be faked, what of such treasures? The higher the profit margin, the greater the attraction for counterfeiters, and the more sophisticated their techniques become, making discernment increasingly challenging. Thus, although the antique trade boasts significant profits, lacking discernment can lead to financial ruin overnight. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Wenba and Ling Feng felt a chill, quickly dispelling any unrealistic thoughts and deciding it was better to focus on their own pursuits. Particularly with rough jade, one is easily misled. Yang elaborated that ancient scholars associated the quality and color of jade with one's character and cultural depth. Nowadays, many collectors are prone to herd mentality, often allowing their emotions to cloud their judgment. In recent years, many enthusiasts of jade have become enamored with the exquisite skin colors of sheep fat white jade, such as brick red and orange peel yellow. Consequently, the practice of artificially enhancing the surface of new jade to mimic the hues of ancient artifacts has emerged as a prevalent tactic in the market, often leading to deception. Most aficionados tend to recognize only the skin color and whiteness, mistakenly believing that spending a few hundred or even 1,000 yuan can procure high-end specimens of red or yellow skin jade. This misconception has facilitated the proliferation of counterfeit skins. Typically, sellers will claim that white jade pebbles, ground from marble, were discovered in rivers, or they will substitute white quartz pebbles for genuine jade. Currently, it is increasingly common for mountain jade or other types of jade to be polished and artificially skinned to masquerade as pebbles for sale, a practice frequently observed in the market. It is said that low-grade pebbles, which are difficult to sell due to their poor appearance, are treated to produce fake skins for sale, with buyers attempting to discern authenticity through methods such as examining sweat pores, only to be lured by the striking skin colors. This leads to a mindset where purchasing a mere skin becomes appealing, making such pieces significantly easier to sell than otherwise undesirable material, often at considerable prices. Some individuals relish the pure and delicate quality of jade meat, seeking a smooth, oily texture devoid of color bias. Others pursue various skin hues, delighting in the daily appreciation of their transformations. Some are captivated by primitive forms, indifferent to skin color or texture, solely fixated on the perfection of the material as shape. While others prioritize the visual appeal of the surface skin and cracks, aspiring to evoke a sense of aesthetic pleasure through their imaginative interpretations. Nonetheless, the majority remain captivated by the intricacy of carving. A jade piece is rendered meaningless without skilled workmanship, even if the material's quality, shape, and skin color are mediocre. Exceptional carving can still be compelling. Moreover, exquisite jade paired with masterful artistry becomes even more mesmerizing, as exemplified by the jade plaque in question. Were it not for the unfortunate circumstances surrounding its current owner, and given that he is a close friend of Zhou Wenbo, Yang Yi would feel an overwhelming urge to claim it for himself, fully aware of the plaque's true worth. Indeed, the craftsmanship of this jade plaque is remarkable. After observing it for a moment, Zhou Wenbo remarked that, while he may not fully grasp the nuances of appreciation, he felt it was quite impressive, akin to ancient paintings, where the chisel dances like a brush, showcasing the sculptor's undeniable talent. Upon hearing such praise, Yang Yi could only think to himself how inexperienced this individual truly was. Chapter 93. Casting a Wide Net. So, there's still room for value? Ling Feng's eyes sparkled, as his recently extinguished hopes were reignited. To speak candidly, he was in dire need of funds. Yang Yi nodded. If I'm not mistaken, this is an authentic Zigan plaque. What is a Zigan plaque? Is it significant? Zhou Wenbo had never heard of the Zigan plaque before. Is it a brand? Did brands even exist in ancient times? Witnessing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Yang Yi could only provide them with a brief introduction. There are numerous types of jade pendants, among which the plaque-shaped jade pendants are particularly representative. In the industry, these are referred to as bizi, a type of ornament popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties, primarily rectangular in shape, though circular and oval forms also exist. The jade plaque originated in the Ming dynasty, created by the jade carving master Lu Zigan. The Ming dynasty marked an unprecedented zenith in various aspects, political, economic, and cultural, within the context of China's feudal history, and the jade carving industry flourished remarkably during this period, giving rise to a cohort of jade carving masters, with Lu Zigan being one of the most prominent. In ancient times, one might regard this as a prestigious brand, as Zhou Wenbo interpreted. It surpasses mere reputation. To this day, authentic Zigan pieces are nearly impossible to find. Rarity enhances value. Thus, Zigan items are exceedingly precious, often only found within esteemed museums. With very few circulating among the public, Yang Yi remarked, most of what we currently encounter as Zigan is no longer genuine. Rather, they are imitations from the Ming and Qing dynasties. True Zigan pieces crafted by the master himself are rare treasures of unparalleled worth. A masterful figure? Yang Yi shook his head, asserting one should refer to him as a grandmaster. The artistry of such individuals can elevate even the most ordinary material into something highly coveted. As their conversation meandered, they arrived at the hospital, where Zhou Wenbo purchased some fruits to bring inside. How much do you think this Zigan piece could fetch? Zhou Wenbo inquired. Yang Yi pondered. If auctioned, it would undoubtedly exceed 10 million. You are aware that I am well versed in this field. If you trust my judgment, entrust it to our auction house in Jiangzhou. We shall not disappoint you. His keen insight led him to believe this Zigan piece represented the pinnacle of Lu Zigan's artistry, prompting his desire to feature it in his auction house. Presently, Mr. Miao was losing sleep over securing a centerpiece for the auction. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. With Zhou Wenbo's connection, he felt reassured in trusting Yang Yi with the matter. The estimate exceeding 10 million eased his concerns significantly. With that sum, his current predicaments would largely be alleviated, leaving only the issues concerning his wife and son weighing on his mind. I understand your urgency. I can suggest to Mr. Miao that the auction house provide you with an advance. Yang Yi assured him. That would be splendid, Zhou Wenbo responded. They then entered the hospital room, where Zhou Wenbo greeted everyone and introduced Yang Yi, his old classmate, to Ling Feng's wife, as they consciously steered clear of discussing their son. A Feng, is the company truly beyond salvation? The pallid woman inquired bitterly from her hospital bed. Prior to her incident, the company had been facing crises, but after her hospitalization, she had been largely unaware of its status. However, seeing her husband's increasingly haggard appearance, she sensed the situation was dire, even foreboding potential bankruptcy. Focus on your recovery. The company's troubles are no longer a concern. This family heirloom may save us. You might not yet be aware of Fun, but Mr. Yang, an appraiser from the auction house and a classmate of Bo Zai, has preliminarily assessed our treasure to be worth over 10 million. Ling Feng explained as he prepared soup for his ailing wife. That is wonderful news. The woman's complexion brightened considerably, her spirits lifted by this glimmer of hope, which would greatly aid her recovery. Just then, Yang Yi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it as Mr. Miao. Mr. Miao, I am still outside. There is no need to search for me. Yes, I have located an item. You may come to discuss it with the owner, as the situation is somewhat unique. I have examined the piece, and it poses no pressure as a centerpiece. After concluding the call, Yang Yi turned to Ling Feng and the others. Feel free to go. The nurses here are attentive to my needs. Ling Feng's wife smiled. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Wenbo made several phone calls, dispersing his connections in a concerted effort to locate Ling Feng's son, Xiao Xian. In today's technologically advanced world, posting missing person notices across various platforms can reach every corner of the nation, wherever there is internet access. This method of search proves far more effective than police investigations. I have issued a reward, which should be quite beneficial, Zhou Wenbo remarked. In this world, there may not be many individuals willing to lend a hand. Even if they come across such news and learn about the existence of this child, they might refrain from intervening, fearing repercussions. However, with a substantial reward at stake, valiant souls are bound to emerge. Despite potential dangers, the allure of financial gain may compel individuals to take risks and assist in rescuing the child. How much is the reward? Ling Feng inquired. 100,000. With a treasured heirloom valued at 10 million, he felt emboldened to invest in his son's safety without hesitation. Yang Yi nodded slightly, indicating that even a reward of 500,000 would likely attract dedicated help, exemplifying the power of money. While 500,000 may not seem exorbitant, it is indeed sufficient for the majority of individuals to labor for a decade. All right, I will make the changes immediately, Zhou Wenbo replied. At that moment, his phone buzzed with messages arriving from across the nation, some even accompanied by images. He began to regret his impulsiveness in sharing his phone number, realizing the ensuing complications. Zhou Wenbo smiled wryly. You can see for yourself. Ling Feng perused the messages with increasing disappointment. Do not rush. Results will come, Yang Yi reassured him. We could also allocate some funds to disseminate the notice through media platforms like Penguin. I know a celebrity who might assist, but I'm uncertain if they still owe me a favor, Ling Feng responded. Individuals of that stature possess vast fan bases, and a simple post on Weibo could create significant impact. He contacted the celebrity he was acquainted with, who promptly agreed to help without hesitation. In the past, Ling Feng had supported him considerably, and even though Ling Feng's company faced dire challenges now, the bond of goodwill remained. Furthermore, this act could be seen as a charitable endeavor, enhancing the celebrity's positive public image, thus making him more than willing to assist. Chapter 94, A Relay of Kindness. At the Jiangzhou auction house, Miao Fei's mood suddenly brightened as she said to Lulu, let us go and view the treasures. Yang Yi has already found a remarkable item that is more than sufficient for our needs, eliminating the necessity to solicit favors. The experience of pleading for assistance over the past few days had been rather unpleasant. Running an auction house alone had revealed its inherent difficulties, but she was fortunate to have two capable assistants, particularly Yang Yi, who alleviated much of the pressure. What kind of treasure? Lulu inquired with curiosity. I've heard it is from a Zigan brand. You'll know more once we arrive, Miao Fei replied. Coming from a family engaged in the jewelry business, she was well aware of the Zigan brand's prominence in the jade industry, especially in the realm of white jade. The Zigan brand? The authentic Zigan brand? Lulu was taken aback. While many Zigan items exist, particularly from the Ming and Qing dynasties, those genuinely crafted by Liu Zigan are exceedingly rare. Having visited the Palace Museum, he was well aware that Liu Zigan was an unparalleled master of jade carving, with his exquisite craftsmanship captivating many. Yang Yi expressed his thoughts, and they were likely to be accurate. Miao Fei held an unwavering belief in Yang Yi's insight, which she considered no less impressive than that of seasoned veterans. The sum of 500,000 to secure such a talented individual was, in her opinion, her most astute investment. It was essential to allocate some time to determine Yang Yi's salary for the coming year. As Yang Yi's reputation grew, so did the number of those attempting to poach him. To her knowledge, several auction houses had covertly sought to entice him away this month. A salary of 500,000 would hardly suffice to retain him. The two hastened to the location agreed upon with Yang Yi, not far from the hospital. A substantial amount of funding had been invested, leading to a sensational missing person notice circulating online. This marked the first high-reward online search for a missing person, and the generous sum of 500,000 instantly captivated countless eyes. individuals across various regions began to pay closer attention to the children around them. Images of street-performing children were widely shared online. In a modest apartment in Yangcheng, a woman exclaimed, "Darling, come quickly. Isn't that our little La?" In the image, the child's dirty face was seen performing acrobatics alongside another child, balancing on a wheel, with a poster nearby indicating they were siblings, pleading for compassion as they were all that remained of their family. From the kitchen emerged a robust man, though his face bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Their child had been missing for nearly 2 years, and throughout this time, he had tirelessly sought to find them, never once considering giving up. Upon seeing a photo on Weibo accompanied by explanatory text and contact details, the child's face struck him profoundly. That is our child, he thought, his hands trembling as he promptly reached for his phone to contact the owner of the Weibo post. Gao Jian, in the ancient city of Xi'an, never anticipated that the photo he casually uploaded would elicit a response in less than 5 minutes, with someone reaching out to confirm it was their child and inquiring about their specific address. The man even urged him to report to the police immediately, promising a reward of 100,000 yuan. For a recent university graduate like Gao Jian, this was a substantial sum. He ended the call and kept his gaze fixed on the child while alerting the authorities. Upon receiving the report, local police swiftly dispatched 2 patrol cars and several officers. Crimes involving child trafficking were among their most challenging concerns, as these traffickers often operated in a transient manner, complicating cross-regional investigations. Now, with a lead presented to them, the station chief even contemplated personally leading the operation. They sensed that this could unravel a significant case, yielding considerable political merit. Typically, when street-performing children were identified as trafficking victims, it indicated the presence of a large criminal organization behind it. The mere thought of following the trail excited them. Consequently, the response time for this operation exceeded all expectations. Gao Jian kept his eyes on the child, and within 3 minutes, the wail of sirens echoed. With police swiftly arriving on the scene, he rushed forward. "Are you Gao Jian?" "Indeed, I am." Seizing the moment, the urgency of the situation grew palpable as the children were at imminent risk of being taken away. The stakes involved a substantial reward, prompting Gao Jian to display an anxiety surpassing that of the police. "Is it over there?" "Very well. A team will proceed immediately, while another will maintain surveillance around the area. Upon spotting any suspicious individuals, apprehend them without delay," commanded the captain of the unit. En route. They had already enacted emergency measures and made necessary arrangements. Inside the police station, the chief was engaged in discussions with the children's parents, who had already booked flights and were expected to arrive later that evening. A team of 5 officers hurried towards the 2 children on the street, swiftly encircling them. Meanwhile, not far off, the 2 men began to panic. The sound of sirens had already instilled a sense of dread within them. Yet, clinging to a sliver of hope, they believed the police might not be targeting them, which led them to remain in place. "What should we do? Those 2 children are the result of the boss's painstaking training. How can we explain this to him?" One lean man felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn it. What else can we do? Go reason with the police?" "You do that. I'm not ready to meet my demise just yet," replied the other, clearly more timid, who was eager to slip away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, the police had their sights firmly set on the area, with few pedestrians around. Any unusual movement would surely attract their attention. "After them," commanded the sharp-eyed captain, his focus unwavering. With the stakes tied to his own career, he was particularly vigilant, heightened to an unprecedented level of alertness. Spotting 2 figures hiding behind a pillar, their behavior suspicious, he watched as they ultimately fled. The sight of the fleeing duo was akin to witnessing 2 banknotes taking flight. The officers surged forward like wolves, while other bystanders finally registered the unfolding scene. "I knew it. Those 2 children must have been abducted," exclaimed an onlooker, filled with indignation. "These despicable traffickers deserve nothing but condemnation." Others, older pedestrians, echoed the sentiment. Meanwhile, younger individuals shared the event across their social platforms, instantly garnering support for the local police, igniting a wave of positive energy online. Media reporters reached out to the local police station for coverage, even conducting follow-up reports. The station chief basked in the limelight, stating during interviews that the police would continue their investigation. Based on their assumptions, it was undoubtedly a trafficking ring, and, as public servants, they held both the duty and responsibility to rescue the children. Chapter 95, The Rescue. In a mere hour, this online mobilization had successfully dismantled 3 child trafficking cases, uplifting the spirits of netizens and prompting law enforcement agencies nationwide to heighten their vigilance and patrol efforts. particularly for Gao Jian, considering his qualifications. Securing a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 would be a significant achievement. Saving 2,000 each month, 100,000 would sustain him for several years. Enthusiasm surged among netizens, with various messages circulating widely. Families who had lost children were keenly monitoring the internet, sifting through information in search of hope. As the inaugural promotional star of this event, Yang Fan has garnered considerable attention from various circles, significantly enhancing his fame and doubling his fan base in an instant. An unexpected yet delightful surprise for him. Witnessing this, other celebrities have taken to their platforms to share the news. Meanwhile, certain online platforms have seized the opportunity to establish dedicated channels, providing netizens with a more convenient space for expression and facilitating easier inquiries for parents who have lost children. The government has expressed high praise for this sudden act of compassion, encouraging citizens to actively contribute leads. A new nationwide crackdown has been launched in conjunction with this initiative. Various forces have conspired to fuel this fervent undertaking, causing it to spread rapidly like wildfire. In a rundown town on the outskirts of Hebei, for individuals, including Zhang Dehai, are still indulging in revelry at a salon. After rising from a woman's embrace, Zhang Dehai instinctively checks his phone. The four of them traverse the country, specifically targeting isolated children, and their actions are always swift. Upon capturing a child, they would immediately depart, transporting the victim to remote locations for resale, with prices ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. Over the years, they have lost count of how many children they have trafficked, predominantly preying on those in bustling metropolises, particularly the offspring of migrant workers who are too occupied with their jobs to attend to their little ones. They seize opportunities to snatch the children away, having never experienced failure. Having tasted the sweet fruits of this illicit trade, they are determined to continue their endeavors, even contemplating expanding their ranks to amass greater wealth. Zhang Dehai recalls that the children were sold to a nearby town. He hastily hands 2 red bills to a woman still in disarray, carelessly touching her breast. Disgusted, she casts a flirtatious glance at him. However, Zhang Dehai has no time to indulge her and promptly steps outside to locate his associates. Damn it, hurry up and finish. I need you all. He knocks on the door beside him. Inside, a man is preoccupied with his task, disdainfully scoffing at this brother who has emerged prematurely after less than 5 minutes. Did you hear that? Urgent matter. Damn it. Finish this, and then you can play. Zhang Dehai, hearing nothing but the heavy breathing of the couple inside, grows impatient and curses loudly. Upon realizing that the boss is genuinely about to lose his temper, the occupants cease their activities, one man draped over the woman. Soon, all 4 gather together. Zhang Dehai produces a notice of a bounty, and upon seeing it, they cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. 500,000 is ample to allow them a leisurely existence for half a year. 500,000? Damn. Turns out it's a wealthy heir. We struck gold. Indeed. So what do we do now? Zhang Dehai scans his companions. He then devises a plan, since they have been eager to bolster their numbers. Why not seize this opportunity to recruit another member into their ranks? The newcomer could execute the operation and claim the bounty. That's a splendid idea. The boss is indeed brilliant. I am in agreement. No objections. They then proceed to discuss their strategy and prepare to split up for action. I, along with the third brother, sought the involvement of those familiar with the situation. You two should keep an eye on that child and seize any opportunity. But exercise utmost caution, Zhang Dehai advised. These towns must be reminded to act carefully. Any hint of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Although these villages may be impoverished, the neighbors are closely knit, and a single shout would summon assistance, leaving them with no chance of escape. Understood. Should we wait until nightfall to act? Let us observe for now. However, such a notion was merely a fleeting thought. Once put into action, it would render them exceedingly perilous. In truth, a far simpler course of action existed. One could merely report to the local police station and contact the victim to arrange a reward, eliminating the need for personal risk in abducting someone. To procure poison, if they were to act at night, they would first need to eliminate that mutt, granting them an opportunity. Be cautious. I will seek out the poison, a scruffy-looking fellow nodded. After careful deliberation, Zhang Dehai eventually fixed his sights on his own brother-in-law. The lad was clever, well acquainted with the circumstances, and most importantly, it was better to keep the bounty within the family. Yang Yi and the others awaited Miao Fei's arrival at the designated cafe, observing with other fervent activities unfolding online, marveling at the might of the people. Do not worry. With a substantial reward, results should emerge swiftly, Zhou Wenba reassured. Chapter 96, The Zigong Brand. Miao and Lu soon arrived. Having hastened over with great speed, the Zigong brand held significant allure within the antiquities circle. Lu remarked that its appearance at their auction house would surely herald a remarkably successful upcoming auction. Allow me to introduce. This is our auction house's Miao, and the esteemed appraiser Lu. Yang Yi announced to the group. Lu, grateful for Yang Yi's acknowledgement, cast a thankful glance his way. He had come to respect this individual, who, notably, possessed a humble demeanor that made him approachable, devoid of the arrogance typical of youth. Each ordered a cup of coffee. Yet Lu was too eager to savor the moment to indulge in the beverage. The group bypassed idle chatter and swiftly delved into the discussion. Ling Feng retrieved the Zigong piece for Li's appraisal. He treated Lu with heightened respect, instinctively perceiving that this individual's expertise surpassed Yang Yi's, given his age. I will merely observe. Do not underestimate Yang Yi. I confess his skills surpass my own. He is indeed our auction house's secret weapon, Lu remarked to Ling Feng. Indeed, in the Jiangzhou antiquities circle, he stands as a paragon, Miao added with a smile. This declaration astonished both Ling Feng and Zhou Wenbo, particularly Zhou Wenbo, who had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming individual had amassed such a formidable reputation. Truly, silence breeds surprises. Competing with you is infuriating, Zhou Wenbo remarked. When he initially learned of Yang Yi's expulsion from school, he assumed it would lead to his downfall. He had attempted to reach out multiple times, but Yang Yi had remained elusive. At that time, he believed he had finally triumphed over Yang Yi. Little did he know that despite not graduating from university, Yang Yi was thriving, his renown eclipsing his own. Upon gazing at the exquisite jade tablet, both Lu and Miao Fei could not suppress their exclamations. Such fine jade. Merely this piece alone is valued at 2 to 3 million. Coupled with Lu Zigong's esteemed reputation and a masterful craftsmanship akin to divine intervention, the worth of this Zigong tablet is incalculable. The technique of planar reduction is indeed a hallmark of Zigong tablets, Lu mused aloud. Planar reduction? Zhou Wenbo looked at Yang Yi in confusion. Indeed, the adage rings true. Different fields can feel like different realms. A casual remark can leave one utterly perplexed. This terminology refers to shallow relief. As you can see, the carving is a delicate layer of relief, a method frequently employed by Lu Zigong, which has since been imitated but never surpassed. Yang Yi elaboratet. Most jade pieces crafted by Lu Zigong emulate the forms of the Han Dynasty, drawing inspiration from the Song era, and possess a distinctly antiquated charm, characterized by the concepts of emptiness, buoyancy, and intricacy. Emptiness refers to the balance between solidity and void, arranged with such finesse that it avoids feeling cumbersome while imparting a sense of lightness. Buoyancy denotes lively movement and fluid lines, evoking a sense of grace rather than rigidity. Intricacy signifies meticulous craftsmanship and exquisite design, ensuring that the work feels neither coarse nor unrefined, but rather a marvel of ingenuity. Zigong tablets are predominantly rectangular. Their dimensions meticulously calculated, crafted in accordance with the principles of the golden ratio, achieving a harmonious size. The craftsmanship is exquisite, the characters bold, and the surface smooth and shallow. Within this modest space, not only is the beauty of the jade displayed, but the precision of the craftsmanship is also evident. Lu remarked as he observed the piece. Soon, he discovered the character Zigong inscribed on the tablet, instantly affirming its identity. You may not have heard of Lu Zigong, but you must be familiar with the Kunwa knife. Yang Yi addressed the two of them. A divine artifact? What connection does it have with Lu Zigong? Zhou Wenbo was taken aback. The Kunwa knife is merely a carving tool, exalted by myth, Yang Yi clarified. Zhou Wenbo and Ling Feng were astonished. The truth was indeed surprising. They had always assumed the Kunwa knife was a legendary weapon akin to the heaven-defying sword or the dragon-slaying blade. Television can be quite misleading. Ling Feng could only lament. To truly understand history, one must not rely on television dramas. One can hardly discern what has been altered. Lu laughed heartily, particularly when it comes to figures such as Tang Bohu and other historical luminaries. The better the quality of the jade, the greater its hardness, and, consequently, the more challenging it is to carve. It is said that Lu Zigong's unparalleled skill is attributed to his unique carving tool, the Kunwa knife, which he never revealed and whose techniques were never passed on. He had a habit of inscribing the characters Zigong on his completed works, which later came to be known as Zigong tablets. Does that mean the Kunwa knife still exists? Yang Yi shook his head. Lu Zigong was beheaded, and along with him, His planar reduction carving technique and the kunwa knife were lost to time. Beheaded? Ling Feng and Zhou Wenbo were dumbfounded. Wasn't he a renowned jade carving master from ancient times? Who would have had the audacity to execute him? Yang Yi informed them that Lu Zigong's exceptional artistry garnered him immense fame and the emperor's favor. It is said that the emperor adored his works but forbade any signatures. Once he discreetly carved the character Zigong in a concealed spot on a beast ear, yet the emperor discovered it, inciting his wrath, resulting in Lu Zigong's execution. Henceforth, the kunwa knife and the planar reduction technique perished with their master. Indeed, serving a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Ling Feng felt that ancient emperors were often tyrannical, prone to executing others based on their whims. After a moment, Lu gently set down the Zigan tablet, nodding subtly towards General Miao. It is essentially confirmed that this is indeed the authentic Zigan tablet, remarkably well preserved. What is even more rare is how beautifully it has been handled, exuding a rich oiliness. He pondered for a while before cautiously appraising. If we auction this at our establishment, it should easily fetch over 10 million. Such a magnificent piece tempted him to add it to his collection. Its exorbitant price rendered it unattainable. The square Zigan tablet, crafted from the finest jade from Xinjiang, is immaculate and lustrous, featuring exquisite patterns that stand out. Utilizing superb jade carving techniques, it showcases shallow relief carvings depicting artistic landscapes, flowers, birds, figures, and beasts, preserving the painter's essence. The reverse side is adorned with poetic inscriptions, elegantly flowing, as if penned directly by a master calligrapher, complete with Zigan's seal. The dual-sided engravings of Chinese artistic heritage, complemented by the delicate decorative head, offer significant aesthetic value and endless enjoyment. Lu remarked that even a replica of a Zigan tablet from the Ming and Qing dynasties is quite precious. Rest assured, Mr. Ling, this treasure entrusted to our auction house will not disappoint you, General Miao assured at the opportune moment. Given Ling Feng's current predicament, he had no choice but to leave it to the Jiangzhou auction house. He opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He seemed to sense his thoughts and suggested to General Miao, perhaps we could advance him some funds for his urgent needs? Miao Fei, initially taken aback, quickly nodded without hesitation. That is certainly feasible. We can discuss the specifics later. With this assurance, she felt more at ease, knowing the Zigan tablet was effectively in the hands of their auction house. Currently, their finances were relatively robust, so advancing funds posed no strain. Ling Feng gratefully nodded towards Yang Yi, and after a brief conversation, Miao Fei ultimately transferred 5 million to Ling Feng, which would be deducted after the auction concluded. With the funds in hand, Ling Feng had numerous matters to attend to, coupled with the need to care for his wife at the hospital. So he excused himself politely from Yang Yi and the others. Let's continue our conversation another day, Yang Yi said to the two of them. Once Zhou Wenbo and Ling Feng departed, General Miao finally revealed a smile, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. These past few days have been quite a headache. But now it's all good, she remarked. Yang Yi picked up the Zigan tablet, noting this Zigan tablet is extraordinary. Oh, how so? Lu sensed that Yang Yi must have uncovered something remarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have initially indicated to General Miao that it was a rare treasure. While he was aware that a genuine Zigan tablet by Lu Zigan was indeed exceptional, based on his understanding of Yang Yi, he anticipated a different perspective. It is said to be the pinnacle of Lu Zigong's creations, and this piece of jade itself is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Miao Fei perked up, eager to absorb the insights shared. As an aficionado of gemstones, she possessed a considerable understanding of various jewels, having been immersed in the family business that specialized in this field. Brother Lu, shall we switch places? Suggested Yang Yi. The position Lu occupied was perfectly illuminated by a beam of sunlight. Confused and unsure of Yang Yi's intentions, he clumsily exchanged his seat with Yang Yi. What kind of marvel is this? Miao Fei could not contain her curiosity. Patience. I shall reveal it shortly. Allow me a moment to prepare, he replied, turning to a beautiful waitress at the cafe. Excuse me, could I have a bottle of mineral water, please? The cafe, known for its high-end service, promptly provided him with a glass of mineral water, after which the waitress discreetly stepped aside, casting her gaze in their direction. Lu and Miao Fei felt a twinge of excitement, but refrained from pressing for answers, choosing instead to wait patiently. You all must have heard the saying jade produces smoke. Yang Yi begun. According to legend, the finest blue jade is said to exhibit such auspicious phenomena, creating a smoky effect under the influence of light. Blue jade ranks among China's 4 most celebrated jades, renowned for its exquisite beauty. Since the Stone Age, blue jade has been mined. But after a devastating earthquake in the Tang dynasty, the jade mines collapsed, burying the once flourishing blue jade for nearly a millennium. The poet Li Shangyin once penned, "In the vast sea, the moon shines and the pearl weeps. Under the warm sun, blue jade produces smoke." While he referenced an ancient illusion, it certainly did not arise from mere whimsy. Perhaps in ancient times, someone had indeed observed blue jade emitting smoke in sunlight. Are you suggesting that this piece of jade possesses such a quality? Lu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Having worked in this field for quite some time, he had encountered numerous exquisite jades, but had never truly witnessed jade producing smoke. It was always regarded as a mere legend. Furthermore, while jade producing smoke pertains to blue jade, this piece before them was Yangyi fat jade, a variety of Hitian jade, which are entirely different types of jade. Miao Fei too found the notion improbable, her keen eyes fixed intently on Yang Yi. Should such an effect truly exist, it would serve as a remarkable promotional asset. She was certain that once the news broke, it would create a sensation, drawing countless affluent individuals to partake in the bidding. Yang Yi dipped his finger in the mineral water and gently brushed it across one side of the jade plate. He then positioned the plate beneath the gentle sunlight. What unfolded before them was astonishing. A delicate halo began to rise from the surface of the jade, and a faint yellowish vapor emanated, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Lu found himself swallowing hard, even unable to resist removing his glasses to wipe them clean before donning them again. Miao Fei felt an overwhelming urge to claim the jade for herself. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. In her entire life, she had never encountered such an enchanting piece of jade. Isn't it intriguing? Many might presume this is mere water vapor, but even if it were, for a piece of jade to evoke color from water vapor is no small feat, Yang Yi remarked. Lu nodded in response, his initial thought aligning with the notion of water vapor. However, the presence of color posed an inexplicable conundrum. Just as Yang Yi articulated, even if it were indeed water vapor, the ability to imbue it with color would undeniably attest to the exceptional value of that jade. Truly, it was a remarkable gem. As Lu uttered these words, he quickly amended his statement. Perhaps remarkable was insufficient to encapsulate its essence. It could only be deemed extraordinary jade. Come, take a look. Yang Yi beckoned to General Miao and Lu. With a sense of curiosity, General Miao and Lu approached, their eyes fixated on the Zhigenpai's surface. The spectacle before them elicited expressions of astonishment as they grappled with the incredibility of what they beheld. After a moment of silence, Lu finally managed to voice his thoughts. No wonder you claim this to be Lu Zigen's magnum opus. It truly befits the title of a master. Before them, a captivating jade-like apparition danced across the pavement, shimmering along the intricately carved patterns, showcasing Lu Zigen's unparalleled craftsmanship in vivid detail. A national treasure, Lu exclaimed with fervor. I find it difficult to part with it for auction. General Miao sighed, reflecting on the inferior jades she had previously encountered. Perhaps we could discuss with Ling Feng about having our auction house acquire it, Lu suggested. This proposition stirred intrigue within Miao Fei, yet she ultimately shook her head, prioritizing the growth of the auction house above all. If this Zhigenpai were to be auctioned, the auction house's reputation would undoubtedly soar. Let us adhere to the original plan. However, we must ensure that the two miraculous aspects are prominently publicized. She sensed that this Zhigenpai could fetch an astronomical price. Very well. What a pity, Lu replied, slightly disheartened. We are an auction house, not a museum. Retaining it serves no purpose, Yang Yi remarked with a wry smile. Miao nodded in agreement, acknowledging this reality. Despite her fondness for the Jade, she resolved to part with it with a heavy heart. Indeed, Chapter 98, The Clouds Stir. With such a formidable artifact at her disposal, Miao Fei finally felt a sense of relief. The next step was to execute a robust promotional strategy, which would render the auction a resounding success. In the coming days, he intended to devote more time to learning from his teacher, enhancing both his calligraphy and appraisal skills. As of now, he felt overly reliant on the vertical eye, a source of unease. All right, take it easy, Miao Fei responded cheerfully. She had received word that Yang Yi had taken Master Qi as his mentor, which likely occupied him. Having resolved the pressing issue of the auction's centerpiece, granting him an extended break was well-deserved. She feared that keeping Yang Yi too close might provoke his aversion, an outcome she wished to avoid. At this juncture, she believed that the auction house could not afford to be without Yang Yi. Even Lu paled in comparison to Yang Yi's esteemed position in her heart. Lu gazed on with envy, aware that many aspired to study under Master Qi, yet he was notoriously selective. Studying with Master Qi? Lulu ventured tentatively. Yang Yi graciously nodded. Indeed. I have recently recognized my numerous shortcomings. My foundation remains insufficiently solid, and I require further enlightenment. Miao Fei held great admiration for this attitude, firmly believing that continuous learning was essential for progress and the refinement of oneself. A person, no matter how gifted, will eventually exhaust the knowledge within their mind if they do not engage in learning. Miao Fei is inherently such an individual. Whenever she finds herself with free time, she immerses herself in various management studies, proving to be an ardent workaholic and a fervent learner. This type of person is one that Yang Yi admires, yet does not particularly favor. When it comes to choosing a life partner, one must be cautious not to select a strong woman, for it may render oneself seemingly ineffectual. Young people possess abundant energy, unlike myself, Lula remarked with a wry smile. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Elder Qi holds Yang Yi in such high regard. Diligent students have always garnered the favor of their teachers. I will inform you if there are any urgent matters, Miao, the general manager, stated. Not long after, an astonishing piece of news began circulating within the antique circles of Jiangzhou. An auction house unveiled a Zigan plaque crafted by Lu Zigong, which astonishingly produced the ethereal phenomenon of jade smoke, predicted to be Lu Zigong's magnum opus. Numerous individuals called the auction house for confirmation, receiving Miao's personal assurance, prompting a surge of excitement as throngs of people rushed towards the auction house, including Wang Jun. Before setting off, Wang Jun called Yang Yi to inquire and was astounded to learn that it was indeed Yang Yi who had discovered the treasure, and without a hint of exaggeration. He was so taken aback that he could not even boast to Yang Yi before hastening to the auction house. Despite being an elderly gentleman, Elder Qi was remarkably well informed. Upon Yang Yi's arrival, he inquired about the Zigan plaque without surprise, knowing full well that Yang Yi had become the cornerstone of the auction house. Such an event was bound to come to his attention. You all learned of this so quickly? Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Qi chuckled. This circle may not be vast, but news of such shocking events spreads rapidly. It won't be long before the whole country is aware. If this is true, your auction house is about to gain considerable prominence. Yang Yi proceeded to recount the entire affair to Elder Qi, especially highlighting the miraculous qualities of the Zigan plaque, leaving no detail unshared. It is truly hard to fathom. Jade smoke was thought to be merely a legend. In my advanced age, I have never encountered jade so extraordinary. Such jade could only be engaged with by a master sculptor like Lu Zigong, Elder Qi lamented. To be frank, he felt a compelling urge to rush to the auction house to witness this marvel for himself. However, he prioritized his disciples over the object at hand. Holding great expectations for Yang Yi, Old Fong was just trying to persuade me to join him at the auction house, Elder Qi remarked. Given his demeanor, it was evident that he was determined to acquire the treasure. It is no wonder, for Fong Shidong is a renowned jade sculptor from the south, standing on the precipice of mastery, and with just a single opportunity, he could touch the threshold of greatness. The works of Lu Zigong hold immense allure for him, particularly upon hearing of their miraculous nature. As an aficionado of jade, he finds such temptation utterly irresistible. The obsession with a particular object is often incomprehensible to outsiders. Sometimes, actions taken without consideration of the consequences are even more perplexing. Take the love of jade, for instance. Throughout the ages, many have been captivated by it. Without delving too far back, the Empress Dowager Cixi of the late Qing dynasty stands out as one of the most prominent enthusiasts. Empress Cixi can be regarded as a true connoisseur of jadeite. Her profound affection for this exquisite stone prompted numerous dignitaries to present jadeite offerings, thereby facilitating its circulation throughout China. Within the Summer Palace, Cixi maintained a treasure chamber brimming with countless rare and precious artifacts, among which her favorite was a pair of jadeite watermelons. Legend has it that these remarkable jadeite watermelons were tributes from foreign lands, valued at an astounding 5 million taels of silver at the time. For reasons of security, Cixi appointed several trusted eunuchs to guard the treasure room in shifts, day and night. It is said that these jadeite watermelons exhibited at least 3 distinct colors: the translucent green rind adorned with deep green stripes, the black seeds, and the faintly visible red flesh and white strands within. Regrettably, due to their concealment within the imperial palace, very few individuals were fortunate enough to witness their true beauty during Cixi's lifetime. Upon her passing, the jadeite watermelons were buried with her, only to be stolen later by the warlord's son Dianying. This unparalleled national treasure remains lost to this day. Old Fong also possesses a Zigan plaque, albeit not one from Liu Zigan, but rather an artifact from the Qing dynasty, which has always been a source of regret for him, unless an unforeseen circumstance arises. The upcoming auction is expected to be fiercely competitive, and Old Fong is likely to pursue it with unwavering determination. Mr. Qi has a profound understanding of that old fellow, who can be quite obstinate at times. Coupled with a bit of wealth, he can be more impulsive than some of the younger bidders. The Zigan plaques from the Qing dynasty are indeed exquisite. Yang Yi remarked that, by the time of the Qing dynasty, the number of Zigan plaques had increased, showcasing diverse shapes and refined materials, primarily utilizing Xinjiang Hetian white jade and Qingbai jade. The intricacies of the designs became more meticulous and organized, with an emphasis on perfection. And even the minutiae of insect wings and antennae were rendered distinctly, appearing lifelike. The unique polishing technique bestowed upon them a remarkable delicate and soft luster. The overall patterns became more elaborate, with an increase in supplementary motifs, including theatrical figures and auspicious stories, while still retaining the traditional elements of the Ming dynasty. The most splendid examples of Qing jade plaques emerged during the mid-Qing period, considered to be of exceptional craftsmanship and material quality, revered by later generations as Qianlong works, treasured by the imperial court and collectors alike. While this assessment holds merit, it still leaves one with a lingering sense of inauthenticity. Chapter 99. Insights into Calligraphy. After a brief conversation, Mr. Qi commenced training Yang Yi in the art of calligraphy, which would be the primary focus of his instruction over the next couple of years. Other aspects, such as mounting and appraisal, would be touched upon, albeit with less emphasis. Your hand is remarkably steady. Employing the suspended elbow grip is particularly suitable for you. This method of holding the brush is the optimal way to write, he remarked with satisfaction as he observed Yang Yi begin to write. Generally, there are three primary techniques for holding a brush: the wrist resting, the suspended wrist, and the suspended elbow. The wrist resting technique involves resting the wrist on the table or on the back of the left hand while writing. There's also a method using a bamboo strip called armrest, typically employed in summer to prevent sweat from dampening the paper. Writing with the wrist resting provides stability, making it suitable for small or medium-sized characters. However, it can be limiting for larger strokes. For larger characters, the suspended wrist technique is preferred. The suspended elbow method involves writing with the entire arm suspended in the air. This method, which allows for unimpeded movement of the arm, is ideal for both large and small characters, making it the preferred technique among calligraphers. However, it is not advisable for beginners, as the learning process can be excruciating, leaving one's hand feeling utterly exhausted after just an hour. Yang Yi's adeptness in employing this technique greatly pleased Elder Qi, indicating that Yang Yi possesses a solid foundation in this area. At the very least, his stability in applying force was commendable. In pursuit of mastering this skill, he found himself unable to grasp food with chopsticks during meals, prompting a wry smile from him. Haste makes waste. You must have overtrained to reach such a state, Elder Qi remarked knowingly, drawing from his own experiences. Indeed, the sudden suspension of the arm can be challenging, leading to soreness and discomfort. But perseverance will yield results, within a week at best, or a month at worst. In the Qing dynasty, a calligrapher faced similar challenges and, unable to keep his elbow elevated while writing, resorted to suspending a rope from the ceiling to create a loop for his writing hand. This illustrates the inconvenience of not being able to elevate the elbow. Raising your grip on the brush by just a centimeter could yield unexpected results, Elder Qi suggested suddenly. The position of the grip is indeed a matter of great consideration, often referred to as the height of the hold. When the brush is held higher, even a slight movement of the wrist or fingers can result in a significant shift on paper, leading to delightful variations in form. Thus, this method is particularly advantageous for writing running script and cursive script. However, a higher grip can cause the brush strokes to become slippery due to the increased distance between the applied force and the brush tip. Conversely, a lower grip facilitates a steadier transmission of force to the tip, making it more suitable for seal script, clerical script, and standard script. Yang Yi, accustomed to writing running script, furrowed his brow slightly as he adjusted his grip. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a smoother experience when he began writing, especially during the concluding strokes or while connecting characters. Indeed, having a knowledgeable mentor can significantly streamline the learning process, allowing for immediate corrections of easily overlooked mistakes. People often struggle to identify their own shortcomings, while others can readily point them out. Well, there is still much practice needed. During connected writing, ensure your hand remains relaxed, as you must strive for fluidity and control. Elder Qi observed attentively from the side. The grip also involves a balance of tension. Gripping too tightly can lead to trembling and finger pain, while a grip that is too loose may cause the brush to slip away. This is especially crucial during continuous writing, where one must maintain a careful balance of tension. The power should reside at the brush tip. Achieving this level at your age is quite remarkable, Elder Qi commended. The power at the tip means that energy must be transmitted through the hand holding the brush, rather than being concentrated in the arm or fingers. Writing involves finesse rather than brute strength. This finesse comes from prolonged practice, much like riding a bicycle. Once mastered, it becomes second nature, and one does not consciously feel the exertion. In calligraphy, if one does not perceive the effort being exerted, the strokes flow effortlessly. The characters written exude a vigorous strength, embodying a profound artistic realm. You are practicing cursive script. Quicken your pace slightly. He elaborated that the elegance of cursive forms and the spirit conveyed through its lines largely manifest during swift strokes, with the fluidity and coherence of the brushwork also emerging from this rapid execution. Characters penned slowly lack essence. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi quickened his brush. It soon found himself slightly losing control. Do not rush. Accelerate within the bounds of what you can manage. Your previous strokes were too hasty. Calligraphy itself is a gradual process that cannot be hurried. Yang Yi felt a jolt within, nearly losing composure and disrupting his writing state. Observing Yang Yi's swift return of focus, Elder Qi sighed inwardly, marveling at his disciple's innate talent, filled with immense joy. He sensed that this disciple would achieve remarkable feats in the realm of the slender gold script. The slender gold script harmonizes perfectly with Zhao Ji's meticulous flower and bird paintings, featuring long, slender strokes that gain weight at their beginnings and endings, combined with Huang Tingjian's method of tightly structured centers that extend in all directions, showcasing a remarkable slender strength. 20 minutes later, Elder Qi gestured for Yang Yi to take a break. Very well, rest for a moment. I shall present you with a piece for observation. Examining the works of others, particularly those of master or even grandmaster caliber, holds significant importance. Otherwise, one risks crafting in isolation with limited prospects. In his early years, Elder Qi had acquired a slender gold script work by Zhao Ji, one of his most cherished pieces. After a while, Yang Yi beheld the work Elder Qi had mentioned. It was a grand character piece, one of Zhao Ji's more renowned creations, titled Nong Fong Shi. This is a long scroll. Fragrant flowers lean against the emerald leaves, resplendent in the courtyard. Dewdrops cling like tipsy gems, as the twilight glow seems to melt them away. Painting them is a daunting task. Only nature can craft such wonders. Dancing butterflies lose themselves along the fragrant path, fluttering in pursuit of the evening breeze. The essence of the poem conveys that the richly fragrant blossoms nestle against the verdant foliage, radiating vibrance throughout the courtyard. The flowers are adorned with scattered dewdrops, bashful as if intoxicated, while the dusk's glow casts a melting light upon them. Such exquisite scenery is challenging for an artist to capture. Only the heavens can leave behind such miraculous artistry. The fluttering butterflies meander through the floral path, gracefully dancing in pursuit of the evening zephyrs. The brushwork is executed with a fluidity and brilliance, possessing an air of proud tenacity, akin to cutting through gold and jade, evoking a distinct charm. Truly a masterpiece of the slender gold script. This work represents Zhao Ji's pinnacle achievement in the slender gold script. Yang Yi mused after a prolonged gaze. Experiencing such calligraphy provides a visual pleasure, akin to an admirer of beauty beholding a lovely visage or a gourmet encountering exquisite cuisine. This piece epitomizes his mastery in calligraphy. The slender gold script has been honed to perfection. Elder Qi stroked his beard and smiled. Although Zhao Ji was inept in governance, he excelled in the arts of painting and calligraphy, much like the fallen Emperor Liu of the Southern Tang. This deposed ruler made substantial contributions to the establishment of the Song Dynasty's painting academy and the development of court painting, as well as to the promotion and creation of calligraphy and painting, alongside the preservation and organization of ancient artistry. He could certainly be regarded as an emperor who cherished art over his throne. This script style had not previously appeared in the works of its predecessors. The slender strokes of Chu Suoyang's calligraphy bear only a slight resemblance to one another, yet differ significantly in most aspects. When compared to the writing of Shui Yao from the Tang Dynasty, it can be said to be the closest in style. Elder Qi continued, suggesting that some speculate Zhao Ji's work evolved from Shui Yao's Shizong poetry, though it is evident that Zhao's artistry is far more sophisticated. This style is remarkably mature, showcasing Zhao Ji's artistic personality to its fullest extent. The slender, crisp strokes, with their side angles akin to elegant bamboo, require an exceptional level of calligraphic skill, cultivation, and a tranquil state of mind to achieve. It is certainly not easily replicated by others. Many in later generations have attempted to emulate this style, yet those who grasp its essence are as rare as the morning stars. Young Yi, unable to contain his fascination, observed the artwork with rapt attention, and suddenly, it felt as though the entire world had narrowed down to those 2 lines of text. Each stroke vividly manifested in his mind, as if the piece were being rewritten in slow motion. Elder Qi inadvertently noticed Yang Yi's unusual demeanor. He appeared as though struck by lightning, frozen in place, seemingly entranced in a particular state. Alarmed, he wondered, enlightenment? Such a notion seemed almost mystical, akin to the sudden realizations depicted in martial arts tales, reminiscent of the Taoist concept of unity between heaven and man, as well as the Buddhist notion of emptiness and clarity. When such a state occurs, it often grants the individual profound insights and an understanding of certain essences, something that is serendipitous and cannot be sought. Elder Qi was swept by waves of astonishment, never having anticipated that his disciple's capacity for comprehension could reach such heights. The innate talent exceeded his expectations. After a mere 5 minutes, Yang Yi emerged from his meditative state, his eyes once again sparkling with clarity. Elder Qi, eager to inquire, asked, "What have you gained?" Yang Yi expressed his gratitude. "I must thank you, Master, for this piece. It feels as though I have captured a certain sensation, though I cannot articulate it precisely. Allow me to demonstrate with a few characters." "Very well, proceed," Elder Qi responded, even assisting Yang Yi in preparing the rice paper, securing it with a paperweight. The term paperweight refers to an object used to hold down paper during writing or painting, commonly found in rectangular shapes today, also known as a weight ruler. The original paperweights were not fixed in form. Their origin traces back to ancient scholars who would often place small bronze or jade artifacts on their desks for admiration. Due to their weight, these items were also employed to hold down paper or books, eventually evolving into a scholarly tool known as the paperweight. Upon witnessing the fluid execution of Yang Yi's characters, Elder Qi remained in a state of profound contemplation. In just 5 minutes, Yang Yi had elevated his skill level by a notable margin, a truly astonishing feat that few would believe if spoken aloud. Could this indeed be the advantage of enlightenment? No wonder it is regarded as a serendipitous encounter, where 5 minutes equate to a year of labor. What a disparity. Elder Qi was curious about the sensation that accompanied such an experience. He had heard that when one is stuck at a certain realm, a moment of enlightenment can lead to immediate clarity. An aspiring master might step into the domain of a true master, while a master experiencing enlightenment could ascend to the legendary realm of a grandmaster. Though he held titles as a framing master and a master of the Slender Gold script, Elder Qi understood that he still lingered just shy of the true mastery. Earlier, I endeavored to replicate those 2 lines in my mind. Suddenly, apart from the concealed elements, Yang Yi recounted everything in detail. Old Qi listened attentively, and after Yang Yi finished speaking, he remained silent, lost in contemplation. Time passed, and a spark of inspiration seemed to dawn upon him. He appeared to grasp something significant. Without regard for Yang Yi, he immediately picked up his brush and began to practice. After writing over 100 characters, he finally set down his brush with ease, a smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, Master, you've made further progress." Yang Yi hurriedly flattered. Old Qi chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Thanks to your encouragement, I have gained some insights. I will organize them later for you and your fellow disciples to review thoroughly." At this point, he had truly entered the realm of a master in the art of the Slender Gold script. The founder of this style, Zhao Ji, had only reached the level of a master without attaining the status of a grandmaster. Hence, at this juncture, Old Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Throughout history, the true calligraphy grandmaster has been none other than Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy. His son, Wang Xianji, could only be considered an aspiring grandmaster, having just stepped into that domain. Wang Xianji's calligraphic artistry was not traditional and differed from his father's, favoring elongated forms. With a rich family background and diligent study, he emerged as a prominent figure in poetry and calligraphy during the Eastern Jin dynasty. His cursive script was executed with skill and elegance, rivaling that of his father, and together they were referred to as the 2 Wangs. In high spirits, the 2 men freely wielded their brushes, Particularly, old Chi, unable to cease, ultimately set aside his most satisfactory piece, intending to frame it as a keepsake, only to have it claimed by Yang Yi. Chapter 101, Calligraphy Association. At this moment, the auction house in Jiangzhou was in disarray, yet Miao Fei remained unfazed, graciously attending to the group of local wealthy patrons. She did not refuse their request to witness the Ziegenbrand. She instructed Lu to demonstrate once more. And as the miraculous scene unfolded again, a throng of onlookers stood in awe, especially Fang Shitong, who, despite his age, was visibly flustered with excitement. Miao, when is the auction? Fang Shitong inquired impatiently. The eagerness was palpable among the crowd. Many shared a strong desire for possession. Naturally, the sooner the auction, the better. To prevent the influx of wealthy individuals from other regions, which would complicate matters. He harbored a strong disdain for those who treated money with such disregard. What could have been secured for 10 million was now inflated to double the price due to their meddling. Miao, please be sure to notify us when the auction takes place. Miao, we are acquaintances now, Wang Jun interjected. Amid the chaotic scene, Miao Fei gestured for silence, stating, the auction will be held in 1 week. We warmly welcome everyone to attend, and relevant invitations will certainly be sent to you all in advance. As for Wang Jun's request, though he had not finished speaking, she understood his intention and chose to feign ignorance, as she could not comply with his demands. Perhaps Wang Jun could offer a price not lower than the auctions, but the auction house needed this treasure to enhance its reputation. Thus private dealings were out of the question. Well then, it seems that goodwill is of no use. Wang Jun quickly settled down. However, he would not easily concede. This time, he was indifferent to whether he would offend Mr. Fang. His desire to possess this treasure was exceedingly strong, and he felt that if he let it slip away, he would undoubtedly regret it. After sending off the wealthy patrons one by one, Lulu wiped the sweat from his brow, foreseeing that this auction would create quite a stir. Manager Miao, the auction venue requires further arrangement. Manager Miao nodded, uncertain if the hall would suffice. For the time being, their auction house could accommodate 500 people, albeit a bit cramped. In the context of Jiangzhou's small circle, this number seemed ample. However, she intended to broaden the scope this time, anticipating a considerable influx of antique enthusiasts from across the nation. Additionally, she planned to invite several media representatives. As a modern manager, she understood that gaining recognition was inextricably linked to media coverage. I will have the planning team revise everything. Manager Miao promptly sought the planning department. Although the auction house was modest, it was well equipped, possessing its own planning division, especially after Manager Miao took charge. She recognized the significance of this department and allocated funds to bolster its capabilities significantly. News soon spread throughout Jiangzhou like wildfire, with a flurry of calls pouring into the auction house. Even other auction houses inquired, testing the waters to see if there was an opportunity to acquire this treasure. Concurrently, various identification activities concerning the fabricated porcelain were initiated across the country. Upon inspection, it was discovered that it was merely a previous oversight, which relieved the porcelain community. Elder Qi summoned his eldest disciple, Chen Haowen, for a celebratory gathering. Chen Haowen was greatly astonished to learn of his master's breakthrough in calligraphy. Witnessing Yang Yi obtain a piece of artwork stirred envy within him, and he earnestly requested Elder Qi to compose a piece for him as well. All right, I cannot be unfair. I shall write one for that fellow too. Elder Qi conceded, though it still paled in comparison to Yang Yi's work. You rascal. Xiao Yi's writing state is unparalleled. Naturally, there will be some disparity. Elder Qi shot a glare at Chen Haowen. Junior brother, your talent is astonishing. 5 minutes of your effort equals a year of others' toil. I have never experienced such enlightenment. Chen Haowen expressed enviously. Stay grounded. You cannot compare yourself to him. Elder Qi admonished, concerned that his eldest disciple might feel disheartened. Though comparisons often foster progress, measuring oneself against a prodigy like Yang Yi was merely inviting discomfort. He suspected that the young man's talent was almost innate, as he always displayed a keen sensitivity to subtle details. Yang Yi had no objections, and neither did Chen Haowen, fearing they might miss out on opportunities for growth. At that moment, Yang Yi received a call from Luo Xiaoyu. Noticing that Yang Yi had been absent from the auction house for most of the day and appeared lackluster, she inquired whether he would be dining out or cooking at home. If he chose to eat out, she would treat him. What? A girlfriend? Keeping it under wraps. Are we? You two are practically living together, Chen Haowen teased, nudging Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unsure how to respond, as the other party was not his girlfriend. However, in the days to come, it will ostensibly be so, and living together makes it somewhat inexplicable to deny it. In such matters, it is perhaps wiser to maintain silence, uttering nothing to avoid the pitfalls of excessive speech. Old Master Chi said little, yet his gaze radiated encouragement. This disciple is not young anymore. It is indeed time for him to pursue romance and marriage. At his age, children were already running about. Ultimately, he presented a certificate to Yang Yi. Upon inspection, Yang Yi discovered it was an identification from the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Such credentials were once challenging to acquire. While city-level ones were somewhat accessible, provincial-level ones required connections. This is the membership code. It is brief, so peruse it at your leisure. I am currently assisting you with your application to the National Calligraphy Association, which should be finalized within this month, Old Master Chi stated. Although these associations are not official bodies, they represent significant networking resources, and he earnestly hoped his disciple would integrate into them for his advancement. In truth, their impact is somewhat limited. Chen Haowen held a certain disdain for such associations. Everything has its utility. It merely may not be the right time yet. You underestimate these entities. Although we are engaged in artistic research, we must occasionally navigate the intricacies of human relationships. Otherwise, you will inevitably face setbacks. Old Master Chi cautioned earnestly. I simply disapprove of certain individuals who flaunt the association's name indiscriminately. In the past 2 or 3 years, the actions of some members have led Chen Haowen to feel that the essence of the association has somewhat deteriorated. The primary issue lies in the disparity in quality, particularly with associations that have low entry barriers, wherein one can merely submit an application and pay a fee to gain membership, devoid of any substantive merit. Chapter 102, A Dark and Windy Night. Zhang Dehai and his companions were seasoned veterans, approaching their tasks with utmost caution, always ensuring they had a well-designed escape route before undertaking any endeavor. Otherwise, they would not have enjoyed such carefree years without ever being caught. That night, under the cloak of darkness and a howling wind, they found themselves presented with an opportune moment for their illicit activities. The 5 of them, including Zhang Dehai's brother-in-law, gathered together. They began by sharing a couple of drinks, a customary ritual for them. In the early days of their trade, their courage was modest. Hence, before undertaking any operation, they would imbibe a bit to bolster their confidence. However, they were cautious not to overindulge, ensuring their minds remained sharp and their limbs agile. After this drink and this job, we shall rest for half a year, Zhang Dehai declared. He was not one to seek sole glory. Rather, this trait garnered him the unwavering respect of the others, who never entertained thoughts of usurping his leadership. The payout of 500,000 was distributed as follows, aside from 5,000 for his brother-in-law. He himself would take 15,000 while the other 3 would each receive 10,000. Previously, they had always divided their earnings equally. But since his brother-in-law was a newcomer brought in by him, it was deemed fairer to allocate accordingly to avoid dissent. Brother Hai, are we really going to wait half a year after this job? Someone could not help but inquire. Zhang Dehai nodded. The atmosphere outside is tense. After this operation, we must lay low for a while. His cautious nature had repeatedly saved them. So although the other 3 felt a tinge of regret, they complied without any objections. Zhang Dehai's brother-in-law was somewhat agitated, yet he remained silent throughout, fully aware of his own lack of qualifications to integrate into their inner circle. At 2 o'clock, the plan commenced. First, they would eliminate the dog, and then swiftly abscond with the child. Third, you wait outside. Prepare the vehicle for a quick escape, Zhang Dehai instructed. He glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes remained. At this hour, the town was largely shrouded in darkness, with most lights extinguished. In rural areas, late-night snacks are consumed much earlier than in urban locales. They had visited larger cities, such as Yangcheng, where nightlife thrived at 1 or 2 in the morning, bustling with midnight snack stalls. Not only the dog in the child's new home posed a concern, but also the cats and dogs from the neighboring houses. If possible, it would be prudent to discreetly eliminate them as well. Once discovered, a single shout could summon the entire street, making an escape far more challenging. Zhang Dehai had witnessed the consequences faced by those who attempted to steal chickens or dogs. They often suffered grievously. In these rural towns, while residents may lack legal awareness, neighborly bonds are strong. When a thief appears, the community unites to subdue them before considering a report to the authorities. You 2 go first, he commanded, then cautioned his brother-in-law not to reveal himself before the child, ensuring the boy would not recognize him. Once prepared, they executed their roles with utmost stealth. In less than 10 minutes, they successfully dispatched the large yellow dog. "What a pity for such a sizable dog. It must be delicious," one of the gluttons remarked. "Let us not think of feasting just yet. Complete this task first, and let the boss treat us to dog meat." Subsequently, they sprayed a copious amount of a substance inside the house. This was the infamous drug rumored in the underworld, yet its potency was exaggerated. Its primary effect was merely to induce sedation. Various tales of this drug circulated in society, and while there were indeed gases with anesthetic properties, they typically possessed a pungent odor and required prolonged exposure in a sealed environment to be effective. Nothing existed that could render a person unconscious with a mere whiff. Had they not feared unnecessary complications, they could have employed another type of drug, derived from a folk remedy they had acquired from an eccentric. It proved to be highly effective. A mixture of flowering plants, such as the noisy flower, jasmine, and intoxicating peach blossoms, ground into powder, soaked in alcohol, and dried. A small amount added to wine or tea would render a person weak and lethargic. Excessive consumption could lead to profound inebriation, with lighter cases recovering in 30 minutes, while more severe instances could take hours. After a little over 10 minutes, one of the men approached the door and knocked. After a brief silence, he opened the door. Zhang Dehai and his companions entered and made their way to the child's room. Upon confirming the child's identity, they carefully lifted him. One of the men, noticing money and bracelets in a drawer, was tempted to pilfer them. Zhang Dehai caught sight of this and urgently whispered, "Are you seeking death? Do not touch anything else." Attracting the attention of the police would lead to trouble. The more items taken, the more likely we are to be exposed. Once we have the child, they cannot openly report us, as the child was bought by them as well. In consideration of the local populace, the police station might turn a blind eye to such illicit transactions involving children. However, requesting their assistance in the matter would likely cross an unspoken boundary. Zhang Dehai recognized this advantage, knowing that the local authorities would refrain from intervening, which emboldened him. "Leave no trace," Zhang Dehai cautioned. After departing, they intended to dispose of the large yellow dog in a secluded location. Years of experience had ingrained in them a certain habitual caution in their dealings. "All right, let us move swiftly. The vehicle remains on the outskirts," Zhang Dehai noted, deliberately keeping it away to avoid drawing undue attention. This area lacked the sophistication of urban locales, devoid of even a single surveillance camera, allowing them to navigate with relative ease as long as they maintained a low profile. Despite their careful approach, they inadvertently startled the nocturnal denizens. The first cat's meow triggered a chorus of barking from nearby dogs. Seizing the moment before the slumbering residents could react, Zhang Dehai decisively urged everyone to flee. A palpable tension enveloped the group, prompting them to quicken their pace. Once they reached the vehicle and departed the vicinity, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. The first hurdle had been surmounted. By dawn, they would follow the predetermined steps to contact the child's guardians. For now, they needed to relocate to another city under the cover of night, avoiding any lingering presence in the area. The initial task was to send a message to Ling Feng, including images and other pertinent details. Subsequently, they would stage a scenario to ensure others believed the child had been discovered on the street. Zhang Dehai's brother-in-law nodded in agreement, finally ready to take action. The family awoke to a shocking realization. Not only had their large dog vanished, but so too had their sole source of hope, their only son. In a state of panic, they began to rally friends, family, and neighbors to join the search. As anticipated by Zhang Dehai, the police, upon learning of the situation, were hesitant to pursue an investigation. After all, the implications of child trafficking occurring under their watch would reflect poorly on them, jeopardizing their positions. Thus, they could only express their helplessness. Chapter 103. Following the clue. Upon receiving the message, Ling Feng was filled with elation, primarily upon seeing the photograph of his son, and he promptly agreed to meet privately. Zhou Wenbo, as an outsider, perceived the potential for deception and, fearing Ling Feng might be misled, discreetly contacted the authorities to collaborate in a covert operation. The police were amenable, having seen several of their colleagues gain recognition in recent days, and were eager to seize this opportunity. Zhang Dehai and his associates, being astute, refrained from allowing Ling Feng to make a bank transfer, wary of potential information leaks that could lead to complications later. They opted for a private meeting involving cash transactions. Upon learning this, Zhou Wenbo's suspicions deepened. Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious to the risks, was, in Zhou Wenbo's words, overcome by desperation. The police reached a similar conclusion to Zhou Wenbo's, suspecting something amiss. "Let us first ensure the child's safe rescue before we proceed," a detective captain affirmed to Zhou Wenbo. "Both individuals in question are business owners, hence the detective captain showed considerable courtesy. While the wealthy do not represent everything, they are certainly not to be trifled with. If friendships can be forged, it is best to avoid any offenses. The two parties agreed upon a meeting location, and Ling Feng, still clear-headed, indicated he would be accompanied by a brother. This reassured Zhang Dehai. If Ling Feng had intended to go alone, there would have been a hint of suspicion that he might have alerted the authorities. Now, bringing along a companion for support was the most prudent course of action. Bozy, help me carry the money shortly, Ling Feng instructed as they arrived at the train station, where everyone proceeded with caution. The choice of such a public venue indicated that the other party had their reservations. Ling Feng's request for Zhou Wenbo to carry the money was a strategic move to avoid being led astray. All right, when they arrive, you confirm and bring Xiao Xian over. I will handle the payment, he instructed, signaling discreetly towards the distance. Nearby, undercover officers lay in wait, ready to execute an arrest at any moment. As time went on, he increasingly felt that the situation was more complex than it appeared, akin to a kidnapping scenario. Zhang Dehai quietly observed and inquired of his companions. Have the tickets been prepared? This group showed no signs of remorse. The actions of one child had effectively harmed two families. One household had finally welcomed a son, only to have him snatched away before they could nurture him. Not only had they lost a significant portion of their life's earnings, but their hopes had also been shattered. Tickets are bought. The train departs in half an hour, came a reply. All right, make contact with the one surnamed Ling, Zhang Dehai responded calmly. Soon, they spotted Ling Feng, accompanied by another individual carrying a bag. Have him open the bag. Let us check through video, Zhang Dehai ordered. It must be said that this fellow remained composed, executing tasks with caution. They needed to confirm that the bag did not contain a mere bundle of white paper. That would be quite ludicrous. In truth, this was her first experience with such a kidnapping scheme. Typically, they abduct children and then flee to sell them elsewhere, lacking any significant technical proficiency. Upon receiving the information, Ling Feng couldn't help but admire the meticulousness of the other party. They moved to a less crowded area, where Zhou Wenbo opened a bag, and Ling Feng initiated a video call, quickly scanning its contents. Subsequently, he called out, May I see the child now? Zhang Dehai gestured to his brother-in-law, instructing him to proceed with the original plan and bring the child to the other side, ensuring the other party could see, yet maintaining a safe distance. The phone he had just procured was easily acquired. Stealing a phone was a trivial task for them. Once the affair concluded, the phone would certainly be discarded. With the current numbers being subject to real name verification, using one's own device for illicit activities would be tantamount to courting disaster. Rest assured, you may come to collect the money. Not a single cent will be missing, Ling Feng promptly assured. Brother Feng, you go ahead. I'll take care of things here. Once I see the child, I'll release the funds, Zhou Wenbo interjected. Just as Ling Feng was nearing the child, an individual wearing sunglasses approached Zhou Wenbo, uttering a code phrase before taking the money from his hands. This had been prearranged. The money bearer was to say a password to prevent any confusion that might lead to a robbery. Wait, the child. Zhou Wenbo was on the verge of speaking when the individual controlling the child unexpectedly walked away, leaving only Ling Feng's son behind. Is that sufficient? All right, you may leave. Zhou Wenbo did not press the issue, for the police were already monitoring this group, making their escape highly improbable. If it did manage to flee, it would either signify their exceptional cunning or the incompetence of the officers. Daddy, Daddy, the little one cried out, feeling aggrieved upon spotting his father. It's all right, Xian. Do not fear, for Daddy is here. Ling Feng hurriedly embraced his child. At that moment, undercover officers concealed in the shadows sprang into action, apprehending the two individuals who had revealed themselves. As they observed the pair hastily making their way towards the ticket check, their intentions became clear. Team 1, Team 2. Split up. Zhang Dehai felt an unsettling premonition, an unease gnawing at him, prompting him to urge his comrades to leave swiftly. Yet, he soon discovered that his brother-in-law and the man who had just stepped out to withdraw money were being surveilled. He decisively discarded his phone and made a hasty exit from the train station, remaining there would only lead to capture like a fish in a barrel. Regret began to wash over him. He lamented his greed for the money and the risks he had taken, harboring resentment towards Ling for his unfulfilled promises. If he managed to evade this crisis, he vowed to make Ling pay dearly. Upon investigation, it was revealed that these individuals had committed multiple offenses in recent years, trafficking over 50 children, thus belonging to a significant criminal syndicate, much to the delight of the police officers involved. Chapter 104, The First Experience. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. This adage proved true, as Luo Xiaoyu's mother did not afford her daughter the opportunity or time for deception and arrived unexpectedly. The following day, she appeared in Jiangzhou City. At that time, Luo Xiaoyu was at work when she received a call from her mother, learning that her parent had already arrived in Jiangzhou. She could hardly contain her amusement. This behavior from her mother was a clear indication of distrust. Moreover, upon discovering that their daughter was cohabitating with someone, her parents rushed over to ascertain whether she had been deceived or taken advantage of. Raising a daughter to this age was no easy feat. Yang Yi was equally startled upon receiving the call, while Qi Lao chuckled. Since your mother-in-law has arrived, you should go and accompany her for a stroll. Chun Haowen tossed the car keys to Yang Yi, saying, Junior brother, you should consider getting a car for yourself soon. It will make things more convenient. Thank you, senior brother. Yang Yi accepted without hesitation. Possessing a vehicle was not merely a matter of convenience, but also a matter of prestige. With Luo Xiaoyu's mother in town, he felt that the opportunity to use a car would be quite frequent in the coming days. He certainly could not expect her to take public transport. Chen Haowen waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite pleased with himself. A day's time had greatly enhanced his calligraphy skills. Since reaching a master level, his teacher's insights had yielded him considerable benefits, partly thanks to Yang Yi's influence. Yang Yi arrived first at the auction house to pick up Luo Xiaoyu and then headed to the train station, as it was on the way and would not consume much time. Most importantly, he felt somewhat anxious about facing his girlfriend's parents alone. He needed Luo Xiaoyu's presence to feel assured. If this truly was his mother-in-law, he could not let her wait too long. Where did the car come from? Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I was just with my senior brothers. The car belongs to them, and I'll be using it for a few days. Are you not considering purchasing a vehicle for yourself? Luo Xiaoyu was well aware that this fellow was not lacking in funds. A car is indeed essential. It is better to acquire it sooner rather than later. However, not every family is privy to the financial intricacies of another. While others may perceive him as wealthy, the reality is that aside from substantial debt owed to Wang Jun, his own funds are rather limited, amounting to just over 100,000. Like many men, he harbors a fondness for automobiles, dreaming of acquiring a finer one when his finances are more favorable. Upon arriving at the station, Luo Xiaoyu was taken aback by her mother's attire, reminiscent of a village woman. Mother, what on earth are you doing? She thought, bewildered, for her mother usually dressed quite fashionably. Yet, Yang Yi felt a sense of relief. The modest appearance evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to seeing relatives from his hometown, instilling a feeling of warmth. Such a person should not be difficult to engage with, he reasoned. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Xiaoyu's mother was discreetly evaluating her daughter's future partner. Despite her daughter's effusive praises over the phone, how could she feel at ease without meeting him in person? How could she ascertain his suitability as her daughter's match? If Yang Yi were to express disdain upon first glance at her simple attire, she would consider him unworthy and advise her daughter to reconsider. Hello, Andy. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Xiaoyu is still at work, and I was unable to arrive promptly. Yang Yi said as he approached Luo Xiaoyu and promptly took hold of their luggage. This gesture was devoid of any disdain for the worn-out bags. Luo Xiaoyu's mother nodded approvingly in her mind. This young man seemed spirited and not at all devious. Furthermore, his vehicle hinted that his financial situation was not vastly different from what her daughter had described. Most importantly, during their initial encounter, he showed no signs of looking down upon her due to her humble appearance, his demeanor devoid of any hint of disdain. Thus, the first impression was quite favorable, allowing him to pass the preliminary test. Mother, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoyu queried, quickly realizing her parents' intentions, feeling quite helpless. Her mother shot her a glance. What are you saying? Does your father not have work? When would he have time for such games? Then, turning to Yang Yi, she smiled warmly. You must be Xiao Yi, right? Thank you for coming to pick me up. That car looks brand new. Did you just purchase it? Yang Yi placed the luggage in the back, opened the car door, and invited both women to sit in the rear. When questioned, he responded candidly. Not at all a bother. I am not currently employed. I was just learning something from teacher. The car belongs to a senior, who has lent it to me for a few days. His honesty, devoid of pretension, left a favorable impression on Luo Xiaoyu's mother. The sincerity in his smile and the clarity in his eyes conveyed to her that he was a genuinely pure-hearted young man, lacking any ulterior motives. Earlier, he had mentioned needing to purchase a vehicle, as navigating the city without one was inconvenient. However, Luo Xiaoyu did not wish for Yang Yi to lose face and hastily added, My mother is merely concerned. She nodded slightly. It was not her fault for being pragmatic. As a parent, one must consider practical matters, always wishing for their children to have a better life, with the most direct indicator being another's financial standing. Xiaoyu mentioned that you both work for the same company. Are you in a leadership position? Luo Xiaoyu's mother inquired further. After all, according to his daughter, Yang Yi earns an annual salary exceeding 500,000. In their eyes, he must surely belong to the upper management, right? While not precisely a leader. We work at the same auction house, albeit in different departments with distinct responsibilities. I am engaged in the appraisal work, and there are only 2 individuals in the auction house dedicated to this task, so I cannot claim any leadership role. As Yang Yi drove, he navigated the myriad questions posed to him, gradually experiencing the cautious sentiment one feels when meeting a mother-in-law for the first time. The scrutiny was more meticulous than that of the police, covering everything from work to personal life, and from his social circle to relatives and friends back home. Nothing was overlooked. As soon as Yang Yi departed, Luo Xiaoyu's mother smiled at her daughter, exclaiming, "You clever girl. This time, you have made an excellent choice." Although their acquaintance had been brief, Yang Yi left a remarkably positive impression on her. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. In the depths of Luo Xiaoyu's heart, she yearned for her relationship with Yang Yi to evolve from a pretense to something genuine. Such a high-quality man is indeed a rarity. Wealthy individuals often come with their share of flaws, infidelity, poor temper, and a myriad of other issues, none of which could be attributed to Yang Yi. A man as accomplished and intriguing as he is undeniably captivating. She resolved to seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Her mother, with a knowing smile, cautioned her to be vigilant. Luo Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. In feigning ignorance, she replied, "Now that we've come this far, how could he possibly leave?" Yet her mother shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, "You foolish girl. Do you really think you can deceive me? Yang, he was just a temporary choice for you, wasn't he? I've spoken with others. Cohabitation in the city is quite common. You may have appeared intimate in conversation, but there was no physical contact whatsoever. Having experienced life myself, do you really think I can't see through your little charade? You're still too inexperienced to pull one over on me." Stunned into silence, Luo Xiaoyu took a moment to process her mother's words. Had she and Yang Yi acted that poorly? Nevertheless, she mused, Yang Yi seemed like a decent person, surely. He must still be single? Her mother's wisdom was evident. One must act quickly when it comes to good men, for they are often snatched up swiftly. Earlier, she had managed to glean Yang Yi's fundamental circumstances. A young, successful individual with no discernible vices, which constituted a significant criterion in her assessment of a person. For instance, if one despises alcoholics, yet he has a penchant for heavy drinking, or if one disdains gamblers, while he frequents mahjong parlors, such characteristics are best avoided in a partner. This is not merely due to detrimental habits that can harm both parties, but also because conflicting behaviors can easily lead to discord. Living together under such circumstances would inevitably result in a tumultuous existence filled with quarrels. Previously, she had subtly probed Yang Yi's social connections. For a man, understanding his network of acquaintances is equally worthy of examination. If he maintains a few strained relationships, it is of little concern. However, if he possesses no friends at all, or no one to vouch for his character, one must ponder whether there might be deeper issues at play. Perhaps he is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Understood. Who could possibly compete with him? She thought defiantly, yet deep down, Luo Xiaoyu couldn't shake her unease. How could there be no competition? Before he achieved success, did he not have a girlfriend? Who would not find him appealing? Stubborn as a mule, when the day comes that someone else steps in ahead of you, you will surely regret it. She lightly admonished her daughter. Just moments ago, she had inquired about Yang Yi's past romantic entanglements and learned that he once had a girlfriend, but they had since parted ways. I have met his previous girlfriend, and quite frankly, she left much to be desired, Luo Xiaoyu remarked. Yang Yi maintained his composure, and you should refrain from making unnecessary comments in the future. She quickly reprimanded her daughter, aware that men are most impatient with those who dwell on their past relationships. When discussing his previous romance, Yang Yi was candid and forthright, revealing a sincerity that made him trustworthy. A man who seeks to conceal his past is certainly not someone to be entrusted with a lifelong commitment. Furthermore, Yang Yi never uttered a single disparaging word about his ex-girlfriend, nor did he mention any of her shortcomings. Such a man is even more dependable when faced with adversity. He does not resort to criticizing others or pointing out their flaws. I will assist in cooking, while Xiaoyu handles the rest of the household chores, Yang Yi promptly stated. Recently, this girl has proven to be quite competent in cleaning, washing dishes, and other tasks, aside from her struggles in the kitchen. She's indeed an ideal roommate. And our rapport is satisfactory. Yang Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Xiaoyu's mother was already fully aware of the situation. He alone continued to play the role of a faux boyfriend. Luo Xiaoyu, too, dared not disclose the truth to Yang Yi, fearing it would complicate their relationship. Thus, they both chose to remain in blissful ignorance. In her heart, Luo Xiaoyu's mother admired this young man. A man who can assist a woman is surely of exceptional character. Her earlier inquiry was not without purpose. She sought to gauge Yang Yi's reaction. By deliberately pointing out her daughter's flaws, Yang Yi promptly came to her defense. As he ignited the car, he chuckled at her words. "Auntie, you have misjudged her. I believe Xiaoyu is quite prudent with her finances and rarely spends frivolously." Luo Xiaoyu, sweating in the back seat, realized her mother was not to be underestimated. Every word was a test. Fortunately, Yang Yi's character shone through, and his genuine demeanor sufficed to pass her scrutiny. Upon returning to the community, Luo Xiaoyu's mother could not help but admire the picturesque living environment. Residing in such a place would indeed be delightful. This community has been established for over a decade, and there are likely no new properties available. If one were to purchase, it would be a second-hand dwelling. The community they had just passed was rumored to contain several attractive developments. Perhaps they should explore those at their leisure, Yang Yi casually remarked. In truth, he harbored aspirations of acquiring a couple of properties to bring his parents over to enjoy a more comfortable life. However, he was acutely aware that this was nearly impossible. His parents' generation would undoubtedly have reservations about retiring early to enjoy a leisurely life. Moreover, without acquaintances in this area, they would likely find it challenging to adapt. Many individuals from his hometown were involved in the construction of new homes. It was said that the nearby land was primarily acquired by people from his hometown, who subsequently developed it for rental purposes. Luo Xiaoyu's mother silently elevated her opinion of Yang Yi. A man willing to spend, especially on his partner, is indeed a rare gem. Upon arriving home, Luo Xiaoyu ushered her mother into her room. The more questions her mother asked, the more guilt she felt for Yang Yi. I was right, wasn't I? The notion of cohabitation is rendered meaningless when they do not share a bed. Luo Xiaoyu's mother felt completely reassured that her daughter had yet to suffer any misfortune. What they shared was merely a rental arrangement. Although such behavior is often frowned upon in rural areas, as a fashion-forward mother, she could still comprehend the concept of cohabitation. All right, go help out. It's unreasonable to let Xiao Yi manage everything alone while eating. You should learn to cook well. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. You have watched so many dramas, but it's different. Besides, he can cook, and that's sufficient. The idea of controlling a man's stomach is antiquated. Nowadays, it's quite popular for men to venture into the kitchen. That is what truly defines a warm-hearted man. If you remain so careless, there will come a time for your regrets. In the kitchen, Luo Xiaoyu's mother also showcased her skills, earning some respect for her daughter. After the meal, she discovered rows of books in Yang Yi's room, and her shock was quickly replaced by admiration. At the very least, in her eyes, Yang Yi was an ambitious man, worthy of her daughter's trust. Chapter 106, Waterbelly Agate. While Yang Yi was accompanying the mother and daughter duo, a familiar face arrived at the auction house, though he and Yang Yi had only met once. The last time in the capital, General Miao had introduced Yang Yi to Li Boxiong. This time, he did not come empty-handed, but brought along a treasured item, seemingly with the intention of atoning for past behavior. The treasure Li Boxiong presented was extraordinary, a rare agate carving of a jellyfish, palm-sized, crafted with masterful skill. This waterbelly agate was among the rarest of its kind in the world, and he had purchased it a few years prior for over 8 million. Now, its worth could easily reach 10 to 20 million. This illustrates the allure of antique collecting, where value can multiply several times, even hundreds or thousands, in a brief period. My dear niece, I truly apologize for the previous encounter. I have brought this treasure as a token of my remorse, Li Boxiong expressed with a face full of contrition. However, Miao Fei was not grateful. Had he not previously snubbed her, she would not have had to endure the hassle of chasing after a prized item for so long. Furthermore, his sudden offering of a treasure felt akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. His intentions were suspect. In truth, she was not entirely mistaken. Upon learning that the auction house in Jiangzhou would be putting a Zigenpai up for auction and hearing rumors of its extraordinary nature, Li Boxiong felt a surge of excitement. However, given that he had recently quarreled with Miao Fei, acquiring the item would not be straightforward. He was well aware that wealthy individuals were plentiful in the country, and many would desire such a treasure. Thus, he felt no confidence in securing it without first mending his relationship with her. Consequently, he brought along a particularly cherished heavy treasure, hoping to restore their rapport and devise a way to obtain the ziginput. Such a splendid treasure. Lulu was unaware of the history between General Miao and Li Boxiong. He merely admired the artifact. I acquired it from old Jia a few years ago, Li Boxiong remarked with a smile. At that time, waterbelly agate was not as scarce as it is now, though it was still quite precious and not easy to find. However, it is certainly preferable to the present situation, where even with wealth, one cannot find such exquisite water agate. It is precisely for this reason that he dares to assert that this carving will fetch at least 20 million at auction. This piece is destined to be the highlight of the auction, more than sufficient to meet expectations. Old Jia from Guangdong? Lulu was taken aback. In the country, there are two jade carving masters of Taishan stature. In the north, there's Master Yin, and in the south, there's Old Jia, both nearing the level of grandmasters in jade carving, mere steps away for the pinnacle of their craft. Li Boxiong smiled with pride indeed. I sought it for quite some time before he finally relinquished it to me in frustration. This water agate is truly exceptional. Lulu was captivated. Although the entry threshold for agate collecting is not particularly high, discerning vision is imperative. Currently, the most valuable red agate is undoubtedly the South red agate, sourced from Yunnan and Hainan. The finest variety of white agate is the lychee frieze, while the rarest and most expensive is the water agate. Within the water agate, there are sealed cavities containing a liquid solution, producing a gentle sound when shaken, allowing one to observe the flow of water within, thus possessing remarkable investment and collectible value. Lulu himself owns a piece of agate, though it is merely red agate. With myriad types of agate and jade, the diversity is vast. Since ancient times, red agate has been revered as the authentic variety in China, with a saying in the antiques trade that one cannot prosper without red agate. Before the Western Han Dynasty, agate was referred to as Qi Yu or Qi Qiong, signifying its crimson hue. Ancient peoples likened the color of agate to blood, an apt metaphor indeed. However, the most enigmatic and rare of all remains the water agate. Bold and water-rich, it is the finest water agate I have ever encountered. He could not help but glance toward General Miao. The ideal water agate is characterized by its boldness and abundance of water. Water agate, with high transparency, devoid of cracks and blemishes, serves as an exceptional material for jade carving. This carving before him resembles a true jellyfish. The water within its belly is clearly visible, occasionally swaying as if it were a jellyfish gliding through the sea. The rarity of water agate is remarkable, yet the craftsmanship is unparalleled, a testament to old Jia's artistry. This treasure could rightfully serve as the prized possession of any establishment. Miao Fei could only nod in agreement. Being well acquainted with agate, she could naturally discern its authenticity and quality. Agate is one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, historically regarded as a talisman for warding off evil, symbolizing kindness, love, and hope, while aiding in the alleviation of stress, fatigue, and negative energies. Furthermore, it can transform into a feng shui artifact. In her father's office, the agate wealth pot serves as a sacred feng shui instrument. Comprised of countless crystals and rare agate pieces, it resembles a celestial paradise, a focal point of energy. Hence its name, Dragon Cave. Within the halved agate basin, crystals cluster like a dense forest, thriving upon the agate walls. The agate wealth pot is imbued with a potent, latent energy, regarded as a treasure of the god of wealth. Legend has it that the wealth pot can exponentially increase riches, making it a favored object for affluent households to display treasures and invite auspicious fortune. The agate wealth bowl has long been a cherished talisman of feng shui, with each piece being a unique masterpiece, none identical to another, rendering them all irreplaceable in the marketplace. This particular piece is imported from Brazil, a rarity indeed. Li Boxiong, fearing its authenticity might be questioned, took great care in its presentation. Quality water agate is scarce. In China, the Northeast is the only known source, yet it yields little in terms of high-grade materials, necessitating imports from Brazil. However, even in Brazil, sourcing superior raw materials can be a daunting task. Thus, when such materials eventually reach domestic artisans, the pressure mounts as they must concentrate intently to craft this extraordinary treasure. It is said that an artisan once came into possession of it, but hesitated to carve, fearful of ruining this rare piece of water agate. Instead, he entrusted it to Master Jia, who was enthralled by its beauty. In exchange for a prized creation, he acquired the gem, which, after 3 days of meticulous carving, emerged as an exquisite treasure. At that time, the artisan had only been collecting for a couple of years, with few fine pieces in his possession. Upon learning of this gem, He rushed to Master Jia's home and persistently pestered him for days until Master Jia, exasperated, finally dismissed him. It cannot be counterfeit, Lulu remarked after a keen observation. He noticed small black dots within the agate's interior, a hallmark of natural agate. These dark specks, or crystalline formations, are nearly impossible to replicate in fake agate. Thus, if this water agate possesses these characteristics, it can confidently be classified as genuine natural water agate. Chapter 107, Uninvited Arrival. Upon receiving a call from General Miao, Yang Yi had no choice but to apologize to Luo Xiaoyu's mother, saying, "Auntie, there's an issue at the auction house. I must attend and cannot stay with you." "No worries. Work is important. Go ahead," Luo Xiaoyu's mother replied warmly. She had learned from her daughter that the porcelain bowl Yang Yi was soaking was worth over 10 million, a revelation that left her quite astonished. This truly is a golden son-in-law. She must secure him firmly. Once Yang Yi departed, she immediately began imparting some advice to her daughter, nearly suggesting the outrageous idea of having her daughter hasten their relationship. Luo Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to cope with her mother's enthusiasm, ultimately yielding in resignation. "You silly girl, you must be more attentive. If such a splendid man slips away, you'll have nowhere to weep." "I know, I'm trying my best," Luo Xiaoyu replied, rolling her eyes. Should Yang Yi's family press for a relationship, Luo Xiaoyu could feign the role of his girlfriend, thus potentially fostering genuine feelings. Simultaneously, she could build rapport with Yang Yi's family, paving the way for future interactions. Hearing her mother's suggestion stirred something within Luo Xiaoyu. Arriving at the auction house, Yang Yi found Lulu still admiring the water agate sculpture. The piece, shaped like a sea creature, showcased extraordinary craftsmanship, truly a testament to Master Jia's artistry. "Impossible to acquire at any price. Is Boss Li preparing to auction this at our house?" Yang Yi inquired. Lula nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Boss Li just agreed to it." However, a hint of concern flickered in the depths of Mr. Miao's eyes, as he understood that this individual was certainly not one to visit without a purpose. Moreover, such fervent attentiveness seemed suspicious. Was it genuine? If he were truly remorseful, would Mr. Li Boxiong have waited until today to offer his apologies? What had he been doing all those days? It was evident that their auction house had unearthed a prized item, prompting him to come scurrying over. Clearly, he was fixated on the Zigan brand. As a successful merchant, one must not allow emotions to dictate actions. Despite harboring disdain for this man, it was inappropriate to unleash a barrage of disdainful remarks simply because he presented himself with a smile. That would certainly be an ungrateful display towards Mr. Li. "I am truly grateful, Mr. Li." Yang Yi feigned sincerity, for this individual had left an exceedingly poor impression on him. As a person of status, his previous conduct had been utterly disgraceful. Thus, Yang Yi found himself compelled to engage in polite banter, adapting his discourse to suit the company he kept. "Too kind of you," Mr. Li replied, feigning generosity, as if the unpleasantness of the past had been effortlessly brushed aside. Yang Yi took hold of the exquisite carving. Although it was a new piece, its rarity of materials, combined with the extraordinary craftsmanship, rendered it extraordinarily valuable. Indeed, it could be described as a treasure of unparalleled worth. What first captivated Yang Yi was the quality of the cut. Superb. The precision of the cut was impeccable. If the surface was too far from the water chamber, it would be invisible and not fetch a good price. Conversely, if it was too close, it risked breaching the water chamber, causing the agate to lose its sculptural value entirely. On this foundation, the sculptor had painstakingly endeavored to symbolically express the water contained within the water chamber agate. A piece that boasted vibrant colors and exquisite craftsmanship was often the result of ingenious conception, leaving observers in awe. The piece before him was a quintessential example. Master Jia had skillfully captured the essence of the water within the agate, sculpting it into a jellyfish, vivid and lifelike. Yang Yi was acutely aware that, with a Mohs hardness of 7, crafting water chamber agate into a work of art while aptly portraying the water chamber was particularly challenging. A moment's inattention could ruin the piece, leading to both wasted effort and financial loss. Thus, the intricacy involved in creating a successful water chamber agate masterpiece and the high standards required for its craftsmanship were beyond the imagination of an outsider. Marvelous. Observing the two appraisers from the auction house so thoroughly impressed, Mr. Li Boxiong smiled with satisfaction. "I trust you appreciate it. Surely, this bodes well for our discussions ahead?" he inquired, having heard that the esteemed auction house was preparing to auction a remarkable treasure, the Zigan brand, which was said to be extraordinary. Might he have the opportunity to behold it? A theatrical display was unfolding. Yang Yi and Mr. Miao exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that this so-called Mr. Li was not a person easily dealt with. This is no issue. Prior to your arrival, several esteemed predecessors have already expressed admiration for our Zigan brand and are eagerly anticipating the auction to join the festivities. Yang Yi subtly applied pressure on Mr. Li. His implication was clear. The Zigan brand was valued by notable figures and could not be dealt with in private for the sake of propriety. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Mr. Li's countenance grew serious. He was wealthy, but countless others possessed greater wealth and influence, especially within the antiquities realm, where it was wise not to offend certain venerable figures. Upon noticing Yang Yi's subtle gesture, Miao Fei nodded to herself. She appreciated subordinates like Yang Yi, who not only possessed exceptional skills in treasure appraisal, but also demonstrated keen intellect, quickly instilling a sense of caution in Li Boxiong. She stepped away briefly to retrieve the treasures from the vault. As an outsider, Li Boxiong was naturally not permitted entry into the auction house's treasure chamber. Yang Yi shook the carved piece in his hand, bringing it to his ear, yet detected no sound. The water level was quite high. Holding the water agate firmly between his hands, he tilted it left and right, bringing his ear closer to discern any sound of liquid sloshing within. Some cavities were large and contained more liquid, producing a resounding gurgle, while others were smaller with less liquid, yielding either a faint sound or none at all. Some were too small or too full for any noise to be heard. Meanwhile, Li Boxiong, waiting nearby, felt as though he had unwittingly incurred a double loss. Nevertheless, he could not retract his offer for the water agate carving that he had presented. To part with such a valuable piece without any gain seemed a miscalculation. Once Miao Fei retrieved the treasures, Lu personally demonstrated the process. As the Zigan brand surface emitted a wondrous yellow mist, a luminous aura akin to jade flowed over the intricate patterns. Even a seasoned individual like him was unable to suppress his astonishment at the spectacle. It was truly extraordinary. Li Boxiong cast a glance at Yang Yi, lingering for a moment before diverting his gaze. Very well, I shall join in the festivities. That would indeed be a splendid occasion. Most welcome, Yang Yi replied with a smile. Throughout the proceedings, Miao Fei did not need to intervene personally. Casting a grateful glance at Yang Yi,